would leave your 34 land of fire Konoha village. In the early morning, Li Mu unwillingly opened his eyes, glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table, 7 in the morning. He first closed his eyes, accepting the reality that a wonderful weekend had ended. Then with the greatest effort of will, Li Mu moved aside the plump thigh wrapped around his waist. The owner of the thigh let out a dissatisfied sound, instead wrapping around him even more tightly, then reached out to hug his neck, and said lazily, "Mu, hold me a little longer." Li Mu looked at the owner of the thigh and said helplessly, "Tsunade, I have to go to school." Hearing his voice, Tsunade's long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her amber eyes to look at him. Then she deftly burrowed into Li Mu's arms and snuggled, "Stay with me a little longer, come on. I said I could support you, but you just insist on being a teacher at the academy." Li Mu did not doubt the sincerity of Tsunade's words. He reached out and gently stroked her long golden hair, saying, "I also want to find something to do, otherwise it's just too boring." Tsunade finally hummed gloomily, then looked up at Li Mu with pitiful eyes, and said, "Forgetting the morning kiss, are you?" Li Mu naturally obeyed, directly lowering his head to press against Tsunade's red lips. After a long while, Tsunade breathlessly parted first, saying with satisfaction, "Go to school, Mu. Come back early." Li Mu nodded, then gave a firm pinch to Tsunade's shapely behind before getting up to straighten his clothes. He walked into the bathroom and looked at his handsome face. Almost as handsome as the male lead in a movie, second only to the readers themselves. Accompanied by the rushing sound of the faucet, he began his morning washing. Li Mu had been reincarnated into this world for 21 years. Perhaps he had drunk fake Mingpa soup as he retained memories of his past life. He was an orphan of the First Ninja World War, and his parents had once been members of the Hokage's direct umbu. Therefore this connection was indispensable for him to end up with Tsunade. As a classmate in the Ninja Academy with Tsunade and Orochimaru, his academic performance was far from ideal in comparison. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, he became a chunin at the age of 16. In peacetime, this promotion speed was considered decent, and after becoming a chunin, he chose to teach at the Ninja Academy. With his unique advantages and strengths, Li Mu successfully secured a cozy life, depending on Tsunade. He planned to teach at the academy for a few years to build good relationships with potential rising stars like Minato and Kakashi, and with Tsunade still in bed as his backing. For words best described Li Mu now a promising future. As usual, Li Mu finished washing up and simply made 2 portions of breakfast. While eating breakfast, he said to Tsunade, "Breakfast is on the table. Help yourself when you wake up." Tsunade hummed in acknowledgement, continuing to sleep soundly from the previous day's excessive activity. On the way, Li munneted and smiled at the villagers while eating his breakfast. Soon he arrived at the Ninja Academy gate and entered the classroom as the class bell rang. Looking at the noisy classroom, Li Mu knocked on the blackboard with a serious expression. "What's all this noise? I walked from one class to another, and our class is the noisiest in the whole grade." After uttering this classic line, Li Mu suppressed the laughter in his heart and cleared his throat. Everyone turned a page. It was now the reign of the second Hokage Tobirama. So it was simply a matter of a word from Tsunade for him, Chunin Li Mu, to become a teacher here. Although he got the Ninja Academy teacher position through connections, becoming a Chunin at age 16 could even be considered accomplished at a young age among this group of teachers. Naturally, he was also very popular and well-liked by students except for a few troublemakers. Soon the class bell rang. Li Mu ignored the reluctant students, directly packed up his books, and left. He sat in the office drinking hot tea. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared before Li Mu. Seeing who it was, Li Mu immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Lady Mito." Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly at Li Mu and said, "There's no outsider here, just call me Grandma." Li Mu promptly seized the opportunity and said, "Grandma Mito." Li Mu vaguely guessed the intention behind Uzumaki Mito's unexpected visit. Mito turned her head and smiled, "Kushina, come here." Soon with footsteps, a charming red-haired girl appeared before Li Mu. "Kushina, call him Big Brother." Kushina looked at Li Mu and said in a crisp voice, "Big Brother." Li Mu walked over, reached out, and gently rubbed Kushina's little head, responding with a soft sound. He looked at Uzumaki Mito and asked knowingly, "Grandma Mito this is?" Mito smiled and said, "Kushina just arrived in Konoha. I intend for her to start school today. Li Mu, do take care of her when you can." Li Mu readily replied, "Rest assured, Grandma Mito. It's on me." Uzumaki Mito nodded. "Then I entrust Kushina to you at school. Remember to send her back in the evening." Li Mu nodded. His home, or more precisely Tsunade's home, was exactly located in the Senju clan's district and independent courtyard. Seeing Li Mu's quick agreement, Uzumaki Mito seemed very reassured and turned to leave slowly. Li Mu looked down at Kushina, who was staring at him expectantly, and said, "Follow me." After saying that, he reached out his big hand. Li Mu was tall, and to be precise, nothing about him was small. Every time he went out, he even had to wrap his long hair around his waist for convenience. Kushina reached out her small hand and held his big hand. Li Mu asked casually, "How old are you this year?" Kushina replied, 8 years old. Li Mu nodded. Since the class time had just arrived, he took her directly to the classroom. When he brought Kushina to the classroom, the Ninja Academy students who were chatting started whispering. When they saw Kushina, Li Mu first let Kushina introduce herself. Kushina looked around and announced loudly, "My name is Uzumaki Kushina, and my dream is to become the first female Hokage." Hearing Kushina's dream, some clapped to support her. Others burst into laughter. Haha, this person with red hair also wants to become Hokage. I think she's more like a tomato. These jeers reached Kushina's ears. She looked a little lost, and Kushina didn't know what she had done wrong. She had only spoken her dream. Why did she have to be mocked like this? Li Mu's face darkened. He was about to speak when he heard a mechanical voice in his mind. Ding! The system detects that the main character Tsunade is experiencing an important event, being bullied. 3 choices appear. Choice 1, I loudly rebuke and punish the bullies. Reward, ordinary Schwanwa clan chakra amount. Choice 2, encourage the bullies. Bullies favorability 1. Choice 3, blame both sides equally. Say to Tsunade that it takes 2 to tango, and a fly does not bite an intact egg. Obtain the title qualified teacher. Li Mu's eyes flickered slightly, but as a time traveler he quickly calmed down. He looked at the options before him without any hesitation and decisively chose choice 1. He yelled at the instigators, "What are you making a fuss about? All of you go to the back and squat down." Li Mu still had considerable authority. Hearing his words, the few naughty kids obediently walked to the back and squatted down. Face the wall, hands on heads, don't move. After Li Mu finished punishing these children, he gently stroked Jozenai's hair and said, "All right, go to your ding. Congratulations to the host for completing choice 1. Obtain the chakra amount equivalent to ordinary Schwanwa physique. The chakra amount will slowly increase over a period of 1 week." The system's voice ended. Li Mu felt a warm current surging through his body, as if he had endless strength all over. Tsunade nodded at his words and cautiously walked to the seat Li Mu had arranged for her. Li Mu quickly returned to normal and continued teaching as usual. Those mischievous naughty kids tried to move around to relieve the numbness in their legs. Li Mu simply picked up 2 chalk ends and threw them hard at their butts, after which they became much more obedient. At noon, Li Mu said, "Class dismissed." Then he walked out of the classroom. After stepping out, he suddenly remembered that he might have forgotten something. Then he turned back. He saw Tsunade sitting blankly in her seat, looking helpless like a kitten abandoned. Seeing this, Li Mu quickly walked over and asked softly, "Why haven't you eaten?" Tsunade looked up at him with tearful eyes and said in a soft voice, "Where to go for lunch?" Li Mu then realized that Schwanwa Shuehu might have forgotten about this, or she might have entrusted Tsunade entirely to him. Thinking this, Li Mu shook his head. Well, since he had already slept with Gang Shou, it was only right to help take care of Tsunade too. He reached out his hand to Tsunade and said, "Forget it, it'll treat you." Tsunade said weakly, "I have money." Then she took out a thick wallet from her pocket and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu looked at the thick wallet, veins throbbing on his forehead. In his heart, 2 little figures kept talking. One angel-shaped little figure said, take it all, take it all. Tell her that Mu Yi is like this." On the other side, a little devil-shaped figure said contemptuously to the angel, "You're disgusting. I say you should take all the money and then tell her it's not enough." Li Mu quickly shook his head to shake off these 2 voices. He revealed a gentle smile and said, "No need, big brother will treat you." Tsunade tilted her head and looked at this handsome big brother in front of her, then extended her little hand. Her thought was simple. Grandmother Shuhu had told her to take care of herself, and Li Mu was so handsome, so he must be a good person. Waiting for Tsunade to walk out of the classroom, Li Mu fell into a dilemma. He had brought his own lunch, but it definitely wasn't enough for 2 people. After pondering for a long time, Li Mu finally made a decision. That was to take Tsunade to eat the most classic Yao Ramen in Muyi. Having confirmed the destination, Li Mu took Tsunade to Yao Ramen. At that time, Xiaoda was still an apprentice, and the boss was named Yao Quanda. Every time he thought of this name, Li Mu would mischievously wonder if the previous boss was called Jiao Ti Foot Kick. Seeing Xiaoda, Li Mu greeted him familiarly, "Mu the usual." Because of the counter, Xiaoda didn't see Tsunade beside Li Mu. Li Mu smiled and said, "The usual, but add a small bowl." Oh. Xiaoda was a bit puzzled until Li Mu brought Tsunade to the seat, then he suddenly understood. "Ah, you brought your family. How come your child with Gang Shou is already this big?" Li Mu's forehead was covered with black lines. He gritted his teeth and said, "Of course not. She is a child of an elder, also considered my little sister." Seeing Li Mu's darkened face, Xiaoda realized he had misspoken. He immediately smiled and said, "Sorry, my mistake. How about a serving of chashu for each of you?" Li Mu's expression eased, and he grunted, Soon 2 bowls of ramen, 1 large and 1 small, were brought out. On top of the ramen was a thick layer of chashu. Li Mu looked at the thick chashu, picked up the chopsticks, and rubbed them together. Itade kamasu. Tsunade imitated him and rubbed her chopsticks as well, then started eating. However, to Li Mu's surprise, Tsunade ate very quickly and soon finished the ramen in front of her. Li Mu looked at her and said, "Not full." Jioxinai nodded and then shook her head. Seeing her adorable look, Li Mu couldn't help laughing. He patted Jioxinai's little head and said to Xiaoda, "Another serving." Xiaoda smiled and said, "Coming up." As a small bowl of ramen was placed on the table, Jioxinai devoured it in one go. Li Mu inwardly marveled at the appetite of the Xuanhua clan. This time Jioxinai held her round little belly, her cheeks flushed whether from shyness or the heat of the ramen. Li Mu pulled out a tissue and handed it to Jioxinai to wipe her sweat, then called Xiaoda to pay the bill. After paying, Li Mu left Yao Ramen with Jioxinai. Then suddenly a warm little hand grabbed Li Mu's. Li Mu looked down at the owner of the little hand and naturally clasped her hand in his. As they walked back to the school gate, they saw the naughty children from the morning crying to their parents. The parents looked fierce and menacing, causing Jioxinai to instinctively hide behind Li Mu, completely unlike the red-hot blooded pepper she was known to be. When Li Mu reached the school gate, those naughty kids quickly pointed at him and said, "It's him, this teacher punished us." Those fierce parents quickly surrounded Li Mu, trying to intimidate him with their presence. Li Mu simply shielded Jioxinai behind him, looked at them calmly, and said indifferently something. He also sized up the attire of these aggressive parents and felt more at ease after confirming there were ninjas among them. Seeing Li Mu's calmness, the parents were momentarily taken aback. One of them demanded, "Why did you punish our child?" Li Mu said calmly, "Because they bullied a classmate." Another person said, "Then why? Our child only bullies her, not others." The speaker was a middle-aged woman with a plump face and large ears. Her face was caked with thick powder, forming a stark contrast with her dark neck. Besides, it takes two to make a quarrel. Setting aside the facts, isn't the bullied party also at fault? A chime rang out. Key event detected. Jioxinai. Option 1. Take direct action and show her that one hand can clap. Gain 1 taijutsu point. Option 2. Attempt to reason with her. Gain 1 teaching proficiency. Li Mu looked at the choices given by the system and chose option 1 without hesitation. Just now her outrageous remarks had already made Li Mu dislike her. Even without the option, Li Mu would have slapped her. He walked over and delivered a direct slap to her plump, large-eared face. A loud smack resounded, leaving 5 distinct red finger marks on her face. Li Mu took out a handkerchief, wiped his hands with a look of disgust, and said, "Annie, why do you put on such thick powder?" The parent who had been slapped by Li Mu was first forced back 2 steps by the immense force. Then she suddenly felt something wrong in her mouth and spat out 2 teeth mixed with bloody saliva. They fell to the ground with a plop. The woman pointed a finger at Li Mu and said, How dare you strike me?" Li Mu said coldly, "If you point that finger at me again, I'll break it. And someone like you wouldn't dare step outside, even during New Year." The woman immediately quieted down and said nothing more. Li Mu's voice came again. "Didn't you say it takes 2 to make a quarrel? Then what just happened?" The woman started to raise her finger, but then recalled Li Mu's icy expression and didn't know what to say. Another bald, muscular man spoke up. "As a teacher, hitting people is wrong. Besides, in the ninja world, it's survival of the fittest. If she's weak, doesn't she deserve to be bullied?" Others chimed in. "Sanzong is right. If you're weak, you deserve to be bullied." Soon the system presented 2. Option 1. 3 punches shatter the ninja soul. "I, sir, am an ordinary person. Obtain the title, left fist high damage, right fist high damage. With the effect permanent 200 increase in fist attack power scales with host growth." Option 2. Reason with them. Gain 1 teaching proficiency. Li Mu directly twisted his neck back and forth, producing a cracking sound. "You say the ninja world is survival of the fittest, right? Judging by the forehead protector on your head, you should be a ninja too. So let's follow your rule of survival of the fittest in the ninja world." With that, Li Mu used a body flicker technique to appear before him. The first punch landed heavily on Sanzang's cheek. In an instant, the terrifying force nearly deformed Sanzang's face, and a few teeth flew out of his mouth from the impact. Sanzang's face immediately swelled. He pointed at Li Mu and said, "You son of a..." Li Mu delivered another heavy punch to Sanzang's stomach. The terrifying force instantly made him double, overturning his body into the shape of a shrimp, and he spat out several more broken teeth. Sanzong was about to beg for mercy when Li Mu struck an uppercut hard on his chin, knocking out his remaining. Li Mu directly grabbed his neck with a burst of arm strength, lifted him up, and said calmly, "This is the survival of the fittest you advocate. Do you like it?" Sanzong weakly patted his arm, spitting blood from his mouth. Sir, I was wrong. I'm not a ninja. I'm an ordinary person." Li Mu snorted coldly, then tossed him aside like trash. His gaze swept over the other unruly parents. Seeing Li Mu's display, they couldn't help but step back, afraid he would strike them. Li Mu sneered at these cowards and said, "Get lost." Then, as if granted amnesty, they scrambled away, dragging their children and the 2 injured with them. Li Mu watched their retreating figures without pursuing. He looked at the bewildered Jioxinai crouched down and asked, "Were you scared?" Jioxinai shook her head and said earnestly, "No, the way you beat up the bad guys was really cool." Li Mu's heart melted at her sincere gaze. He stroked Jioxinai's red hair and said, "All right, time for class." After escorting her to the classroom, he returned to the office to check the day's schedule. The afternoon was for outdoor classes, usually practical combat, or throwing shuriken and kunai. Limu glanced at the schedule in the office and found that today's class was shuriken throwing. For him, it was naturally a piece of cake. When class time came, he first brought a pile of wooden shuriken to the classroom. He distributed 5 to each student. By then, some clever academy students had already guessed the afternoon's lesson. Limu led them to the training ground and began explaining the techniques of shuriken throwing. The students from major clan bloodlines appeared indifferent, as they had been personally tutored in training since childhood. Thus, they paid no attention to Limu's instruction and just gathered in small groups chatting. The rest, however, listened. After all, not everyone was born into privilege. Soon Limu finished explaining the techniques. He looked around and asked, "Would anyone like to demonstrate?" After a long silence, a cheerful voice rang out, "I'll do it." Limu glanced at the owner of the voice, a head of yellow hair. It was indeed Bo Feng Shuimin. He nodded, signaling Bo Feng Shuimin to come forward and demonstrate. Bo Feng Shuimin stepped forward, holding a shuriken, with one hand, his movements and posture exactly matching Limu's. He stared at the target 10 meters away and threw the shuriken. All 5 hit the bullseye. Limu immediately clapped and said, as expected of Shuimin. Others also began to applaud. Only a few clan children with complex expressions clapped reluctantly. Then everyone took their turn. Among them, Bo Feng Shuimin and the clan children performed best, mostly hitting all 5 on the bullseye. What surprised Limu most was that Jiu Shinai, with her 5 shuriken, hit 4 on the upper part of the target. Members of smaller clans, or those with ninja parents, performed second best. As for children from commoner families, hitting the bulls, even once with 5 shuriken, was already excellent. Seeing their performance, Limu comforted them, "Don't be discouraged. Everyone's resources are different. It's normal not to do well at first. Just work hard from now on." In the director's office, Yuan Fei Yurin was leisurely drinking tea. Just then a knock came at his door. "Come in." A ninja academy teacher walked in and said, "Director, some parents of students wish to see you." Yuan Fei Yurin said casually, "Let them in." When they entered, he looked up at the parents. Seeing 2 with swollen heads like pigs, he scratched his head and muttered to himself, "It's not even New Year yet." The faces of 2 pig-headed individuals were swollen from a slap delivered by Limu, and another had his ninja spirit shattered by 3 punches from Limu. "Commander, I am an ordinary man, Sanzong." Behind them stood a few others, their expressions filled with terror. The friend of Sarutobi looked at them in confusion and asked, "Excuse me, what is the matter with you?" Sanzang's voice was tinged with a sob, and he spoke through his windblown mouth, saying, "Friend, it is me, Sanzong." However, his words were incomprehensible to Sarutobi's friend. All he saw was a toothless pig head opening and closing its mouth, seemingly saying something. One of the parents couldn't stand it any longer. He patted Sanzong on the shoulder and walked up to Sarutobi's friend, saying, "Director Sarutobi, you must take responsibility for me." After saying this, he directly knelt down. This sudden act left Sarutobi's friend utterly bewildered. He hurriedly stood up, helped the man up, and had him sit on the sofa while pouring him a cup of tea. "This parent, please speak slowly. What is your name?" "My name is Yamamoto. The main purpose of our visit today is to accuse one of your ninja school's teachers." Yamamoto wiped away a tear. Sarutobi's friend responded with an "oh," asking, "What is the reason?" Yamamoto continued, "That person is Sanzong, who I heard is your classmate at the ninja school. The injury on his face was inflicted by one of your ninja school teachers." Upon hearing Sanzang's name, Sarutobi looked at the pig-headed figure before him. In his memory, the appearance of Sanzong kept overlapping with the pig-headed individual in front of him. He finally recognized him. With a furious slam of his hand on the table, he stood up, radiating killing intent, and said, "How outrageous. Is there no law anymore? You tell me who did this, and I will definitely bring him to justice." Yamamoto was startled by Sarutobi's imposing demeanor, but he secretly rejoiced and said, "Friend director, his name is Limu." "Bring me Limu, Limu." Sarutobi's friend suddenly sat down and took a sip of tea. Then he reached out to wipe his face. This sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. Yamamoto asked, "Director, what is there to say about this Limu?" Sarutobi's friend felt a sudden headache at the sight of them. This Limu truly had a lot to say. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Forget it, I will call Limu over to clarify the situation." Soon Limu, who was in class, was called away. Before leaving, he instructed, "You all can move freely, but no late arrivals or early departures." Limu knocked on the director's office door. Sarutobi's friend's gentle voice echoed, "Limu, come in." Upon entering, Limu immediately recognized the 2 pig-headed figures and understood the situation. "So they came to complain, huh?" "Limu, come and sit," Sarutobi's friend said, standing up and pointing to the sofa beside him, even pouring Limu a cup of hot tea. Even the dullest of them could see that they had likely kicked a hard board. This Limu truly had a way with words. Sarutobi's friend smiled and asked, "Limu, why did you take action today?" Limu glanced at the others and replied blandly, Their children were warned by me for bullying at school, and then they came to me saying that one hand cannot clap alone and even mentioned the survival of the fittest. I merely treated them according to their words who would have thought they couldn't handle it themselves. One of the women from the group stepped forward and said, "But that is not the same, is it? Setting aside the facts, do you not have any fault? Moreover, just because we were wrong, does that mean you should resort to violence?" Limu set down his teacup and said to Sarutobi's friend, "I want to slap them 2 more times." Sarutobi's friend nodded, but as he turned to look at the others, his expression turned cold. Limu rose, and with a few slaps delivered another one to a person. He sneered, "Get lost." The group instantly froze, covering their faces as they exchanged glances. In the end, despite their unwillingness, they could only temporarily cover their faces. One person ran outside and exclaimed, "What should we do now? Reporting to the academic director is not an option either." Yamamoto, with a gloomy expression, said, "I know someone from the Konoha security force. He will definitely be apprehended for committing violence in public." Another woman among them said, "Will that work? I think this kid has a bit of a say in this matter." Yamamoto sneered, "No matter how much he has to say, can he compare to the Uchiha's influence?" The woman nodded, "Indeed. What should we do with this kid from the school?" "The ninja school, the director's office." Sarutobi's friend smiled and said, "Teacher Lee, you are the most reassuring among all the classes in the ninja school. I was just inquiring about the situation. You may go now." Limu nodded and exited the office. Sarutobi's friend wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recalling to ensure he had not offended the ancestor before him, and sighed in relief. He returned to the training ground, observing Kushina training diligently. He approached her and pointed out, "Your wrist position is incorrect, and this part is also wrong." Kushina quickly grasped it, and soon hit the target with all 5 shurikens. After 2 hours, Limu glanced at the time and said, "All right, school is over. Please put the wooden shurikens back in the box. Everyone can go home." He pointed to the box beside him. Upon hearing it was dismissal, everyone instantly became lively, returning the wooden shurikens to the box before rushing out. Limu said to Kushina, "Please wait for a moment, we will leave after putting the shurikens away." Kushina nodded her little head and followed closely behind Limu. At the entrance of the ninja school, Yamamoto rubbed his hands together and bowed respectfully towards one of the Uchiha clan members, saying, "Lord Ryo, I will be relying on you after school." Uchiha Ryo nodded and spat out the leaves from his mouth, saying, "Rest assured, the Konoha security force will not let such a thug go unpunished." After 10 minutes watching the crowd gradually thin out, Uchiha Ryo's tone became impatient. "Why hasn't this person arrived yet?" He turned to a girl behind him and respectfully asked, "Miss Makoto, has your teacher not come out yet?" Makoto pouted and said, "I haven't seen him. Let's wait a bit longer." Indeed, Ryo's primary purpose for following the young lady was to see her teacher. Punishing that thug was merely an additional task. Makoto glanced around again, and not seeing her teacher, began to idly kick the stones on the ground. At that moment, Yamamoto pointed at the approaching figures of a large and small person near the school gate, saying, "Lord, the thug is right there." Ryota cast a glance. Makoto, hearing the sound, also looked over curiously. She too was intrigued to see what the so-called thugs looked like. When she stood on tiptoe and peered at the supposed thugs, Makoto exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Teacher." As her voice fell, she trotted over. Like a young swallow returning to its nest, she flung herself into the newcomer's embrace. Limu, watching Makoto suddenly throw herself into his arms, patted her on the back and said, all right, you're a grown-up now." "No," Makoto cooed, rubbing against Limu's chest. "I haven't seen you for so long." After speaking, she greedily inhaled his unique scent before lifting her head. Only then did she notice Kushina, who had been led by Limu all along. Makoto's face instantly darkened. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Limu as she asked, "Teacher, who is she?" Limu then introduced Kushina to Makoto. "She's Kushina, the younger generation of an elder of mine. Strictly speaking, she's my little sister." Makoto breathed a sigh of relief. She offered a gentle smile and said to Kushina, "Hello, your red hair is really beautiful." Then she suddenly noticed the clan emblem on Kushina's clothes. Combining that with her red hair, Makoto surmised Kushina's origins. Makoto extended her right hand, Uchiha Makoto. Kushina, following suit, extended hers, Uzumaki Kushina. Limu smiled and said, "You two should have a lot to talk about. Come visit sometime." Makoto nodded with a little head, then linked her arm with Limu's free one hanging on it, as she said, "Come on, teacher, I'll treat you to dinner." Limu shook his head and politely declined. "Makoto, how about another day? I still need to take her home today." As he spoke, he raised Kushina's little hand. Makoto nodded, her spirits less buoyant than before. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Okay." Limu's eyelids twitched when he saw this favorability level. This is not appropriate. It could easily lead to trouble. But after hesitating a moment, he spoke again, "Makoto, this is too sudden. I haven't prepared anything. How about this weekend? Do you have time?" Makoto's dim eyes lit up instantly. She smiled and nodded, "Then teacher, let's go out this weekend." Makoto extended her pinky. Li Mu did the same, and they linked pinkies. Yamamoto and the others couldn't help but step back at the sight. They exchanged glances, racking their brains, but never imagining that this teacher, aside from a handsome face and otherwise ordinary appearance, actually had connections with the Uchiha clan. While they were dumbfounded, a cold voice rang out. Uchiha Ryota pulled a baton from behind and glared at them, saying, "He is the thug you were talking about." Yamamoto put on a mournful expression and said, "What if I told you this is all a misunderstanding?" Uchiha Ryota replied indifferently, "Of course I believe you." Just as Yamamoto and the others were sighing in relief, Uchiha Ryota swung the baton in his hand and said, "But whether it believes you, I'm not sure." As his words fell, the other Uchiha clan members also drew their batons. When Yamamoto and his crew sensed trouble and tried to flee, Ryota struck their legs with the first blow to prevent escape, and the second blow hit their mouths to stop pleas. The third blow landed on their heads, silencing all thought. Ryota executed these 3 strikes in just half a second. The other members of the Uchiha police force followed suit, swinging their batons relentlessly. In an instant, the men let out screams at the first blow, but fell silent the moment the second blow struck their mouths. As Li Mu walked out of the school gate, he happened to see the Konoha police force swinging their batons in a blur. He asked in confusion, "Mikoto, what is this?" Mikoto cast a cold glance in that direction, her eyes devoid of any trace of the tenderness she had shown moments ago. But when she turned back to Li Mu, she revealed a radiant smile. "Teacher, don't worry about it. Just a few thugs." Li Mu nodded, then looked at Mikoto's uniform and asked, "Mikoto, don't you need to patrol?" Mikoto replied with a smile, "No, teacher. It just so happens we're going the same way for a bit." After speaking, she half-dragged Li Mu away from the scene. Uchiha Ryota, seeing the 3, had left, crouched down and grabbed Yamamoto, whose head was already bloodied. "Keep your eyes peeled next time. Instructor Lee is not someone scum like you can afford to offend. If I catch you again, I'll reward you with a trip to the Uchiha Grand Hotel. Let you enjoy the Uchiha massage package, then send you to the Konoha education squad." Yamamoto and his men shuddered upon hearing this. The Uchiha Grand Hotel, though it sounds like a hotel, is actually a place specially prepared for thugs and rogue ninjas. It is said that even the Sage of 6 Paths would have to lose 2 eyes after entering. He would cry and admit to starting the Ninja World War. With the Uchiha massage package and the Konoha education squad, even the most unruly person would come out subdued. By now, Yamamoto and his men fully realized they had hit a wall. They raised their hands in vows. "We swear we will never bother Lord Li Mu again." Uchiha Ryota sneered, "I hope you keep your word." After saying this, he wiped the blood off the baton and left. They left behind only the half-dead men. Ryota and the others were very measured in their strikes, likely enough to keep them bedridden for 3 years. Mikoto followed Li Mu to a fork in the road. She looked at him with eyes full of attachment. "Remember, teacher, no backing out on the weekend." Li Mu nodded and said, "All right, I'll definitely come find you." After bidding farewell, watching Mikoto's receding figure, Kushina tugged at Li Mu's sleeve. Li Mu turned his gaze to her and asked, "What's wrong?" Kushina's voice was soft and sweet. "Brother, who was that older sister?" Li Mu said, "She's a student I taught at the Ninja Academy. Very talented, and I often look after her." Kushina let out an "oh" and fell silent. Li Mu escorted Kushina home. As it happened, Uzumaki Mito was watering the flowers outside. Li Mu quickly greeted her grandma Mito. Uzumaki Mito looked at Li Mu with a kind smile. She came over and took Kushina, saying, "Little come over for dinner tonight with little Tsunade." Li Mu nodded. "No problem, Grandma Mito. He'll be there tonight." After saying goodbye to Uzumaki Mito, he turned and went back to the courtyard next door. At this moment, Tsunade was idly drinking sake in her room. She usually worked at Konoha Hospital, but since there were no recent wars or severe injuries, she naturally stayed at home. Propping her cheek with one hand, she muttered, "I wonder when that Li Mu will come back." Just then the sound of the courtyard gate echoed from outside. Tsunade's eyes lit up instantly, but she quickly feigned an indifferent demeanor. Li Mu pushed open the door and removed his shoes at the entrance. He glanced at Tsunade, who was pretending not to care, and found it amusing. Walking over to her, he gently wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Why are you drinking in broad daylight?" Tsunade gave him a charming, reproachful glance without saying a word. Seeing her like this, Li Mu did not loosen his hold. Instead, he tightened his arm slightly and made her sit on his thigh. Tsunade let out a soft exclamation and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Gazing at Li Mu, her amber eyes flickered. "What do you want?" Li Mu directly lowered his head and gave Tsunade a passionate French kiss. Her eyes instantly glazed over, and her originally tense body went limp. After a long moment, their lips parted. Panting, Tsunade said, "You, really?" Although she uttered words of complaint, her body was utterly honest. To accommodate Li Mu's large hands, Tsunade even deliberately adjusted her posture. She showed none of the irritable temper she displayed toward outsiders. Li Mu poured some sake and downed it in one gulp. However, instead of swallowing quickly, he fixed his gaze on Tsunade's red lips and kissed her again, transferring the liquor from his mouth to hers. Clear drops of sake trickled down the corners of their lips. When they parted, Tsunade's cheeks were flushed, and she looked at him with a seductive expression. Limu gently held her slender waist, feeling Tsunade's softness. Although she did not yet possess the astonishing proportions she once had under Limu's efforts, a promising trend was emerging. Limu half closed his eyes and said, "Grandma Mito has invited us for dinner at her place." Tsunade leaned languidly in his arms. If Grandma says go, then we go." Limu climbed to the peak and smirked. "Then why don't you change your clothes?" Tsunade just then realized that since she hadn't gone out all day and no visitors had come, she was still wearing her pajamas. She smacked away Limu's restless hand and said, "Behave yourself." Then she stood up, went to her room, took a hot bath, and prepared to change clothes. But when she returned after her bath, she found Limu lying on his side watching her. Tsunade immediately shot him a glare and said crossly, "Turn your head away right now." Although they had been together for a year and knew each other thoroughly, Tsunade still felt shy changing clothes in Limu. Limu grinned mischievously and said, "It's fine, I'll help you." Amid Tsunade's coquettish protests, changing clothes took a full hour. Gazing at the red marks on her fair neck, she lightly slapped the culprit beside her. Knowing he was in the wrong, Limu did not reply. However, Tsunade's clothes were high-necked, so there was nothing to worry about. After dressing, they left their house and arrived at Mito Uzumaki's doorstep. The courtyard gate was left open. Whether forgotten or deliberately left for them by Mito, they did not know. As they entered, they heard two familiar voices. "Sister-in-law, why haven't we started eating yet? If you're in a hurry, then leave. This meal is for the two youngsters. It wasn't meant for you anyway. Don't be like that, big sister." When they entered the room, they saw Tobarama sitting on a chair with an eager expression. Upon seeing him, Tsunade gave a slight bow. "Second, Grandpa." She then greeted Mito Uzumaki, "Grandma." Seeing the main guest had arrived, Tobarama quickly said, "Little Tsunade, you're finally here. Take a seat, you were about to eat." He deliberately ignored Limu, the scoundrel who had stolen his precious little gem. Seeing this, Limu could only offer a greeting. Acting as if he hadn't noticed him until just then, Tobarama said in surprise, "Limu, you've come too. Have a seat." Limu didn't resent Tobarama's attitude, as he was a classic example of a cold exterior with a warm heart. Whether during his time at the Ninja Academy or later as a shinobi carrying out missions, Tobarama had offered him many conveniences both overtly and covertly. Moreover, it was through Tobarama's arrangements that Tsunade and Orochimaru became teammates. Later, under Tobarama's arrangements, he accompanied Hatake Sakumo on several rank missions. When he later expressed interest in joining the Konoha military police force, Tobarama gave his full support. Within 2 years, the Uchiha Ice Hotel and the Konoha Sanshin education team were both his creations. Now, every member of the Uchiha clan was like an airborne unit. Enforcement had warmth, batons had force, and kicks had precision. However, the Uchiha's reputation inexplicably improved within Konoha. The reason was simple: under Limu's reform, the Uchiha had become a clan that enforced the law impartially. No matter who you were, if you committed a crime, you had to submit to justice. If anyone dared to resist, they would suffer the Uchiha's 6 strike per second might. As for the Uchiha themselves, they had actually begun to enjoy this style of law enforcement. Before, when facing troublemakers in Konoha, they would reason with them a little. Now why bother? Take a few strikes first. Tsunade and Limu also took their seats. The dinner concluded in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After the meal, Tobarama stood up and said, "Limu, come with me." Hearing Tobarama's words, Limu followed him. Seeing this, Tsunade was about to get up and follow when Mito Uzumaki stopped her. Tobarama knows his limits. In the meantime, why don't you and little Kushina play for a while? Tsunade then turned her attention to Kushina. Kushina said sweetly, "Hello, Sister Tsunade." Tsunade's maternal instincts instantly kicked in, and she pulled Kushina aside. Meanwhile, Limu followed Tobarama to a secluded spot. Tobarama slowly stopped, turned to look at Limu, and said, "How are things at the Ninja Academy?" Limu was slightly taken aback, then replied, "It's fine. I'm adapting well." Hearing this, Tobarama said in exasperation, 3 years ago you were thriving in the Konoha military police force. And then what? You insisted on going to the Ninja Academy. Limu replied seriously, "Second, Grandpa, it's like this. I have a premonition that staying at the Ninja Academy will bring unexpected gains." Tobarama snorted coldly. "Unexpected? I think you just want to slack off." Limu rubbed his nose, aware of Fijian's well-meaning intentions. Fijian sighed softly and continued, "Come find me when you've made up your mind." Those were Fijian's final words to Limu. He turned back into the house, bid farewell to Xuanhua Shuehu, and returned to his own residence. He dared not linger long in Xuanhua Shuehu's presence, for if he stayed even a moment longer, she would start nagging him about the great matters of his life. Xuanhua Shuehu watched Fijian's hurried departure and shook her head helplessly. She murmured to herself, "Even my own granddaughter has found a home, yet he remains alone. No, I must find time to have a serious talk with Fijian." Gangsho playing alongside Jixinai listened to Xuanhua Shui's muttering and smiled inwardly. The usually stern second grandfather before grandmother could only bow his head and endure her lectures. Xuanhua Shuihu then shifted her focus to Gangsho. Gangsho, when I was your age, I already had children. When will you and Li Mu make some efforts? Seeing the fire turned on herself, Gangsho was about to retort. Just then a familiar voice came from outside. Grandmother is right. They'll work hard when I get back. Li muttered cheerfully as he walked over and assured Xuanhua Shuihu. Jixinai spotted Li Mu and instantly abandoned Gangsho, running to him with open arms. Big brother. Li Mu scooped her up without hesitation. Gangsho sat down displeased. You little ingrate. I just played with you for ages and you run off the moment you see your brother. Jixinai looked from Li Mu to Gangsho at a loss. Xuanhua Shuihu intervened. Jixinai, don't cling to your brother. It's getting dark and they need to rest. Relieved, Jixinai slid down from Li Mu's arms. Xuanhua Shuihu took her hand and said to Li Mu, little Li Mu, please take good care of Jixinai at school from now on. Li Mu thumped his chest. Don't worry, grandmother Shuihu. Xuanhua Shuihu nodded, saw them to the door, and said, I want to see you off. Li Mu wrapped an arm around Gang's slender waist. You two get some rest too. He waved to Jix. Goodbye, big brother and big sister. Jixinai's voice was crisp. Li Mu led Gangsho home, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, his hands began to wander. Feeling his restless hands, Gangsho said crossly, what are you doing? Li Mu bit her earlobe gently and chuckled, carrying out grandmother's orders, of course. Gangsho tried to resist, but his sudden assault left her weak all over, and she wanted it too. She mustered her last shred of reason. The bathroom. Hearing that, Li Mu swept her up in his arms and strode into the bathroom. Gangsho wrapped her arms around his neck. Li Mu held the sleeping Gangsho in his arms and began to study the system he had awakened today. The system before him was simple. So simple that it only displayed Li Mu's own data and basic character relations. Host name Li Mu. Gender male. Chakra nature wind, lightning, yin and yang are common to all, but not everyone can use yin release or yang release. Chakra volume 1. 2 Ka currently merging will reach 4 Ka upon completion. Character affinity. Gangsho 88 undying love. Meichin 73 deep affection. Jixinai 35 friendship. Subordinate loyalty. Yuziba Liangtai 73 trusted. Yuziba 66 loyal. Character trust. Dash 165 camaraderie in arms. Chimu Shuamao 45 good friend. Zilai 15 nodding acquaintance. Aside from knowing each other's existence, you have no real interaction. Seeing Zilai's score of 15, Li Mu was surprised. He hadn't expected it to remain non-negative even now. Character approval. Xuanhua Shuihu 77 treats him as her own. Qianshou Feijian 65 treats him as his own. Yuan Fei Risen 33 observing. After studying this so-called system, Li Mu chose to rest. In the early morning, Li Mu woke first. He checked the time. Half an hour until he needed to get up. He looked down at Gangsho curled up in his arms. Her golden hair was scattered across his chest, and dried tear streaks lingered at the corners of her eyes. She clung to him like an octopus. Li Mu gently stroked her golden hair, his hand gradually sliding down her jade-like back. Sensing his movement, Gang's eyelashes fluttered. She slowly opened her amber eyes, gazed at him, then nuzzled against him habitually, and said in a drowsy voice, sleep a little longer. Don't fuss. Li Mu stopped his hand and pulled her closer, stealing a few more minutes of sleep. When the alarm rang, both reluctantly opened their eyes. Li Mu turned off the alarm and carefully got out of bed, but the ringing had already woken Gangsho. She opened her eyes, yawned, and said, safe journey. Li Mu smiled at her. Aren't you going to the hospital? She waved a hand. It's not wartime. Why would the hospital have so many patients? Li Mu gave her forehead a gentle kiss. Get some good rest. After washing up, he stepped out of the courtyard. He ate breakfast on the way, then went to Xuanhua Shui's house to pick up Jixinai. Walking hand in hand, at the school gate, they saw 4 bruised-faced boys standing respectfully with several children. As Li Mu and Jixinai approached, the group came forward and bowed 90 degrees. Li Mu, we were wrong. He understood the situation but pretended to be puzzled. What happened? Sean Ben stepped forward. Li Mu, after much thought last night, we deeply realized our mistakes. So we came to apologize. Li Mu looked at them with feigned curiosity. And your faces? Sean Ben grinned ingratiatingly. We tripped on the road last night in the dark, sir. Li Mu suddenly recalled that when Meichin came to find him after school yesterday, the My Police Force members at the school gate swung their batons so fast they left afterimages. He understood. Li Mu did not make things too difficult for them, so he said calmly, all right, let's forget about it. Let the children attend school normally and not miss their classes. Seeing Li Mu's magnanimity, the few immediately expressed their gratitude. They bowed repeatedly and said, thank you, Lord Li Mu. Li Mu waved his hand, then led Jixinai into the classroom. On the weekend, Li Mu was tidying his clothes. Tsunade asked with a puzzled look, It's a day off, why are you going out? Limu put on his clothes while honestly replying, a former student insisted on treating me to a meal, so we agreed on the weekend. Tsunade asked casually who. Limu replied truthfully, Meichin, a former student. Hearing the name Tsunade, narrowed her eyes, her gaze full of vigilance. She had an impression of Meichin, a scheming little blonde girl. In front of Limu she pretended to be a devoted wife and loving mother, but in reality when dealing with thugs, she could swing a baton 6 times in a second, each strike landing a critical blow. Limu looked at the dazed Tsunade and reached out to shake her. What's wrong, Tsunade? Tsunade stood up dressed and said, I'll go with you. Limu was slightly taken aback. Seeing his hesitation, Tsunade tossed her long hair and said, what not? Limu decisively chose option 1, of course, welcome. After they both dressed neatly, Limu looked at Tsunade, who had put on light makeup, and said, why did you put on makeup? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said, what, can't I wear makeup? Limu skillfully wrapped his arm around her waist, kissed her red lips, and said, you can, it's just that you look even more beautiful. Tsunade saw that the lipstick she had just applied was mostly smeared off by him, so she lightly patted him, and then silently reapplied it. Afterward she naturally linked her arm with Limu's, and said, let's go. Limu and Tsunade arrived at the place previously agreed with Meichin. At this moment Meichin was wearing a white kimono with light makeup on her face. When she saw Tsunade beside Limu, her expression first darkened, but she quickly put on a bright smile and waved hurriedly, teacher, over here. Seeing this, Limu quickly walked over and said, sorry to keep you waiting, Meichin. Meichin shook her head and said, teacher, I just arrived too. Then she naturally took Limu's other arm as if she hadn't seen Tsunade and said, teacher, come with me. There's a newly opened barbecue restaurant nearby. At this, the ignored Tsunade coughed disapprovingly. Meichin then feigned surprise and said, Senior Tsunade, so you're here too. She deliberately emphasized the word senior. Tsunade nodded and said with implication, if I hadn't come, someone might have been clinging to Limu. Meichin narrowed her eyes but did not respond. Sensing the tension between the two, Limu changed the subject. Meichin, where is that newly opened barbecue restaurant you mentioned? Why didn't I know? Meichin replied with a smile, teacher, it's a barbecue restaurant newly opened by the Chodao clan. The taste is excellent. Come on, teacher, I'll lead the way. So pulled by Meichin, the 3 of them arrived at the newly opened barbecue restaurant. As for Tsunade and Meichin, they weren't too hostile toward each other, because both of them knew very well that polygamy was common in this world. But it was only natural to feel unhappy thinking that their man would have to be shared with others. Meichin seemed to come here often, and after sitting down she skillfully ordered a few dishes. Then she handed the menu to Limu and said, teacher, please order a few more, and then just give it to the waiter. Limu picked up the menu and casually ordered a few dishes that he and Tsunade often ate, then handed the menu to the waiter. The restaurant served food very quickly. Within less than 10 minutes, all the ordered dishes were on the table. Meichin picked up the tongs and turned the beef. Under the table her feet were also restless. She directly took off her shoes and gently rubbed against Limu's thigh. Limu initially thought it was Tsunade, but when he saw Meichin barely suppressing a smile, he immediately glared at her, signaling her to behave. Caught in the act, Meichin stuck out her tongue and stopped her undefeatable antics. After grilling a piece of meat, she naturally picked it up with chopsticks, dipped it in seasoning, and placed it in Limu's bowl. Originally, she wanted to feed Limu directly, but worried that it might embarrass the teacher, she chose this compromise. Seeing this, Tsunade also picked up another pair of tongs and started grilling meat. Thus, under the feeding of the 2 women, most of the grilled meat ended up in Limu's stomach. However, as Limu's chakra reserves increased, his appetite also grew, and he didn't refuse any food. Seeing this, Meichin covered her mouth and chuckled, teacher has a good appetite today. So she ordered a few more plates of grilled meat. After the meal, Meichin took the initiative and said, I'll pay the bill. Tsunade also stood up and said, I'm going to the restroom. While Meichin was paying, Tsunade patted her shoulder and said a word. Meichin nodded and followed Tsunade with her hands behind her back. They walked to a quiet spot. Tsunade crossed her arms and said flatly, Meichin, there's no need to pretend now that Mu isn't here. Meichin also dropped her trademark smile and said coldly, Senior Tsunade, what do you want from me? Seeing Meichin's feigned ignorance, Tsunade smiled faintly and said, regarding your affair with Limu, as long as Limu doesn't object, I don't really mind. No matter what, I would never. Meichin instinctively wanted to retort with the speech she had prepared for a long time, but when she realized what was said, she froze. Tsunade ignored her and simply turned to leave. That was all she had to say, nothing else. Seeing this, Meichin quickly called out, Sister Tsunade, wait for me. Then she ran over to Tsunade and naturally took her arm. Tsunade was amused by Meichin's drastic change and she teased, no longer calling me senior. Meichin, while holding Tsunade's arm, showed a girl next door smile. Sister Tsunade, you're joking. Initially, Meichin thought her biggest obstacle was Tsunade. Unexpectedly, the other party's single sentence directly let her pass. Now the only thing that could still stop Mei-chin was the matter of age. After all, she was still too young. The two women, arms linked, chatted and laughed as they found Li Mu waiting for them outside the barbecue restaurant. Watching them behave like sisters, Li Mu felt a flicker of confusion. He scratched his head and asked, "When did you two become so close?" Tsunade shot him a glare and said, "Makoto and I have always been good friends." Li Mu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. To Tsunade, his expression epitomized someone who got lucky and feigned innocence. Tsunade stepped over and quietly stomped on his foot. She applied just enough force to cause pain without injury. Watching his pained grimace, she let out a cold snort. Li Mu discreetly patted her rear armor in retaliation. Tsunade cast him another glare before linking arms with Makoto and heading toward the nearby snack street. Thus he trailed behind the two women for an entire afternoon of shopping. To Li Mu there was hardly anything worth seeing, yet Tsunade and Makoto strolled with unabated enthusiasm. Open wide, sensei. As Li Mu's mind wandered, Makoto picked up a skewer of dumplings and shoved it toward his mouth. Li Mu quickly opened his mouth and bit one, nodding repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. Makoto devoured the remaining dumplings in a few bites. What was supposed to be a trio shopping and eating together essentially turned into Makoto and Tsunade buying a portion of every delicacy, taking one bite and handing the leftovers to Li Mu to finish. After they had combed through two snack streets, Li Mu saw them ready to continue. Although he hadn't spent a single coin, who could endure this? He quickly begged, "Ladies, how about we find a place to rest? I really can't eat another bite." Seeing his plight, Makoto's heart softened with concern. She looked up at Tsunade and said, "Sis Tsunade, maybe we should take a break." Tsunade glanced at Li Mu and nodded. "All right, let's rest for a while." Thus the three found a quiet spot and sat down on an empty patch of ground. Makoto nibbled on a newly purchased snack while trying to feed Li Mu. Li Mu waved her away, but Makoto wasn't offended. She squinted her eyes and ate contentedly, looking like a little hamster. 15 minutes passed. With a clear voice, Makoto suggested, "Sis Tsunade, why don't we take a commemorative photo?" Tsunade casually draped her leg over Li Mu. Hearing the proposal, she nodded and replied, "I have no objections. I even have a camera at home, or we can just ask someone to take the picture." Li Mu also chimed in, "I'm fine with it either way." Seeing both agreed, Makoto said, "Then I guess we're rested enough. Let's go." Li Mu and Tsunade nodded and stood up. Just as Tsunade prepared to head home for the camera, Makoto stopped her. "Sis Tsunade, there are photographers at the nearby park. No need to return." Makoto gently took Tsunade's arm. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said, "Then lead the way, Makoto." So the three arrived at a park. Since it was the weekend, the park was bustling with activity. Several photographers were stationed at various open spaces waiting. Makoto waved familiarly at a female photographer. "Sis Fukuhara." A bespectacled photographer with an artistic demeanor approached. "Miss Makoto, these are." Makoto hooked one arm around Tsunade's and pulled Li Mu close with the other. With a smile in her eyes, she said, "Take a few group photos of us three." The photographer named Fukuhara nodded, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the three handsome individuals. "No problem, but I have a small request. Could I keep a negative copy for myself without charging?" Tsunade asked curiously, "Why's that?" Having been kept from gambling by Li Mu's firm discipline, Tsunade wasn't short on money. Makoto laughed and explained, "Sis Tsunade, it's like this. Fukuhara has a hobby. When she sees beautiful people or scenes, she takes photos for free, but asks to keep a copy for her personal collection." Fukuhara quickly nodded, pulled out a thick photo album from her bag, and flipped through it to show Tsunade. The album contained pets, landscapes, and travelers passing through Konoha. Sensing their hesitation, Fukuhara emphasized, "These are for my personal collection only. I never share them publicly." Tsunade nodded. "All right." So they gathered together and took several group photos. Fukuhara smiled and said, "Miss Makoto, these photos will be ready by next week. You can pick them up now." Makoto nodded. "No problem." By now dusk was settling. It would normally be time for dinner, but having eaten so much on the snack street, none of them had an appetite. At a crossroads, Makoto said reluctantly, "Sensei, Sis Tsunade, see you another time." Tsunade grinned. "You know where we live, feel free to drop by." Makoto hesitated because Tsunade and Li Mu lived in the Senju clan compound. Although under Senju Tobarama's policies, many had intermarried with other clans or commoners, thus preserving the Senju bloodline. In another way, there were still staunch old Senju traditionalists. And the millennium-old hatred between the Uchiha and Senju couldn't simply dissolve just because they lived in the same village. At the very least, members of both clans seldom set foot in each other's territory. Tsunade saw Makoto's hesitation and understood her concern. She chuckled, "My oversight. Then we'll meet again next week." Makoto, caught off guard, felt relieved when Tsunade gave her an easy out. Although her on a second six strikes technique was now polished, entering the Senju compound alone still made her uneasy. She quickly nodded and replied with a bright smile, "Sis Tsunade, see you next week." They bid farewell at the crossroads. As Li Mu walked with his arm around Tsunade's waist, the sun dipped below the horizon and a cool breeze swept by. Tsunade leaned gently against his chest. "Mu, what do you think Nawaki is doing right now, eh?" Li Mu laughed. "Probably off on some mission causing trouble, and Orochimaru is cleaning up after him." In a small town of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru looked at Nawaki with exasperation. The boy was dragging a corpse. "Nawaki, don't be so reckless next time." Nawaki had shed his arrogant attitude and listened to Orochimaru's lecture with his head bowed. Finally, Orochimaru let out a soft sigh. He thought to himself, "Mukun Tsunade, you two have fun leaving this brat to me. Poor me, Orochimaru was born." Tsunade said, "Handing over that guy Shinshu to Orochimaru was indeed the right decision I made." After saying this, she exchanged a smile with Li Mu. In the past, whenever Shinshu got into trouble, it was always Li Mu and Tsunade who had to clean up after him. This time, with Orochimaru in charge, they could finally relax. Even Li Mu, who was aware of the subsequent plot, understood that Shinshu was currently safe. As long as they found a reason to bring him back to the village during the Second Great Ninja War, it would be fine. If he encountered any more unforeseen events, Li Mu could only say it was fate. The two of them returned home like this. A lonely man and a woman without any TV. As the sun set, Li Mu's hands began to wander. Tsunade shot him a glance and said, "Why do you always think about this every day?" Li Mu kissed her and said, "Aren't I just carrying out Granny Mito's task?" Tsunade, not pleased, wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Go to the bathroom." A week later at Fukuhara's photo studio, Mikoto was excitedly examining several photos. She picked up one and said, "Tsunade, what do you think of this one of the teacher?" Mikoto was holding a photo of Li Mu standing in the middle with his arms around the shoulders of two people. Tsunade glanced at it and nodded, saying, "This one is indeed good." Naturally, Li Mu became nothing more than a background character who could only nod. Soon the three of them each received an album. Mikoto happily hugged the album and said, "Tsunade, how about we go have lunch?" Tsunade smiled and said, "No problem, let's go." This time they still went to the barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan, which made Li Mu unable to help but complain about the lack of good food in Konoha. However, his own cooking skills were just average, so he could only eat at these lower-end places. After all, the beef used by the Akimichi clan was indeed excellent. After the meal, Li Mu looked at the two who were eager to go shopping and said, "You two go ahead, I need to make a trip to the Hokage's office." Tsunade only thought that her great-grandfather had something to discuss with her and did not pay much attention, merely asking, "Do we need to wait for you?" Li Mu replied, "You can shop normally, no need to wait for me specifically." The two nodded. Li Mu walked alone into the Hokage building. Perhaps Tobarama had given specific instructions, as he faced no obstacles along the way. He knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Soon a familiar voice came from inside. "Come in." Li Mu pushed the door open and entered. Tobarama was busy handling official business. He looked at the feigning confusion Li Mu and asked, "What is it? Do you need something?" Li Mu got straight to the point and said, "Great-grandfather, I've made up my mind." Tobarama, upon hearing Li Mu's words, gently tapped the table and said, "Refer to me by my title." Li Mu, with a serious expression, said, "Hokage-sama, I've made up my mind. I plan to stay at the ninja school for another 3 years and wait until Kushina graduates before making further plans." Tobarama frowned upon hearing Li Mu's words and said, "Why? Give me a reason." Li Mu's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he said, "Hokage-sama, if I'm not mistaken, Kushina should be a candidate for the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, right?" Tobarama's previously relaxed demeanor instantly turned serious. He asked, "How do you know this?" Li Mu replied nonchalantly, "Jinchuriki requires an enormous amount of chakra, so the members of the Uzumaki clan are the best choice. Moreover, Kushina transferring to the ninja school midway also gives her a sense of belonging to Konoha." His analysis seemed reasonable, but in reality, it was merely a case of reversing cause and effect. However, a hint of appreciation flashed across Tobarama's face. He said, "That's right, I do plan for Kushina to become one of the candidates for the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." However, Tobarama changed his tone and said, "What does this have to do with your staying at the ninja school?" Li Mu, hearing Tobarama's doubt, replied, "Of course it's because I plan to become Kushina's guiding jonin." Tobarama looked at the confident Li Mu and said, "I need to remind you that it's not easy to become a guiding jonin without being a jonin first." Li Mu said with a smile, "But you are the second Hokage, right?" Tobarama took a sip of water and replied blandly, "I still have to follow the rules." The Hokage's office was silent for a long time. Next Wednesday, there was an Shrank mission led by Kakashi that happened to need an experienced chunin. "Go back and prepare. Well, don't tell me you haven't made any progress in all these years." Upon hearing Tobarama's task, Li Mu quickly bowed and said, "Understood, Hokage-sama, I will prepare right away." "Let's go." Tobarama picked up the water cup that was placed aside. Li Mu performed a farewell gesture and said, "Then great-grandfather, I will take my leave now." Tobarama waved his hand impatiently, signaling him to leave. When Li Mu returned to the street, he happened to see the two girls still shopping. He walked straight over and said, "Haven't you finished shopping yet?" Mikoto's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Mu, and she waved her little hand and said, "Teacher, hurry over here." Although Li Mu was puzzled, he still walked over. Mikoto hooked her arm around his and said, "Teacher, perfect timing. Let's buy you a whole new outfit." Tsunade nearby rested her chin in her hand and nodded, saying, "That's right, it's been a long time since you changed your clothes." Li Mu looked at the two girls and helplessly said, "Actually, I have 5 identical outfits." Tsunade. Mikoto. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, the two couldn't help but roll their eyes dramatically. Before Mikoto could speak, Tsunade directly hooked her arm around his again and said, "No way, you must go buy." The two girls dragged Li Mu to a clothing store. Since Li Mu was naturally a good fit for clothes and the two girls had good taste, almost every outfit was immediately wrapped up by the staff. In the end, looking at the large and small bags in front of him, Li Mu smiled wryly and said, "Tsunade, Mikoto, we might not be able to carry this much." At this moment, a smiling staff member nearby chimed in, "Don't worry, ladies, we have delivery service. Oh, just tell us your address." Hearing the staff's assurance, the two girls' eyes lit up. They started to mess around with Li Mu, dressing him in various outfits. Whenever Li Mu tried to say something, Tsunade would wave her hand and say, "You don't need to spend any money, just stand here as a clothes rack for me." Li Mu could only allow the two women to fuss over him. Meichin stood by bustling around. "Sister Tsunade, this one is good. Sister Tsunade, hurry and let the teacher try this." Finally, when Li Mu had grown numb, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. "All right, send these two." The clerk nodded and began packing. After Tsunade and Meichin left the shop under the devouring stares of passers-by, each took one of Li Mu's arms. When they had almost finished shopping and were about to head home, a cold, sinister voice rang out. "Mujun, Tsunade, you two are enjoying your leisure." Hearing the familiar voice, Li Mu and Tsunade turned their heads simultaneously in its direction. Orochimaru appeared travel-worn with Nawaki in tow. Compared to the 3 radiant figures, Orochimaru looked somewhat disheveled. The gray ninja uniform he had worn was now indistinguishable in color. Li Mu and Tsunade exchanged a glance and said stiffly, "Orochimaru, good afternoon." "Good afternoon." Orochimaru sneered at his 2 premium teammates. "I'm not good at all right now." His words, coupled with his tone, even caused the temperature in the surrounding air to drop noticeably. Knowing they were in the wrong, Li Mu and Tsunade exchanged a glance, but said nothing. Then Li Mu broke the silence, saying, "Since Orochimaru and Nawaki are here, how about we all go out for dinner tonight?" Orochimaru said indifferently, "I'll skip the meal. The main reason I came back is to leave this kid in your care during his vacation. You two. One is his sister, the other his brother-in-law. And yet you left Nawaki to me." Li Mu said sheepishly, "Well, hasn't Nawaki always admired you since he was little?" Hearing this, Orochimaru took a deep breath without responding directly. "Fine, I've delivered the brat. I should go back and get some proper rest." He patted Nawaki on the shoulder. "Rest well. Don't come looking for me unless there's a mission." With that, he turned and vanished using the instant movement technique. It seemed the mission had indeed worn him out thoroughly because of Nawaki. Li Mu looked at Nawaki, gently freed himself from the two women's hold, and walked over to him. "Come on, tell me. What trouble did you stir up this time to make Orochimaru so furious?" Nawaki spoke awkwardly. "Well, it's like this. I was on a mission with Master Orochimaru." After hearing the story, Li Mu helplessly reached out and tapped his head, admonishing him. "Next time, don't be so reckless. Orochimaru won't always be able to save you in time. If this happens again, I'll have to ask second grandfather to transfer you to be a teacher at the Ninja Academy." Hearing that he'd be sent to the so-called retirement post, Nawaki immediately straightened his expression and said urgently, "Brother-in-law, I really know my mistake. If I go to the Ninja Academy, how can I ever become Hokage?" He then looked pleadingly at Tsunade. Tsunade gave a cold snort and ignored him. Li Mu and Tsunade had repeatedly warned their reckless younger brother, but Nawaki stubbornly refused to change. And he still wanted to become Hokage. May the next war not blow him up with an explosive tag. Li Mu didn't listen to Nawaki's explanation. He simply said, "I said next time, not now. Why are you panicking?" "Right." Nawaki, realizing his own overreaction, awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Then, showing good sense, he said, "Well, then sister brother-in-law, I'll head home first." After graduating from the Ninja Academy, Nawaki was arranged by Uzumaki Mido to live in a separate compound to cultivate his life skills. Watching Nawaki's hurried retreat, Li Mu shook his head helplessly, still so impatient. "Sometimes I really feel he's not cut out to be a ninja." Tsunade, standing by, naturally walked over and took his arm, nodding in deep agreement. Meichin approached and asked, "Shall we continue shopping?" Li Mu waved his hand. "Let's go back and rest. I have a mission on Wednesday, so I'd better prepare now." Meichin nodded understandingly. "Then master, I'll take my leave now." So Meichin went home. Now only Li Mu and Tsunade remained. Tsunade looked at Li Mu and asked, "Who are you going on this mission with?" Li Mu led Tsunade toward a weapons shop and, hearing her question, replied, "Senior Shumao, and I are going together. Hearing the name Hatake Sakomo Tsunade relaxed, knowing that this trip was just a formality for Li Mu. So the two entered the weapons shop. Spotting Li Mu, a beautiful young woman rose familiarly. Well, if it isn't Li Mu, what would you like this time? Li Mu said the usual. Hearing the usual, the woman's eyes lit up. She knew a big deal was coming. She rose with a smile, and with that she swayed her voluptuous figure as she searched among the weapons. The curve she presented when she bent over caused Li Mu to sneak a couple of glances. His subtle move was naturally caught by Tsunade. She pinched the soft flesh of his waist and whispered in his ear, "Keep looking, and you won't be touching the bed tonight." Heeding Tsunade's warning, Li Mu dutifully averted his gaze. Soon the beautiful young woman brought the items to him. "Master Li Mu, please check the quantity and quality." Li Mu first casually picked out a few shuriken. After confirming they and the kunai were fine, he began inspecting the sealing mechanism of the explosive tags. Unlike others who carried only a handful of explosive tags, Li Mu's baseline for missions was 50. He firmly believed in firepower suppression. If the suppression failed, it meant the firepower wasn't heavy enough. After checking the explosive tags, Li Mu examined the steel wires and smoke bombs. Noticing a few extra smoke bombs, he raised an eyebrow. "Boss, why are there extra smoke bombs this time?" The beautiful young woman smiled. "You buy a lot of weapons from us regularly, so consider them a bonus." Li Mu nodded, then verified that the plates in his custom Chunin vest were intact. After that, he took out a ninja tool pouch and placed a small number of weapons inside. He then produced a sealing scroll and sealed the remaining weapons. Having done all this, Li Mu paid. The beautiful young proprietress beamed. "Come again, master. Wishing you a smooth mission." Li Mu merely. Back home, Li Mu instructed Tsunade, "While I'm on the mission, I'm leaving Kushina in your care." Tsunade patted her ample chest, causing a wave of movement. "Don't worry, leave it to me." On Tuesday morning, Li Mu brought Kushina to school as usual. Both of them were accustomed to this routine. On the way, Li Mu said to Kushina, "Kushina, I might not be able to take you to school for the next few days." Jio Xnai heard Li Mu's words and looked at him with teary eyes, utterly bewildered. She was like a kitten abandoned by its owner. Her voice trembled as she asked with a hint of sob, "Does Big Brother dislike Jio Xnai?" Seeing this, Li Mu silently cursed himself. He had forgotten again, Jio Xnai was inherently sensitive and insecure. He quickly crouched down, meeting her eyes, and explained, "It's like this, Jio Xnai. I have to go on a mission on Wednesday. Every ninja has to do this, that's why I can't come to school with you." Jio Xnai looked at Li Mu's sincere eyes and asked, "Really?" Li Mu nodded decisively and continued, "Moreover, from now on, Sister Gangsho will pick you up and drop you off for school. Don't worry." Hearing Li Mu's assurance, Jio Xnai's tears turned into a smile. She hummed in response, and they continued walking to school. On Wednesday, Li Mu headed to the mission assembly point. When he arrived, Chi Mu Shuamao and another teammate had already been waiting for a while. Chi Mu Shuamao saw Li Mu and teased, "Li Mu, long time no see." Li Mu nodded and greeted Senior Shuamao. He then saw a familiar figure. Before he could speak, the other said, "Lord Li Mu, long time no see." Li Mu smiled and nodded, "It's Liang Tai." This acquaintance was none other than Yu Zhibo Liang Tai, famous for his 6 strikes per second. Seeing this lineup, Li Mu raised an eyebrow and asked Chi Mu Shuamao, "Senior Shuamao, what mission are we going on?" Chi Mu Shuamao took out a scroll from his bosom and tossed it to Li Mu. Li Mu caught it and began to examine it. This mission was simple yet complex. It involved a spy from Mu Yi being pursued by Umbu from other ninja villages, and they needed to go to Yujigwa to rendezvous with him. The mission was temporarily rated a rank. Li Mu frowned slightly at the task and asked, "If that's the case, why are we only leaving now?" Chi Mu shook his head and said indifferently, "As a ninja, you just need to remember to carry out the mission. You don't need to care about anything else. Mu, you should know this rule better than I do." Li Mu nodded and looked at Yu Zhibo Liang Tai, intending to hand him the scroll. Chi Mu Shuamao saw this and directly took the scroll back, saying calmly, "He has already seen it. There's no time to lose, let's go quickly." The other two obviously understood the importance of every second. The three of them soon appeared at the gate and handed their passes to the Mu Yi guards. The Mu Yi guards had apparently been informed in advance and let them through without even checking. All these anomalies made Li Mu more cautious. After all, it was too strange. The three quickly decided on a formation. Yu Zhibo Liang Tai would lead the way at the front, Li Mu in the middle, and Chi Mu Shuamao at the rear. A day later, inside Yujigwa, a lean figure with sharp eyes was carefully moving through the dense forest, clutching a wound. There was good news and bad news for him. The good news was that the rain-soaked country of Yujigwa had successfully masked his scent and tracks. The bad news was that during the 5 days of being pursued by the Umbu from Shayin village, he had nearly exhausted all his supplies. He leaned against a large tree and checked his equipment. A ninja sword, he always carried 3 shuriken, 1 kunai, half a meter of steel wire, and a single This was the result of Tuanzong being as frugal as possible. Otherwise, the situation would have been even worse. Feeling his bleeding wound, he gritted his teeth. He took out a fine needle and prepared thread to stitch his wound. As for disinfection, he didn't bother. He knew that if he didn't close the wound, he would bleed to death. He bit down on the sole kunai to avoid screaming from the excruciating pain. His face twisted in agony as he stitched the wound stitch by stitch. The fine beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his suffering. With the final stitch, the bleeding wound was finally closed. Tuanzong freed a hand to pick up the kunai and cut the thread. On his bare arm, there were also dense traces of stitching. At that moment, a violent explosion sounded not far from him. Voices followed. "There are traps here. The spy must be around here." His expression changed slightly. Ignoring the risk of his wound tearing open, he quickly set up the last explosive tag as a trap. He hastily left the spot. He didn't know how long he could hold out, nor when the reinforcements would arrive. He only knew that if he held on a little longer, maybe. Soon with the last explosion, the umbu behind him caught up like relentless leeches. Seemingly wary of a cornered beast's desperate fight, they chose to harass him from a distance with kunai and shuriken. They had no intention of closing in for and pursuing this spy. 2 umbu squads had already lost 6 members killed and 4 wounded. Undoubtedly, this spy was no ordinary person, but a top expert from Muyi. However their goal had been achieved, the spy had likely exhausted all his supplies. At this critical moment, a somewhat desperate voice rang out. "Wind release, great breakthrough." This wind release skill successfully blew away their kunai and shuriken. At this moment, Tuanzong slumped to the ground, his face full of relief at having survived. Yujibo Liangtai kicked him and said, "Not dead, are you?" With that, he tossed him a soldier pill to replenish his stamina. Meanwhile, Chi Mu Shuan Mao appeared before the Shayin village umbu. If Li Mu and Yujibo Liangtai's appearance had made them stop, Chi Mu Shuan Mao's presence directly made them choose to retreat. The Shayin umbu exchanged glances, pulled out several smoke bombs, and vanished in a puff of white smoke. Chi Mu Shuan Mao was not surprised by this, because although the war had not yet started, border skirmishes among the major ninja villages were already frequent. It was in this environment that Chi Mu Shuan Mao had made a name for himself. So it was not strange that the Shayin umbu chose to retreat upon seeing him. Chi Mu Shuan Mao said calmly to Tuanzong, "Let's withdraw quickly. This is still within Yujigua's territory. We can rest properly when we're back in Hojigua." Tuanzong nodded in agreement. After eating a soldier pill, his stamina had recovered considerably. "However," said Danzo, "could you allow me to tend to my wounds?" The crude and hasty treatment he had applied earlier was a matter of necessity. Now that the situation was secure, he naturally opted for a more refined method of dressing his injuries. Tsukumo Hatake tossed him some wound care supplies and said indifferently, "You should be able to manage on your own." Danzo nodded and replied, "No problem." He removed all the thread from his previous wound, then proceeded to disinfect and bandage it simply. Uchiha Ryota stood guard on a tree trunk, keeping watch. Limu leaned against a large tree trunk, lost in thought. Half an hour later, Danzo finally finished treating. He stood up and said, "Let's go." Tsukumo Hatake nodded expressionlessly. Danzo did not take offense. He knew it was not directed at him. It was simply Tsukumo Hatake's nature. The group returned to Konohagakure without incident. Tsukumo Hatake looked at them and said, "Come, let's prepare for the debriefing and the mission report." They nodded and followed behind Tsukumo Hatake. As for Shimura Danzo, he still had to personally hand over the intelligence from this mission to the second Hokage Tobarama, so he could hardly leave. Upon entering the Hokage building, they knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." Tobarama's voice sounded weary from the weight of administrative affairs. Tobarama Senju glanced at them briefly, his seals stamping continuously, then said calmly, "It seems your mission was a complete success." Tsukumo Hatake stepped forward first and began to report the specifics of the mission. After listening to his report, Tobarama nodded, and then shifted his gaze to Danzo. "Did you obtain all the intelligence this time?" A forced smile crept onto Danzo's grim face. He smiled and said, "Reporting to you, teacher, we have obtained the complete list of all Tsunade spies in Konoha. There is no time to lose. Shall we proceed now?" He deliberately used the term teacher to try to draw closer to Tobarama. But in the end it was all in vain. Danzo was unaware that in Tobarama's eyes his role had already been determined, a sharp blade or perhaps a pair of gloves. Their purpose was to keep blood from staining the user's hands. Tobarama's tone softened as he looked at Danzo's injuries. "Danzo, you should go to the hospital for proper recovery, lest you develop lingering issues." Danzo's voice carried a note of urgency and reluctance. "Teacher, I..." Before he could finish, Tobarama raised a single hand and pressed it downward in a gesture of silence. "Danzo, go back and rest well." Danzo's words faltered. He nodded and said, "Then thank you for your concern, teacher." After dismissing Danzo, Tobarama turned his attention back to Tsukumo Hatake and Uchiha Ryota. "Tsukumo Ryota, you two go back and rest. Limu, stay behind." Tsukumo Hatake and Uchiha Ryota bowed slightly, and then withdrew from the Hokage's office. Afterward, Tobarama summoned an Umbu operative nearby. Bring me the monkey. Soon Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared in the Hokage's office. He greeted Tobarama first. Lord Hokage. Tobarama Senju gave a slight nod. He handed the scroll containing the intelligence on Tsunade's spies to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said calmly, "This is the intelligence on the Tsunade's spies. Take Limu and an Umbu squadron to eliminate them." Hiruzen Sarutobi took the scroll and replied crisply, "Understood, Lord Hokage." With that, he stepped out of the Hokage's office. After bidding farewell to Tobarama, Limu also left the office. In the corridor outside, Limu bowed slightly and said, "Teacher." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded gently, his tone warm. "Limu, for this operation your primary role is to observe and learn. The actual action will be handled by me and the Umbu." Limu replied, "I will follow your instructions, teacher." Then Hiruzen Sarutobi led Limu to the Umbu station. He pointed to a set of equipment. "Those are the Umbu gear. Feel free to use anything from the cabinets without labels." Limu nodded and walked over to the cabinet to prepare his equipment. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked to the training ground nearby. His gaze sharpened as he called out, "First squadronist." Soon an Umbu squad appeared before him. The standard configuration of Konoha's Umbu was 4 members per squad, with a squad leader, 3 squads per company, and 3 companies per battalion. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the 12 people before him and frowned slightly. "Where is your company commander?" His tone carried a hint of cold displeasure. A squad leader stepped forward and explained, "Hiruzen Sarutobi Jonin, the company commander, was dispatched elsewhere by the Hokage a few days ago." Upon hearing this explanation, Hiruzen's expression visibly softened. As a shrewd man, he quickly grasped Tobarama's intent. He replied, "Then it's perfect. Let him serve as your acting company commander today." He gestured toward Limu, who had just finished preparing his equipment. The other Umbu members raised no objection. Following the intelligence, Hiruzen Sarutobi soon located a hideout of the spies. By then, the Tsunade spies had already caught wind of the situation. Inside a shop, several spies were discussing something in secret. A tall, scar-faced man spoke. "Can we still not get out of Konoha?" In response to his question, a short man with glinting eyes replied, "No, they won't even take money. Those gluttons refuse everything." Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man fell silent. The others said nothing, for they all knew that if even bribes were rejected, it undoubtedly meant Konoha was about to make a big move. Clutching at a last shred of hope, he asked, "What about the black market?" A woman shook her head. The black market was wiped out in one fell swoop by the Konoha military police force. It was said that some tried to resist, but several were beaten to death by the police's batons before they finally submitted. Hearing this, the scar-faced man slumped into his chair. He covered his head with both hands and muttered, "It's over, it's all over." The others remained silent, knowing full well that their cover had been blown. The scar-faced man gritted his teeth, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "Prepare your weapons. We break out tonight." The others nodded in agreement. Just as they were resolved to fight to the death, a voice rang out. "No need to wait until tonight. Now is fine." The 3 of them froze slowly, turning their heads toward the source of the voice. They had set up elaborate traps outside for concealment. How could this be? Before them stood Sarutobi Raizen, clad in battle attire, accompanied by a group of shadow operatives wearing various animal masks. The oppressive aura emanating from these masks was palpable. The scarred-faced man decisively pulled out a bamboo tube, attempting to blow toxic smoke to cover his retreat. However, his small maneuver was quickly noticed by Limu. As he tucked his hand into his pocket, Limu swiftly threw a shuriken from his hand. Even the American officer accustomed to taking administrative leave would be ashamed of Limu's reaction speed. The shuriken swiftly cut through the scarred man's throat. Just as he drew the bamboo tube, he felt blood surge up his throat. He wanted to say something, but could not utter a word. Instinctively, he tried to stanch the wound. However, he could not stop the blood flowing from his throat. The scarred man felt his strength gradually draining away. He wanted to speak, but could only produce a gurgling sound as blood bubbled up, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. He widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe he had lost his life, just like that. The bamboo tube he tightly gripped rolled away from his loosened hand as life slipped away. The other 2, witnessing their companion's death, were suddenly engulfed by a sense of sorrow for their fallen comrade. They hastily drew their weapons, preparing for a desperate fight. With a few dull explosions, the 2 others were quickly incapacitated, their limbs broken. To prevent them from committing suicide, their jaws were dislocated, and their chakra was completely sealed. As the shadow operatives dragged the 2 out, personnel from the interrogation squad had been waiting outside for quite some time. Sarutobi Raizen dragged them before the interrogation team, as if they were 2 dead dogs. After the handover, the group continued to vanish as if summoned by the King of Hell, eliminating all spies lurking in Konoha. After demonstrating his strength, Limu also protected the others in front of him. After all, he was merely gilded. Why risk his life when he could just sleep with Tsunade after the mission? With the cooperation of the shadow operatives, the spies, numbering no more than 3 naturally, had no escape. This time a total of 17 spies were discovered, 13 captured, and 4 killed. Subsequently, Li Mu followed Sarutobi Raizen back to report. Tobirama looked at their mission report and nodded in satisfaction, saying him very good. This time I will record you for an strength mission. He turned to Li Mu and said warmly, you've worked hard, Li Mu. Go back and rest well. Li Mu nodded and turned to leave the office. As he watched him depart, Tobirama leaned back in his chair and asked Monkey how was Li Mu's performance. Sarutobi Raizen also relaxed at this moment. Sitting in his chair, he respectfully replied Li Mu performed quite well. He then recounted Li Mu's remarkable performance during the mission. Hearing this, Tobirama nodded in satisfaction and casually remarked, Monkey, go rest. After Sarutobi Raizen left, Tobirama took out Li Mu's special Jonin appointment letter from his drawer. The appointment letter contained a few simple evaluations: emotionally stable, mentally healthy, and strong teaching ability. It also listed a plethora of tasks he had completed. However, most of these were for assistance and participation. Tobirama waved his hand and added something to Li Mu's record: he had served as the commander in completing an strength mission. He murmured to himself, Li Mu, this is my limit. The road ahead depends on you. After saying this, he returned the appointment letter to the drawer. The reason he did not directly promote Li Mu to Jonin was simple: becoming a Jonin had a strict requirement, which was to independently complete an rank mission. Unlike special Jonin, who could be appointed for any reason. Tobirama also planned to proceed with Li Mu's appointment in a week. However, Li Mu was completely unaware of this. He returned home and pushed open the courtyard door. The room was still brightly lit. As Li Mu wearily opened the door lock and stepped inside, he was greeted by the rich aroma of alcohol. Looking toward the living room, he discovered that Tsunade was already lying on the sofa deep in slumber, still holding a bottle of sake. Li Mu shook his head helplessly and walked over to her. He made no effort to conceal his movements. Tsunade, hearing his actions, groggily opened her eyes and looked at him, her voice hoarse, as she said, "You're back." Li Mu naturally took the bottle from her hand and took a sip. The mission is over. As Li Mu sat down on the sofa, Tsunade naturally sat up. As she moved, some of her clothing slipped off her shoulder, instantly exposing her fair skin. Tsunade gently wrapped her arms around Li Mu's neck from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, her small hands playfully resting on his chest. She whispered in Li Mu's ear, "Let's go to the bathroom." The warm breath she exhaled made Li Mu's ears tingle. Upon hearing Tsunade's request, he immediately turned around and lifted her up in his arms, striding into the bathroom. Li Mu skillfully turned on the shower, warm water cascading over them. Their clothes were instantly drenched. Tsunade revealed her curvaceous figure, her gaze hazy, as she leaned in for a kiss. Li Mu passionately responded, revealing his muscular chest, while Tsunade's hands explored his well-defined abdomen. An hour later, Li Mu emerged from the bathroom, holding a languid Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade's face bore a slight, unnatural blush as she leaned against his broad chest. Li Mu gently placed Tsunade on the bed, his body following as he pressed down on her. He flattened Tsunade's flowing hair against the mattress. The next morning, Li Mu woke up first. Having just completed a mission, he still had 2 days off. Li Mu glanced at the time and found it still early. He then slowly lowered his head, burying it in Tsunade's ample bosom, drifting back. Due to the excessive physical exertion from last night, Tsunade was still deep in sleep, tightly holding on to him, as if fearing he would vanish the next moment. Li Mu glanced at the time and found it still early. He then slowly lowered his head, burying it in Tsunade's ample bosom, drifting back into a light sleep. After an unknown period, Tsunade sleepily opened her eyes. Looking down, she witnessed a comical scene that left her both exasperated and amused. Li Mu was using her pride as a pillow, occasionally rubbing against it. In retaliation, Tsunade pressed down on his head. In his sleep, Li Mu suddenly felt a wave of suffocation. He was forced to open his eyes, breaking free from her grasp. Gangsho pinched his ear and said, "Who told you to bite me back with your mouth?" Even though they knew each other thoroughly, saying these words still made her blush. Li Mu continued to shamelessly bury himself in enjoying the big pillow. His shameless demeanor left Gangsho somewhat helpless. She could only let him have his way. Gangsho gently stroked his neck and asked, "What, aren't you going to work today?" Li Mu looked up and gave her a sidelong glance, saying calmly, "The Ninja Academy is on break. What would I do there?" Gangsho was taken aback. "Really?" Li Mu said flatly, "Didn't you attend the Ninja Academy?" His skeptical tone rattled Gangsho a little. Gangsho reached out a hand and gently pinched his ear, saying, "Say that again, will you?" Li Mu simply lowered his head and bit her in retaliation. Tears welled up in Gangsho's eyes. The two of them fooled around until noon. Gangsho wrapped her arms tightly around Li Mu and said in a soft, sweet voice, "I'm hungry." Li Mu, after all that high-intensity activity, was also ravenous. He looked at Gangsho and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Gangsho thought for a moment and said, "Meat. Lots and lots of meat." Li Mu nodded at Gangsho's request and casually suggested, "How about we have a barbecue in the yard?" At his suggestion, Gang Shou's amber eyes brightened, and she nodded. Barbecue it is." Limu reached out and pinched Gang Shou's cheek, then stroked her long golden hair, and said, "So how about we go buy some meat together?" Gang Shou loosened her arms from around Limu and said, After washing up and changing into fresh clothes, the two linked arms and set off to buy meat. But before buying meat, Gang Shou dragged Limu to a place selling alcohol and looked at him with pleading eyes. Seeing her cute expression, Limu helplessly bought 2 bottles of sake. Then they went to the market to buy some beef and pork. Only then did they return home. Back home, they divided tasks clearly. Limu was responsible for setting up the grill and lighting the fire, among other things. Gang Shou skillfully marinated the meat. Then she placed the marinated meat on a table in the yard. 2 hours later, as the sizzling sound of grilling meat arose, the aroma of barbecue drifted into their nostrils. Limu picked up the tongs and expertly flipped the meat, while Gang Shou sat quietly nearby like a little cat waiting to be fed. Limu picked up a pair of scissors, skillfully cut the grilled meat in half, placed one half into Gang Shou's plate, and put the other half into his own plate. Gang Shou quickly devoured the piece of meat in 2 bites. Perhaps growing impatient, she directly picked up the tongs and started grilling meat herself. Seeing this, Limu picked up the sake next to her, poured himself a full cup, and took a sip. Gang Shou grilled the meat with a serious expression, turning it over from time to time. Meanwhile, Limu picked up another pair of tongs, took a cleaned fish, and placed it on the grill. Just then a knock sounded at the yard gate. Limu stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. He found Joshinai standing gracefully at the entrance. Limu crouched down to meet Josinai's eyes, and while doing so he reached out and tousled her hair, asking, "Joshinai, what's the matter?" Joshinai said with pleasant surprise, "Brother, you're back. When did you get back?" Limu answered her rapid-fire questions. "I just came back last night." Joshinai first stood on tiptoe to look at Gang Shou grilling meat in the yard. Then she remembered her errand and said, "Grandma asked Sister Gang Shou to come for dinner." Limu was momentarily surprised, then recalling Gang Shou's cooking skills, he understood. He replied, "We've already started eating, so no need to trouble Grandma. Do you want to join us?" Hearing Limu's invitation, Joshinai first lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then she said, "They'll go tell Grandma first." With that, she turned around and trotted back to the adjacent yard. Joshinai went back and told Xian Wishuehu the news. Xian Wishuehu casually asked, "What are they making?" Joshinai quickly replied, "Barbecue." Xian Wishuehu said in a gentle tone, "So little Joshinai wants to try it too." Joshinai nodded, looking eager and impatient. Xian Wishuehu ruffled her little head and said, "Go ahead." A week later, Limu was summoned to the Hokage's office. Seeing that there were outsiders present, he asked with a serious expression, "Lord Hokage, may I ask what you need me for?" Fei Jian handed Limu his appointment letter and said flatly, "Limu, from today onward you are a special jonin." Limu accepted the appointment letter with both hands. Fei Jian nodded and continued, "Next I am going to assign you an rank mission." Limu immediately straightened his back and said, "Please give your orders, Lord Hokage." At this time he possessed the chakra reserves of 4 cage-level shinobi and the monstrous strength of Gang Shou. Limu's true strength filled him with confidence. Even if he were to undertake an rank mission alone, he was utterly certain of success. Fei Jian then revealed the mission: protect Joshinai. Ensure she does not suffer any harm before she graduates. Limu nodded solemnly, barely suppressing the upward twitch of his lips, and said, "Understood, Lord Hokage." Fei Jian waved his hand and said, "Since you understand, you may leave. There's nothing more for you here." Hearing this, Limu turned and left. 3 years later, in Konoha year 37, the shinobi world situation had begun to show obvious anomalies. Friction between nations at the borders grew increasingly intense, with frequent bloodshed. Joshinai was about to graduate from the ninja academy, but Limu did not let his guard down. He knew that Joshinai could be kidnapped at any moment. Therefore, he had to stay vigilant. One day, as usual after school, Limu held Josinai's hand and walked her home just like he always did. Along the way, Joshinai chattered about what she had seen and heard at school. Over these 3 years, Joshinai had grown a lot, and Limu had also changed significantly. A diamond-shaped mark had appeared below the forehead protector he wore. This was the Byakugo no Jutsu he had specifically learned from Gang Shou. Limu had also roughly estimated her height to be around 158 centimeters, and she could still grow a bit more. As for the favorability level under Limu's efforts, it had reached 70. Just as Limu was leading Joshinai to a corner, as usual, he suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Joshinai quickly halted as well. She looked at Limu in confusion. But Limu had no time to pay attention to her. He said calmly, "Come out, you lot. You've been tailing us for quite a while, haven't you?" As his words fell, several masked shinobi emerged. There were 4 of them encircling Limu completely. The leader among them sneered and said, "You're just an ordinary teacher. Don't meddle in this." A crucial plot point was triggered. Choice 1. Flee and leave Kushina behind. Kushina's affinity decreases by 30. Reward speed 5. Choice 2. Confront the bandits hidden. Kushina's affinity increases by 20. Reward learn the sealing techniques known to Kushina, no physical constitution restriction. Limu was momentarily stunned by choice 2. Sealing techniques, she knows. And without physical restriction. Limu recalled that in the original story Kushina, even at the brink of death, could suppress the Nine Tails with her adamantine sealing chains. He couldn't help swallowing. Even without this reward, his bond with Kushina would never allow him to abandon her. With this thought, Limu looked at the men with a blank expression and said calmly, "And what if I insist on interfering?" As he spoke, he rolled his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. At that moment, Kushina's small face remained composed, but Limu could sense the tension in her body. The men surrounding him saw Limu speak so arrogantly with a blank face and sneered in unison. But Limu gave them no time to react. He formed hand signs, shadow clone technique. A shadow clone identical to him appeared beside Limu. The shadow clone used a body flicker technique to appear beside two low-rank soldiers, then kicked with force. Limu quickly reached out and covered Kushina's eyes. With his other hand, he released Kushina's hands. He threw two wind-natured shurikens. One of the men, too slow to dodge, had his throat slit instantly. The other barely evaded. Meanwhile, the two men ambushed by the shadow clone had their heads kicked clean off. Red and white splattered everywhere. Limu used lightning release chakra to mildly stimulate his cells, appearing behind the last man in the blink of an eye. So fast. The man's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Limu. Limu extended his right hand and delivered a palm strike, knocking the man unconscious. The commotion was not too loud, so no one noticed the situation for the time being. Witnessing this, Limu couldn't help scratching his head. Tobirama truly trusted him. He hadn't even assigned a single umbu. He glanced at the shadow clone. The shadow clone understood and left the scene, taking the captured survivor with him. At the same time, the system's reward had already arrived. Limu received the vast memories in his mind while continuing to lead Kushina home. On the way home, Kushina asked, "Brother Limu, were those people after me?" Limu stopped, crouched down, looked at her, and said slowly, "Yes, but you have me." He chose not to hide the truth and informed Kushina of her situation in the frankest manner. Kushina gazed into Limu's eyes with her watery eyes. After a long moment, she asked, "Then what about after I graduate?" Limu ruffled her hair and said calmly, "Don't think too much. If not me, there will be others, right?" Kushina's once sparkling eyes gradually dimmed. She nodded gloomily and said, "Oh." Sensing her low spirits, Limu stood up, took her hand, and continued, "Want to get something to eat?" "My treat." Those words instantly lifted Kushina's gloomy mood. Her beautiful eyes regained their radiance. Limu smiled and said, "Of course it's true." Upon hearing Limu's response, Kushina began to count on her fingers fried rice cakes, fried pork cutlet. Limu took her little hand and said, "All right, stop ordering. Just think about what you want to eat and eat it." While Limu took Kushina strolling and eating street snacks, his shadow clone handed the sole survivor over to Tobirama. At the Hokage's office, the desk was piled high with scrolls. Tobirama looked at the spy before him with a grim expression. He asked Limu's shadow clone, "This is?" Limu's shadow clone did not hide anything and replied, "They tried to kidnap Kushina. I took care of them alone." "You took care of them alone?" Tobirama's voice rose after learning their identity. He couldn't help sizing up Limu. Tobirama knew his grandson-in-law's abilities all too well. As a ninja, Limu was no genius, at best slightly above average. How could he have taken down 4 enemy ninja infiltrating Konoha? Tobirama rubbed his temples in frustration. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you're dismissed for now, Limu." Limu's shadow clone nodded at Tobirama's words, then dispelled itself. Tobirama looked at the unconscious captive before him and summoned an umbu. He said flatly, "Take him to the interrogation division. Make him talk." The umbu nodded. "Understood." After the umbu left, Tobirama leaned back in his chair, a headache setting in. Who was behind this time? Iwagakure? Kimogakure? Those two villages were the first to enter his mind. In Tobirama's view, only those two villages would do such a thing. He looked at the thick pile of documents and mountains of scrolls on his desk. Letting out a soft sigh, he returned to work. At that moment, Limu received the shadow clone's message and was slightly startled. Beside him, Kushina tugged at his sleeve and asked, "What's wrong, big brother?" Limu forced a smile and said calmly, "Nothing, Kushina. Just a minor issue." After speaking, he asked, "So, anything else you want to eat?" Kushina tilted her head in thought and said no. Limu tentatively asked, "Shall we head home then?" Kushina quickly nodded. "Mum." The two walked home one by one. Just as Limu was about to push open the gate, a familiar voice came from behind. "Jonin, Limu the Hokage requests your presence." An umbu wearing an animal mask appeared behind him. Limu nodded and said flatly, "All right, lead the way." By then in the Hokage's office, the surviving bandit had confessed everything under interrogation. As for how that was achieved, sufficient to say the sole survivor had already suffered brain death. According to the interrogation division's intelligence, he and his accomplices were from Kumovikure sent on orders from the second Raikage to kidnap Kushina. They were taken down by Li Mu in the process. Li Mu followed the Umbu to the Hokage's office. Tobarama, still processing documents, didn't even look up. He said calmly, "The item I told you to collect is on the desk. Take it yourself." Li Mu walked over and slowly picked it up. Li Mu picked up the document, and his expression shifted the moment he glanced at it. He looked up at Feijian and said, "Lord Hokage, this is." The document was none other than the appointment letter promoting him to Jonin and appointing him as Jio Zenai's supervising instructor. Feijian smiled at the astonished Li Mu and said, "Li Mu, why so surprised?" Li Mu let out a bitter laugh and replied, "Lord Hokage, you've certainly given me a great surprise." Feijian said calmly, "All right, kid, stop being cheeky. Get ready. The task of protecting Joshinai is now yours." Li Mu asked in confusion, "Why am I only assigned one student, Joshinai?" Feijian replied calmly, "Because in the original plan Joshinai was not assigned as supervising Jonin. Her ninjutsu training will be handled by Lady Shuehu." Li Mu scratched his head and said so. Feijian, while organizing the documents on his desk, issued a dismissal. "All right, stop overthinking. Get prepared." Li Mu's expression turned serious and he said with firm resolve, "I will, Lord Hokage." Feijian waved his hand and said, "All right, go back and get some rest." Li Mu nodded and left the Hokage's office. The Ninja Academy graduation exam was straightforward. One needed only to master the 3 basic techniques to graduate. Due to the large number of students, the exam adopted a random sampling method. Each student only needed to demonstrate one technique. Consequently, some chose to gamble. Those with poor talent opted to practice only one technique, clinging to the hope that they might get lucky and pass. Many teachers turned a blind eye to this, because if you intervened, you'd be seen as the one ruining their chances. It was better to respect their fate. After all, it wasn't you who would die. Li Mu had also advised, "If you insist on gambling, I suggest you practice the substitution technique. It'll give you a better chance of survival as a ninja." After all, there was still the final assessment by the supervising Jonin. If the Jonin deemed a student unqualified, their ninja headband would be stripped away directly. At the exam site, Li Mu began calling names. Xiao Tian. A bespectacled student stepped forward. Li Mu took out 3 identical bamboo slips with different characters engraved on them and said, "Draw one." Of course, if someone could rely on their own ability, Li Mu wouldn't interfere. That would still meet the Jinin standard. Without hesitation, the student drew 1, the clone technique. Li Mu nodded inwardly. Based on his experience, this kind of student would pass as long as he performed normally. As expected, the student formed hand seals and said, "Clone technique." Soon an identical clone appeared beside him. After a while, when Li Mu finished examining the last student, the pass rate hovered around 80%. Only a few students with exceptionally poor talent failed. Some of them begged Li Mu for another chance. Li Mu merely waved his hand and said, "If you can't even master the 3 basic techniques, you'll be walking to your death on the battlefield." One sharp-tongued student muttered, "You're not that impressive either." Li Mu just smiled, then silently changed his fail to a pass. As for whether he would survive in the future, however, he held a pessimistic view of a Jinin who couldn't even perform the 3 basic techniques, surviving as a ninja. The half-day exam finally came to an end. Li Mu stretched lazily, propped his legs on the desk, and closed his eyes to rest. Just then someone pushed open the door and entered. Hearing the sound, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the culprit. It was Joshinai. Seeing Joshinai, his tone was filled with confusion. "What's wrong, Joshinai? Is there something you need?" Joshinai took out a lunchbox and said, "Teacher, it's time to eat." Li Mu glanced at the time and realized it was already noon. He took the lunchbox and asked, "What about you? What will you eat?" Joshinai pulled out another lunchbox. Only then did Li Mu open the lunchbox, and the two ate together. He had originally planned to take Joshinai out to eat after resting a bit, but she had prepared food herself. While eating, Joshinai looked at Li Mu's expression and asked timidly, "Brother Li Mu, how does it taste?" Li Mu chewed and replied, "Not bad, it's pretty good." He was being honest, as Li Mu usually only made vegetable salad or instant noodles, far inferior to this lavish lunchbox. Jio Zenai's eyes narrowed into crescents and her brows arched. She said with a hint of pride, "I made it myself." Li Mu's face showed surprise and he asked, "Really? You made this?" Then he deliberately frowned and said, It's just so-so." Upon hearing this, Joshinai put down her lunchbox, her face turning from sunny to overcast. She put her hands on her hips and said, "If it's not good, don't eat it." At that moment, she truly resembled a fiery red chili pepper. Li Mu patted her head as if calming a bristling cat and said, "Just teasing you, and you get angry." Honestly, after Li Mu's head pat, Jio Zenai's aura softened instantly. She whispered, "Really?" Li Mu smiled and asked, "Didn't you taste it yourself?" Joshinai shook her head. Li Mu pointed at her lunchbox and asked, "Did you only make one portion?" Joshinai nodded earnestly and said, Yes, I only made one. Am eating grandma's cooking. Limu took a deep breath and gave Joshinai a sharp flick on her smooth forehead. He said in exasperation, so you used me as a guinea pig, didn't you? Knowing she was in the wrong, Joshinai covered her forehead, not daring to meet Limu's eyes. Limu could only roll his eyes at her, picked up the lunchbox, and said while eating, you did a good job. Hearing the praise, a beautiful smile curved on Joshinai's lips. Worried that Limu might be insincere, she took a taste from his lunchbox. Discovering that the flavor was indeed acceptable, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't messed up. After finishing her meal, Joshinai put the lunchbox aside and looked at Limu, asking, who do you think my teacher will be? Limu took a sip of water first and said, I don't know, but it should be a big surprise. Joshinai shot him a blank look, said nothing, and silently took the lunchboxes away to wash them. Minato Namikaze. A man with white hair and a lecherous grin took away a group of students. The entire classroom was left empty, with only Joshinai remaining. Joshinai sat alone on the desk, swinging her legs. Her mood was somewhat low, although thanks to Limu's help she had never been bullied. Whenever she went out and someone tried to bully her, a group of reedy Avengers would appear wielding their sticks with lightning speed to teach them a lesson. Still, she felt a sense of loneliness. Just then a familiar voice came from outside the door. Joshinai, come with me. Joshinai followed the sound to the window and said with surprise, it's you, brother Limu. Limu walked over and gently tapped her head, saying, well, what do you think? Isn't this a pleasant surprise? The disappointment that had been in Kushina's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a sparkling gaze as she looked at Limu. Limu crouched down and asked, now what should you call me? Kushina tilted her head, looking at Limu, and tentatively said, Teacher Limu. Limu smiled warmly and patted her head, saying, come on, let me take you out for some good food. With that, he took her little hand and started to leave. As she followed him, Kushina asked in confusion, Teacher Limu, don't we need some kind of assessment? Holding her hand, Limu said calmly, no need. I've been observing you for a long time. You're already a observation. What a joke. Most of the time such things are predetermined outcomes. Since success or failure is already destined, there's little point in continuing. Limu took Kushina to that barbecue restaurant and handed her the menu, saying flatly, order whatever you like. It's my treat. Kushina eagerly took the menu and began ordering. Limu watched her proficient manner and teased, looks like you've been here quite a lot. Kushina nodded. Grandma Shuehu always brings me here. Limu suddenly understood and nodded. With Grandma Shuehu's wealth, treating Kushina to a couple of barbecues was nothing. After finishing, Kushina handed the menu to Limu and said, Teacher, I'm done. You can take a look. Limu took the menu and casually glanced through it. 2 days later, Kushina, wielding a hoe, was loosening the soil in the farmland with a grimace. Limu leaned against a sturdy tree, watching her work. His original plan had been to take Kushina around for some fun and relaxation. However, he received a warning from a certain mysterious, white-haired man. His words still lingered vividly in Limu's mind. If you spoil the Jinchuriki, they'll hold you accountable. Limu had also considered traveling through the ninja world with Kushina. But now the ninja world was too chaotic, with Uchiha Ban lurking menacingly. So to be safe, Limu chose to play it steady. Moreover, Qianshou Feijin would be ambushed during the peace talks with the Cloud Village in the 37th year of Konoha and sacrificed himself while covering the retreat. Limu couldn't allow his patron to fall, so he planned to be at that critical juncture. At that time, the friction between the Fire Country and the Lightning Country on the border was escalating. Soon he might have to go to the battlefield. Limu looked at Kushina, who was working with a pained expression, and waved his hand, saying, all right, stop. Hearing Limu's call, Kushina's eyes lit up. She dropped the hoe and trotted over to Limu. Teacher, is something up? Limu motioned for Kushina to sit and rest. He formed hand seals and performed the shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, a shadow clone appeared before him. Limu nodded at the shadow clone and said, you've worked hard. The shadow clone rolled its eyes, but still went to the field, picked up the hoe, and started loosening the soil. Kushina, imitating Limu, leaned against the tree and watched the clone work. She reached out and poked Limu. Limu turned to her and asked, what? Want to work? Kushina shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum and said, no, teacher. I want to learn your shadow clone technique. Limu nodded slightly, took out a scroll, and handed it to Kushina, saying, ask me if you don't understand. Kushina was not untalented. After glancing at it briefly, she confirmed that the shadow clone technique required only a simple hand seal and began practicing. However, she failed. Try as she might, she couldn't replicate the flow of chakra. Seeing her anxious expression, Limu chuckled inwardly and placed a hand on her shoulder. His tone was gentle as he said, let me guide you through the chakra flow of the shadow clone. Focus and feel it. Kushina's face tightened with serious concentration. Limu infused a thread of chakra into Kushina's body. Not a large amount, but enough for her to sense the specific direction. Kushina closed her eyes and carefully absorbed the sensation. As the chakra coursed through her, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of understanding shining in them. She exclaimed joyfully, "Teacher, I know how to do it." Then right in front of Li Mu, she formed hand seals and summoned the shadow clone technique. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction and then dismissed his own clone. He said flatly, "Good. Since you've learned, let your clone do the work." Startled, Kushina nodded and sat beside Li Mu. Watching her idle, Li Mu stroked his chin and came up with a new idea. He extended one hand and slowly gathered chakra. He rotated and compressed it until a blue chakra sphere appeared in his palm. Li Mu looked at Kushina and asked, "How about it? Want to learn?" Kushina shook her head and said, "It looks so weak." Li Mu's eyelid twitched. He slowly stood up, walked to a large boulder nearby, and smashed the sphere, the Rasengan, directly into the rock. A plain shallow dent appeared before Kushina. Seeing this, her initially expectant face filled with dismay. She pouted and said, "Teacher, that's it." Li Mu shook his head and smiled. He pointed behind the boulder and said calmly, "Care to take a look at the other side?" Though puzzled, Kushina obediently went to look. When she saw the back, her mouth dropped open in astonishment. The rear of the boulder had a massive crater. The ground was littered with countless pebbles. Kushina rushed back to Li Mu, grabbed his arm, and shook it, pleading, Teacher, I want to learn." Li Mu ruffled her hair and said, "If you want to learn, I'll teach you tomorrow." Kushina looked at him with confusion and asked, "Teacher, can't you teach me now?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "This technique is quite complex to learn at the beginning and requires some props. I can't teach it right now." Reluctantly, Kushina nodded. After completing the mission, Li Mu brought Joshinai back home. Xuanhua Shuehu looked at them with a smile and asked Li Mu, "How did Joshinai perform today?" Li Mu reached out and ruffled Joshinai's hair, saying, "Granny Shuehu, Joshinai did well. She even learned a new ninjutsu today." Xuanhua Shuehu nodded with satisfaction and took Joshinai's hand, saying, Good. Take it slow, no." Seeing this, Li Mu tactfully took his leave. When he returned home, he found Gang Shou lazily lounging on the sofa watching television. The television had only been available since last year, with a mere 2 channels in total. Li Mu had little interest in it, but Gang Shou watched it with great fascination every day. Li Mu naturally sat beside Gang Shou, wrapping one arm around her waist and burying his head in her ample chest. It was true to the saying, whenever they argued, lowering his head would dissipate all anger. Caught off guard, Gang Shou could only look at him helplessly, allowing him to fool around. Li Mu grew bolder and began drinking his yolamai. Unable to bear it any longer, Gang Shou pinched Li Mu's ear and said in exasperation, "Behave yourself. Stop messing around, okay?" Stop. Li Mu could only lift his head, wearing an innocent expression. Gang Shou pretended to calmly straighten her clothes and said, "Behave" during the day. But her reddened ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Warned, Li Mu became more subdued. He lay on Gang Shou's thigh, watching the television program out of boredom while idly playing with her delicate hand. Gang Shou rolled her eyes helplessly. As revenge, she reached out and kneaded Li Mu's ear. After an unknown amount of time, Li Mu put down her hand and asked, "What do you want for dinner?" Gang Shou said indifferently, "Whatever." Li Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Gang Shou, how about we go mooch a meal?" Gang Shou nodded at his suggestion and said, "Sounds good. How about we go now?" Li Mu also got up from her lap. Gang Shou went back and changed out of her loose sleepwear into her usual going-out clothes. Thus the two of them arrived at Xuanhua Shuehu's house one after the other. Xuanhua Shuehu already knew their intentions just by seeing them at the door. She said gently, "Come in." The two walked in with grins. But they couldn't freeload for nothing. Under Xuanhua Shuehu's direction, Gang Shou washed vegetables on the side. Li Mu went to the backyard and watched her practice the sealing technique. This was Joshinai's nightly required lesson. Though Xuanhua Shuehu was not harsh with her, she still had certain expectations. Sensing Li Mu's familiar presence, Joshinai opened her eyes and turned to ask, "Teacher, why are you here?" Li Mu walked over and patted her head. "I came to mooch a meal." As he patted her head, Joshinai narrowed her eyes slightly like a cat. She looked up at Li Mu. "Teacher, can I practice the ninjutsu you mentioned this afternoon now?" Li Mu stroked his chin, thinking, "Do you have a balloon?" Joshinai was momentarily stunned, then nodded. "Yes, teacher, I have a balloon." Hearing her answer, Li Mu instructed her. "Joshinai, go fill a balloon with water and bring it here." Joshinai nodded and trotted off to her room. 5 minutes later, she emerged with several water-filled balloons. Li Mu took one from her hand and began demonstrating. The first step is to use chakra to pop the balloon. As he spoke, the balloon in Li Mu's hand began to move irregularly. To let Joshinai see clearly, he deliberately slowed down. Under Joshinai's watchful gaze, the balloon popped in less than 20 seconds. With Li Mu's deliberate control, not a drop of water from the balloon splashed onto him. He looked at Joshinai. "The first step to learning this ninjutsu is rotation. I rotate to the left, and I don't know which direction you rotate." Joshinai nodded, took out a water balloon from her pocket, and began mimicking Li Mu's actions. But the balloon only wobbled erratically without any sign of bursting. After 10 minutes, the water balloon remained intact. Seeing this, Joshinai couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. Limu noticed her expression, walked over, and gently patted her shoulder. It's okay. This technique is about a rank difficulty. It's normal to need some time. Joshinai's eyes, once filled with disappointment, immediately regained their sparkle. She continued practicing diligently. Limu found a chair and sat down. About half an hour later, Gangsho came to the backyard. Time to eat. Stop practicing. Limu and Joshinai nodded, washed their hands, and went to the front yard for dinner. While eating, Xuanhua Shuehu looked at the two with some exasperation. Look at you two. Limu at least has some proper business. But you, Gangsho, do you have any real work to do? Gangsho said guiltily, it's not like the hospital is particularly busy. It's normal. Xuanhua Shuehu sighed lightly. Now even Xingshu is more diligent than you two. That kid has been going on missions with Shi1 every day, and he's lost a lot of weight recently. Gangsho picked up a piece of grilled fish and put it in her mouth, chewing, while speaking indistinctly. Isn't it because that kid dreams of becoming Hokage? It's normal for him to be busy. Xuanhua Shuehu tapped the table lightly and said helplessly, and what about you? Gangsho looked at her. I'm just a lazy leech living off others. My grandfather was Hokage, and barring accidents my teacher will be Hokage too. What else do I need to do? Just as Xuanhua Shuehu was about to turn her gaze to Limu, she was drawn back by Gangsho's words. Don't look at Limu either. He's about as lazy as I am. Xuanhua Shuehu didn't pursue the matter further. She shifted the topic to Gangsho's favorite subject, alcohol. Gangsho's eyes lit up immediately, and she began expounding on her taste and understanding of liquor. As she spoke with enthusiasm, she even waved her arms. Limu and Joshinai silently ate their dinner with their heads down. After the meal, Joshinai picked up a napkin, wiped her mouth, and said, I'm going to practice. Worried that Joshinai might have trouble with her practice, Limu followed to supervise. Gangsho and Xuanhua Shuehu chatted about many trivial matters. Suddenly, Xuanhua Shuehu turned the conversation to Limu. How's Limu's training progress lately? At this, Gangsho began to boast about her beloved even more. Limu is really fast in his training. Moreover, in terms of strength, he's already completely on par with me. The eyes of Uzumaki Mizuki flickered slightly as she continued to ask, so his strength is now above yours? Tsunade quickly refuted, no way, I have been letting him win all this time. Uzumaki Mizuki looked at the stubborn Tsunade, merely smiling at her. Tsunade felt as though her little thoughts had been completely seen through. She could only stubbornly say, alright, actually his strength is no longer beneath mine. Are you sure he is not beneath you? Uzumaki Mizuki looked at her with a teasing smile. Tsunade slumped weakly on the sofa, giving in as she said, fine, my power is completely no match for that guy now. Because in their recent closeness, Tsunade was astonished to find herself easily suppressed by Limu. Uzumaki Mizuki appeared unsurprised. With her extraordinary perception, she could sense that Limu's strength had skyrocketed recently. However, it was unexpected for the usually stubborn Tsunade to admit this. Alright. Uzumaki Mizuki affectionately stroked Tsunade's golden hair. She chose to change the topic and spoke of other matters. At this moment, Limu yawned while watching Kushina practice the sealing technique. Kushina's small face was tense as she cautiously manipulated her chakra. The water balloon in her hand began to jump irregularly back and forth. This time the movement of the water balloon was noticeably more rhythmic than before. After about 20 seconds, the water balloon burst with a pop. Water splashed everywhere. Kushina raised her hand, looking at Limu with sparkling eyes. Limu also cooperatively ruffled her red hair, emotionally praising. Kushina is amazing. Kushina is so impressive. Kushina's eyes curved into crescent shapes, smiling like a little fox. He withdrew his hand and said, alright, today's training ends here, see you tomorrow. Kushina's previously bright eyes dimmed a bit. She said, oh. Limu ignored her little mood and held Kushina's hand as they returned to the room. At this moment, Tsunade was boredly flipping through medical books. Uzumaki Mizuki was meditating with her eyes closed nearby. However, Limu, knowing Uzumaki Mizuki well, understood that she was just bored and was training the nine tails in her consciousness space. He walked over to Tsunade and patted her shoulder. Let's go home now. Tsunade put down the medical book and said to Uzumaki Mizuki, I'm leaving first, Grandma. Then she turned to Kushina, saying, goodbye, Kushina. Kushina waved her hand, replying, sister, goodbye, brother. Limu also bid farewell to the two and returned home with Tsunade. Once they closed the door, the atmosphere between them became somewhat ambiguous. Just as he took off his outer coat, Limu wrapped his arms around Tsunade from behind. Hey, why are you sticking to me as soon as we get home? Although Tsunade complained, she leaned back, allowing Limu to rest his chin on her shoulder. I was suffocated sitting at Grandma's house for so long. Limu rubbed against her neck, lightly biting her earlobe. Who just admitted they are no longer my match back at Grandma's house? My. Hearing this, Tsunade's little temper flared up. She turned around, placing her hands on Limu's chest, and arrogantly stated, that was just me saving face in front of Grandma. What do you think, you can turn the tables just because you've learned some new tricks lately? Whether you can turn the tables or not, let's find out, shall we? Li Mu smirked mischievously, not waiting for Tsunade to react. He tightened his arm around her waist and effortlessly lifted her up. Oh, Li Mu. Being suddenly lifted off the ground, even the powerful Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim. Out of instinct and to maintain her balance, she had to cling tightly to Li Mu's neck. Li Mu quickly carried her to the bedroom, pressing her onto the soft bed. Tsunade's golden hair spread out on the white sheets, and she was breathing a bit heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. Her amber eyes fixed on Li Mu from above, filled with a stubborn unwillingness to back down, yet her flushed ears betrayed her inner shyness. You this guy? You're getting more and more reckless. Tsunade bit her silver teeth, pushing against Li Mu's shoulders, attempting a final struggle. Li Mu did not respond. He simply leaned in and kissed her. The next morning, Tsunade stirred her eyelashes and opened her amber eyes. She felt as if her body had fallen apart. Recalling the madness of the previous day, she murmured, "That bastard, he really doesn't have any pity for me." Tsunade's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of post-event charm. Li Mu, sensing the movement of the beauty in his arms, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Tsunade, curled up against his chest like a big cat, her face clearly written with displeasure, yet remarkably compliant, and his lips couldn't help but curve up slightly. Li Mu reached out, gliding his hand through her messy golden hair, his palm sliding over her back. Tsunade lightly lowered her gaze at his chest, saying, "It's all your fault. If something happens at the hospital, I will definitely." Li Mu looked at her with a hint of amusement and said, "What do you usually work at the hospital?" Tsunade's tone faltered as her body nimbly slipped out of Li Mu's embrace. She turned the tables, looking down at Li Mu. She lightly bit her silver teeth and said, "You this guy today, I must show you some color." With that, she pressed Li Mu's head into her ample bosom. Li Mu's vision was instantly covered by a sea of white. However, to him it felt less like punishment and more like a treat. Yet to give Tsunade some face, he still symbolically pushed her away a couple of times. Then his large hand skillfully climbed up Tsunade's waist. "Don't make trouble, Tsunade. I was wrong." At that moment, Tsunade's body slightly tensed as she playfully complained, "You keep teasing me. If I don't let you taste some hardship today, you'll really think you're the boss at home. Now you're begging for mercy. I'll tell you it's too late." However, as a medical ninja, Tsunade naturally sensed Li Mu's half-hearted struggle. Li Mu's current performance was more about enjoying than struggling. Moreover, as Li Mu's hand gradually moved to her rounded backside, Tsunade's face turned red. She struggled to free her hands and skillfully flipped over, diving into the blanket. Breathing in fresh air again, Li Mu inhaled greedily. Tsunade, observing Li Mu's expression, instantly fell into a certain misunderstanding. She blushed and murmured softly, "Pervert." Hearing Tsunade's words, Li Mu leaned close to her ear, gently kissed her forehead, then tilted his head and mischievously took her earlobe into his mouth. Feeling this sudden assault on her sensitive spot, Tsunade, whose face was already flushed as if bleeding, grew even redder. She attempted to struggle, but found her entire body weak and utterly lacking strength. Only when she began to breathe rapidly, her cheeks blushing like peach blossoms, did Li Mu finally release her. He teased softly in her ear, "What's this? Still shy after all these years as a couple?" His words made the thin-skinned Tsunade pull the blanket over her face, muttering in a muffled voice, "Pervert." Seeing this, Li Mu promptly wrapped her up like a silkworm cocoon. Then he hoisted her onto his shoulder. Feeling herself aloft, Tsunade instantly lost her balance. She squirmed and struggled. "What are you up to, you wicked man?" Li Mu carried her into the bathroom. When they emerged again, their states were completely different. Ignoring the scratches on his back and the bite marks on his neck, Li Mu looked thoroughly refreshed. Tsunade, however, appeared utterly drained. With her eyes closed, she clung tightly to Li Mu's neck like a koala, clear marks visible on her collarbone and neck. Li Mu gently laid her on the bed as if handling a piece of porcelain. He glanced at the time and turned to leave. 3 days later, while on a mission with Kushina, Li Mu was suddenly summoned to the Hokage's office. Tobarama was now over 50, and having grown up in the Warring States period, with its early training and constant warfare, his body had been drained prematurely. Tobarama was now over 50, and having grown up in the Warring States period, with its early training and constant warfare, his body had been drained prematurely. Moreover, his research into various forbidden techniques had severely taxed his already weakened physique. By now, Tobarama's strength had most likely declined significantly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so urgent. Tobarama forced a smile onto his usually cold face. "Li Mu, hey, race, the thing, the Sand Village has been acting unruly lately, and I need you to investigate." Hearing Tobarama's words, Li Mu nodded and asked, "Who are my teammates this time?" Tobarama replied casually, "Tsukumo Hatake and Hyuga Shingle." Upon hearing these two names, Li Mu nodded. Yet he surmised that the border situation must now be quiet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched two such skilled operatives as Tsukumo Hatake and Hyuga Shingle to be his teammates. "When Oi, depart tomorrow morning. Go prepare. Cough cough. Tobirama coughed twice into a handkerchief. Limu looked at him with concern. Lord Hokage, are you all right? I'm fine. Cough. Probably just caught a cold. Tobirama waved his hand, indicating he was fine. Limu gave him a deep look before turning and leaving. After Limu had gone, Tobirama removed the handkerchief from his mouth. He murmured to himself, my time is running out. In Tobirama's view, Limu was the perfect candidate for the next Hokage. At least with Limu, he murmured to himself, my time is running out. In Tobirama's view, Limu was the perfect candidate for the next Hokage. At least with Limu in charge, the Uchiha problem wouldn't be so severe. Tobirama had indeed mishandled the Uchiha, so he could only rely on his own authority to delay the issue as much as possible. As for the final resolution, he would have to leave it to the wisdom of later generations. He was too old, and Limu was too young. Before Limu had matured, Hiruzen Sarutobi had always been the best successor in Tobirama's eyes. Hiruzen possessed all the qualities of an excellent politician. Of course, Tobirama could see that Hiruzen had some selfish motives. But who doesn't? Hadn't he himself used some underhanded tricks to make his brother the Hokage? However, with Limu's emergence, Tobirama's private thoughts began to stir. Compared to Hiruzen, he also had a better way of handling the Uchiha problem. Apart from being slightly inferior in ninja talent, Limu was practically the perfect Hokage. Lately, Limu had demonstrated sufficiently outstanding ninja abilities. So if he could just stall a little longer perhaps. Tobirama shook his head, dispelling these thoughts, both proper and improper. Now the ninja world was seething with undercurrents, and his primary goal was to keep the Leaf Village from sinking. The next morning, Limu arrived at the meeting point fully equipped. Tsukumo Hitaki and Hyuga Shingle had been waiting there for some time. Limu apologized with a hint of regret. Sorry I'm late. Tsukumo waved his hand and said, not at all, not at all. There's still plenty of time before the designated meeting time. On the other side, Hyuga Shingle squeezed a stiff smile onto his rigid face and spoke sparingly, no problem. Limu then took a moment to assess Hyuga Shingle. This middle-aged man was expressionless, showing no detectable emotion in either his eyes or his face. It was as if nothing could attract his attention. He seemed like a robot. The three of them then set off on the road to their mission destination. This time the mission location was neither the Leaf Village's border nor the Sand Village, but the Land of Rain. This was an unspoken understanding between the major powers. It wasn't that they were merciful in not annexing these small nations, rather most were resource poor, and the cost of governing them far outweighed the land's own value. It was better to use them as military buffer zones to prevent war from spreading to their own territories. Of course, this was merely an idealized outcome. But prior to this, whenever minor skirmishes broke out between the Sand Village, the Rock Village, and the Leaf, they had tacitly chosen the Land of Rain to minimize losses. Traveling day and night without rest, the three finally reached the Leaf's temporary outpost. Yet the scene before them left them stunned. The temporary outpost had been reduced to ruins. Nearby lay broken kunai, shattered shuriken, and ninken, along with craters from exploding tags. The most conspicuous were the traces of large-scale ninjutsu. Limu crouched down, picked up a kunai, and examined it closely. This was a standard-issue kunai from the Leaf. Then he picked up a shuriken and handed it to Tsukumo. Senior Tsukumo, this shuriken is from the Sand Village. Hearing his words, Tsukumo took the shuriken and scrutinized it carefully. Chimu Shomao nodded. Indeed, a shuriken from Sharon Village. After speaking, he looked at the ruins, and a pained expression emerged on his originally impassive face. We came too late. Limu looked at Chimu Shuomo's sorrowful expression and shook his head helplessly. Truly, he was one of the few lights in this moral quagmire of mine. The ruins before them had clearly existed for 3 or 4 days. Logically, it had nothing to do with Chimu, because when the fierce battle occurred here, Limu, Chimu Shomao, and Rishiang Shenla had just received the mission. It wasn't as if they could simply fly over. Limu spoke up to comfort him. Senior Shomao, don't blame yourself. Based on the battle traces, we might not even have received the mission when this battle occurred. The best course now is to find the enemy's trail and avenge our comrades. Hearing Limu's words, Chimu Shomao settled his complicated emotions and nodded, saying, Mu, you're right. I was too attached to appearances. Watching Chimu Shomao still capable of self-reflection, Limu thought to himself, before time traveling, he used to criticize Chimu Shomao for disregarding the bigger picture, even sacrificing Mui's interests to save comrades. After time traveling, who wouldn't want to team up and go on missions eagerly with Chimu Shomao, who was gentle-natured and would go to any lengths to protect his comrades? At this moment, the silent Rishiang Shenla activated his buy-in to search for clues. During their conversations over the past few days, Limu learned that he was a veteran jonin from the Rishiang branch family and had undertaken many missions together with Chimu Shomao. Meanwhile, Chimu Shomao used the summoning technique to call forth a ninja dog. This ninja dog was not the 8 ninja dogs summoned by Kakashi in later times, but an ordinary one. He picked up several weapons bearing the mark of Sharon Village and placed them near the dog's nose. Can you smell it? The dog summoned by Chimu Shomao was a relatively young pug. The dog looked at Chimu Shomao and nodded, "Shomao, let me try." However, what surprised Li Mu was that this ninja dog could also speak human language. This was somewhat similar to Paik. Meanwhile, Li Mu searched the vicinity for suspicious traces. At that moment, he squinted and looked into the distance, noticing something buried near the ruins. Li Mu quickly walked over and found a puppet that had been corroded for some time. Moreover, the puppet was stained with some. In Li Mu's eyes, it was naturally clear that this was the work of Sharon Village. He immediately called out to Chimu Shomao, "Senior Shomao, I found something here." Upon hearing his words, Chimu Shomao didn't doubt him and directly lifted the dog by the scruff of its neck using the body flicker technique to appear beside Li Mu. Li Mu said, "Senior Shomao, look here." Chimu Shomao looked in the direction Li Mu pointed and saw a puppet. He walked over, crouched down to confirm, then signaled the ninja dog beside him to sniff and figure out what was going on. The ninja dog sniffed, then paced around on the ground. Soon the dog followed the scent to the vicinity of a forest. Li Mu and Chimu Shomao exchanged a glance and followed, not forgetting to beckon Rishangshinla. The ninja dog stopped in the forest, and Li Mu used a body flicker technique to land on a nearby branch, beginning to observe for any suspicious traces. At that moment, the ninja dog lightly leaped onto a branch and said to Chimu Shomao and the others, "Follow me." Upon hearing the dog's voice, Li Mu looked at the branch where it was. He noticed a faint footprint. If not for the ninja dog's reminder, he alone would probably have wasted some time. The three of them followed behind the ninja dog. It was evident that these Sharon ninja were extremely cunning. During the journey, Chimu Shuomo's ninja dog changed its course many times and occasionally stopped to carefully sniff the scent. When the ninja dog stopped and was about to set off again, Li Mu directly stopped the two people and the dog, saying, "Wait." Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Li Mu walked to a tree trunk and picked up a transparent wire. He skillfully disarmed the trap. Seeing this, Chimu Shomao couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his. Although this trap was crude, it was clearly designed more as an alarm trap. While it couldn't harm the people present, exposing their trail due to a moment of carelessness would be a complete loss, outweighing the gain. Chimu Shomao said to Li Mu, "Thank you for this, Mu." Rishangshinla also said with a guilty expression, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. If only I had kept my buy-in activated." Hearing his words, Chimu Shomao had no objection. He nodded and said to Rishangshinla, "Shinla, since traps have appeared, it proves that we are likely close to their lair. So we'll leave it to you." Rishangshinla nodded, then activated his buy-in and followed behind Chimu Shuomo's ninja dog. They continued walking and stopping, encountering many traps along the way. The three people and one dog either avoided or dismantled the traps. The traps grew more numerous, and finally they heard voices speaking in the distance. Although Yu Country is humid, it's still much better than the dry Feng Valley. Indeed, compared to Feng Country, which is perpetually windy and sandy, the climate of Yu Country is truly comfortable. Speaking of climate, Hu Country is the best. It occupies the most prosperous and fertile land in the ninja world. Hearing the words Feng Country, the three exchanged glances and then hid themselves. The voices continued. "Sometimes I really envy those ninja of mine enjoying the best resources and the best climate, unlike us who have to fight for everything. Yeah, you know, the other day, when we destroyed Miyui's temporary outpost, those ninja were really wealthy. If we didn't have the numerical advantage, who knows how it would have turned out. Honestly, I'm a bit homesick. When I left, my wife told me she was pregnant. Sai, who doesn't miss home. Alright, you lot. Hold on for 3 more days, and we'll be rotated out. Hang in there." At this point, the three had fully confirmed that this group were members of Sharon Village. As the sound of their footsteps breaking branches, creak, creak, gradually faded, their voices also grew softer. Li Mu made a gesture asking Chimu Shomao whether they should follow. Chimu Shomao nodded. Then the group cautiously followed in the direction of the sound. Additionally, just in case, Chimu Shomao specifically had the ninja dog sniff the branches broken by the Sharon Village ninja. The tracking dog advanced, following the scent ahead. As they were nearing the base, the path offered few twists and turns. After navigating only a few bends, the trio and the canine came to a halt. Without a word, the ninja hound first glanced at Hatake Sakumo, then fixed its gaze forward. Hatake Sakumo, Li Mu, and Hyuga Kagura also turned their attention to the front. Before them lay a crude temporary encampment consisting of just a few tents and a wooden fence. Upon closer inspection, several figures could be seen moving near the camp, apparently standing guard. Hatake Sakumo patted the dog's head, offered it a morsel of food, and the hound promptly dismissed the summoning spell. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kagura had already activated his Byakugan to scrutinize the camp specifics. After a long moment, he signaled to Hatake Sakumo with a hand gesture indicating that there were 12 people inside. Among them, 2 had chakra fluctuations at the Jonin level. The rest were all Chunin. Hatake Sakumo gave a simple hand sign to the other 2, "I'll handle the 2 Jonin, you 2 take care of the remaining Chunin." Hatake Sakumo was indeed a man of integrity. In the shinobi world, a Jonin clashing with ordinary Chunin usually resulted in a one-sided slaughter. However, Jonin versus Jonin was far more perilous. Li Mu and Hyuga Kagura nodded in agreement. Then the three of them stealthily approached the camp, moving in Just then a Suna shinobi wearing a headband emerged, evidently intending to relieve himself. He walked to a tree, but before he could loosen his belt he felt a hand clamp over his mouth, followed by a chill at his throat. He felt his hot blood spilling down his neck. A metallic sweetness filled his mouth as life ebbed away. At that moment the person behind him dragged him down and concealed him in the bushes. In his final moments he glimpsed the culprit's profile. A stern-faced, white-haired man who seemed oddly familiar. His lips parted, desperate to warn his comrades of the ambush, but blood flooded his throat, rendering him silent. Only faint gurgling sounds escaped. After eliminating one insignificant foe, the trio simultaneously launched their assault, silently reaping the lives of these unwary Suna shinobi. Li Mu twisted a man's neck to the right, ending his existence. As he broke the neck, he noticed a photograph clutched in the victim's hand. It appeared to be a picture of his wife. While the three continued their one-sided massacre, the Jonin of the Suna encampment finally sensed that something was amiss. He roared in fury and charged forward. At the sight of the hellish scene before him, his eyes nearly split in rage. Drawing his weapon, he joined the fray. Hearing the commotion, the rest also snatched their weapons and engaged. Yet after the trio's sneak attack had already felled several Chunin, the battle devolved into a slaughter. Li Mu condensed a Rasengan with one hand, used the body flicker technique to appear behind a Suna Chunin, and slammed the sphere heavily into his back. The devastating force shattered his internal organs. Meanwhile, Hatake Sakomo, with his terrifying body flicker technique and the secret sword arts of the Hatake clan, held off the two Suna Jonin. From the perspective of those two Suna ninja, however, the situation was quite different. They had expended every trick just to barely survive Sakomo's suffocating assault. Oh! A scream rang out. One of the Suna Jonin, too slow to dodge, had his arm severed cleanly at the shoulder, bringing this one-sided massacre to a conclusion. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hyuga Kagura finished his opening stance and straightened up. The remaining members of the Suna encampment were utterly annihilated. The trio expertly gathered the spoils. Their primary mission this time was to investigate the specific situation in the Rain Country. He also had other matters to look into, and would need to stay a while longer. 3 days later the three returned to Konoha with the intel gathered. Hatake Sakomo reported to the authorities while the other two went home. As Li Mu wandered aimlessly through the streets, a delighted voice called out, "Sensei." Li Mu turned toward the sound. It was Mikoto. After 3 years of growth, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. She wore a Konoha Chunin vest, yet it could not conceal the generous curves that hinted at her natural endowments. Her once long flowing hair was now neatly tied into a ponytail, which combined with her attire gave her a dashing and spirited appearance. Mikoto naturally walked over to Li Mu, hooked her arm through his, and feigned grievance. "Sensei, you haven't come to see me in so long." As she spoke, she pressed his arm against herself. Through Li Mu's careful cultivation, her affection had reached. Li Mu immediately felt his arm enveloped by 2 soft mounds. He looked at her mock pitiful expression and mercilessly called her out. "I recall you pestered me last week to go eat grilled meat and the week before to go shopping." Hearing Li Mu recount her moves so precisely, Mikoto blushed in embarrassment. She reached up and covered his mouth, pouting, "Sensei, don't you know the saying, a day apart feels like 3 autumns? Sensei, say something." At her words, Li Mu stared at her as if she were a fool. Then he pointed at his own mouth, still covered by her hand. Mikoto finally realized and awkwardly said, "Sorry, Sensei." She then lowered her hand. Li Mu gave her a gentle flick on her smooth forehead and said with exasperation, all right, you're full of twisted logic. Don't you have duty today?" "Ow!" Mikoto yelped and clutched her forehead. But Li Mu didn't console her. He knew exactly how much force he had used. "Duty?" Mikoto blinked her lovely eyes. "No need." Li Mu was speechless at her innocent look. Was this the privilege of having an elder father? He asked where to this time. To be honest, Li Mu had already explored every corner of this tiny Konoha, more than once. Mikoto lowered her head in thought, then said, "How about we take photos?" "Find the usual place?" Li Mu inquired. Mikoto nodded. The two walked to the familiar park. Compared to 3 years ago, the park had not changed. It was still bustling. Fukuhara was still the same artistic young woman. However, her camera was the latest model from the land of crafts, quite expensive. Li Mu had earlier wondered how Fukuhara made money since most of her works were free. Later he learned that her father was a wealthy merchant in Konoha, and she took photos purely as a hobby, caring nothing. "Fukuhara-ni." Mikoto greeted her warmly. At that moment Fukuhara was holding a sketchpad, drawing the distant scenery. Li Mu observed the scene, and walked over teasingly, saying, "Fukuhara, have you found a new hobby again?" Upon hearing the familiar voices, Fukuhara tied up her hair, and looked towards Li Mu and Uchiha Meichin. Seeing the two, they simultaneously revealed sweet smiles, and slightly bowed. "Lord Li Mu, Miss Meichin." Uchiha Meichin waved her hand, saying, "We are all old friends, no need to be so formal." Fuhara kept her smile, replying respectfully, rules are rules, we cannot bend them. Seeing Fuhara's demeanor, Uchiha Meichin shook her head helplessly, saying, alright, let's take a couple of photos of us. Fuhara nodded in agreement, saying, no problem. With that, she instantly got into position. Fuhara picked up a brand new camera and directed the two on how to pose. Get a little closer, still look at each other, and keep a serious expression. Yes, just like that, good, hold it right there. She precisely captured the best moment and took the photo. While Fuhara arranged the camera, she showed the photo to the two. They leaned in to take a glance and found it quite nice. Uchiha Meichin nodded in satisfaction, saying, not bad. After taking 2 more photos, they agreed with Fuhara on a time to collect the photos and continued to wander. Uchiha Meichin hugged Li Mu's arm and whispered in his ear, Mu, what do you think if war breaks out? Can we still do this? Li Mu, hearing Uchiha Meichin's words, slightly narrowed his gaze. He turned to look at Meichin and asked, Meichin, why do you say that? Uchiha Meichin looked at Li Mu, who was pretending to be oblivious, and pouted unhappily. The current situation is clear to anyone well-informed, you big fool. She emphasized the words big fool heavily. Li Mu stared at her with a smirk, just as they stopped in a second. He slowly cornered Uchiha Meichin. She stared at him, gulping, and weakly said, Teacher, what are you going to do? Having said that, she deliberately put on a pitiful look. Li Mu did not hold back and directly leaned down to capture Uchiha Meichin's tender red lips. Uchiha Meichin let out a soft sound. At first, she tried to maintain her composure, pushing against Li Mu's chest with her hands. However, with Li Mu's skilled and gentle guidance, he easily pried open her tightly guarded lips and delved in. Meichin's mind instantly went blank. She didn't realize when she had let go of her hands that were pressed against Li Mu's chest. Meichin began to feel weak, sinking into a peculiar sensation. She started to clumsily and shyly respond to Li Mu. However, being inexperienced in such matters, Meichin quickly revealed a fatal weakness: she didn't know how to breathe. As the kiss deepened, Meichin felt the oxygen in her lungs gradually being depleted, her brain starting to feel a bit dizzy from lack of air. Instinctively, she wanted to lean back to breathe fresh air, but the back of her head was firmly held by Li Mu's hand, rendering her unable to move. Before long, her originally delicate and fair face blushed red. The blush spread from her face to her ears, even her long neck was tinted with an alluring pink. At this moment, Meichin let out a weak protest akin to a little cat. Her delicate eyebrows knitted together as she gently pushed Li Mu. However, her meager strength was naturally futile in front of him. Seeing that she was about to suffocate, Uchiha Meichin could only look at Li Mu with misty eyes appearing pitiful and pleading. A look as if she would beg for mercy at any moment. Upon seeing Meichin's pleading gaze, Li Mu felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Reluctantly, he released Meichin, but not before gently sucking on her lower lip one last time. As Meichin regained her freedom, she greedily inhaled fresh air. Hoo-ha! Huh! Meichin slumped in Li Mu's embrace, gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling continuously. Seeing this, Li Mu let her sit on a nearby bench. At this moment, Meichin, while catching her breath, shot a glare. You naughty teacher, were you trying to suffocate me? Hearing Meichin's pouty tone, Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle, noticing that she wasn't actually mad, but was pretending to be fierce. He unceremoniously pinched Meichin's tender little face. Meichin, with such strength, how come you don't even know the basics of breathing? It seems I need to give you extra lessons, my dear teacher. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Meichin's eyes widened in shock. The extra lesson is over. Meichin covered her lips, her misty eyes glaring at Li Mu as if to accuse him. She didn't even need to look in a mirror to feel the burning pain on her lips. Her originally delicate and thin red lips were now obviously swollen and bruised. Combined with her slightly flushed and exquisite little face, it was simply, it's all your fault. Meichin's voice carried a hint of hoarseness, but it sounded soft and lacked any intimidation. What if the people in the clan see this? How am I supposed to explain? Li Mu embraced Meichin and said, just say you accidentally bumped into a tree while training. Hearing Li Mu's nonsensical reply, Meichin lightly punched him and said, who bumps into a tree and ends up with a busted lip? After saying that, she lightly punched Li Mu again. Li Mu, seeing Meichin's slightly embarrassed and annoyed expression, stopped teasing her. He took out a lip balm and dipped his fingertip into it, saying, alright, I'll apply this for you. Reduce the swelling quickly. Meichin obediently closed her eyes, allowing Li Mu to apply it. Once Li Mu was finished, she pretended to look fierce, grabbing Li Mu's collar, and said, from now on, no more surprise attacks. Li Mu looked at Meichin's fierce expression, feeling that she looked just like an adorable little kitten with frizzled fur. He reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, alright, I'll be careful next time. Feeling Li Mu's gentle hand, Meichin couldn't help but squint her eyes and rub against his palm. After Meichin's face returned to normal, Li Mu finally wrapped an arm around her and walked out of the park. Meichin leaned entirely against Li Mu, her voice hoarse as she said, so where are we heading next? Li Mu thought for a moment and then took her to a place where they often ate together. After finishing the meal, he escorted Mikoto to the Uchiha clan's territory. At this time the Uchiha had not yet been marginalized, and their territory was located at the heart of Konoha. Limu bade farewell to Mikoto behind a massive tree that could not be encircled by 3 people. Just as he was about to see her off, he whispered into her ear, "You've made rapid progress just now. I'll have to give you some extra tutoring later." Hearing Limu's words, Mikoto shot him a look of playful indignation. She glanced around, and finding no one watching, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. To an outsider, it seemed merely a farewell embrace, especially with the large tree shielding them from view. Mikoto pulled Limu close by the neck. To any onlooker, it resembled nothing more than a parting hug. What with the tree blocking the view, no one could see the two there. She retaliated directly by pressing her lips to his neck. Parting her lips, she bit the soft flesh on the side of his neck, neither too hard nor too soft. Yet she did not really sink her teeth in her. Instead, she suckled somewhat clumsily. As she sucked, Mikoto thought to herself, "Serves you right for teasing me. Let's see how you go out tomorrow." After a dozen seconds, she released her mouth and looked at Limu with triumphant eyes. "You wicked teacher. Who told you to make my lips all swollen? Now we're even. Let's see how you explain it to Tsunade's sister when you get back." "You wicked teacher. Who told you to make my lips all swollen? Now we're even. Let's see how you explain it to Tsunade's sister when you get back." Mikoto tilted her chin, her eyes gleaming with smugness. Having said that, Mikoto tried to let go and leave. But Limu smiled a sinister smile and directly reached out to seize her waist, pulling her close to his ear. Starting trouble, and then trying to run. Mikoto twisted her body, attempting to break free. But Limu had already locked her firmly in place. Seeing that brute force wouldn't work, she quickly switched to a softer approach. She voluntarily leaned in and gently kissed Limu on the lips. Then she looked up at him with pitiful, pleading eyes, a soft blade that indeed struck Limu's weak spot. After all, he was a man who yielded only to softness, never to force. Limu extended a hand and lightly pinched Mikoto's cheek. "What's this? Now you know how to beg. Where's that cocky spirit from when you branded me?" Mikoto kissed Limu again. "Teacher, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again next time." Limu narrowed his eyes. Next time. Though he hadn't intended to push her further, the atmosphere had already built. He had to collect a little interest. His large hand slowly slid downward and lightly smacked her rounded rear, producing a muffled sound. "All right, just this once. I'll let you off this time." Sudden assault made Mikoto blush. She bit his chin again in retaliation. Then she nimbly slipped out of his embrace. "Pervert teacher, I'm off." As she moved away, she turned back and shook a little fist at him. Limu watched Mikoto's back as she left, gently touching the mark on his neck. He shook his head helplessly and pulled his collar up as high as it would go. After all, he was the one truly invested. Limu returned home and opened the door. Inside, Tsunade was sitting with her chin propped on her hand, legs crossed, idly watching a TV program. Hearing the door, Tsunade turned her head to glance at the entrance. Seeing it was Limu, she said in a lazy, mature voice, "Back already? How was the mission? Tired?" Hearing Tsunade's concerned words, Limu felt a twinge of guilt. Though both Mikoto and Tsunade knew of each other's existence and had even gone shopping together still. But when his gaze shifted to Tsunade, he was stunned. She was still wearing that loose robe. What was most captivating was that her right foot was dangling a pink slipper on her toes. Her toes curled slightly, making the slipper wobble precariously. That exquisite foot shone extraordinarily fair under the lamplight. Tsunade kept her feet in superb condition. The skin over her arch was so delicate that faint blue veins were visible beneath it, fragile to the point of being almost unhealthy. At that moment, the slipper hung from her toes, wobbling as she swayed idly. To keep it from falling, her toes curled and hooked it tightly. Sensing Limu's burning gaze, Tsunade let out a soft laugh. With a slight movement of her toes, the slipper fell with a soft clatter. Tsunade crossed her bare feet and placed them on the tea table, exposing 10 glossy, rounded toes to Limu's view. Looking at him at the entrance, she rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "What are you staring at? Get over here." Limu snapped out of it, changed his shoes, and walked in. Tsunade eyed his pulled-up collar and said with a knowing smile, "What's this? Your collar's higher than an aburane's." Hearing her tease, Limu made up an excuse. The wind and sand outside had to cover up. With that, he sat down naturally beside her. Tsunade's eyes flickered. She shifted her body to get closer to him. She inhaled the familiar fragrance on Limu, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. It was a unique incense from the Uchiha clan, something an ordinary person would never detect. Unfortunately, Tsunade, as a medical ninja, had even improved the incense that Mikoto currently used. How could she not recognize that familiar scent? Though she had long come to terms with Mikoto, it was impossible for her to feel absolutely nothing. So she decided not to let him off easily. Still watching Limu's wandering gaze and forced composure, she found it a little amusing. Wind and sand. Tsunade wrapped her arms around his neck and sat on his lap. "If the wind and sand are so bad, then, as a medical ninja, I ought to give you a thorough check. With that, she pressed herself almost flush against him. Her golden hair brushed against Li Mu's cheek, intentional or not tickling him. At the same time, Tsunade's rose-like scent filled his nose, completely overpowering the faint fragrance of Li Mu's. Hands began to roam. Just as he was about to capture Tsunade's red lips, she raised a slender finger to gently stop him. She leaned close to his ear. With all that wind and sand, did someone bring back some local specialty? She deliberately pressed her body even closer, letting her soft curves crush against his chest, and took a deep breath at the hollow of his neck. Let me smell. How does this wind and sand carry a sour-sweet scent of Uchiha pastries home? With that, before Li Mu could react, she pulled down his collar. Seeing the love bite on Li Mu's neck, Tsunade gently stroked it as she looked at him and asked knowingly, did that little wildcat leave this? Li Mu remained silent, his ears reddening. Li Mu forced himself to remain calm. He grasped Tsunade's delicate hand and said indifferently, bitten by a mosquito. Tsunade looked at Li Mu and said with a half-smile, that mosquito is probably a female, isn't it? Li Mu's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, only female mosquitoes bite people. Isn't that normal? Hearing Li Mu still making excuses, Tsunade lightly punched his chest. Stop quibbling. It was that little girl Mei-chin who bit you, right? Li Mu then realized that he had been discovered long ago and Tsunade was just playing along with him. He leaned back directly and said resignedly, fine, it was her. But I must correct you, Mei-chin is already an adult. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said in a sour tone, so are you implying that I'm old and worn out? After saying that, a look of grievance appeared on her breathtakingly beautiful face, as if she were about to shed. Li Mu reached out and cupped her delicate face. Why are you overthinking again? I just don't want to be locked. At this moment, Tsunade playfully winked at Li Mu. Then it depends on how sincere you are. After all, you've been out on a mission for a while, and you already owe me several days' rent. Li Mu naturally understood the deeper meaning of Tsunade's words. He directly kissed her, while his other large hand wandered restlessly over Tsunade's delicate body. Tsunade was made weak all over by him. Her eyes were filled with spring, and her gaze at Li Mu was full of affection. Li Mu directly lifted the beauty in his arms. The next day, while Li Mu was sleeping, he suddenly felt a fine, dense, tingling sensation on the tip of his nose and cheeks. He reluctantly opened his eyes and saw Tsunade propping up her delicate body with a mischievous smile, lightly pinching a few strands of hair and teasing them over his face and nose. The loose robe on Tsunade's body was now hanging loosely, revealing her delicate collarbone and an endless abyss. Seeing Li Mu awake, Tsunade not only didn't stop, but instead showed a triumphant smile. Wake up, my great hero. Li Mu directly buried his head in Tsunade's broad and soft chest, mumbling, stop messing around, let me sleep a bit more. After saying that, he still rubbed against her to find the most comfortable spot. Finally, he naturally wrapped his arms around Tsunade's slender waist. Tsunade found him so naturally taking advantage of her that she was both amused and exasperated. She sighed helplessly, reached out to smooth Li Mu's messy hair, then pinched his ear in a huff, but her tone was gentle enough to drip water. I really can't do anything about you. You're so grown up, yet you act like a stubborn child when you sleep. However, due to the excessive fluid consumption yesterday, Tsunade also felt a hint of fatigue. He'll sleep with you for 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. Tsunade's words clearly lacked conviction. She held Li Mu, closed her amber eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was already noon. Tsunade found that her pajamas had been completely disheveled. She sensed something and looked down, only to find that Li Mu was drinking. Faced with Li Mu's overstepping, Tsunade naturally could no longer tolerate it. She exerted a little force, completely blocking the gap beside Li Mu. Feeling suffocated, Li Mu opened his eyes in his sleep. As soon as Li Mu opened his eyes, his vision was filled with an overwhelming expanse of white tenderness and familiar warmth. Because Tsunade was a bit grumpy from waking up, Li Mu instantly felt he couldn't breathe. At this moment, Tsunade's magnetic but somewhat exasperated voice came from his ear. You rascal, you can't even sleep honestly. It's noon and you're still messing around. Li Mu symbolically struggled a couple of times in Tsunade's warm, soft embrace. However, he decided to give Tsunade a way out. He muttered his apology without any sincerity. Tsunade, I was wrong. Hearing this, Tsunade finally let him go. At this moment, Li Mu's hand had already rested on Tsunade's most sensitive waist dimple, then gently squeezed. Tsunade's body instantly softened, and she leaned into Li Mu's arms as if boneless. The loose robe on her body, after the earlier slight exertion of their roughhousing, had now completely lost its original covering function. The robe was now hanging on one shoulder, while the other collar had completely slipped down to her arm. At this moment, only Li Mu could appreciate this beautiful sight. Li Mu held her while unabashedly admiring the scenery before him. Feeling Li Mu's burning gaze, Tsunade felt a surge of pride in her heart. However, her mouth was very tsundere. What are you looking at, pervert? Seeing Tsunade's adorable tsundere expression, Li Mu couldn't help but stroke her golden hair like petting a cat. Li Mu's hand gently passed through her golden hair, the sensation on his palm, making him reluctant to let go. Soothingly stroked by him, Tsunade's initially embarrassed and annoyed mood calmed down. She was like a Persian cat that had been well-groomed, obediently rubbing her head against Li Mu's palm. However, less than half a minute into this warmth, Tsunade sensed something was wrong. She opened her eyes that had been half closed and looked at Li Mu. Then she glared at him warningly, signaling. Seeing her expression, Li Mu directly put on an innocent look. Then he gently pressed down on Tsunade's head. Tsunade glared fiercely at Li Mu and muttered, "I must have owed you in a past life." Half an hour later, Tsunade was carefully brushing her teeth with a face full of disgust. Meanwhile, Li Mu was washing up in the bathroom. After both had finished washing, Li Mu hugged Tsunade and asked, "What do you want for lunch?" Hearing this, Tsunade rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. That's right, because of Li Mu's restlessness, the time had already reached the afternoon, and the two of them had not eaten. Tsunade lazily leaned on Li Mu's shoulder and said, "There should only be instant noodles at home. How about we go out to eat?" The two were very decisive. After dressing properly, the two prepared to go out to eat. Yet while they were enjoying this leisurely time at a farm on the border of the Land of Fire, Dashyun held his forehead with one hand, watching Shangshu being chased around by a wild boar, his eyes full of helplessness. And when he thought of his old friends leisurely enjoying life in Mai, at this moment his mood became even worse. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Dashyun reluctantly used the ninjutsu to control the wild boar. Then he waved his hand to signal Shangshu to finish it off. Shangshu was panting heavily. He walked over to the wild boar, picked up a kunai, and ended the boar's life. Orochimaru suddenly recalled how Li Mu and Tsunade had brought Nawaki to him with sly grins, while Nawaki looked up at him with undisguised admiration. He had no idea what had possessed him back then to accept that brat as his disciple. Now he could only wallow, though the disciple was decent in every other way except for his uncanny knack for causing trouble. But the moment he thought of how Li Mu and Tsunade, the two actual guardians, now lived like retired folks while he alone slaved away as a workhorse for Konoha, Orochimaru's fury flared uncontrollably. Just then Nawaki handed him a piece of grilled pork. Orochimaru's expression softened slightly. While a disciple chosen by his own hand must be endured, even if it meant crying his way through. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Tsunade were strolling through Konoha streets after dinner. Though war had not yet erupted, both could feel the thickening aura of slaughter. Because recently Tobarama Senju had been recalling ninjas from missions abroad, especially those undertaking escort and protection duties in other great nations. Similarly, the other four great ninja villages were making the same decision. When ordinary wealthy merchants inquired, even those who had shared drinks and sworn brotherhood at the dinner table only gave vague, evasive answers. The waters are deep here. Don't wander around lately. In the Hokage's office, Tobarama Senju massaged his temples as he reviewed the emergency troop movements from every nation, a headache pulsing behind his eyes. He sighed softly. Big Brother was far too naive back then. In truth, Tobarama had never understood his elder brother Hashirama's decisions. In his view, human nature was greedy. Hashirama's idea of distributing the tailed beasts among the 5 great nations attempting to achieve balance through their power struck Tobarama as incredibly naive. And so it proved. After Hashirama's death, the first great ninja war erupted. Though all sides exercised restraint using smaller nations as buffers, the conflict still cost countless shinobi their lives. At this thought, Tobarama sighed again. If only they hadn't been so lenient back then. With Madara and his brother united, the 5 great nations would have been unified already. Then he could have retired in peace. Instead, barely after the first great ninja war ended, tensions across the ninja world were already rising again. Even his own peace was shattered. Li Mu and Tsunade walked side by side along Konoha's streets. Just then Tsunade suddenly pointed at a flower shop and said, "Mu, how about we get some potted plants?" Li Mu nodded in agreement. The two entered the shop together. It was run by the Yamanaka clan, and the attendant even recognized them as regular customers. "Ah, Lady Tsunade, Lord Li Mu. Welcome." The young female attendant of the Yamanaka clan's eyes lit up the moment she saw them walking in together. After greeting them, she approached respectfully and asked, "What would you like to choose today? We just received a fresh batch of potted plants this morning." Tsunade leaned lazily on Li Mu and said, "I'm tired of those cacti at home. Pick me a few hardy potted plants." Hearing this, Li Mu teased, "Why not get a few more cacti? They'd suit your temperament, both covered in thorn." Tsunade shot him a charming sidelong glare, then turned to the attendant and said, "Don't listen to him. Pick me the 2 most delicate flowers. Since someone's always idle, from now on he can water and loosen the soil for these every day." Li Mu leaned close to her ear and whispered so only she could hear, "Some flowers do need daily watering to bloom their fullest charm." Tsunade rolled her eyes at his innuendo. Then out of the attendant's sight, she reached for the soft flesh on Li Mu's waist and pinched it lightly. Li Mu wore a pained expression in cooperation, then retaliated by pinching her rear armor. Tsunade blushed, slapped him lightly, and muttered, "Behave yourself." Only then did Li Mu's hands become proper. The attendant, though unable to see any change in their expressions, inexplicably caught the whiff of a sour-sweet scent in the air. She hurriedly presented 2 blooming pots, one of delicate daisies, the other of richly colored red. The attendant blinked and spoke suggestively, "My lady, how about these 2? This red rose blooms the brightest, but it's fussy. Too much water rots its roots, too little sun wilts its petals. It truly needs a certain someone to tend it with care every day." One flower was elegant, the other flamboyant. Tsunade nodded. "These 2 will do. Send them to our home." The attendant replied respectfully, "Of course, Lady Tsunade." The 2 turned and left. Li Mu glanced at the sky and asked, "What's for dinner tomorrow? Shall we mooch at Grandma's place?" Tsunade shook her head. "No, going there will just make her urge us again." Li Mu saw her point and nodded. They bought more groceries at the market and took them home. The Hokage's office was brightly lit. Tobirama Senju stood with his hands behind his back, gazing toward the Senju clan grounds. At that moment, he made an immensely difficult decision: to merge the Senju clan with Konoha. He turned and opened a document he had personally signed on the desk, a decision that would fundamentally alter Konoha's political landscape, the full integration of the Senju into Konoha. Tobirama sighed softly. He knew his time was limited. Among the younger generation of the Senju clan, the only one capable of bearing the banner was Tsunade. He had personally assessed Nawaki. His talent was average and Jonin would be his ceiling. The most fatal issue was that Hashirama's original intention in founding the village was to keep children off the battlefield. Thus, during the first Great Ninja War, Senju clan members had led the charge and suffered devastating losses, leading to a generational gap in talent. Tobirama closed his eyes in pain as he stared at the document. This decision might seem insane to outsiders, and would even face opposition from some stubborn elders within the Senju clan. But as a politician, Tobirama understood better than anyone that the Senju had reached a point where change was imperative. The Ononashino village system had persisted to this day only because Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had made it possible through sheer personal strength and prestige. As for the system itself, it was hardly advanced. This had now trapped Tobirama in an awkward position, facing the great clans that had grown too powerful to control. That was precisely why Tobirama had been dedicated to establishing the Ninja Academy and opening opportunities to civilian ninjas, as well as creating his own coercive organization, the Umbu. These measures were all attempts by Tobirama to use civilian ninjas or those from smaller clans to counterbalance the great clans, weakening their military monopoly over Konoha. He also mandated that children from major clans must attend the academy, shifting a ninja's upbringing from clan-centric to village-centric. All of this was Tobirama's endeavor towards centralizing power. At the outset, Chinsho Feijin succeeded by virtue of his prestige. He initially accomplished this centralization of power. Although there were many flaws, for instance, all this was due to Chinsho Feijin's own sufficiently high prestige. If another person became Hoing, that Hoing would likely be marginalized by those major clans. A reshuffle would occur. Dissolving the Chinsho clan was Chinsho Feijin's final protection for the clan. Because once he was gone, the Chinsho, the foremost clan of Mai, would become a target of public criticism. A Chinsho clan without top-tier combat power, yet occupying top-tier resources, would inevitably become a target. At that time, how much they would have to abandon would not be decided by the declining clan itself. For Mai had seen major clans decline for various reasons. The Onma clan, once a premier illusion-using family, was one of the most classic examples. Chinsho Feijin understood the cruelty of politics better than anyone. Chinsho Feijin murmured to himself, rather than let the Chinsho shed their last drop of blood in the future for the vain title of foremost clan, it's better that I erase this title with my own hands. Let the Chinsho clan merge into Mai and become part of it. That is better than being purged in the future. After Chinsho Feijin made this difficult decision, 3 hours later, at the clan compound of the Chinsho, Chinsho Feijin looked at several elders and said, "This is my recent decision regarding the Chinsho." After speaking, he handed the document about merging the Chinsho clan into Mai to the elders. As Feijin expected, upon seeing this decision, the elders slammed the table in anger. One elder with gray hair, a wrinkled face, who had just needed a cane to walk, pointed directly at Feijin's nose and said, "You have forgotten your ancestors. Forgotten your ancestors. Feijin, have you gone mad?" The spittle from his mouth nearly sprayed onto Chinsho Feijin's face. Chinsho Feijin said calmly, "I am the patriarch of the Chinsho clan." Hearing this, that elder pointed at Chinsho Feijin and said, "You will regret this." Chinsho Feijin shrugged, but his eyes still held unshakable resolve. Seeing that Feijin would not be intimidated, the elder's tone softened. He spoke more gently, "Feijin, isn't this decision a bit too hasty? How about we discuss it together?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Chinsho Feijin silently sat to the He poured himself a cup of tea and said, "This decision was made after careful consideration. There is no room for negotiation." The elder sighed and asked in a questioning tone, "Then you must at least explain why, right?" I held you when you were a child." Qinsho Feijian looked at this elder of his and sighed helplessly. "Why can our Qinsho be called the foremost clan of the Renjia?" Without hesitation that elder replied, "Of course it's because of our heritage. And your father Fujin, your brother Zhujin, and you yourself." Qinsho Feijian said indifferently, "Now among the younger generation, is there anyone with potential that can reach my level? Forget it, don't mention me. Is there anyone who can reach the level of Yuanfei Risen?" Hearing Qinsho Feijian's question, the elders couldn't help but lower their heads. One elder tentatively said, "Isn't there Gang's Ho?" Upon hearing Gang's house name, Qinsho Feijian's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Then he sneered, "Now you think of Gang's Ho. Wasn't it you who said at clan meetings that Gang's Ho is a woman and will eventually marry someone else? Wasn't it also you who said the future of the Qinsho clan cannot be placed in the hands of a mere woman? How can you expect her to shoulder responsibility without granting her authority? How come all the good things fall to you?" Hearing the sarcasm in Qinsho Feijian's words, the elders' faces turned red and then pale. Then they dared not meet Qinsho Feijian's gaze. For they knew that although Qinsho Feijian was not as powerful as Qinsho Zhujin, his methods were much more ruthless than his brothers. When Zhujian was in power, they could act arrogantly, relying on their seniority from fighting alongside Lord Fujin, to argue fiercely at clan meetings, and occasionally even sway the patriarch's decisions. But when Feijian took power, this Hokage who single-handedly established the Mai Umbu created the Ninja Academy to allow civilians to become ninja, and gave the police force to the Uchiha, as a brilliant politician, further isolating and dividing the Uchiha. The fact that they had just dared to glare at Qinsho Feijian was merely a momentary impulse. Previously, the Qinsho clan had 7 or 8 elders. After Qinsho Feijian took office, 2 elders voluntarily proposed that they were too old and lacked energy to participate in managing the clan. Moreover, what Qinsho Feijian said was indeed their own words. At this moment, another elder said, "We were indeed wrong about the child Gang's Ho. But don't we still have Shengshu? Although this child is a bit impetuous, he cares about his comrades and aims to become Hokage. He is just like Zhu Jian back in the day. Moreover, he has taken Dash Wan as his master. Dash Wan is an outstanding figure among the younger generation. With his full guidance combined with our Qinsho clan pouring all our resources and secret medicines into Shengshu, how could he end up as just an ordinary jonin?" The elders grew more and more excited, as if they could see Shengshu reaching the heights of Qinsho Zhujian in the future. Qinsho Feijian watched them, his expression growing colder. Utterly foolish, rotten, would beyond carving, short-sighted. This was the only thought Qinsho Feijian had regarding these elders. He just watched them silently, saying nothing. But his gaze alone was already filled with oppression. The originally agitated voices of the elders grew quieter and quieter until they were barely audible. Qinsho Feijian sat in the main seat, crossed his legs, and said coldly, "Are you done? Done with your fantasies?" Hearing Qinsho Feijian's sarcasm, an elder quickly explained, "How could it be fantasy? How is it not fantasy?" Qinsho Feijian gave a cold laugh, slowly stood up, and pressed his hands on the table. "Take my elder brother Zhu Jian. Did he become the god of the Renjia because of his straightforward personality, or because he shouted nice slogans?" Faced with Senju Hashirama's interrogation, the elders opened their mouths, but found no words to refute. "Well," Senju Tobarama sighed lightly. "Heavy is the head that wears the crown. That boy Nawaki has shown talent at best at the level of a jonin. If I am gone someday." He did not continue, but the elders could all sense the tone of entrustment. An elder looked at Senju Tobarama in disbelief. "Tobarama, your body is really..." Senju Tobarama did not evade. He nodded and said blandly, "It is very poor. I probably don't have many years left." Hearing Senju Tobarama's frank words, they all exchanged uneasy glances. Senju Tobarama pushed the documents over again. "These are the arrangements for the future. Take a look and execute them. If the Senju clan continues like this, it will surely vanish into the long river of the shinobi world." Then, ignoring the elders' grim expressions, he turned and left. The elders exchanged glances. One of them spoke, "What do we do?" Another elder sighed lightly. "What else can we do? Execute them. It's better to be dignified ourselves than to be dignified by others. All right, let's start implementing the plan tomorrow." In just half an hour, Senju Tobarama and the elders had sealed the future of the Senju clan. The flowers purchased from the Yamanaka flower shop had already been delivered. After arranging them, Li Mu lounged lazily on the sofa. Tsunade habitually sat down beside Li Mu. She looked smugly at the fresh marks on Li Mu's neck. Seeing her smug expression, Li Mu flicked her smooth forehead. "You're quite proud, aren't you?" Tsunade raised her chin and said with full justification, "If Mikoto can do it, why can't I, eh?" Seeing Tsunade's self-righteous demeanor, Li Mu was amused by her tsundere posture. Still saying Makoto can do it. How old are you and how old is she? This is called jealousy, Lady Tsunade. Limu flashed a mischievous grin. Before Tsunade could react, his hand found the most sensitive spot on her waist, his fingertips moving gently to tickle her. Oh, Limu. Tsunade's body trembled, her eyes widening instantly. The sudden intense tingling made her giggle uncontrollably as she twisted desperately to escape Limu's clutches. But Limu was prepared. He extended his other arm and locked her tightly in his embrace. Now you know how to beg for mercy. What happened to that fierce attitude just now? Limu continued to gently tickle her waist. Haha, stop it. Let me go. Tsunade laughed until tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes, struggling incessantly. As they wrestled, her robe slipped down during the tussle, revealing the undergarment beneath. Soon Limu's attack shifted from mere tickling into something else. His hand began to wander, climbing up Tsunade's waist like a bold climber scaling a peak. When his large hand crossed the line, Tsunade, who had been laughing and struggling, froze as if struck by lightning. MMPH. Her voice cut short, then turned into a soft moan. She went limp in his arms. Limu scooped her up. Tsunade weakly resisted. Bastard, it's daytime. MMPH. A wordless night passed. Tsunade sat in the room having breakfast. Limu had already gone out to instruct Kushina. She stared at the glass of milk before her, her brows tightly furrowed. After a long hesitation, she set the milk aside. She had drunk too much lately and felt queasy just looking at it. At the Senju clan training ground, Limu lay on a tree branch offering casual guidance to Kushina. That's right. Focus your concentration and mobilize your chakra. Kushina was highly gifted and quickly completed the second stage of the Rasengan training. Bang! As Kushina burst the rubber ball in her hand, she exclaimed excitedly, Sensei, I did it. Limu was about to speak to the excited girl when a familiar system notification rang in his ears. In the void before him, 2 lines of pale blue text materialized. Option 1, repressive education, put on a look of frustration and mercilessly crush Kushina's spirits. You're this excited just reaching the second stage. With talent like that, you want to become Hokage. Keep training. Affinity change. Uzumaki Kushina Affinity 5 system. Reward advanced water release, water formation, wall scroll, antidote pill 3, can neutralize most common toxins. Option 2. Encouraging education. Leap down from the branch, pat her head, and give a approving smile. As expected of Kushina finishing the second stage so quickly. Affinity change. Uzumaki Kushina Affinity 10 system. Reward elite Uzumaki clan member, chakra volume 6, Kakashi special recovery agent, instantly restores damage from high intensity training and a small amount of chakra. As Limu looked at the 2 options, especially the chakra reward in option 2, his brow raised slightly. Not to mention that he personally had no affinity for repressive education, just the generous reward of option 2 alone was enough for Limu to choose it. With that thought, Limu rubbed his wrists and jumped down in front of Kushina. He reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, as expected of Kushina completing the second stage in such a short time. Kushina squinted, enjoying the touch. Hearing his praise, the tips of her ears flushed red. She hummed softly, barely audible, and lowered her head. Limu found her reaction amusing. He rested his hands on his knees, bent slightly, and said, so what reward do you want? Reward? Kushina repeated in confusion. Limu nodded matter-of-factly. Of course you deserve a reward for meeting my training requirements. What do you want? A new toy? A nice meal? New clothes or shoes? As long as it's reasonable, anything goes. Kushina thought for a long time. A new toy held no interest. A nice meal or new clothes also didn't appeal. Grandmother Mito had never deprived her materially. Whenever she asked, Grandmother Mito would grant it. Seeing Kushina's dilemma, Limu didn't rush her. He simply led her to a large tree to shade them from the sun. Finally, Kushina looked at Limu and asked tentatively, can I save this request for later? Save it. Kushina nodded emphatically. Because I don't know what I want right now, I want to save it up like a bank book and cash it in later. Jiyoshinai blinked her beautiful eyes as she spoke. Limu nodded and said in a brisk tone, no problem. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I can make it happen. Jiyoshinai tilted her head as if pondering what demands might be against his principles. She looked at Limu and asked, brother, what demands are against your principles? Hearing Jiyoshinai's question, Limu rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment before replying. For example, asking me to assassinate the Huaying. At Limu's words, Jiyoshinai burst into laughter. She nodded and said, don't worry, I would never make such an outrageous request. Limu glanced at the time and said, it's noon now. Let's rest a bit, then take on 2 simple missions and head back to rest for the day. Jiyoshinai nodded vigorously to indicate she had no problem. Limu asked, what do you want to eat? Without hesitation, Jiyoshinai replied, Ilu ramen. Hearing Jiyoshinai's words, Limu readily agreed. No problem. Let's go. With that, he naturally took Jiyoshinai's small hand and led her toward Ilu ramen. Arriving at Ilu ramen, Limu said casually, Shadow 1 bowl of char siu. Jiyoshinai added, they'll have the seafood one. No problem. Ilu said with a smile. Soon 2 bowls of ramen were served, and the two began to enjoy the meal. At this moment Kushina said to Limu, "Brother Grandma invited you and Sister Gangsho for dinner tonight." Limu was taken aback, then immediately understood what Xuanhua Shuehu was thinking. He nodded, "No problem, I'll be there on time." Kushina nodded, and continued to focus on the bowl of seafood ramen before her. In the afternoon, Limu took Kushina on missions like weeding and catching cats. As for the high-difficulty tasks, Limu didn't even consider them. After all, according to Mu Ye's tradition, as the successor of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the higher-ups of Mu Ye would never let her take risks on the battlefield. While they were carrying out the mission, a familiar voice rang out. "Teacher." Limu followed the sound, and saw Uchiha Meichin dressed in casual clothes greeting him with a few friends. Seeing that Limu's attention had shifted to her, Uchiha Meichin turned and said something to her friends. Then she ran over to Limu. This was a carefully orchestrated encounter. Today Uchiha Meichin was not wearing the somewhat rigid uniform of the Muyi police force. Instead, she donned a cream-colored fitted top. Her lower half was paired with white straight-leg pants. But what caught the eye most was Miken's hairstyle today. Her normally backswept black hair was now naturally draped over her shoulders. As she approached Limu, he caught the faint, unique fragrance of Meichin. "Teacher, what brings you here today?" Limu pointed to Kushina, who was pulling weeds with a pout. "Don't forget, I'm still a guiding jounin." Only then did Uchiha Meichin notice Kushina beside them. She and Kushina had met many times and were fairly familiar with each other. Meichin looked at Kushina with a sympathetic expression. "Poor Kushina." Limu shrugged. "It can't be helped. The second generation gave me a direct order that Kushina must complete at least 3 missions every week. Since it's the weekend, I have no choice but to make her suffer a bit." Hearing about Zinai's workload, the sympathy in Miken's eyes vanished, replaced by a hint of something like, not exactly jealousy, just a plain sense of unfairness. Meichin sighed softly. "I still envy you." Limu stretched lazily and naturally sat down against a nearby big tree. "And you?" Meichin gave him an enigmatic smile. "I'm off today." Limu didn't hesitate to call her out. "When are you ever not off?" Meichin was in an exceptionally good mood today. Facing his teasing, she just playfully stuck out her tongue and then sat down beside him, as if it were the most natural thing. A gentle breeze blew, causing her loosely draped black hair to sway lightly, with a few strands playfully brushing against Limu's cheek. Only then did Limu begin to observe Meichin carefully. Suddenly his gaze lingered on her delicate face. More precisely on her lips. Normally as a kunoichi, Meichin almost never wore makeup. But today Limu noticed something different about her lips. The naturally rosy lips were now coated with a moist sheen, as if she had applied lipstick or lip balm. The shade of the lipstick was very light, yet it perfectly set off Miken's fair complexion. Seeing Limu's attention fixed on her, a flicker of satisfaction gleamed in Miken's eyes. She inched closer to Limu, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, "Teacher, I feel like I've gotten a bit rusty on the recent lessons. Could you give me some extra tutoring?" Hearing her words, Limu leaned in and whispered in her ear, You really do need some extra lessons." At his reply, Meichin suddenly felt shy. Just as she tried to put some distance between them, Limu naturally placed his hand on her waist and pulled her into his arms. What's wrong with a teacher worrying about a student's progress and giving her a little private instruction? Limu said matter-of-factly. Meichin made one last feeble attempt. She murmured softly, "Teacher, behind the tree." Hearing Miken's "behind the tree," Limu didn't let go of her waist. Instead, using the motion of standing up, he half-carried, half-guided her behind the tree. The thick trunk completely blocked the view from outside. No sooner had they reached the tree than before Meichin could catch her breath, Limu turned and pinned her firmly against the tree trunk. With a soft thud, Miken's eyes widened. "Teacher, you." Before she could finish, Limu precisely sealed her peach-colored lips. And Meichin, having gained some experience under Limu's earlier guidance, now cooperated more smoothly. Limu's hand naturally rested on her waist, their bodies pressed tightly together. Miken's hands, which had been bracing against Limu's chest, now curled around his shoulders. Feeling her gradually relax into the moment, Limu effortlessly parted her pearly teeth. Meichin instantly felt overwhelmed. She resignedly closed her eyes, surrendering to this tutoring session. When Miken's body went limp, Limu finally relented. As they parted, a thin, translucent strand stretched and broke. Meichin was already leaning limply against the tree. Without Limu's support and the tree trunk, she would have surely collapsed to the ground. Limu kissed her forehead again before finally releasing her. Meichin wiped her mouth. She didn't even need to look to know that her lips were most likely swollen again. But this time she had initiated it herself, so she couldn't blame anyone else. Limu smacked his lips and remarked, "Orange flavor." Hearing this, Miken's delicate face flushed a rosy hue, the blush spreading all the way to her ears and neck. Because the lip gloss she had applied today was indeed orange-flavored. Meichin feebly rested her forehead against Limu's chest and muttered, "You lecherous teacher." Limu's hand was on Miken's waist. At her words he whispered into her ear, "Since I'm already a lecher, wouldn't it be ungrateful of me not to get handsy?" With that his hand slowly slid down and gave her rear armor a pinch. Feeling her sensitive area under attack, Mei-chin could only give a soft moan before completely leaning into Li Mu's embrace. Meanwhile, Li Mu fixed his gaze on Mei-chin's bulging front armor. It was during their recent contact that Li Mu realized Mei-chin had already become a drink powerhouse. After holding each other for a while longer, Li Mu finally guided Mei-chin back to their original spot. They sat on the grass leaning against the tree trunk. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow over them. About 15 minutes later, Mei-chin's face returned to normal. This time Li Mu didn't tutor her, instead he toyed with Mei-chin's jade-like hand. Mei-chin let him do as he pleased, only occasionally shrinking back symbolically when Li Mu mischievously tickled her palm. Gazing at the delicate hand before him, Li Mu's thoughts began to drift unconsciously. He suddenly recalled that a long time ago he seemed to have had a certain preference for specific body parts. But now it dawned on him. Wasn't this just sheer lust? At that moment Mei-chin looked up and saw a mischievous grin on Li Mu's face. Fearing he had some sinister idea, she could only ask, "Teacher, what are you thinking about with such a wicked smile?" Li Mu snapped back to reality, then put on a serious expression and said nothing. Then he leaned close to Mei-chin's ear and whispered, "I was just thinking that, Mei-chin, not only have you improved quickly in your studies, but you've also given your teacher an orange-flavored candy. I'm wondering whether I should give you some extra onion coaching." Hearing this, Mei-chin shot Li Mu a glare. She pulled her hand away and lightly punched him, saying, "You're in." Just then Kushina finished her task. She turned around excitedly and said, "Teacher, we're done with today's mission. Can we go back and rest now?" Li Mu withdrew his hand, stood up, and said, Let me check. If everything's fine, we're done for today." It was then that Kushina noticed Mei-chin nearby. She approached her innocently and asked, "My kinsis, what are you?" Without a blush or a flutter of her heart, Mei-chin replied, "I'm off today. I happened to run into Li Mu while shopping." Kushina simply nodded. Li Mu then said, "All right, let's head back and rest." He looked at Mei-chin and asked, "Mei-chin, are you going back or?" Mei-chin tidied her hair and said, "I'll go back." Li Mu nodded. He first escorted Mei-chin to the Uchiha compound, then led Kushina back to his own home. At that moment, Li Mu happened to see that the former Senju clan's compound was being evacuated by some people who were moving out with their families. However, most of them were young people and children, with very few elderly. Li Mu took one look and guessed the crux of them. This was Tobarama Senju's plan to dissolve the Senju clan, transforming it into nothing and formally integrating it into Konoha. Li Mu didn't care to judge whether this decision was right or wrong, because the Uchiha clan, which had not been dissolved, likewise vanished into the long river of the ninja world. Seeing Li Mu frozen in place, Kushina tugged at the hem of his clothes and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Li Mu snapped out of it. He turned his gaze to Kushina, reached out, and ruffled her hair. "It's nothing." After seeing Kushina back to her own residence, Li Mu pushed open the gate of his house. At the entrance, he said to Tsunade, who was eating potato chips on the sofa, "We're going to Grandma Mito's place tonight." Tsunade, who had been munching on chips and watching TV with great interest, immediately dropped her face when she heard Li Mu's words. "Do we really have to go?" She looked up at Li Mu standing at the entrance and said, "Can't we skip it?" Li Mu shrugged and changed his shoes. "If you don't want Grandma Mito to come in and drag you by the scruff of your neck, you can skip it." At his words, Tsunade couldn't help but shrink her neck, because she knew that given Uzumaki Mito's temperament, the old lady was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. She pulled a long face and looked at Li Mu plaintively. "I guess I'll go then." Li Mu plopped down beside her, snatched the chips from her hand, and began crunching away. Seeing her snack taken, Tsunade reached out and lightly kicked Li Mu in the side. "There's a whole pile on the coffee table. Why do you have to take mine?" Li Mu grabbed her ankle with his free hand and said, "I like taking other people's." Tsunade tried to pull her, but she found Li Mu's grip was firm. She could only say softly, "Let go. Stop messing around." Li Mu glanced at her and replied, "Not letting go. What if you kick me again?" Tsunade, seeing his shameless expression, could only plead helplessly, Fine, I promise." Li Mu raised an eyebrow, but seeing her beautiful face full of supplication, he graciously released her. Unexpectedly, as soon as her foot was free, Tsunade unilaterally tore up the armistice agreement. She directly flexed her nimble toes, trying to pinch the soft flesh on Li Mu's side. But Li Mu was prepared. He immediately grabbed Tsunade's ankle, and with his other arm the next second, he had Tsunade pinned down. Li Mu effortlessly pinned both of Tsunade's wrists above her head with one hand. He then grinned at her and teased, "Tsunade, your mood swings are really something." Tsunade was still struggling, but her front armor had already deformed under the pressure of Li Mu's body. Pinned down mercilessly, she glared at Li Mu and retorted stubbornly, "All is fair in war. Haven't you heard?" Hearing this, Li Mu let out a soft laugh. He reached out with his other free hand, pinched her pretty cheek, and said, "All's fair in war, sure. But if you lose, you have to accept punishment." Tsunade blushed and murmured, "Not in the living room." Li Mu whispered in her ear, "It's already too late." Half an hour later. Tsunade shot Li Mu a glare. "You're such a bastard." But to Li Mu this held no sting. He merely teased, "Alright, change into clean clothes. We'll head to Granny Shua's for dinner." Tsunade took out a wet wipe and meticulously cleaned her arches and other areas. After dressing neatly, Li Mu and Tsunade grabbed a few simple gifts and walked over to the neighboring house of Xuanhua Shuehu. When Jixinai opened the door and saw them, she said sweetly, "Brother, sister Tsunade." Li Mu patted Jixinai on the head, and then the two entered the house. Inside, Xuanhua Shuehu had already prepared the meal waiting for their arrival. As they walked in, she noticed the gifts and pretended to be displeased. "Why did you bring anything?" "Really?" Li Mu set the gifts beside the table. After a round of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. The atmosphere around the table was exceptionally warm. Xuanhua Shuehu kept serving dishes to Li Mu and Tsunade, urging them to eat more, especially Tsunade, whom she gazed at with deep affection. Yet this tenderness didn't last long. Granny Shuehu set down her chopsticks. Her eyes swept back and forth between Li Mu and Tsunade. Xuanhua Shuehu spoke in a gentle but unyielding tone. "Li Mu, Tsunade, you've been together for quite some time. You both know what Feijian has been up to lately. This old woman doesn't have many years left. The name of the Senju clan means little to me. But this old woman's house is still too quiet. When will you two give me a great-grandchild?" Ahem. Hearing Xuanhua Shuehu's blunt words, Tsunade, who was busy devouring a fried shrimp, choked. Her face turned crimson as she coughed violently. Seeing this, Li Mu handed her the sake from his cup. While patting her back to soothe her, Tsunade grabbed the cup like a lifeline and downed the sake in one gulp. She finally recovered. She pulled out 2 tissues and wiped her mouth. Li Mu said beside her, "Grandma, we work hard every day." Hearing Li Mu's words, Tsunade, who was still wiping her mouth, lightly stomped on his foot. Meanwhile, Juxine's eyes darted among Tsunade, Li Mu, and Xuanhua Shuehu. Though she didn't fully grasp the conversation, she felt the subtle tension in the air. Li Mu used his other foot to hold Tsunade's down while saying, "Besides Grandma, don't you have Juxinai to keep you company?" Juxinai nodded emphatically. Yes, Grandma, they'll always be with you. With me here, you'll never feel lonely, Grandma." With Juxine's light-hearted interjection, the awkward atmosphere dissolved completely. Xuanhua Shuehu reached out and patted Juxine's head. Alright, Grandma knows Juxinai is the best." Then looking at Li Mu and Tsunade, Xuanhua Shuehu said calmly, "Since you two know what you're doing, I won't be a nuisance. Let's eat." Tsunade and Li Mu exchanged glances, then breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mu smiled. "Granny Shuehu, you're not a nuisance at all. Well, definitely work hard." Xuanhua Shuehu ignored Li Mu's empty promises because the boy had been saying that for 3 years and nothing had happened yet. But as an experienced woman, Xuanhua Shuehu could see that Tsunade came every day looking radiant and well-nurtured. She understood that as a top-tier medical ninja, Tsunade had countless ways to avoid pregnancy if she wished. Since her own health was still fairly good, she held off on pressing further. Then Xuanhua Shuehu let out a light sigh. "Just mentioning Feijian gives me a headache. That boy is this old and still hasn't found a wife. It's not like he lacks the means." Hearing Xuanhua Shuehu start meddling in someone else's marital affairs, Li Mu, always eager for drama, said, "Grandma, if you're worried about Senior Feijian's marriage, why not entrust this task to me? It'll help him out." After speaking, he barely suppressed his laughter and ate a fried shrimp. He looked at Xuanhua Shuehu with eager anticipation. Seeing his expression, she knew he was up to no good. She said calmly, "If you can really solve Qianshou Feijian's marriage issue, he'll handle his side for you." Li Mu's eyes lit up. "Grandma, do you mean it?" Xuanhua Shuehu, seeing his reaction, picked up a soup spoon and tapped him on the head. Bang, bang, bang. As she tapped, she couldn't help but remark that the sound was clear. A fine head. When have I ever spoken falsely? After teaching the sly Li Mu a lesson, she felt in high spirits. Li Mu straightened his back and declared, "Then rest assured, Grandma, I'll take care of Lord Feijian's marriage." The next morning, Li Mu swaggered into Qianshou Feijian's office. Qianshou Feijian looked at Li Mu, assuming he was there to report something. He took a sip of water and asked, "Something on your mind? Remember to knock next time." Feijian seemed to be in a fairly good mood. Li Mu then looked at him with a serious expression. "Lord Feijian, I have an important matter to discuss with you." Seeing Li Mu's grave demeanor, Qianshou Feijian grew serious. He set down his cup, not even swallowing the water in his mouth, and sat upright. "Go on, what important matter?" Li Mu said calmly, "It's about your marriage." Hearing this, Qianshou Feijian let out a huff and spat out the water in his mouth. But Li Mu was prepared. He sidestepped, lightly dodging Feijian's spray. Qianshou Feijian looked at Li Mu with an incredulous gaze and said, "Li Mu, are you sure you're not messing?" Li Mu nodded solemnly and said, "Of course. I was sent by Lady Xuanhua Shuehu to supervise you in completing this mission." Upon hearing Xuanhua Shuehu's name, Qianshou Feijian said helplessly, "What does sister-in-law want to do?" He had no intention of verifying because he knew Li Mu very well. This kid wouldn't say such things without absolute certainty. However, Qinsho Fijian's gaze towards Li Mu suddenly turned dangerous. Because he knew that although his sister-in-law occasionally urged him to marry, she would never go so far as to have Li Mu personally press him. Therefore this matter was definitely suspicious. Perhaps this kid was the one stirring things up behind the scenes. With this thought, Qinsho Fijian said slyly, Li Mu, you and little Gangsho have been together for so many years, how about? He had intended to use this to turn the tables. But unexpectedly Li Mu said with righteous confidence, we're discussing your matter, Lord Hokage. Please don't change the subject. Hearing Li Mu's words, Qinsho Fijian took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to slap him to death. Alright, stop provoking me. Let's discuss some serious matters. Hearing serious matters, Li Mu pulled a chair and sat down saying, go ahead. Qinsho Fijian picked up a document and said, the Cloud Village has been very unruly lately, even attempting to kidnap Tsunade. So Konoha may go to war with the Cloud Village soon. Be prepared. Hearing Qinsho Fijian's words, Li Mu nodded. No problem. He'll be ready. So let's bring the topic back to you. I've already found a match for you. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Qinsho Fijian looked at him coldly and said no. Li Mu added, are you sure? She's even a big fan of yours. Although Qinsho Fijian still said no, but Li Mu could clearly see that he hesitated a lot. Li Mu could only pretend to be regretful and say, alright then, he'll tell her you don't want to come. At this moment Qinsho Fijian, who was pretending to be aloof, was dumbfounded. That's not right. Normally shouldn't you invite me again? Then I reluctantly agree. The ritual of 3 polite invitations and refusals. Meanwhile Li Mu was holding the doorknob, silently counting down, 3, 2, 1. Wait, Qinsho Fijian said, looking serious. Since she came specifically for me, I shouldn't waste her kindness. Time and place. Li Mu immediately looked at Fijian with a knowing smirk, wearing an expression of, I knew it. He silently marveled, such thick skin. We ordinary people can't compare. However, Li Mu didn't embarrass Qinsho Fijian. He told Fijian the address and turned to leave. After leaving the Hokage's office, Li Mu was in high spirits all the way. To see the usually stern and calculating second Hokage who schemes across the ninja world get outwitted, such entertainment wasn't an everyday occurrence. When he returned home, it was afternoon. In the living room, Gangsho was lazily lying on the sofa covered with a... Hearing the sound at the entrance, she lifted her head. After seeing it was Li Mu, she continued lying languidly on the sofa. Gangsho said with some afternoon nap weariness, back. Li Mu casually took off his coat and quickly walked to the sofa to sit down. Before he could settle, Gangsho propped herself up like a Persian cat, leaning into Li Mu's embrace with natural ease and resting her head on his shoulder. As she leaned in, Gang's house, unique faint fragrance wafted over. Li Mu naturally placed his hand on her waist. Gangsho then shifted slightly to find a more comfortable position. Since she had been napping at home, she was only wearing a very thin purple lace nightgown. The spaghetti strap design slid down her delicate collarbone, converging at the chest into a large, open-front semi-transparent lace trim through which the fair and full curves were faintly visible. With her movements, the silk skirt had already bunched up at the top of her thighs, revealing a pair of plump, fair, and slender legs. Large patches of skin pressed against Li Mu's thigh without reservation. Li Mu's big hand on her waist couldn't help but squeeze. Gangsho, resting against Li Mu's shoulder, said in a sticky voice, went to the Hokage building today to hand over the mission with Fijian. Li Mu continued to roam his hand on Gang's house waist. Handing over the mission was just a side note. Today I mainly followed Grandma Shuiha's imperial decree to accomplish a world-shaking event. Gangsho pouted dismissively. Big event? What big event could you have? Although she knew that yesterday at dinner Li Mu had mentioned solving Qinsho Fijian's marital issue. But she understood that this was just Li Mu's way of changing the subject. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, leaned to her ear, and said, today I forced your second grandpa, the second Hokage, to go on a blind date. Huh. Upon hearing the words, blind date, the drowsy Gangsho instantly perked up. She opened her eyes, straightened up, and stared at Li Mu with disbelief. The look made Li Mu couldn't resist giving her a kiss. Gangsho had long been accustomed to Li Mu's sudden attacks. Besides, she was more concerned about Qinsho Fijian now. Are you crazy? You made Qinsho Fijian go on a blind date. That old fossil's mind is filled with nothing but forbidden techniques and official duties. Would he agree? Of course he was stubborn as a dead duck at first. Li Mu couldn't suppress the smile on his lips anymore. He immediately recounted the entire process, how he used Grandma Shuiha's name to bluff in the Hokage's office, how he used a fangirl as bait, and finally how he played hard to get making Qinsho Fijian, who was prepared for the 3 polite invitations routine, dumbfounded and forced to reluctantly spit out the time and place. After hearing Li Mu's reenactment, Gangsho was stunned for a full 3 seconds, then burst into wild laughter. The phrase, shaking like a flower in the wind, became vividly real at that moment. That thin nightgown kept swaying in Li Mu's arms with Gang's house movements. The whiteness of her chest created waves of flesh, making Li Mu worry whether the flimsy spaghetti straps could bear it. Meanwhile, Gang's house thigh inadvertently rubbed against Li Mu's. Huh. Oh my. Cough. Li Mu, you're something else. Second grandpa usually wears a stern, deadpan face in the village, scolding people more fiercely than anyone. And yet he ended up like this today. Don't waste her kindness. And he could actually say that. I can't. I'm dying of laughter. Tsunade, burying her face in Li Mu's shoulder, imagined the livid expression on Tobarama Senju's face. She couldn't help but laugh, yet inadvertently her ample front armor was brushing against Li Mu's arm, challenging the limits of his restraint. Li Mu also gave up holding back and directly covered Tsunade's mouth. Her laughter came to an abrupt halt. She tried to push him away with her hands, but as Li Mu's large hands climbed to the peak, then her body went limp and she stopped struggling, closing her eyes and beginning to respond. At that moment, Tsunade used her last strength to push Li Mu away, looking at him with languid eyes and saying with her remaining willpower, to the bedroom. To the bedroom. Li Mu lifted Tsunade in his arms. In the evening, Tobarama Senju finished organizing today's documents. Because of the so-called blind date today, he for once did not work overtime late in the Hokage's office. Tobarama Senju rarely wore casual clothes. Standing before the mirror, he muttered to himself, absurd. I, Tobarama Senju, have to waste my precious research time in this manner. But Tobarama snorted coldly, trying his best to maintain his usual aloof demeanor. However, upon closer observation, one could notice that his footsteps had become much stiffer. The blind date location was in a luxurious private room of the Konoha izakaya. Tobarama Senju sat upright, his back ramrod straight, exuding a murderous aura. Across from him sat a young woman in a white kimono with delicate features. At this moment, this legendary little fangirl was cupping her face, eyes sparkling, gazing at him with adoration. The young woman, blushing, said excitedly, Lord Tobarama, I've admired you most since I was a child. The flying thunder god technique you invented is truly the greatest art in the ninja world. Hearing someone praise his ninjutsu achievements, Tobarama's just deadpan face finally softened a little, and he nodded. Regarding forbidden techniques, your understanding of this point proves that your ninja qualities are commendable. Seeing that her idol responded, she was greatly encouraged, and quickly started a new topic. Well, Lord Tobarama, besides researching forbidden techniques, do you have any hobbies in your daily life? For example, reading or flower viewing? Tobarama Senju replied expressionlessly, my usual spare time is mainly spent perfecting the probability and statistical model for the mental health and antisocial tendencies of the Uchiha clan. Tobarama Senju pondered the question for a long time. He thought of his sister-in-law losing her temper, but in the end he thought of the haunting faces of Uchiha Azuna. She could only force a smile, trying to continue guiding the man before her. Then, may I ask, Lord Tobarama, what type of woman do you like? Tobarama Senju pondered the question for a long time. He thought of his sister-in-law losing her temper, but in the end he thought of the haunting faces of Uchiha Azuna and Uchiha Madara. Having made up his mind, he spoke. First, she must have a gentle personality. Second, no drinking or gambling. Third, and most importantly, Tobarama Senju lightly tapped the table. That is, no Uchiha blood within 3 generations. When the young woman heard Tobarama Senju's requirements, she could barely keep a smile on her face at the first 2 moderate demands. But when she heard the last one, no Uchiha blood within 3 generations, she was completely dumbfounded. The young woman looked at Tobarama Senju, her idol filter shattered into pieces. Because now Tobarama Senju exuded murderous intent, making her feel that anyone with Uchiha blood would be rewarded with a flying thunder god slash. At this moment, the 2 people eavesdropping in the neighboring room burst into wild laughter. They were Li Mu and Tsunade, who had gone out for dinner after finishing their business in the afternoon. After dinner, bored out of their minds, Li Mu came up with an idea to go watch Tobarama's fun. Upon hearing Tobarama's statement about no Uchiha blood within 3 generations, Tsunade was holding back laughter so hard that tears came to her eyes. She leaned on Li Mu, covering her mouth to keep from laughing. Worried about being discovered, the 2 quickly sneaked back home. Tsunade finally laughed out loud, without caring about her image. Second grandfather, that old man actually explained the Uchiha to his blind date. Although Li Mu didn't laugh as exaggeratedly as Tsunade, the curve of his mouth never dropped. He reached out naturally, slipping his hand under her robe and pinched Tsunade's thigh. This drew a playful reprimand from Tsunade, stop it. But then she leaned her whole body onto Li Mu, shyly pressing her legs together slightly. Inside the izakaya, Tobarama Senju was still sitting upright in the private room. Across from him, the young woman's face alternated between pale and red. Her original idol filter had completely vanished, leaving only a desire to flee. Lord Tobarama. The young woman took a deep breath and said, I recalled that I have soup simmering at home. The fire hasn't been turned off yet. It's truly an honor to meet you today, so we'll take my leave now. With that, she stepped on her high-heeled wooden clogs and rushed out of the izakaya as if fleeing for her life. As her footsteps faded, the izakaya private room fell into silence. Tobarama Senju frowned, a sense of confusion rising in his heart. Why did she leave when we were talking nicely? He picked up the sake on the table and downed it in one gulp. He was completely unaware that his performance just now had scared the young woman who had been full of admiration for him into psychological trauma. However, thinking that today's blind date mission was procedurally complete, he instead felt relieved. That way he could report to his sister-in-law and continue returning to the lab to research forbidden techniques. When he was about to leave, the clerk at the door stopped him and said cautiously, "My lord, your bill hasn't been settled yet. The lady just now has already paid for her own order." Fortunately, his usual expenses were low, so he had saved quite a bit. Otherwise, the next day in Konoha, rumors might have spread that the clerk, looking bewildered, shook his head. "No," he indicated that you would pay. Tobarama Senju, upon hearing this, could only grit his teeth and pay. Fortunately, his usual expenses were low, so he had saved quite a bit. Otherwise, the next day in Konoha, rumors might have spread that the second Hokage had dined and dashed. After walking out of the izakaya, Tobarama Senju gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Limu. Good, very good, excellent, getting better and better." However, he had no mind to argue with Limu after all. The progress of forbidden technique research was the most important. At this moment, Limu let out a sneeze. At that moment, Tsunade nestled in Limu's arms, rolled her eyes, and said with playful petulance, "I told you to restrain yourself, and now you've fallen ill." Hearing her words, Limu looked down at her, then lowered his head. "Are you questioning my constitution?" Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Limu's words. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Limu's voice. "Grandma Mito has been urging us for so long, we should keep trying." As Limu's words faded, his lips sealed Tsunade's delicate red ones. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. The next morning, Limu clutched his head and carefully climbed out of bed. The previous night's revelry had been too wild, and he and Tsunade had drunk quite a bit. Tsunade's complexion was now rosy, a thin silk quilt covering her as she slept soundly. Limu gently kissed her forehead before stepping into the bathroom. He turned to look at the scratch marks on his back and the marks on his neck, shaking his head helplessly. He turned on the shower, and the cold water splashed against his body, significantly clearing his mind. After his shower, a more lucid Limu retrieved a carton of milk from the fridge and quickly made 2 sandwiches. He then changed into a high-collared outfit, and with a sandwich in one hand and milk in the other, stepped out of the house. Kushina had been given the day off yesterday. He couldn't stand her up today, or she would look at him with those eager pleading. Limu's heart couldn't bear that. Just as he was about to pick up a mission after taking Kushina from Mito Uzumaki's residence, he ran into an acquaintance. It was the young woman he had set up on a blind date with Tobarama Senju yesterday. She gazed at Limu with a melancholy expression, as if he were a heartbreaker. Knowing exactly what had transpired yesterday, Limu suppressed his laughter and asked, "What's the matter, Shirori?" Only Kushina, standing beside him, looked back and forth between the two, trying to discern the situation. The resentment radiating from Shirori could have sent even vengeful spirits fleeing. She spoke in a low, mournful tone. "Lord Limu, when you arranged for me to meet the second Hokage, you never told me his requirements were so peculiar. What do you mean, no Uchiha blood in 3 generations of ancestry? And what about the second Hokage's hobbies, psychology of the Uchiha clan, and antisocial tendencies?" The way he looked at me after saying those 2 things was as if he would throw me into prison if I admitted to having an Uchiha relative. Hearing Shiori's words, Limu struggled to contain his smile. "I'm sorry, Shiori, this is indeed my fault. But if the second Hokage had a favorable impression of you, would you still?" Before he could finish, Shiori waved her hands frantically. No. I can only say that the second Hokage is a good man, but the real him is completely different from the one I imagined. Lord Limu, please decline the arrangement for me." Limu could only nod helplessly. "All right, I'm sorry, Shiori." After they bid farewell, Kushina looked up at Limu with curiosity. "Brother Limu, what's your relationship with that?" Limu stared at Kushina's inquisitive face, well aware that if he didn't explain clearly, her loose tongue could twist the story into anything. He crouched down to meet Kushina's eyes. "Hey, race the thing, Kushina. That auntie was someone I introduced for a blind date with the second Hokage." "A blind date?" Kushina tilted her head. "What's that for?" Limu thought carefully, then decided to explain it in the simplest terms a girl her age could understand. A blind date is when 2 strangers try to build a relationship beyond ordinary friendship. Beyond ordinary friendship. Kushina pondered for a moment. "Like the relationship between you, Sister Tsunade, and Sister Mikoto." Limu nodded, about to say yes, but suddenly paused. He looked at Kushina. "Wait, why do you think my relationship with Sister Mikoto is beyond ordinary friendship?" Kushina replied matter-of-factly, "A few days ago, when you ran into Sister Mikoto on the street, you 2 were kissing behind a tree. Of course that's not ordinary friendship." Even with his thick skin, Limu felt a bit awkward hearing that. He cleared his throat. "Well, Kushina, it was just lip friendship. Pure lip friendship. Don't tell anyone, okay?" Though Kushina was a little confused, she obediently nodded while looking at Limu. Limu reached out and ruffled her red hair. All right, let's do 2 missions this morning and we'll train in the afternoon. How's the progress on the Rasengan training? Kushina shook her head in frustration. In the final stage, I always struggle to compress the chakra properly. It caused the balloon to burst. Limu handed her a balloon. Show me your technique. Kushina took the balloon, her small face tense with concentration. She began carefully channeling her chakra. Limu watched closely, ready to guide her. At first it went well. When the chakra spun slowly, Kushina, though her cheeks flushed red, clearly had it under. But as she increased the chakra output and the rotation sped up, she gradually lost control of the spiraling sphere in her hand. With a loud bang, the balloon in Kushina's hand burst. Yet undeterred by failure, she looked to Limu with pleading eyes. Limu stroked his chin deep in thought. He crouched down and patted Kushina on the shoulder. Kushina, you're going about it the wrong way. Limu extended a hand, and instantly a blue sphere of chakra materialized in his palm. The sphere spun at high speed, stirring a gentle breeze around it. Watch closely. Limu pointed at the chakra sphere. You were just making the chakra spin randomly. With more volume, it becomes uncontrollable. Kushina's eyes widened as she stared at the blue chakra sphere, nodding with a vague understanding. Limu dispersed the Rasengan and took out a new balloon. He drew a small dot on the balloon with a pen. Handing it to Kushina, he said, "Focus on this." Kushina took the balloon, looking puzzled at the black dot. Brother Limu, what's this for? Limu smiled. This gives your chakra a center. When you channel chakra, don't worry about the whole balloon. Just control the chakra to spin around this dot. Remember, all rotation must revolve around this point. Kushina took a deep breath and grabbed the balloon again. As she infused chakra, the balloon began to swell. But even at maximum speed, it didn't burst. Kushina's face was flushed deep red from the intense focus on controlling her chakra. She could sense it was much better than before. Limu encouraged her softly. That's it. Concentrate and control the center of rotation. Kushina let out a shout and amplified her chakra output. Inside the balloon, the chakra formed all the power concentrated on that black dot. Bang! The balloon finally burst. But this time the sound was muffled, and the balloon's skin only tore a small hole. At this moment, Limu gently stroked the head of the somewhat crestfallen Tsunade and said, "That's quite good. Go take on a few missions to unwind, then resume training in the afternoon." Feeling Limu's warm hand, the dejection on Tsunade's face faded away. She nodded lightly with an sound, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Limu placed the balloon in her palm and said, "Practice while walking. It's more efficient this way." And so Tsunade, with one hand practicing the spiral sphere and the other holding Limu's hand, proceeded. In the afternoon, Limu whistled at Tsunade, who was covered in dust and grime. "All right, we can stop for today. Let's go, we'll walk you back." Tsunade nodded. 3 days later, Limu was summoned to Tobarama Senju's office. "Lord Hokage, any instructions?" Limu said lazily, hands in his pockets. Tobarama Senju, unfazed by this nonchalant demeanor, appraised him with a scrutinizing gaze and handed over a file. "Take a look for yourself." Limu took the file, settled onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and began reading. This casual posture left Tobarama Senju somewhat speechless. Tobarama Senju tapped the desk with his finger. "Do you treat this place like your own home?" While scanning the document, Limu retorted without hesitation, "So what? Haven't you always told us to treat Mai as our home?" He then continued flipping through the file. Tobarama Senju hadn't expected such a retort. He wanted to argue, but found no words. Limu, on the other hand, enjoyed the leisure and examined the document carefully. The file pertained to the peace talks and further alliance between Cloud Village and Mai. The content was written with apparent sincerity. Yet even a 3-year-old knew the vast chasm between written sincerity and actual deeds. After a brief perusal, Limu put down the file nonchalantly. If Cloud Village were truly sincere, they wouldn't have kidnapped Tsunade. So this is likely an ideological conflict. The current Raikage probably needs Mui's external support. Right now, Cloud Village is divided into 2 factions. One is the first Raikage and the current Raikage, and the other is a group of military expansionists, the Hawks. They are not from the same clan. So this is likely an ideological conflict. The current Raikage probably needs Mui's external support to secure his position. Limu glanced at the file again and noticed that Cloud Village had withdrawn a large number of troops from the border, leaving only routine patrol forces. This had significantly eased the tense atmosphere at the border. Tobarama Senju added a detail. This time, the 2 Jinchuriki of Cloud Village have no connection to the second Raikage. Limu flicked the file lightly with his finger. Seems this Raikage is feeling quite uncomfortable in his own village. He placed the file on the table and leaned back on the sofa with a sigh. Tobarama Senju didn't speak immediately. He raised his right hand, tapping his fingers on the table, while his gaze fell on the Hoying rock outside the window. He has no way back. Tobarama Senju turned to look at Limu. A Kagea without clan support is like a tree without roots. He withdrew the troops he could control to show his sincerity. Li Mu rose from the sofa. But his sincerity might cost him his life. Those war-hungry folks in Cloud Village won't just watch him pull. Familiar with the course of events, Li Mu knew that the fate of both Kages would not end well. He had once thought it was Cloud Village's conspiracy, but now he realized Tobarama Senju was merely an innocent victim. Tobarama Senju organized the files on his desk. This is Mui's opportunity. If lightning and fire can truly form an alliance, they can suppress the other three great nations and achieve the peace my brother envisioned. Tobarama Senju pushed the neatly arranged file to the edge of the table. Li Mu looked at him. Planning to go yourself? Tobarama Senju stood up. For negotiations of this level, sending anyone else wouldn't carry enough weight. Li Mu straightened up slightly. Then he'll tag along. I have a feeling this peace talk won't go smoothly. Tobarama Senju gave Li Mu a glance. Get ready then. They'll bring Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others. We depart at dawn tomorrow. Li Mu nodded and walked out of the Hokage's office. He murmured to himself, I hope I can change something this time. He had already altered so much since arriving here. Cloud Village, inside the Rakich's office. A tall, middle-aged man stood before the enormous window. His skin was dark, and from a future perspective, he didn't resemble the third or fourth Rakich. This was the second Rakich of Cloud Village. He was staring at a building outside the window with several trusted shinobi standing behind him. The atmosphere in the room was oppressively heavy. No one spoke a word. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. The office door was pushed open without permission. A young, equally tall shinobi entered. His chakra level was astonishing. He was one of the strongest combatants in Cloud Village and a strong contender for the future third Rakichi. The young shinobi slammed an intelligence report onto the Rakich's desk, his tone utterly disrespectful. Did you withdraw the border troops? The second Rakich looked at him and replied, This is to achieve a genuine alliance with Mai. Maintaining a state of war will only drain the village's finances. Hearing this, the young shinobi sneered. He stepped forward, staring directly at the second Rakich. Alliance? That's a cowardly notion left by that first Rakich. The Yayue clan contributed their land not for you to bow to Mai. Facing the disrespect, the second Rakich's voice remained calm. Remember, I am the Rakich. The young shinobi snorted, Suit yourself. Without our clan's support, you're nothing but a joke of a Rakich. The second Rakich watched his back as he left, his expression turning ashen. However, he did not refute. For the second Rakich knew well that what this young man from the Lia clan said was true. As a disciple of the first Rakich, his foundation was far shallower than theirs. Even the 8-Tails Jinchuriki and the 2-Tails Jinchuriki were not under his control. In particular, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were staunch supporters of the militant faction within the village. As the Rakich, he could not even command the Jinchuriki. This was an utter disgrace. The Rakich sat on his chair, gazing toward Mu Yi, murmuring to himself, I hope this peace talk goes smoothly. He shifted his gaze to these trusted subordinates and said flatly, Tomorrow, I will hold peace talks with the second Hokage of Mu Yi Chinsho Feijin. You just come with me. One of the trusted subordinates hesitated in his eyes. Sir, shouldn't we bring some umbu men? The second Rakich shook his head. To show my sincerity and goodwill, no. The subordinate's expression showed some worry, but he still nodded. All right, go back and rest well. Well assembled tomorrow morning. The second Rakich picked up a scroll, showed them the location of the next day's negotiations, and then sent them off to rest. The trusted subordinates dispersed. As they parted, one of them rolled his eyes and walked to a deserted courtyard. Then he knocked on the door in a rhythm. After 2 rounds of knocking, a middle-aged man with a toothbrush mustache and cunning eyes opened the door. He looked at the second Rakich's trusted subordinate and said, Come in. Entering the courtyard, they made several turns before arriving at a private room. The middle-aged man then said, Speak up, what do you have to report? This trusted subordinate was named Shimu. He said, It's like this, the second Rakich is going to form an alliance with the second Hokage of Muyi tomorrow. Here is the location. Having said that, he handed a note to the middle-aged man. The man took the note, glanced at it, and nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Shimu then rubbed his hands together and held up 2 fingers in a money-counting gesture. The middle-aged man gave him a meaningful look and then handed him a thick stack of envelopes. Shimu simply stuffed the thick envelope into his bosom. Then he hurried away with quick steps. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man pulled open a drawer. Inside the drawer were 5 or 6 slips of paper. He placed the intelligence provided by Shimu inside and murmured to himself, Second Rakich, to have reached your position, sometimes it's also quite pitiful. There is not a single loyal person around you. At this time, Li Mu had just left the Hokage's office and was walking on the road. He suddenly sensed something was off. If it were only himself, it would be far from enough to change reality. There must be sufficient preparation. With this thought, Li Mu headed straight back to the Hokage's office. At that moment, Chinsho Feijin was slacking off by researching forbidden techniques and was startled by his sudden door opening. He looked at Li Mu and said, What's wrong? Li Mu said with a grave expression, Second Lord, I think bringing just me and your few guards tomorrow is far from enough. We must be prepared. Qinsho Feijian was stunned by Li Mu's words, then he waved his hand and said, Mu, you are overthinking. The second Raikage needs my support, he wouldn't betray me. Li Mu planted his hands on the table and said, what about the others in Yunin village? Assuming Tsunade was indeed kidnapped by that hawkish faction, then the second Raikage is a man who can't even control his own subordinates. Qinsho Feijian put down the forbidden technique scroll he was studying. Are you saying that someone inside Yunin village wants him dead? Li Mu sneered, not just wanting him dead, they want both of you to die together. That hawkish faction that sent people to kidnap Tsunade dare to act right at the gates of Muyi, so they certainly dare to strike at the negotiating table. Moreover, the second Raikage has withdrawn all border troops. If the Hawk faction strikes, he will have no sufficient defense force around him. Li Mu straightened up. He not only lacks defense force, but even his trusted aides may be as full of holes. He thinks he is showing sincerity and goodwill for the alliance, but in fact he is putting his neck under the blade. Moreover, the men we prepare can be stationed in a place where he will never be discovered at any time. If the alliance succeeds, everyone will be happy, and the shinobi world will enjoy a period of peace. If it fails, we have a backup plan to avoid heavy losses. As an astute politician, Qinsho naturally understood the stakes involved. As Li Mu said, if the alliance succeeds, everyone is happy. If it fails, we can provide timely aid. He then said, you are right. He took out several ninja files stamped with confidential seals from his desk drawer. Umbu's second and third squads will secretly follow a kilometer behind tomorrow. They will then support us in case of unexpected events. The Umbu had about 70 members divided into 4 squads. The 2 squads had between 30 to 40 members each. As for Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, the main issue was the first encounter kill of the 6 Paths ninja tools. As long as the intelligence was grasped, dealing with them would not be difficult. Li Mu then said, however, we still need to deploy a sealing squad. According to intelligence, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao have 9 tails chakra, so they will likely undergo tailed beast transformation. Tailed beast transformation, Qinsho Feijian said without hesitation. Understood, I will dispatch the sealing squad. Li Mu nodded and then left the office. In fact, if the goal was merely for Qinsho Feijian to make a clean getaway, he could go alone. As long as he left a flying thunder god mark in Muyi, no one could stop him. However, Li Mu wanted more. He was extremely interested in the legendary 6 Paths Sage's treasures in the hands of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Therefore, just in case, Li Mu decided to find another powerful external ally. He went to the home of Xuan. The door was opened by Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Li Mu with a puzzled expression and asked, Brother Li Mu, what's wrong? Li Mu habitually ruffled her hair and said, I'm looking for Grandma Shueo. I have something to discuss. Hearing his words, Tsunade nodded obediently and stepped aside to make way. Li Mu entered the room where Xuanhua Shuehu had also heard their conversation. She came out and looked at Li Mu asking, what's wrong? What do you need? Li Mu glanced subtly at Tsunade and said, Grandma Shuehu, let's talk in the room. Xuanhua Shuehu also knew that Li Mu had something to say. She said to Tsunade gently, Tsunade, go play at your sister Gang's house for a while. Recently Gang's Ho has been complaining to me that she misses you. Kushina obediently left to play with Tsunade. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito brought Li Mu to the living room, his tone carrying a hint of affectionate elderliness. You little brat, what brings you to bother this old lady? Li Mu was not polite. He poured a cup of tea for Uzumaki Mito and said, it's like this, Mito Grandma. Lord Hokage is planning to form an alliance between the land of lightning and the land of fire at the border with the cloud-hidden village. But we are worried about the unpredictable nature of the cloud-hidden village, so I wanted to invite you to provide protection. Uzumaki Mito looked puzzled and said, why did Tobarama not tell me, but instead let you come? Li Mu replied sincerely, because this is my own initiative. Uzumaki Mito clearly understood the seriousness of the matter. She nodded. I will be there tomorrow, don't worry. Li Mu let out a sigh of relief. With Uzumaki Mito, he felt more assured about the cooperation tomorrow. He slightly bowed and left amidst her playful scolding. As Li Mu walked to his yard's entrance, he heard cheerful laughter coming from inside the house. Upon opening the door, he found the living room bustling with activity. Tsunade had somehow procured a bunch of colorful and beautiful clothes, and she was comparing them one by one on Kushina. It was as if she was playing a real-life dress-up game. Little Kushina was treated like a life-size doll. Her long red hair was held up by 2 hairpins, making her look both obedient and adorable. While helping Kushina adjust her clothes, Tsunade praised her. Ah, Kushina, this outfit suits you even better. Look at that little face, you'll definitely be a beauty when you grow up. Kushina was already blushing from the compliments. She lowered her head shyly and said, Sister Tsunade, I can't wear so many clothes while training. Tsunade, while fixing Kushina's hair, said, Who says so? Don't you go out to play usually? Come on, be good, it will be ready soon. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kushina could only obediently stand there while Tsunade fussed over her. Li Mu leaned against the side watching this warm scene. At that moment Tsunade looked up and happened to see Li Mu walking in through the door. "Oh, look who's back, the busy man," she said. "Perfect timing, come and see how I chose these outfits for Kushina." Li Mu walked over grinning at the two women playfully messing up the hairstyle Tsunade had painstakingly arranged for Kushina, saying, "They all look good." He praised with a smile, then plopped down on the sofa. After Tsunade fixed Kushina's hair, she said, "Kushina, go check yourself in the mirror and see if you like it." Kushina turned obediently to look in the mirror, her attention completely captivated. As she did, Tsunade turned around and nestled into Li Mu's embrace. Her voluptuous body leaned softly against Li Mu, her arm naturally draping around his neck as she rested her head on his shoulder. A unique fragrance belonging to Tsunade wafted into Li Mu's nose. "You're back? Speak up," mysteriously running off to your grandma's house, and even sending Kushina away. "Oh, what's going on?" Tsunade looked at him, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion. As she spoke, her thigh casually brushed against Li Mu's leg, readjusting her position to get more comfortable. Li Mu naturally wrapped his arm around her waist, giving it a gentle squeeze, causing Tsunade to shiver slightly, rolling her eyes at him in mock annoyance, and saying, "You're going to get yourself killed." With that squeeze, Tsunade sank deeper into his embrace, her warm and soft body fitting snugly again. Even through her clothes, Li Mu could clearly feel Tsunade's impressive figure. Especially as she adjusted her sitting position, she inadvertently brushed against his thigh a few times, stirring a restless feeling within him. Adding to the situation, Tsunade's arm was still draped over Li Mu's neck, pressing her ample bosom firmly against his chest. Li Mu glanced down from his elevated position just in time to see a large expanse of white through Tsunade's slightly loose neckline. The deep cleavage quivered slightly with her movements, making Li Mu feel a bit dizzy. He suddenly felt dry in his mouth and whispered in Tsunade's ear, "Are you deliberately trying to ignite the flames in broad daylight?" As soon as he finished speaking, his hand, which had been resting on Tsunade's waist, slid down naturally, landing on her rear, gently squeezing it. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise as she felt Li Mu's actions. She hadn't expected this rascal to be so bold in front of Kushina. A blush crept onto her stunning face, and her sultry eyes glared at Li Mu, but her body felt weak, causing her to lean her weight more heavily against him. She leaned closer to Li Mu's ear and said in a sultry voice, "Kushina is still here, don't make a scene." Li Mu only played with her for a moment before letting her go. At that moment, Kushina turned around and saw the two of them stuck together, letting out a squeal as she covered her eyes with her hands. However, there was a large gap between her fingers, and her eyes widened in surprise. The reddened earlobes further proved her shyness. Hearing Kushina's exclamation, Tsunade not only didn't escape from Li Mu's embrace, but instead casually turned her head. Looking at Kushina, she showed no signs of embarrassment, instead sinking deeper into Li Mu's arms. She looked like a beautiful serpent coiling around Li Mu. She said nonchalantly, "Little girl, if you want to watch, just watch, you'll grow up to be like this too." Tsunade was unaware that her words would bring her trouble in the future. Kushina was directly shocked by Tsunade's bold statement. She widened her eyes, unsure how to retort against Tsunade, and could only stamp her foot helplessly. Tsunade shifted her gaze, and just then she caught sight of Li Mu's fiery eyes. Relying on the protection talisman Kushina provided, Li Mu wouldn't go too far. Tsunade's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She planned to tease Li Mu severely. Tsunade leaned closer to Li Mu's ear, deliberately using a teasing tone. "What's wrong? Can't take it anymore." As she spoke, she settled herself on Li Mu's lap. Tsunade also casually twisted her waist a little. Li Mu let out a hiss. Seeing this, Tsunade raised her chin with a smug look and taunted in his ear, "If you're so capable, carry me to the office." After saying that, she provocatively wriggled again. Aroused, Li Mu was not to be outdone. He stealthily pinched the sensitive inside of her thigh. Struck in her sensitive spot, Tsunade let out a soft moan and instantly went limp in Li Mu's arms. She glared at him with watery, indignant eyes. Yet her shy, reproachful look only whetted Li Mu's appetite. From Kushina's perspective, she saw Tsunade leaning entirely against Li Mu's chest. She did not notice Li Mu's little trick. Feeling his roving hand, Tsunade quickly whispered in a sticky voice, "Mu, stop him, sorry." Li Mu looked at her flushed face and pleading expression, then ceased his mischief. Tsunade fled from his embrace, as if escaping. After the meal, Kushina went home, and Li Mu held Tsunade. As she let his large hand wander, she asked curiously, "What did you go to see Grandma for?" Li Mu replied, "The second Hokage is going to the border between the land of lightning and the land of fire to form an alliance with the Hidden Rain village. To be safe, I informed Granny Mito." Tsunade nodded, sensing a change in Li Mu. She blushed and said, "We're going to negotiate tomorrow, and you still want to fool around." Li Mu gently bit her earlobe and grinned mischievously, "Of course I need your encouragement." Dawn broke, and Li Mu rose refreshed. Beside him, Tsunade looked at him reluctantly, following him to the entrance. She straightened his clothes and said, Li Mu smiled and replied, then reassured her, don't worry, 2 squads of the Umbu are on standby in the distance along with Saratobi Sensei and the others. It's perfectly safe. Tsunade finally let go, watching him leave. Li Mu waved back at her. At the meeting point, Tobarama was already prepared along with his several disciples. Li Mu immediately spotted Uchiha Kagami. It was his first time seeing him. They nodded amicably to each other. When everyone had arrived, Tobarama said, all right, let's go. For this alliance, the 2nd and 3rd squads of the Umbu will be on standby 1 kilometer away. You'll come with me to see the world. That was Tobarama's intention. They all nodded and responded in unison. In the distance, Mito Uzumaki watched them. If Mito Uzumaki so desired, no one in Konoha at that time could stop her. The alliance site was chosen on a barren rocky plain at the border of lightning and fire. There was no vegetation, only endless desolation. Tobarama arrived on time with Li Mu and 6 disciples. Shimura Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen flanked him. Li Mu stood in the middle with the 2 administrative trainees Udatane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura. Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu brought up the rear. Thump thump. Heavy footsteps sounded. The 2nd Raikage approached with only 4 trusted subordinates. A forced but sincere smile was on his face. Tobarama Dono, I'm truly glad you came in person. The 2nd Raikage extended his right hand. Tobarama stepped forward and shook it. For the peace of both nations, it is well worth it. The moment their hands clasped, boom. A massive explosion erupted without warning at the center of the plain. 2 of the 2nd Raikage trusted subordinates were torn to shreds by violent lightning before they could even scream. Having anticipated trouble, Tobarama instantly used the body flicker technique to escape. Saratobi Hiruzen also dodged the blast. Only Shimura Danzo screamed as his thigh was injured and he collapsed to the ground. Li Mu narrowed his eyes and shielded the others. Even with his preparations, Tobarama's face darkened as he looked at the 2nd Raikage. Raikage Dono, I need an explanation. The Raikage's expression was also grim. As the smoke cleared, 2 abnormally tall men with bull horns appeared, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Behind them were 20 rogue ninjas wearing Cloud Village attire with scratched forehead protectors. Kakuzu stood silently nearby. Tobarama instantly understood. The 2nd Raikage's face was ashen. He asked coldly, did the Raiga clan send you? Kinkaku and Ginkaku laughed, showing their fangs. What's the Raiga clan? We just can't stand a coward like. The 2nd Raikage pointed at them and shouted, do you know what you're doing? This is the act of rogue ninja. Rogue ninja. Kinkaku and Ginkaku sneered. It doesn't matter if we're rogues, but you 2 will stay here today. At that moment, several of the Raikage's trusted men slowly walked over to Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Seeing this, the 2nd Raikage was thunderstruck. He closed his eyes in despair. He finally understood why the intelligence had leaked. In both numbers and overall strength, they were vastly. He looked apologetically at Tobarama. He had merely wanted to ally with Konoha to solidify his position in the hidden cloud. He had never expected this. Kinkaku swung his right arm violently, and a dark red chakra surged from his body as 2 tails sprouted behind him. Tobarama and the others immediately felt a sinister, evil chakra. Attack! Ginkaku pulled the 7-star sword from his back. The 20 rogue cloud ninja surrounded them all at once. Countless kunai and shuriken cut off the Konoha group's retreat. Kakuzu stood aside, watching coldly as his hands turned black. The 2nd Raikage drew a short sword. His former trusted men encircled them. The 2nd Raikage looked at them in bewilderment. Why? He had never mistreated them. Why would they betray him? The initially hesitant Snakewood, seeing his comrades had all defected, flashed a smug grin. Because 2nd Raikagesima, you don't know how to read the times. Tobarama's expression grew solemn. He quickly formed hand seals. Water-style water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon burst from the ground. The water dragon roared and slammed into the 3 leading rogue ninja, sending them flying. Saratobi Hiruzen leaped in front of Danzo. He swung his adamantine staff in a circle. Clang clanged. The kunai aimed at Danzo were all deflected. Danzo clamped his hands over his wounded thigh. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Uchiha Kagami's eyes turned blood red with 3 tomos spinning rapidly in his orbits. Udatane Koharu went to Danzo's side to help treat the wound. A kunai slipped from Li Mu's sleeve. Li Mu employed the body flicker technique to appear beside Jiaodu. Jiaodu was once a jonin of Takigakure. After failing the mission assigned by the village's higher-ups to assassinate Hashirama, he was held accountable by the Takigakure leadership. In the end, he slaughtered the Takigakure higher-ups, seized the village's secret techniques, and became and shrank missing Nin. So Jiaodu, how many hearts do you have now? At this moment, Jiaodu's arm had fully turned black, and he stared at Li Mu with an emotionless expression. Kid, since you know I once attempted to assassinate your first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the one called the god of shinobi, why do you still dare to approach? Li Mu sneered and said, the reason is simple. Because you are nothing but a charlatan. Throwing a single kunai from afar, and claiming to have fought the first Hokage, Jiao Du squinted upon hearing Li Mu's words. Youngster, you will pay for your arrogance. Li Mu suddenly stamped the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His body transformed into a blur as he charged at Jiao Du, his right fist striking toward Jiao Du's head with a piercing sound. Jiao Du's right arm shot up instantly. Earth release, earth spear. Shifting his gaze, his hardened right arm forcefully blocked Li Mu's punch. However, under Li Mu's monstrous strength, the rocky ground beneath Jiao Du shattered instantly. His legs were driven deep into the soil by the force of Li Mu's punch. Jiao Du was evidently startled by Li Mu's incredible power. At the same time, the bones in his arm emitted a creaking sound, as if under unbearable strain. Jiao Du snorted and praised, not bad strength. Suddenly his back split open and a mass of black tendrils lunged toward Li Mu's abdomen. Twisting his waist in midair, Li Mu narrowly evaded the attack. Several black tendrils tore through his clothes, revealing his muscular physique. The moment Li Mu landed, his hands had already formed seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gale erupted from Li Mu's mouth. The fierce wind swept up gravel from the ground, pelting Jiao Du. He was blown back several meters, and the clothes on his back were completely shredded. Four masked black monsters crawled out from his back. Jiao Du muttered to himself, eyeing Li Mu, such powerful wind release. He'll take your heart. As he spoke, one of the masked monsters opened its mouth. Fire release, intense headache. A sea of flames surged toward Li Mu, engulfing everything. Another masked monster also opened its mouth. Wind release, pressure damage. The wind whipped the flames, expanding their range tenfold in an instant. Li Mu gazed upon the sea of fire, his right palm facing upward as a Rasengan condensed in his hand. Great ball Rasengan. He slammed his hand onto the ground. Upon contact under Li Mu's control, it exploded immediately. Boom. The power of the Rasengan shattered the rocky ground into countless massive fragments that shot skyward, forming a stone wall that forcefully blocked Jiao Du's terrifying jutsu. Yet the impact of the fire release reduced Li Mu's makeshift stone wall to rubble. As the smoke dissipated just as they were about to continue their battle, a series of smoke bombs exploded and thick, white smoke swiftly enveloped an area of several hundred meters. Pat, 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 pat. Countless footsteps converged around them. Dozens of Konoha ENBU emerged from the smoke, swiftly isolating the missing nin from Kimogakure. Over a dozen ninja from the ceiling core lined up at the perimeter. 4 of them placed their hands on the ground simultaneously. Sealing technique, 4 violet flames formation. A purple translucent barrier rose from the ground. At that moment, the ground at the center of the battlefield began to tremble violently, and a massive surge of chakra erupted from behind. An elderly woman in a long robe stepped out from the ANBU ranks. It was Uzumaki Mito. Sensing this terrifying chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively turned his head and exclaimed, "Lady Mito." His tone held both surprise and delight. Previously, Senju Tobarama had only informed them that 2 ANBU squads and the Sealing Corps would be present. He had not told them that Lady Mito would also come. Senju Tobarama was also momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. When Uzumaki Mito reached his side, he reminded her sister-in-law. Uzumaki Mito raised her hand to indicate that Senju Tobarama need not speak. Her body erupted with terrifying chakra as she looked at Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and said, "I heard you both possess the Nine-Tails chakra." As she spoke, red chakra began to seep from Uzumaki Mito's body, its cold and malevolent nature surpassing even that of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. At this moment, Li Mu said flatly to Jiao Du, "Forget it, I'm done playing with you." He formed hand seals, and terrifying chakra erupted around him. Adamantine sealing chains. A dozen golden chains emerged from behind Li Mu, gleaming with radiant light. Jiao Du's pupils instantly constricted. He instinctively retreated, but the barrier now tightly confined his surroundings, leaving no escape. Forced to employ a jutsu, Jiao Du yelled, "Lightning release, false darkness." A masked monster behind him opened its maw and spat a lightning spear that hurtled straight toward the golden. The lightning struck the golden chains with force, but the adamantine chains remained unscathed, weaving through the air at even greater speed to form an enormous net. Jiao Du's face darkened completely. His hands blurred as he formed seals. Water release, water curtain. A thick wall of water rose before him. Yet this water wall crumbled like paper before the adamantine chains. The golden chains pierced through the water screen with precision, and the masked monsters behind Jiao Du were impaled by Li Mu's golden chains. They let out piercing cries before one by one dissolving into lifeless black liquid that spread across the rocky ground. 4 masks, 4 hearts. All annihilated in mere moments. The thickest golden chain coiled tightly around Jiao Du's waist, yanking him with immense force to Li Mu's presence. The golden chain began to tighten, and Jiao Du's pitch-black skin faded, reverting to its original form. His eyes were filled with terror. Limu watched him quietly and finally said, "As I told you before, you are nothing but a charlatan." With these words, the golden chains suddenly tightened, piercing through Jiao Du's final heart. Until the very end, Jiao Du's eyes remained fixed on Limu, filled with reluctance and fear. The formidable momentum of Limu's combat naturally drew the attention of Uzumaki Mido and Senju Tobarama. Upon witnessing Limu's adamantine sealing chains, Tobarama's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Uzumaki Mido. His eyes carried a hint of inquiry. Was Limu a member of the Uzumaki clan? Uzumaki Mido was also somewhat bewildered at this moment, for Limu was an orphan from the First Shinobi World War. Moreover, he lacked the distinctive traits of the Uzumaki clan, so she was not entirely certain. Yet with enemies before them, Uzumaki Mido gave a slight nod to steady Tobarama's thoughts. Only then did Tobarama withdraw his gaze. By now the tide of battle had completely turned. Naturally, not all of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's subordinates were jonin. The 20 men were divided into 4 squads of 5. Only the squad leaders were jonin, the vice leaders were special jonin, and the rest were chunin. Facing the absolute numerical superiority of the Umbu, they were naturally no match. The second Reikage gripped his ninja sword tightly and said with a blustering tone, "Enough. Whether you were sent by the Reikage family or not. The fact that you've made it here means you've likely become expendable. Surrender your weapons now, and I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise." The second Reikage executed a sharp flourish with his blade. At this moment, the second Reikage's objective was clear: to leverage the power of Konoha. Just then, Uzumaki Mido spoke calmly, "Enough of this nonsense. Ginkaku, the treasures on you are quite fine. I'll take them." With these words, Uzumaki Mido clasped her hands together, adamantine sealing chains. Compared to Limu's righteous golden chains of adamantine sealing chains, Uzumaki Mido's chains were noticeably more sinister. Her golden chains were tinged with the red malevolent chakra of the 9 tails, gradually turning blood red. Kinkaku and Ginkaku swallowed hard as they gazed at the overwhelming torrent of blood-red chains. They had never witnessed such terrifying power before. Even the rampage of the 8 tails in Kumobikure paled in comparison to this 9 tails Jinchuriki. Yet these two were still madmen daring enough to assassinate a Kage. Kinkaku clenched his teeth and completed his tailed beast transformation in an instant. A dark red chakra cloak enveloped him completely, with several red tails sprouting behind him. Meanwhile, Ginkaku produced the banjo fan, the rope of binding, and the crimson gourd. The 7-star sword hanging at his waist remained unused. Limu, watching from a distance, instantly used a body flicker technique to appear beside Uzumaki Mido and warned loudly, "Be careful. Their treasures are sinister. Don't let the rope of binding hit you." Uzumaki Mido nodded. Her expression impassive, she observed Kinkaku in his tailed beast form and Ginkaku wielding the 6 paths treasures. The other Umbu, who were busy slaughtering Kumobikure shinobi, heeded Limu's words and deliberately kept their distance from the 2 monsters. With a light wave of Uzumaki Mido's hand, the chains behind her shot straight toward Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Ginkaku swung the banjo fan, unleashing a 5-element ninjutsu in an attempt to block the chain's assault. To his despair, the devastating ninjutsu generated by the fan collided with the chains, producing only the sound of clashing metal and sparks. Not even the chain's trajectory was altered. Meanwhile, Kinkaku tried to use his red tails to halt the adamantine sealing chain's advance. The result was futile. As Uzumaki Mido's chains tightly coiled around Kinkaku and burrowed into his body, the patterns on the chains began to flow slowly, absorbing the 9 tails chakra within him. Ginkaku had just attempted to transform into a tailed beast when he was suppressed by Uzumaki Mido. Limu then walked over under Kinkaku and Ginkaku's murderous glare. Holding the 5-6 paths tools, he said to the second Reikage with a benevolent smile, "Lord Reikage, these belong to Konoha as spoils of war, so I'll be taking them." At that moment, the Reikage, whose blade was still stained with the blood of Kumogakure's traitors, nodded. "No problem." Limu cheerfully carried the 4-6 paths treasures back to his own camp. By then, the traitors of Kumobikure had been dealt with. Uzumaki Mido manipulated the chains to directly crush Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Limu approached Uzumaki Mido with the banjo fan and other treasures. To his surprise, she simply waved her hand and said, "These are yours to keep. Do with them as you wish." Then, meeting Limu's puzzled gaze, she explained, "As an elder, it's been a long time since I've given you any desired gift. Consider this a present." Hearing this, Limu refrained from further politeness. He first removed the seals on the 6 paths tools, then sealed them within sealing scrolls. Seeing the crisis resolved, Uzumaki Mido said to Senju Tobarama, "It's over. I'll take my leave now. Mu, come to Konoha." Limu understood that she wanted to inquire about his knowledge of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. He nodded in acknowledgement. At this point, the second Reikage approached humbly and asked, "Lord Second Hokage, does our alliance still?" Tobarama nodded. "Of course, Lord Reikage." He then walked to an intact stone table, produced a prepared contract, and said, "Lord Reikage, The second Raikage rubbed his hands together and nodded eagerly. He desperately needed Konoha's power to help stabilize his position. He stood obediently beside Tobirama like a subordinate. Seeing this, Lee Mu finally understood why Kinkaku and Ginkaku had tried to assassinate him. As a village Kage standing beside Tobirama like a lackey, how could the naturally fierce Kumogakure tolerate such a Raikage in power? He wondered if this Raikage would even survive his return. Having seized the initiative, Tobirama drafted an alliance treaty heavily favorable to Konoha. First clause, both villages shall share border defense intelligence. Second clause, neither shall attack the other for the next 10 years. If either is attacked by an external force, the other must unconditionally provide material aid. Tobirama emphasized the word external. Third clause, regarding commerce and trade. Konoha merchants doing business in the Land of Lightning will enjoy a 30% tax reduction. The Land of Lightning's specialty ores must be prioritized for supply to Konoha. Tobirama handed the drafted treaty to the second Raikage, whose face immediately showed distress upon reading the terms. However, after glancing at the corpses of the traitors scattered around, he gritted his teeth and signed, stamping it. Each party kept a copy. The second Raikage extended both hands and firmly grasped Tobirama's, saying, "Lord Hokage, I hope Konoha and Kumogakure can become each other's resolute support." Tobirama's usually cold face bore a hint of a smile. "Rest assured, Lord Raikage, we shall become each other's most faithful allies." The two exchanged a series of pleasantries before eventually parting with feigned reluctance. After the second Raikage departed, Lee Mu observed from the side. He approached Tobirama Senju and asked in a low voice, "Second Raikage, is he truly reliable?" Lee Mu was now deeply skeptical of the second Raikage's capabilities. That a village leader could be betrayed by his most trusted subordinate struck him as utterly inconceivable. Tobirama Senju, hearing Lee Mu's doubts, replied calmly, "If he survives, Konoha gains a powerful ally. If he fails, Konoha loses nothing. Didn't you also acquire the treasures of Jinjiao and Injiao?" For Tobirama Senju, this alliance was a promising venture he hoped to secure, but failure would entail no loss. Tobirama Senju glanced at Lee Mu again and asked, "Also, why did you invite Lady Mito?" Lee Mu replied to his query, "Just in case." Tobirama Senju, hearing this, did not probe further. At Konoha's main gate, Tobirama Senju and the others returned safely. The only casualty in Konoha was Danzo, and Danzo would likely need to walk with a cane for the rest of his life. Tobirama Senju looked at Danzo with a cold expression. No concern, only indifference. This was his consistent attitude toward Danzo. Just as when he learned of Danzo's death after being reanimated by Orochimaru, Tobirama Senju felt neither approval, sorrow, nor reproach. His evaluation of Danzo was none at all. He said flatly, "All right, dismissed." After disbanding, Lee Mu recalled that Mito Uzumaki had something to discuss with him. Lee Mu went directly to Mito Uzumaki's home. He knocked on the garden gate. The door was opened by Kushina, who was wearing the outfit Tsunade had chosen for her the day before. Lee Mu patted her head and complimented, "Kushina, you look really beautiful today." Caught off guard by the head pat, Kushina's face flushed red. She looked up with her bright eyes and asked, "Really?" Lee Mu pinched her cheek and said, "Of course. How's your training?" Startled by the sudden gesture, Kushina clasped her hands behind her back and lowered her head. "Pretty good. I've found the feeling." Lee Mu nodded. "They'll give you some guidance today. You should master it soon." As they chatted, Mito Uzumaki finally emerged. She casually called out, "Lee Mu, come here." She glanced at Kushina and said, "Kushina, go tell Tsunade to come for dinner tonight." Kushina nodded and dashed off eagerly. Mito Uzumaki looked at Lee Mu with a knowing smile. "Explain yourself. How do you know a sealing technique exclusive to the Uzumaki clan?" With that, Mito Uzumaki settled into a lounge chair and gestured for them to sit on the chair beside her. Lee Mu sat on the wooden chair and said with utmost seriousness, "I don't know. It just came to me." Hearing his explanation, Mito Uzumaki regarded him with amused curiosity. "Do you have Uzumaki blood in your family? Like me and Kushina, red-haired people?" Lee Mu feigned confusion. "I don't know. All I remember is that my parents died in the war. I don't know." Mito Uzumaki nodded. It would be a miracle if Lee Mu actually knew. At the time when Lee Mu and Tsunade got together, his background had been thoroughly investigated. But Mito Uzumaki only knew that Lee Mu's parents had died in battle as UMBU members. This time she intended to dig deeper into his origins. Mito Uzumaki continued, "Aren't you curious about your own past?" Lee Mu shook his head. Not hearing this, Mito Uzumaki waved her hand in resignation, then stood up. "All right, we'll talk about it later." Just then Kushina bounced in with Tsunade. Tsunade walked up to Lee Mu and said, "You're back." Lee Mu nodded. "I'm back." After dinner, Lee Mu was in the backyard teaching Kushina the Rasengan. Inside, Tsunade was chatting with Mito Uzumaki. Mito Uzumaki, lounging on the sofa, asked casually, "Tsunade, do you know Lee Mu's family background?" Tsunade yawned nonchalantly. "Family background? He's a war orphan like many others. What family background is there?" She took a sip of sake with a puzzled expression. Under the influence of alcohol, a charming flush spread across her pretty face. Seeing that she could get nothing out of Tsunade Mido Uzumaki, could only hope Tobarama Senju would provide some information. In Kumobikure, it was already dark. The second Reikage returned wearily. His first action upon return was to tell the Umbu commander, prepare for a meeting. Though startled that the second Reikage had survived, the commander chose to obey for the moment. When news of the second Reikage's survival reached the Reikage's clan, the young man, who had openly mocked him, crushed the cup in his hand. Eyes wide with disbelief, he exclaimed, "What? How could that coward, that incompetent, have come back alive?" At his outburst, the Umbu commander who had brought the news shook his head, indicating ignorance. "Fine, you may leave," the young man gestured dismissively. Once the Umbu commander had gone, he slammed the table in fury and cursed, "Jinjiao and Injiao are utter failures. 4 squads couldn't even take down a decrepit old second Reikage." The Reikage clan was a major force, and ambitious and covetous of Konoha's position as the leading ninja village. They were deeply dissatisfied with the first and second Reikage's appeasement policies and perceived weakness. Thus they had hastily orchestrated the attack. In their calculations, whatever happened would serve their interests. Their goal was to assassinate the second Reikage. With him dead, they could swiftly consolidate power and declare war on Konoha. Alternatively, if the second Reikage died and Jinjiao and Injiao were killed by Tobarama Senju, the pretext would be even simpler. Konoha unilaterally broke the alliance treaty, and Kumobikure would declare war. But they never anticipated that the second Reikage and Senju Tobarama would both return alive. The young man of the Raiga clan pondered for a long time before finally rising to his feet. He decided to see what the second Reikage was really up to. In the Kumobikure meeting room, the second Reikage sat in the main seat, glancing coldly at those present. "A traitor has emerged among us. When I and Lord Senju Tobarama were negotiating on behalf of Kumobikure and Konoha, Kinkaku and Ginkaku attacked us with 20 ninjas." As he spoke, the second Reikage's eyes were filled with relief. "Had it not been for Lord Senju Tobarama's timely reinforcements, I might not have returned." The second Reikage surveyed the varied expressions, especially that of the young man from the Raiga clan. He didn't even need to guess who was behind this incident. 80% of the blame lay with the Raiga clan and the radicals. With this thought, the second Reikage shifted his gaze to Yatsuki Jinjutsu, the head of the Yatsuki clan. This clan leader was indeed known as a moderate, and earlier the second Reikage had been reluctant to get too close to them. But now he had to align with them. He knew this was not the time to overturn the table. He must gather enough strength. So after a brief meeting, he dismissed everyone. Only the head of the Yatsuki clan remained, and the two talked privately. But in the end, everyone saw them emerge from the meeting room, both smiling together. In the backyard of Uzumaki Mido's residence in Konoha. Kushina, dressed in clean, sharp training clothes, practiced the Rasengan with focused intensity. Limu guided her from the side. "That's right, imagine concentrating all your chakra into a single point." But with the balloon's pop, Kushina failed once more. Limu propped his chin, analyzing the cause. Kushina's talent in training was quite good. She had already mastered some sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Thus her control over chakra was more than sufficient. When he had taught her tree climbing and water walking earlier, she had learned exceptionally fast. So now Kushina was just one step away from success. Thinking this, Limu said to Kushina, "This time, don't use the balloon. Try compressing the chakra into a small point." Hearing his words, Kushina nodded obediently. She extended her hand again, releasing chakra to form the Rasengan. Limu observed closely. As the chakra volume gradually increased, Kushina's hand began to tremble. The blue sphere in her hand grew unstable. Biting her lower lip, she struggled to maintain the collapsing orb. But sometimes the more you fear something, the more it happens. Kushina's trembling intensified, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. 3 lines of text suddenly appeared before Limu's eyes. "Detected Uzumaki. Kushina has hit a training bottleneck. Please make your choice. Choice 1. Ignore and let Kushina face failure. Reward 10 ordinary kanai. Uzumaki. Kushina's affection unchanged. Choice 2. Scold her harshly after failure, blaming her lack of focus. Reward random crank fire release ninjutsu. Uzumaki. Kushina's affection 10. Uzumaki Mido's affection unchanged. Choice 3. Intervene immediately using your own chakra to stabilize the collapsing Rasengan. Reward a manual on chakra nature transformation and shape transformation. Uzumaki. Kushina's affection unchanged, already maxed. Limu quickly glanced at the first 2 options and decisively chose the third. Who would pick the first 2 options unless their mind was broken? He stepped forward, gently holding Kushina's hand, and said warmly, "Hold it steady." With that, he began using his own chakra to guide hers. Under his lead, the Rasengan in Kushina's hand stayed. The disappointment in Kushina's eyes vanished. Her pretty face flushed with excitement as she turned to Limu. "Brother Limu, I succeeded." Limu then released his hands. "Try its power." Kushina approached a giant boulder, and with a spirited shout, she thrust the Rasengan into it. Dust rose, and pebbles clattered to the ground. A large crater formed in the boulder. Kushina wiped the dust off her face and excitedly ran back to hug Limu. I made it. Limu caught her, patted her back, and said, remember that feeling. Practice more and try again. Kushina formed another Rasengan in her palm. This time it was far more stable. She held it up to Limu with a bright smile. Brother Limu, this time I did it all by myself. At that moment 3 lines of text appeared once more before Limu's eyes. Detected Uzumaki Kushina has independently completed the Rasengan. Please make your choice. Choice 1, slap the Rasengan out of her hand, and warn her not to be complacent. Reward 1, ordinary antidote pill. Uzumaki Kushina's affection 10. Choice 2, nod coldly, and offer a perfunctory compliment. Reward 5 high-level shuriken. Uzumaki Kushina's affection unchanged. Choice 3, smile, praise her, and offer to take her out for grilled meat to celebrate. Reward tailed beast affinity. Uzumaki Kushina's affection 0, already maxed. Limu saw the options and knew the first 2 were merely ways to offend people. He directly chose option 3. Ruffling Kushina's hair, he smiled. Great job, Kushina. But don't slack off. Keep practicing. Tomorrow I'll take you for grilled meat. Hearing his praise, Kushina lifted her chin proudly. Seeing the time, Limu said, all right, get some rest. I should go too. Kushina nodded reluctantly. She even regretted mastering the Rasengan so quickly. Sensing her disappointment, Limu added, don't worry, there's a new training method tomorrow. Then he turned and walked back to the courtyard. Revived by this news, Kushina followed right behind him. Meanwhile, Tsunade was still chatting idly with Limu gently tapped her shoulder. Let's go. Tsunade grabbed his hand and fled the scene as if once outside the gate, Limu asked puzzledly, what's wrong, Tsunade? Why are you rushing? Tsunade said weakly, Grandma started nagging about children again, and I made up an excuse to dodge it. Limu pushed open the gate, then leaned close to Tsunade and whispered, so, do we need to keep working on? Katsuyu felt Limu's restless hands and whispered, stop messing around, let's go back to the room. Limu seemed to receive some sort of command and directly bent down to lift Katsuyu. Katsuyu gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Limu's neck. Limu strode towards the room, kicking open the bedroom door and closing it with his heel. Katsuyu was thrown onto the bed by Limu. Her golden hair spread across the bed and her amber eyes were filled with tears. Limu pressed Katsuyu down. Katsuyu felt the pressure on her body, and instead of avoiding it, she provoked him. Limu skillfully kissed Katsuyu's delicate neck and collarbone, marking her with his lips. Katsuyu closed her eyes, gripping Limu's back tightly. Her breathing began to quicken, and her bosom rose and fell violently. Each rise and fall solidly collided with Limu's firm chest. At this moment, Limu blocked Katsuyu. The morning sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains into the bedroom. Katsuyu's eyelashes fluttered, feeling as if her entire body was about to fall apart. Instinctively, she wanted to embrace Limu, only to find herself holding nothing. Just as Katsuyu was puzzled, she suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure and suffocation on her chest. Katsuyu struggled to open her eyes. Drowsily, she lowered her head, looking down her line of sight. Limu was lying on top of her. His head was firmly buried in her ample bosom, and one of his large hands was resting on Katsuyu's waist. Because he was buried so deeply, Katsuyu could clearly feel the gentle flow of air with each of Limu's breaths. The warm breath enveloped her most sensitive skin without reservation. A wave of tingling sensations coursed through her, making the recently awakened Katsuyu feel a bit weak. No wonder she felt a heaviness in her chest that morning. So this bastard treated her like a natural pillow. Katsuyu looked at Limu with a hint of amusement, her eyes flashing with a tenderness she didn't even notice. However, just thinking about how this guy had troubled her for most of the night, and even made her voice hoarse in the end, she felt that this bastard still wouldn't let her off. A hint of playful annoyance flashed across Katsuyu's amber eyes. She slightly moved her legs, which had gone numb from being pressed down. She adjusted her posture and then extended a slender jade finger. Mischievously, she pinched Limu's nose. The sun is already up. How long are you going to stay buried in there, you bastard? Katsuyu's voice carried a hint of flirtation. Limu, who had finally enjoyed a lazy sleep, opened his eyes after the sudden attack. The first thing that caught his eye was a pale expanse. He lifted his head from that naturally soft pillow and saw the culprit. With a hint of morning irritation, he said, "What's wrong?" Seeing him awake, Katsuyu satisfiedly released her grip, saying, "After bothering me for so long yesterday, you want to sleep?" "No way." Limu looked at Katsuyu and began to smirk in retaliation. His large hand, which was originally resting on Katsuyu's waist, slid down and gave a firm squeeze. Then he flipped over and pressed Katsuyu down again, gently nibbling on her earlobe. Katsuyu could only muster her strength to resist. In the end, she was ruthlessly subdued by Limu. The sound of water from the bathroom ceased. Limu carried the soft-bodied Katsuyu out of the bathroom and helped her put on her clothes. although during this process he inevitably touched some parts. Katsuyu merely gave Li Mu a sidelong glance, allowing him to do as he pleased. She leaned languidly against the sofa and weakly said, "What are we eating today?" Katsuyu shot him a look and said, "You promised to treat a girl to a meal and then bring a family member." Li Mu replied while drying Katsuyu's hair, "Nai is just a child." Katsuyu shot him a look and said, "You promised to treat a girl to a meal and then bring a family member." Li Mu replied while drying Katsuyu's hair, "Nai is just a child." Hearing Li Mu's words, Katsuyu shook her head, helplessly hinting, You. Forget it, I won't go this time. You and Nai enjoy a good meal. The little girl is sensitive. If I go, I might not be able to let loose. Just pack a portion for me to bring back. Upon hearing Katsuyu's refusal, Li Mu did not insist. Then you rest well, I'll leave first. After saying that, he kissed Katsuyu on the red lips again. Katsuyu extended her delicate foot and kicked Li Mu. However, due to her weakness, this kick felt more like a reward. Li Mu left with a smile. He went next door to pick up Nai. Nai suddenly stared at Li Mu's neck and said, "Brother, did a mosquito bite your neck? Such a big red mark." Upon hearing Nai's innocent question, Li Mu smiled while ruffling her hair. "Yeah, it's a mosquito, a very big female mosquito. But it's already been dealt with by your brother." Nai then hazily nodded. After Li Mu honored his promise and treated Nai to a meal of grilled meat, Nai looked at Li Mu and suddenly said cautiously, "Brother, about the request I mentioned last time, I've thought it through." Li Mu smiled while packing food for Katsuyu. "What request?" "I want to go home for a visit." "Home?" Li Mu was puzzled at first, then realized, "You want to return to the land of waves." Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Nai nodded heavily. Li Mu, after listening to Nai's request, couldn't help but frown. Because Li Mu was also uncertain whether Nai, the future Jinchuriki, could easily leave the village. While he hesitated, 3 lines of fresh text suddenly appeared before him. Detected that Uzumaki Nai requested to visit the land of waves. Please make your choice. Option 1, directly refuse her request and sternly warn her that as the future Ninetales Jinchuriki, she absolutely cannot leave Konoha on her own. Reward 3 ordinary soldier food pills. Uzumaki Nai's affection decreases by 10 points. Option 2, verbally agree but immediately report to the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, allowing the Umbu to completely restrict Nai's travels. Reward 5 fine steel kunai. Uzumaki Nai's affection decreases by 20 points. Option 3, agree to her request and state that you will personally accompany her back to the land of waves to ensure her safety. Reward Uzumaki sage body. Uzumaki Nai's affection remains unchanged at maximum. Li Mu looked at the first 2 options, which were still solitary. Ultimately, he chose the third option. He looked at Nai and said, "No problem, but to ensure your safety I will go with you." As Li Mu gave his consent, he instantly sensed a warm current coursing through his body. The Whirlpool clan's immortal body was slowly merging with his own. Nai had already prepared herself for rejection. To her surprise, Li Mu agreed so readily. She looked at him and asked, "When shall we go?" Li Mu pondered for a moment. "The day after tomorrow. I still have some trivial matters to attend to." Nai nodded firmly. Li Mu said to Nai, "But since I've agreed, you should first go and inform Grandma Shuo." Nai nodded. "He'll talk to Grandma." At Tsunade's house, Li Mu handed the packed takeout to the ravenously hungry Tsunade. Seeing the food in Li Mu's hands, Tsunade muttered, "Finally back. I'm starving to death." Then she eagerly opened the meal box and began to eat. Li Mu watched Tsunade devouring her meal, then glanced at her slender waist and curvaceous figure, ample where it should be, sleek where it ought, and felt a wave of curiosity. Because aside from their sparring sessions, Tsunade barely exercised. How could her flesh only accumulate in the places it should? Sensing Li Mu's gaze, Tsunade asked suspiciously, "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Li Mu shook his head. "No, I'm just curious how your fat only goes to the right places." Tsunade gave him a roll of her eyes. Then she lifted her chin with a hint of pride. "It's called talent." As she spoke, she put down her chopsticks. She crossed her arms. She deliberately pushed upward with force. The motion instantly tightened the already loose home clothes. Her already breathtaking fullness suddenly rose like 2 great mountains. A vast expanse of pale skin was exposed to the air, and with each breath Tsunade took a wave of jiggling swayed before Li Mu's eyes. Seeing Li Mu's eyes staring straight, Tsunade snorted softly and shot him a provocative glance. Then she continued eating. Li Mu, provoked by her challenge, sat down beside her and skillfully reached out to wrap his arm around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. Li Mu didn't move further, but let his warm breath caress her jade-like neck. Naturally, Tsunade couldn't continue eating. She turned her head and glared at Li Mu. "Can you stop messing around?" To her surprise, Li Mu looked aggrieved and said, "Can't I even give you a hug?" Tsunade looked at his innocent expression. She rolled her eyes helplessly. This man was so proper outside, but at home, he was like a rogue. Tsunade put down her chopsticks. She turned sideways to face Li Mu. She muttered, I really can't. She reached out and actively wrapped her arms around Li Mu's neck. Then she leaned forward, pressing her entire body into his embrace. Her already firm fullness pressed tightly against Li Mu's chest, instantly deforming. Li Mu could feel the astonishing heat and softness. Tsunade tilted her head, exposing her jade-like neck completely to Li Mu. Don't move anywhere else. I still need to eat. Her voice sounded soft and tender. Seeing the offered treat, Li Mu didn't hold back. He opened his arms and tightly embraced her slender waist. Then Li Mu lowered his head and took her delicate earlobe into his mouth. The sensitive spot attacked Tsunade trembled violently, her breath instantly quickening, her ample chest rising and falling. They rubbed against Li Mu's chest. He freed one hand and slid it directly under the hem of Tsunade's home. His palm roamed over her jade-like back. Tsunade grew weak from his touch and bit his shoulder in She glared at him with a coquettish look. You promised you wouldn't move. Li Mu stopped his little actions, chuckled, and gave her a deep kiss on her red lips. Tsunade wiped her mouth with disdain, but her eyes were full of moist allure. She wriggled free from Li Mu's embrace slightly. She picked up her chopsticks again. Behave. Then she rubbed her thigh against his leg as a comfort. Li Mu obediently withdrew his hands and wrapped them around her waist. He made no other moves. Tsunade finally relaxed. After dinner, Tsunade clung to Li Mu like a bone. Holding her, feeling the warmth and softness, Li Mu said, That girl Kushina wants to go home. Hearing this, Tsunade instinctively lifted her head. Home. Whirlpool country. Li Mu nodded. Tsunade looked at him. You agreed? Li Mu replied. Tsunade said lazily. Then how will you explain it to second grandfather? Li Mu said calmly, Just tell the truth. It's just taking Kushina to visit family, nothing serious. Tsunade looked at him puzzled. Are you that confident? Li Mu nodded. Of course, it's just a small request. Tsunade curled up in his arms. When do you plan to leave? Li Mu tightened his arms around her. They'll report it later. With that, Li Mu released Tsunade's slender waist. At the Hokage's office, Li Mu knocked. Come in. Qian Shou Fijian's voice came from inside. Li Mu pushed open the door and entered. Oh, it's Li Mu. What's the matter? Qian Shou Fijian's usually tense face relaxed when he saw it was Li Mu. Because if not for Li Mu bringing Xuanhua Shuehu to the negotiations yesterday, things would have been much more troublesome. Li Mu sat on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then said, It's like this, Kushina wants to visit her family, and I plan to escort her. Visit family? Qian Shou Fijian hesitated upon hearing this. Because of Jiu Zenai's exceptional talent and her importance to Konoha, so Qian Shou Fijian instinctively wanted to refuse. But recalling Li Mu's performance yesterday and the mysterious Whirlpool clan sealing techniques, Qian Shou Fijian decided to agree. Because yesterday he had searched through all the records and found no information about Li Mu's grandparents or maternal lineage. Thus, sending Li Mu to Wichao village might also unravel the mystery of that kid's background. With that thought, Qian Shou Fijian nodded and warned Li Mu, I agree, but be careful on the road. Li Mu looked at Qian Shou Fijian with confusion. He was about to explain, but unexpectedly Qian Shou Fijian had already agreed. Qian Shou Fijian looked at the astonished Li Mu with a half-smile and asked, What did you think him an old Li Mu immediately gave a playful salute. Yes, Lord Hokage. Tobarama Senju, seeing this, made a motion to throw the pen in his hand. Li Mu darted away in a flash, leaving the office. Tobarama Senju chuckled and cursed under his breath, little brat. On the streets of Konoha. On his way home, Li Mu inadvertently spotted Uchiha Mikoto leading a patrol with several others. These were all familiar faces. One of them even noticed Li Mu. Li Mu quickly raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The others immediately understood and refrained from alerting Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto walked solemnly in the middle of the street. She wore the uniform of the Konoha military police force, a high-necked, long-sleeved, deep blue top. It covered Mikoto's neck and arms completely. The lower half was a pair of matching loose trousers, the cuffs neatly tucked into black ninja boots. The outfit appeared conservative and old-fashioned. Because she was on an outdoor training mission, Mikoto had tied her usually loose hair into a single ponytail. Mikoto's teammates, after seeing Li Mu cooperatively, fell silent and moved away from her. Sensing something amiss, Mikoto looked curiously at the others and was about to ask. Her eyes were covered, and a familiar voice whispered in her ear, Guess who? Initially, her body tensed as she prepared to resist. But recognizing the familiar aura, she relaxed. She reached out her delicate hand to move Li Mu's large hand aside, turned around, and pouted, Teacher, what are you doing? Li Mu chuckled at her earlobes, already red enough to drip blood. At that moment, the teammates who had been training with Mikoto tactfully departed. Li Mu then grabbed Mikoto's hand and led her aside. Mikoto blushed. Teacher, I still have a mission to complete, though she said that she allowed Li Mu to pull her along without any resistance. When they reached a corner, Li Mu leaned close to Mikoto's ear and murmured, "How have your lessons been lately?" Hearing this, Mikoto lowered her head and retorted, "Who needs a refresher on your lessons?" Meanwhile, Li Mu's hand had naturally settled on her waist. Mikoto instinctively stepped back, but her back hit the wall. Trapped with no escape, she shyly closed her eyes, adopting an expression of resigned defiance. Seeing this, Li Mu leaned in and pressed his lips to Mikoto's. Her body trembled, but he had given her exclusive training before. So Mikoto wrapped her arms around Li Mu's neck and responded with practiced familiarity. Soon Li Mu parted her pearly teeth, and their tongues entangled in a fervent duel. With practiced ease, Li Mu slipped his hand under Mikoto's clothes, gently stroking her smooth back. As his exploration ascended, he seemed to encounter something. With a deft flick, release, and pull, he heard a faint snap. His other hand also settled on Mikoto's rear arm. Mikoto's face had turned crimson, and she looked at Li Mu with watery eyes, a pleading expression. Li Mu skillfully refastened it. He finally let Mikoto go for a moment. She gasped for breath, even her loose clothing unable to conceal the rise and fall of her chest. She punched him weakly. "Do you want to get us killed out here?" Hearing this, Li Mu leaned close and whispered, "So you mean it's okay as long as we're at home?" Mikoto's ears burned red as she buried her head in her arms. Li Mu stopped teasing her and said, "All right, let's review again." The two walked along the street, Mikoto clutching Li Mu's arm. She didn't need to guess. After his guidance, her lips must be swollen. At this thought, she couldn't help pinching the soft flesh at Li Mu's waist. The pressure was light, so Li Mu felt no real pain. But knowing he was in the wrong, Li Mu feigned a pained expression. Seeing this, Mikoto knew he was faking, but her anger subsided considerably. She said with a tsundere air, "You brought this on yourself?" Li Mu, hearing this, naturally draped his arm over her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Oh, is that so, Miss Mikoto?" Uchiha Mikoto, who had barely returned to normal, felt her ears redden once more. In the end, Li Mu escorted her to the Uchiha clan compound. He was about to leave when Mikoto spoke up, "Won't you come in for a while?" Accepting her invitation, Li Mu immediately seized the opportunity. Sure. Mikoto had only meant to be polite, not expecting him to actually agree. She could only lead him into her private. It was Li Mu's first time here. Upon learning that Mikoto's parents had gifted it to her when she came of age, he couldn't help but sigh, despicable landlord class. Mikoto rolled her eyes at Li Mu and went into her bedroom to change. Li Mu sat on the sofa, taking in her room. The living room was spotless, carrying the faint scent of Mikoto's usual aromatherapy. Several pots of flowers adorned the balcony. He picked up the kettle nearby and poured himself a glass of water. Just then, Mikoto's bedroom door opened. Following the sound, Li Mu saw her emerge in a long light pink cotton home dress. The garment was loose with the collar slightly open, revealing Mikoto's fair, delicate collarbone. Her hair, once tied in a ponytail, now hung loose. Her smooth black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. She wore a pair of fluffy slippers. It was Li Mu's first time seeing her like this, and though he had already measured her dimensions, he couldn't help stealing an extra glance. Feeling his gaze, Mikoto's steps became slightly awkward. She took some fruit from the fridge, washed them, and placed them on the sofa. "Teacher, I didn't prepare any tea. Please don't mind." Li Mu smiled. "I'm already being presumptuous by coming, so of course I don't mind." Mikoto seemed to have just bathed. As she sat beside him, her unique fragrance wafted into Li Mu's nostrils. Sitting next to Li Mu, Mikoto felt a hint of awkwardness, as this was her first time in an absolutely private space with a member of the opposite sex. Li Mu deliberately slid closer with a mischievous grin, teasing, "Where's the Mikoto from before?" Meichin kept her head lowered, recalling her previous actions as nothing short of a lamb walking into the wolf's den. She bit her lower lip and said, "Teacher, you always bully me." Li Mu then leaned in close to Meichin. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her loungewear. Yet she waited for a long time, but the anticipated action from Li Mu never came. Meichin breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, yet felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. She opened her eyes to see Li Mu wearing a mischievous grin. He ruffled her hair deliberately, leaving it in disarray. Annoyed, Meichin bit his hand. Li Mu withdrew his hand, examining the shallow teeth marks on his palm. "Meichin, are you a dog?" he teased. Meichin's cheeks flushed as she shot him a glare, then took his hand and gently rubbed and blew on it. Li Mu pulled his hand away. Meichin straightened her slightly messy collar, her face red, as she pushed him out the door. She gave him a fierce glare, with her beautiful eyes looking adorably ferocious. This scoundrel's hands were far from well-behaved. Li Mu waved at Meichin. "See you later." Meichin let out a soft huff and turned her head away in a tsundere manner. Li Mu reached out and pinched her cheek before turning and leaving. When he returned home, Li Mu pushed open the door. Gangsho was lying sideways on the sofa, wearing a thin, loose pajama set. Because of her sideways posture, her stunning body curves were fully displayed. Her naturally full bosom appeared even more prominent due to the pressure. The hem of her pajamas had ridden up considerably, pulled by her thighs. A pair of plump, shapely legs were exposed to Li Mu's view. snacking while glancing at Li Mu. Gangsho spoke with a slightly husky voice back. Then she shifted her position, lying flat on the sofa. Her magnificent chest swayed with the movement, making Li Mu's head spin. When Li Mu sat down on the sofa, Gangsho naturally placed her fair, delicate foot on his leg. Li Mu looked down at Gangsho's foot. Her foot was pristine, white toes like jade. And remarkably, the sole of her foot was entirely free of calluses. It was definitely a food-grade existence. Habitually, Li Mu reached out and kneaded Gangsho's jade-like foot. She let out a soft sigh of contentment, squinting her eyes with satisfaction. Her voice languid. "You smell of Mikan's perfume. Did you run into her again today?" While massaging her foot skillfully, Li Mu replied, "Yeah, mainly tutoring her." Hearing Li Mu's words, Gangsho snorted coldly and restlessly rubbed his lower abdomen with her foot. "Is that tutoring really proper?" By now, Li Mu had unconsciously placed his hand on Gangsho's jade foot and gently squeezed it. A tingling sensation ran through Gangsho, and she said crossly, "You're never well behaved." With that, she lightly freed herself from his restless hand and pulled her foot back. Li Mu didn't press his advantage. He casually asked, "What's for dinner?" Gangsho began ordering. Li Mu inquired, "How about grilled fish?" Gangsho's eyes lit up, and she nodded. "All right." Throughout this, Kushina had been looking as if she wanted to speak, but hesitated. Xuanhua Shuehu could also sense that she had something on her mind, but she preferred to let Kushina bring it up herself. However, she had apparently overestimated Zinai's nerve. Seeing Kushina already turning in circles in front of her, nearly making Xuanhua Shuehu dizzy, the latter finally called out to her, "Little Kushina, stop pacing in front of me. Is there something you want to tell me?" Kushina stopped, hesitatingly nodding. Xuanhua Shuehu reminded her, "If you don't speak, I might never agree. But if you do, at least there's a 50% chance they'll say yes." Gritting her teeth, Kushina said, "Grandma, I want to go back to Wuchao village to see it." Hearing this, Xuanhua Shuehu neither immediately refused nor agreed. She thought for a moment, then asked, "Have you mentioned this to anyone besides me?" "Yeah." Kushina answered honestly, "I told brother Li Mu." "So did he agree to come?" Xuanhua Shuehu asked. Kushina nodded. "He said he has no problem, but asked me to talk to you." Hearing this, Xuanhua Shuehu lowered her head and pondered for a long time. She wondered what that boy Li Mu was. Was he trying to play good cop bad cop with her, or was he genuinely agreeing with the girl? Just then a knock came from outside the courtyard. Xuanhua Shuehu went to the yard and opened the door. Outside stood a masked Umbu agent. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Lady Shu, this is a letter from the Lord Hoing." "A letter from me?" Xuanhua Shuehu took the letter. The Umbu agent bowed again and vanished from the spot. While opening the envelope, Xuanhua Shuehu muttered to herself, "Really, Feijian, sometimes you could just come tell me directly, couldn't you? Sending a letter honestly." Xuanhua Shuehu complained as she opened the letter. After reading its contents, she chuckled and returned to the room. Looking at Kushina, who was full of anticipation, she smiled and said, "What are you still looking at?" Then she added, "Why aren't you packing your things?" Hearing Xuanhua Shuehu's words, Kushina cheered, leaped onto her, and kissed her on the cheek. Then she skipped off. Xuanhua Shuehu watched her with deep emotion, thinking, should I go back too? She hadn't been there in so long. The last time she returned was for a relative's funeral, and she had been too grief-stricken to notice the village's changes. Xuanhua Shuehu casually placed the letter on the table. She walked to the window and rested her hands on the wooden edge of the sill. In the yard stood an old tree moved there long ago by her and Qinsho Zhujian. Its bark had become rough now. Gazing at the tree, Xuanhua Shuehu's vision blurred. She recalled her younger days in Wuchao village, red-haired clansmen walking back and forth. The sea always churned with white foam. On the day she left her hometown, a fine drizzle fell. Qinsho Zhujian was waiting for her at the village entrance. So many years had passed since then. Xuanhua Shuehu's memories of the village had already grown hazy. Maybe she should go back and see it too. Once this thought took root in Xuanhua Shuehu's heart, it never faded. In the end, she made her decision to return to Wuchao village and see if it was still the village she remembered. With that in mind, she gently knocked on Zinai's door. Kushina, who was packing, opened the door and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Grandma." Xuanhua Shuehu stroked her head and said, "Grandma will go back with you tomorrow." QB tilted her head in confusion for a moment, then her eyes lit up. "Really?" Uzumaki Mito gently stroked her head and said, "Of course. They'll go back and tidy up a bit too." Li Mu sat on the sofa and Tsunade leaned against him as if she had no bones. At this moment the two had already feasted, as the saying goes, a full stomach leads to. Tsunade embraced Li Mu with both hands, her head nuzzling against his shoulder. At the same time her golden hair brushed against Li Mu's neck, making him feel a bit itchy. Having just eaten, Tsunade was feeling quite lazy. Especially now that she had something to lean against, she felt too lazy to exert any effort. Seemingly not satisfied, Tsunade's leg crossed over Li Mu's lap. The collar of her home pajamas was pulled down by her movement. From Li Mu's perspective, he could see large patches of smooth skin. Li Mu looked at Tsunade, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and said, "If you're full then sleep. Are you a little pig?" He then pinched Tsunade's nose. Tsunade squinted her eyes expressing dissatisfaction and lightly punched Li Mu's chest. "Who told you to mess with me for so long last night? What's wrong with wanting to hold you more during the day when you're not home?" However, Tsunade's hand out of habit began to caress Li Mu's abs. Once she touched them, she suddenly became much more alert. No, this seemed to be an inviting gesture between the two. Tsunade felt that Li Mu's already unruly hand was growing bolder. Seeing this, she could only abandon her resolve and sink deeper into Li Mu's embrace, her ample chest pressing tightly against him. Li Mu took the opportunity to lift her slightly. Tsunade let out a gasp, instinctively gripping Li Mu's. As a result of the earlier action, her fullness kept brushing against Li Mu. Li Mu felt Tsunade's ample figure narrowing his eyes. He leaned closer to Tsunade's ear and said, "What's wrong? Weren't you just complaining about me messing with you all night?" "What do you mean just now?" Tsunade's sensitive earlobe felt the warmth of his breath, causing her face to flush even more. She stubbornly retorted, "So what?" However, just as she finished speaking, her round thigh inadvertently rubbed against Li Mu's waist. Li Mu watched Tsunade, who was still being stubborn, as his hand began to misbehave. At the same time, he lowered his head to block Tsunade's rosy lips. Tsunade initially put on a show of restraint and struggled a couple of times. But as Li Mu's hand went deeper, she gave up on resisting. She began to respond to him. After a while, their lips parted. A glimmering silver thread connected them. Tsunade breathed heavily, her beautiful face flushed with enticing red. She said softly, "Not here." Li Mu heard Tsunade's words and replied, "All right." He then picked up Tsunade, who had turned into a puddle of spring water, and carried her into the bedroom. Tsunade's eyebrows twitched slightly as she barely opened her eyes. Even though Tsunade was physically strong, she had nearly been worn out by Li Mu, this monster, last night. Even when she pleaded for mercy, it had lasted until the early hours. She felt the soreness throughout her body and turned to glare at Li Mu, who was deeply asleep beside her. At that moment, one of Li Mu's hands was resting beneath his head, while the other was covering Tsunade's chest. Due to their close position, Tsunade could even feel the astonishing warmth of Li Mu's palm. This made Tsunade feel electrified all over. She stretched out her hands in embarrassment and annoyance. She tried to move Li Mu's mischievous hand away from her front. But just as she exerted force, Li Mu's hand suddenly tightened. Caught off guard, Tsunade let out a soft moan. At this moment, Li Mu's voice came awake. Li Mu, who had been keeping his eyes closed, also opened them. Tsunade looked at him, and out of frustration, bit Li Mu's shoulder hard, leaving deep bite marks. "You bastard," pretending to sleep. Li Mu, who had been attacked, winced, and looked at Tsunade, saying, "Are you a dog?" Tsunade, seeing this, proudly lifted her chin, and said, "That's what you get for bullying me." Seeing Tsunade's proud expression, Li Mu immediately leaned over. He pressed down on Tsunade, and said, "Then I will return the favor." With that, Li Mu skillfully left his mark on Tsunade's collarbone. Tsunade hurriedly pleaded in a low voice, "Don't mess around. Aren't you going back to Kyubi's home in the Whirlpool Village today?" Li Mu replied, "We're going back tomorrow, don't worry." Before Tsunade could respond, Li Mu silenced her. The two played around until they were interrupted by a knock at the door, and Li Mu finally let Tsunade go. Li Mu got dressed and walked out to the yard to open the door. Seeing Kyubi and Uzumaki Mito outside, he felt perplexed. Li Mu's heart sank. Could it be that Uzumaki Mito refused? That couldn't be possible. It didn't make sense. He curiously asked, "Grandma, why did Kyubi's mom come?" Uzumaki Mito kindly replied, "It's like this, Li Mu. I plan to go back to Whirlpool Village with Kyubi to discuss some matters with you and prepare accordingly." "You're going back too?" Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. He never expected Uzumaki Mito would also return. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, "There's no choice in getting old and feeling nostalgic." Li Mu quickly realized that Uzumaki Mito probably hadn't been home in a long time. Hearing that Kyubi was going home, it was quite reasonable for her, as an elder, to feel sentimental. Uzumaki Mito pushed Kyubi into the yard and said, "I have a little matter to attend to, so I'll leave Kyubi in your care." Li Mu took Kyubi's hand and said, "Don't worry." Uzumaki Mito nodded and turned to leave. Li Mu looked at Kyubi and asked, "Have you eaten?" Kyubi shook. Li Mu patted her head and said, "Just right, I'll make you something." By the time the two returned indoors, Tsunade was already dressed and ready. Tsunade was wearing a long robe she usually wore out and had pulled the collar up high, completely covering the red marks Li Mu had left on her last night. She wore a pair of black trousers on the bottom. However, upon seeing Li Mu walk in with Kyubi, she shot him a fierce glare. Li Mu ignored her and simply brought Kyubi over to Tsunade, saying, "You two chat for a bit, I'll go make breakfast." Tsunade looked at the instant noodles in front of her, a bit dazed. She gritted her silver teeth and looked at Li Mu, who was enjoying his meal, saying, "Is this what you call breakfast?" Li Mu nodded while eating. "That's right, I even added sausage and egg." Hearing Li Mu's words, Tsunade felt somewhat speechless. But due to the immense exhaustion from last night, she gave up on the impulse to curse and began to eat the instant noodles. While several people were eating at the desk, Kushina suddenly noticed the mark that was inadvertently exposed on Limu's neck. She curiously pointed at the mark and asked, "Brother, are there so many female mosquitoes at home? Did another female mosquito bite such a big bump on your neck?" Hearing Kushina's innocent words, Limu almost spat out his food. He glanced at the earlobe of Tsunade, which was red and seemed to bleed, and suppressing a smile said, "That's right, that female mosquito also drains my yang energy." Upon hearing Limu's words, Tsunade directly kicked him under the table in embarrassment and anger, only to be countered by Limu, who pinned her leg. Tsunade tried to pull her leg back, but suddenly found that her foot was completely controlled by Limu. She glared at him in embarrassment, signaling him to let go. Limu, however, acted as if nothing was happening, completely ignoring Tsunade's expression. Tsunade tried a couple more times, wanting to pull her leg out. But because Limu had a good grip, she couldn't pull it out at all. Tsunade didn't dare to use too much strength, lest she attract Kushina's attention. She looked at Limu's seemingly indifferent face, and her heart filled with annoyance. Tsunade thought to herself, "Since you're playing this way, I won't hold back." Her trapped right calf moved slightly. Her smooth, fair foot heavily stepped on Limu's instep. Limu instinctively loosened his grip on her calf. Her trapped right calf moved slightly. Her smooth, fair foot heavily stepped on Limu's instep. Limu's action of eating noodles abruptly paused. He raised his head to look at Tsunade, who was leisurely eating instant noodles, feeling Limu's gaze. Tsunade provocatively glanced at Limu. After the meal, Tsunade ran into the bathroom, while Limu returned to his room to change his pants, leaving Kushina in the living room bewildered while watching TV. Shortly after, the two of them casually walked out. Tsunade took Kushina to her dressing room to play a dress-up game, occasionally asking Limu, who was sitting on the sofa, for his opinion. Limu's responses were very perfunctory: "Looks good, not bad, okay." This also drew dissatisfaction from both Kushina and Tsunade. Kushina crossed her arms and pouted in displeasure. "Brother, you're too perfunctory." While complaining, the little girl looked down at her new clothes. It was a slightly loose light green short robe that made Kushina look like a little adult. At this moment, Tsunade also walked out of the dressing room. She had changed into a fitted black sleeveless top and high-waisted gray pants. This outfit accentuated her alluring curves, especially the two ample mounds at her chest, which swayed as she... Tsunade sat next to Kushina, draping her arm around her shoulder. The two of them stood in front of Limu. "So after changing so many outfits, all you can say are these 3 words. While saying this, Tsunade shot Limu a fierce glare with her amber eyes. Leaning back on the sofa, Limu shrugged helplessly. "It really looks good." At that moment, Kushina was relentless. She directly pounced on Limu, shaking his arm and starting to act cute. "No, brother must give a serious evaluation again." Her long red hair brushed against Limu as she moved. Tsunade watched as Kushina led the way and walked over. She sat directly on the armrest of the sofa beside Limu, her full thigh pressing against his arm. Tsunade extended a finger and lightly poked Limu's forehead, leaning close to his ear and threatening softly, "Speak quickly, or I won't let you into my room tonight." Limu gently pulled his arm out from Kushina's embrace and patted her head, saying, "I think that light blue kimono looked best, it suits you the most." Upon hearing Limu's words, Kushina's eyes lit up. "Really? I also think that outfit is beautiful." After saying that, she ran back to her room to change into the outfit Limu thought looked good. At this moment, Limu naturally placed his hand on Tsunade's behind. He rubbed it while saying, "As for you, I think last night's outfit looked the best." Tsunade, hearing Limu's words, directly smacked him playfully, saying, "You jerk." Limu pretended to be innocent and shrugged. "If you insist on asking, I can only tell the truth." Seeing his shameless expression, Tsunade felt both shy and angry. In retaliation, she bent down and pinched the soft flesh at Limu's waist. However, as she bent down, Limu once again felt the force of Tsunade's body. As she bent down and Limu played tricks, she lost her balance and sat directly on Limu's lap. Tsunade's voluptuous bosom pressed tightly against Limu's chest. Limu smirked and held her waist, teasing her in her ear. "Are you using a weapon of mass destruction?" Tsunade glared at Limu and said, "Enough, Kushina is still here. What if she comes out after change?" Limu, however, turned a deaf ear. He directly sealed Tsunade's red lips with his own, cutting off what she was about to say. Then his other hand began to boldly explore. Due to the thrilling tension of this secretive act, Tsunade's breathing became rapid. She closed her eyes and began to respond passionately to Limu's advances. At that moment, the sound of a door opening came from the bedroom. The two instantly snapped back to reality, and Tsunade's body stiffened. She pushed Limu away and quickly got off him, her face flushed. Sitting on the armrest of the sofa, she adjusted her clothes, which had become somewhat disheveled due to Li Mu's antics, especially around her chest. At this moment, Gio Xi, wearing a light blue kimono, twirled in front of Li Mu and asked, "Is this it?" Li Mu nodded. "That's right, I feel this is the most suitable for you." Gio Xi exclaimed excitedly, "Then I will wear this tomorrow." At that moment, she noticed Tsunade's flushed face. Gio Xi asked with concern, "Sister Tsunade, what's wrong? Why is your face so red?" Tsunade looked at Li Mu, who was laughing to himself, and pinched him. Then she said nonchalantly, "It's too hot in the living room, there's nothing I can do about it." Gio Xi looked at the open window not far away, and nodded in confusion, not pursuing the matter. At that moment, Li Mu also changed the subject. He bent slightly, and leaned forward, looking directly at Gio Xi. "Gio Xi, what time do you plan to leave tomorrow?" "Any time works," Gio Xi replied casually. While the group was chatting and fooling around, Uzumaki Mido had already seated herself in the Hokage's office. Senju Tobarama brewed a pot of tea for her, and inquired, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Uzumaki Mido took a sip from the teacup and replied, "That little girl Kushina has been clamoring to return to Yazushio village, and she's even stirred my old heart." Hearing her words, Senju Tobarama paused mid-motion as he was about to refill the tea. He looked up at Uzumaki Mido and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you want to go back as well?" Uzumaki Mido nodded. "Indeed, I'm old and feeling a bit homesick." She intended to return for a visit. Senju Tobarama agreed readily. "No problem, sister-in-law. When do you plan to leave? Do you need me to send someone to escort you?" Uzumaki Mido placed her teacup back on the table and raised a hand in refusal. "Li Mu is enough, no need to trouble you." Senju Tobarama did not insist upon her refusal. He also set down his cup, then clasped his hands together and asked, "Very well. And regarding Li Mu's background?" He trailed off, clearly holding something back. Uzumaki Mido said calmly, "Speak your mind. At your age, stop pretending to be a shy young girl." Only then did Senju Tobarama speak. "Sister-in-law, is that boy Li Mu truly of the Uzumaki clan?" Uzumaki Mido shook her head. "I don't know." Senju Tobarama was momentarily speechless at her answer. He pressed on, "Sister-in-law, you don't even know Li Mu's origins." Uzumaki Mido replied lightly, "If you don't know, how could I?" Hearing this, Senju Tobarama nodded help. He continued, "Then, sister-in-law, are you returning with them this time to clarify Li Mu's background?" Because Senju Tobarama knew that a clan like the Uzumaki surely possessed some means of identification. To his surprise, Uzumaki Mido shook her head and said, "No, I simply miss home." Hearing Uzumaki Mido's explanation, Senju Tobarama was both amused and bemused, but he quickly accepted it. This was indeed very much in line with his sister-in-law's way of doing things. Uzumaki Mido set down her teacup and said, "Well, my main reason for coming was to keep you informed. He'll be going back now." Senju Tobarama nodded. Meanwhile, at Tsunade's home, the three of them were gathered together playing cards. To be precise, Li Mu and Kushina, one big and one small, were humoring Tsunade. During his academy days, Li Mu had attracted Tsunade with his exceptional card skills, and through his masterful sleight of hand, he had successfully weaned Tsunade off her habit of gambling with outsiders. "Haha, I won again. Come on, draw on our faces." Tsunade planted one foot on the table, hands on her hips, looking supremely pleased with herself. As she moved, the heaving waves of her bosom inevitably drew Li Mu's gaze. Li Mu and Kushina exchanged a glance, both wearing resigned expressions. Among the three, Li Mu had the fewest paper strips on his face, Kushina the next, and Tsunade the most. So to prevent Tsunade from losing her temper, Li Mu gave Kushina a meaningful look. The sharp-witted Kushina instantly understood. Together they orchestrated a thorough, deliberate letdown. Tsunade, meanwhile, was grinning mischievously as she held up paper strips and beckoned them, "Come over here." When the two approached, she pasted strips on both the young girl and the grown man. Just as they were enjoying this harmonious moment, the other two great ninja villages, upon learning of the alliance between Kumogakure and Konoha, were far from pleased. Inoki slammed his fist on the table upon seeing the news. Damn it! At this time, Inoki was still in his prime, ambitious and full of vigor. His goal and dream were to topple the lofty Konoha from its pedestal. Decades ago, that man from Konoha, Uchiha Madara, had inflicted deep humiliation upon Iwagakure. Inoki had long been preparing to wage war against Konoha, but hindered by the overall lack of strength, his plans remained confined to fantasy. Now the alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure had clearly shattered his last hope. Refusing to accept defeat, Inoki began to scheme how to sow discord. In Tsunade, the third Kazekage's face darkened considerably upon reading the news. Their recent covert activities had been numerous. They had frequently clashed with Konoha in the Land of Rain. But this alliance between Konoha and Kumogakure cast a shadow over Tsunade's prospects. He placed the document on the desk and said flatly to the very young Raza beside him, "Send a letter to the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Tell him Tsunade wishes to deepen cooperation with Iwagakure." "Yes, Razabout. In the land of water Kirigakure. The third Mizukage showed no expression upon learning that the two strongest villages had announced their cooperation, because he had more important matters to attend to. The third Mizukage looked down at the plan he had personally drafted for selecting a new generation of elite ninja in Kirigakure. His icy face betrayed no emotion. Compared to the external pressure from Konoha and Kumogakure, the internal situation in Kirigakure was far more dangerous. Kirigakure had become far too complacent. So much so that the lower-ranked ninja had lost their fighting spirit. To prepare for the upcoming selection, the village must adopt a much stricter training regimen starting from the Ninja Academy. He said flatly, "Summon someone." As his words fell, two masked A&BU appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Lord Mizukage. The third Mizukage handed one of them the document and said, "Kirigakure's selection system must be reformed. From now on, conduct real combat in groups. Allow deaths. The childish sparring of the past must end. If one wishes to become a ninja, they must bear the corresponding. From now on, all students who wish to graduate must shed blood." The two exchanged a glance, then replied, "Yes, Lord Mizukage." They were about to leave when the third Mizukage called them back. "And how are preparations regarding Yuzushio village?" One of the A&BU spoke, reporting, "My lord. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Our first advance force has assembled and is ready to depart at any time." The third Mizukage produced a secret letter. "The Raiga clan of Kumogakure is also coveting the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. They wish to cooperate with us. Be careful not to harm our own people." One A&BU said in surprise, "The Raiga clan? From Kumogakure? Aren't they already allied with Konoha? Yuzushio village is Konoha's ally." The third Mizukage sneered, "Kumogakure is not monolithic. Don't concern yourselves with that. The Raiga clan's ambition is too great. So great that I fear they might choke on it." In Yunin village, the second-generation Raikage was negotiating with the Yayue family, exchanging interests to meet their respective needs. The second-generation Raikage received the support of the Yayue family. The future heir of the Yayue family also became a disciple of the second-generation Raikage. Additionally, some members of the Yayue family entered the Dark Division of Yunin village, securing some high-ranking positions. In the Raikage's office, a member of the Dark Division entered and handed over a document, whispering, "Lord Raikage, it seems the Lei family is making some minor moves." The second-generation Raikage took the document and glanced through it, discovering that the Lei family had dispatched most of their elite forces, leaving Yunin village. The Dark Division, fearing to be discovered, only followed from a distance, retreating after a brief confirmation of the direction. He stared at the southwest direction indicated in the intelligence, his brow furrowed. The second-generation Raikage stood before a map of the ninja world, examining what lay in the southwest of the Land of Lightning. He muttered to himself, "The land of hot water, the land of iron, the land of whirlpools, the land of bears." His finger paused on the land of whirlpools. Recent intelligence indicated that both the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 2 Tails Jinchuriki had gone out of control. Thus, this time would these individuals choose to raid the Whirlpool clan in the land of whirlpools for sealing techniques. The Whirlpool clan was a staunch ally of Konoha, which could further sow discord between him and Konoha. Once the relationship between Yunin village and Konoha deteriorated, his own death would not be far off, and the Yayue clan would not be able to protect him. At this thought, cold sweat began to bead on the second-generation Hokage's forehead. He murmured, "No, this matter must be reported to Konoha." He did not wish to suffer an unjust calamity. After assessing the pros and cons, he turned to the Dark Division beside him. "Immediately write a letter directly to Konoha. Inform them that an elite team from the Lei family has mysteriously disappeared, and the last direction of their disappearance was toward the land of whirlpools." "Understood, Lord Raikage." The Dark Division nodded and vanished from the spot. Just as 3 people finished playing cards and removed the notes from their faces, a rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the courtyard door. Li Mu stood up, casually muttering to himself, "Who could it be?" Upon opening the courtyard door, he found a familiar figure standing outside. She had smooth black hair cascading down her back and wore a dark blue high-neck outfit. Li Mu smiled upon seeing her and said, "Mei-chin, what brings you here today? You rarely come when I invite you." Saying this, he naturally took Mei-chin's hand and led her into the courtyard, while Mei-chin allowed him to lead. Li Mu looked at the timid Mei-chin and couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned closer to her, ear-teasingly blowing warm air as he said, "Mei-chin, why so quiet? Could it be that you've encountered some problems with your recent studies?" Mei-chin shot him a shy glare, her expression making Li Mu want to tease her a bit more. However, recalling Tsunade and Kushina inside the house, Li Mu halted his actions, seeing that he had stopped. Mei-chin sighed in relief. Then instinctively she adjusted her collar. Even now, when Mei-chin thought about Li Mu's actions at her home yesterday, her legs felt weak. Li Mu thought she was about to fall and gently supported her. Just then Mei-chin's soft chest brushed against. Mei-chin's face turned red, but she leaned against Li Mu. The two entered the room. Upon seeing Mei-chin, Kushina curiously asked Sister Mei-chin, "What brings you here?" Tsunade looked at the two with a smirk. Seeing the main subject in front of her, Mei-chin straightened up despite their previous exchanges. She quickly found an excuse, saying, "I have some questions about my training that I need to ask Teacher Limu." Questions about training, teacher? Kushina looked at the two with confusion. At that moment, Limu quickly intervened to clear the misunderstanding. "That's right, Mei-chin was also one of my students before." At this point, two options appeared before Limu. Option 1. Expose Mei-chin's lie on the spot. Pretending to be surprised, he raised his eyebrow, training questions. "Mei-chin, you didn't say that yesterday." Reward: Basic Ninjutsu Scroll Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing Uchiha, Mei-chin's Favorability 15. Option 2. Go with the flow. Help Mei-chin save face by stating that she has recently hit a bottleneck in understanding the nature and form changes of chakra. She needs his guidance. Reward: Mental Strength Amplification Potion, increases immunity to Genjutsu to a certain extent, Mei-chin's Favorability 5. Seeing that there weren't three options, Limu was a bit surprised. However, he quickly chose option 2. Limu calmly stated, "That's right, that's how it is." Mei-chin has some questions regarding the nature and form changes of chakra. She even specifically noted down her questions to consult me. He reached over to take Mei-chin's notebook, pretending to browse through it. Then he looked up at Mei-chin coincidentally. "I've recently had some insights regarding the nature and form changes of chakra. Would you like to learn a bit?" Mei-chin nodded in confusion. Limu's pocket also gained an extra potion. Meanwhile, Kushina lost interest and began snacking on the treats set aside. Tsunade crossed her legs and folded her arms. She wore a tight-fitting black sleeveless top that accentuated the two prominent features, strained the fabric tightly. With her arms crossed, the curve was so pronounced that it seemed almost ready to spill out from the neckline. She wore long pants that clung closely to her waistline, highlighting her slender figure. However, they also showcased Tsunade's voluptuous thighs perfectly. Limu glanced at Tsunade, naturally placing his hand on Mei-chin's shoulder, and said, "All right, let's discuss the training questions in the study." Tsunade huffed lightly at their departing figures. Limu led Mei-chin to the study, then grinned mischievously at her. He casually closed the door, turning to Mei-chin. Mei-chin clutched her notebook, biting her lip as she looked at Limu as if she had realized something. Limu slowly approached Mei-chin and whispered in her ear, "Let's have a serious review." He leaned down, directly sealing Mei-chin's red lips with precision. As he skillfully pried open her tightly clenched teeth, Mei-chin dropped her notebook and responded with surprising familiarity. Clearly, Limu's review had not been in vain. Mei-chin had become quite adept in both technique and skill. Limu's hand slowly reached toward Mei-chin's front armor. Compared to the astonishing Tsunade, Mei-chin's front armor could only be said to be just right for one hand's grasp. As the sound of clothing fasteners unhooking echoed, Mei-chin's legs felt even weaker. If not for Limu's other hand supporting her waist, and Mei-chin leaning against the wall, she would have likely lost her balance. After a long moment, the two finally parted. Mikoto shot Limu a reproachful glance before straightening her now thoroughly disheveled blouse. Limu pretended to rummage through his study and handed Mikoto the notes he had previously obtained on the changes and nature of chakra. After all, he had already perused the book in private, and it was perfect for Mikoto. She accepted the notes, staring at Limu in astonishment. "You really have it." Limu looked at the amazed Mikoto, reached out, and lightly flicked her smooth forehead. "Did you really think I had nothing substantial?" he said with feigned annoyance. Mikoto muttered under her breath, "I never noticed, but you're quite skilled at bullying me." Overhearing her murmur, Limu leaned in once more and whispered softly, "This strawberry-flavored lip balm is nice, but I prefer the orange one." Mikoto lightly tapped his chest with a force that seemed more like a coquettish gesture. Limu caught her jade-like hand and gently squeezed it twice. After their playful tussle, the flush on Mikoto's face subsided considerably. Only then did Limu and Mikoto emerge from the room one after the other. When the two came out, Gangsho eyed Mikoto's swollen lips, her gaze shifting meaningfully between them with the knowing look of someone who had been through it all. Limu casually sat beside Gangsho, reaching out a hand to stroke her smooth golden hair. Gangsho tilted her head, trying to evade his clutches. Yet she did not pull away. This left Mikoto in a dilemma as she scanned the room. Since Limu and Gangsho had been living together at Gang's house place, she had never bought a large sofa. There was only one multi-seater sofa and a single-seater. Juxinai had occupied the single-seater, swinging her bare calves while watching TV. Limu and Gangsho had taken up most of the multi-seater, leaving just enough space for Mikoto to sit. She had no choice but to sit beside Limu, their thighs pressed together. With the fabric being thin, Limu could even feel the warmth radiating from Mikoto's thigh. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head like an ostrich. Seeing Mikoto like this, Gangsho narrowed her beautiful eyes. She extended her slender fingers and pinched Limu's waist with moderate force. Limu instantly stiffened his back, straightening rigidly. He looked at Gangsho beside him and retaliated by pinching the most sensitive spot on her waist. After the sensitive area was attacked, Gangsho shivered first, then launched her counterattack. In the afternoon, Mito Uzumaki came to pick up Tsunade. Makoto also made an excuse to leave. Only Li Mu and Gangsho remained in the house. Li Mu embraced Gangsho, burying his face in the fullness of her bosom. "What do you want for dinner?" he asked lazily. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Gangsho adjusted her position so Li Mu could rest more comfortably. "Anything's fine, but I don't want instant noodles again, or you won't be allowed in the bedroom tonight." Li Mu mumbled, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied." That evening, Li Mu took Gangsho's hand and led her to Mito's front gate. Gangsho rolled her eyes at Li Mu. "This is what you call making me satisfied," she said with feigned anger. Li Mu released her hand and shrugged. "Isn't Grandma's cooking good? Besides, Grandma asked us to come over for dinner this afternoon." Just then the door creaked and was opened from inside. The two saw it was Tsunade. She beckoned them. "Brother, sister Gangsho, come in quickly. Grandma just sent me to..." Li Mu stepped inside first, followed closely by Gangsho. At a border outpost in the Wind Country, the third Kazekage sat alone in silence, brewing hot tea, as if waiting for something. At that moment the door was pushed open, but eerily no footsteps were heard. Daimyo flew in with his feet dangling off the ground. Seeing Daimyo like this, the third Kazekage teased, "Third, such a kid, you still dislike walking on the ground." Daimyo landed on a chair. He picked up a cup of hot tea that the third Kazekage had poured. "Third Kazekage, you said this time we could deepen our cooperation. How do you propose to do that?" The third Kazekage said calmly, "Simple. We form an offensive-defensive alliance, just like Konoha and Kumogakure. But that's not enough. I think we can also implement an exchange student system. We can exchange our best young talents." The third Kazekage spoke at length about the mutual benefits, appearing very sincere. Daimyo nodded as if enticed, but made no concrete commitment. He knew well that one should judge not by words, but by actions. A steady footstep sounded outside the door. A young-looking ninja entered. This was none other than the third Kazekage's trusted aide Luosha, who carried a box in his arms. Luosha walked up to Daimyo, placed the wooden box steadily on the table, and opened it. Inside the box were dozens of gold bars neatly arranged. Daimyo's originally narrowed eyes widened slightly. His gaze swept over the gold bars. The third Kazekage pointed to the wooden box. "This is a small token of sincerity from our Tsunade." Seeing this, Daimyo nodded slightly. He had witnessed the third Kazekage's sincerity. Offering real gold and silver proved Tsunade was truly desperate. He stared at the dazzling golden light, but did not reach out to take it. Instead, he pulled out a scroll from his chest. He said calmly, "Since you Kazekage-sama have shown such sincerity, I cannot fall behind." He placed the scroll on the table and pushed it toward the third Kazekage. "This is Iwagakure's recent experience and insights on mining underground minerals. It should be of some help to Tsunade's or extraction." Hearing Daimyo's words, the third Kazekage did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted the scroll. He placed the scroll on the table and pushed it toward the third Kazekage. "This is Iwagakure's recent experience and insights on mining underground minerals." After seeing the Kazekage accept his scroll, Daimyo clapped his hands. A tall, steady-faced ninja. Daimyo pointed to the box before him, and the ninja understood and carried the box out. Both men wore hypocritical smiles. Daimyo spoke first. "I think we can sign the offensive-defensive alliance treaty now. However, as for the exchange student program, I need to discuss it with Iwagakure's high-ranking officials." Hearing Daimyo's rejection of the exchange student program, the third Kazekage nodded. It was entirely within his expectations. The offensive-defensive alliance was the window he intended to open. Hearing Daimyo's rejection of the exchange student program, the third Kazekage nodded. It was entirely within his expectations. The next morning, under the farewell of Meichin and Tsunade, Jixinai Xuanhua Shuehu and Li Mu departed from Mai. Considering the age of the old and the young, Li Mu specially procured a carriage from the Qinsho clan. The carriage bore the clan emblem of the Qinsho, which served to intimidate any petty troublemakers within the Land of Fire. After all, although the ninja world had ceased, open warfare, bandits, rogue samurai, and renegade ninjas were as plentiful as ox hair. Within the Land of Fire, the emblem of the Qinsho clan could resolve most issues. A coachman from Mai drove the carriage while Li Mu, Xuanhua Shuehu, and Jixinai rested inside the spacious, comfortable, and luxurious vehicle. Xuanhua Shuehu sat with her eyes closed in quiet meditation. Jixinai, on the other hand, pestered Li Mu to teach her a new ninja technique. Fortunately, Jixinai also possessed the wind release affinity, so Li Mu was able to instruct her. He casually pulled out a scroll containing a crank wind release technique and handed it to Jixinai, telling her to study it on her own. At that moment, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Xuanhua Shuehu, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them. From outside came the coachman's angry shout, "Have you no eyes? Do you know whose carriage this is?" It was evident that the coachman was extremely furious. This was the first time he had ever been stopped while driving a carriage of the Qinsho clan. "So what if it's the Qinsho clan? Hand over some money for us to spend." Hearing the commotion outside, Li Mu lifted the curtain and stepped out. When the coachman saw Li Mu, he immediately bowed his head and said, "My lord." Li Mu swept his gaze over the reckless renegade ninjas, and without any preamble slid several shuriken from his sleeve and threw them. While forming a single hand seal, he executed wind release shuriken shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, the few shuriken imbued with wind release chakra transformed into a torrential downpour of projectiles that rained down upon them, simultaneously cutting off their escape routes. He's a ninja from at least a Tokubetsu Jonin. After seeing Li Mu's forehead protector and the terrifying technique he had casually unleashed, they regretted being blinded by greed and attacking the Chinsho clan's carriage. They had thought it would be an easy target, but instead they had stumbled upon a formidable adversary. One by one, they began to use their own methods in a desperate attempt to block the ninja technique of the Mai Shinobi. At the forefront, one of the renegade ninjas formed hand seals and executed earth release, earth flow wall. Several rogue samurai tried to knock away Li Mu's shuriken with their katana or tachi. Inside the carriage, the commotion outside clearly caught Jixinai's attention. She put down the scroll and was about to step out to watch the excitement when Xuanhua Shuhu grabbed the back of her collar. "Sit still." Outside the carriage, the struggles of those renegade ninjas and rogue samurai appeared somewhat laughable to Li Mu. The finely forged steel katana of one rogue samurai, upon contact with the first wave of shuriken, was severed like a piece of tofu. Then the razor-sharp shuriken sliced through his throat. "Oh, my hand." In an instant, the forest clearing was filled with a chorus of screams. The ninja's earth flow wall was equally fragile. It was completely pierced through in an instant by Li Mu's wind-release shuriken, and the ninja himself was also struck in a vital spot, losing his life in the blink of an eye. The bandits who had been causing havoc in the Land of Fire were no match for Li Mu. The tempest of shuriken and shadow clones even shaved a thin layer off the ground. The coachman, looking at the dense array of corpses with various death poses on the road, swallowed hard. He then gazed at Li Mu with a look of awe. The air was now thick with the smell of blood. Li Mu first used wind release to blow the bodies from the middle of the road into the woods on both sides. Let them make a modest contribution to the greenery of the Land of Fire. Only then did Li Mu say calmly to the coachman nodded. Li Mu lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Jixinai was curious and wanted to see what had happened outside, but Li Mu reached out and covered her eyes. Children shouldn't look at this. The carriage slowly moved away from the scene of the incident. 2 days later, Chinsho Feijian was reading a secret letter from the second Reikage. He tore open the letter, and the contents were also very simple. The elite of the Urajetsu clan had assembled today and were moving toward the Land of Whirlpools. They hoped I would make preparations. Chinsho Feijian frowned deeply upon seeing this. He had no doubt about the authenticity of the second Reikage's intelligence. He simply hadn't expected the Urajetsu clan to be so audacious. They dared to attack the Land of Whirlpools while he was still alive. If he were not around, would they try to reach the heaven? But when he recalled that Li Mu and Xuanhua Shuhu had already gone to the Whirlpool Ninja Village to visit relatives, Chinsho Feijian's tightly furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. Chinsho Feijian issued an order. The second and third squads of the Umbu were to stop their current missions and secretly head toward the Land of Whirlpools under the guise of a training exercise. Meanwhile, Li Mu and the others had just arrived at the coastline. Since they were now on the home turf of the Uzumaki clan, the rest was left to Xuanhua Shuehu. Xuanhua Shuehu walked directly into a merchant association of the Uzumaki clan. She looked at the shop assistant, who also had red hair, and pulled out a token saying, "Prepare a ship for me." The shop assistant's face changed drastically upon seeing the token. She quickly nodded and ran upstairs. About half a minute later, hurried footsteps could be heard on the stairs. A person who looked like the manager rushed over in a fluster. When he saw Xuanhua Shuehu, he asked uncertainly. Xuanhua Shuehu gave a slight nod. The manager rubbed his hands together, revealing an almost fawning smile. "Lady Shuehu, why didn't you send word ahead or write a letter?" Xuanhua Shuehu merely glanced at him without speaking. The manager realized he had spoken out of turn and said with a smile, "Forgive me, Lady Shu, this subordinate spoke too much. You may come whenever you wish. How about this afternoon one of our merchant ships will be heading to the Land of Whirlpools. I'll arrange the best rooms for you and the other two, if that's agreeable." Xuanhua Shuehu nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." "No trouble at all, no trouble at all." The manager bobbed his head as he spoke. "Let me take you to rest for a while." The manager led the way, bowing deeply. He ushered the three into the most luxurious guest hall in the back courtyard of the Merchant Association. The room had already been lit with the unique incense of the Land of Whirlpools. Another half hour passed. A knock came at the door, and only with Xuanhua Shuehu's permission did the visitor enter. The visitor then entered. The manager said, "Lady Shuehu, we have prepared a little food for the three of you. We hope it meets your satisfaction." The manager clapped his hands. Several red-haired shop assistants immediately walked in, carrying several exquisite plates. The plates were filled with all kinds of fresh food. The manager pointed to one plate that was chilled with ice. Lady Shuehu. This is the red jade sea cucumber that was brought from the land of whirlpools early this morning. It has been soaked in a special sauce made from the secret recipe of the Whirlpool Ninja Village. Xuanhua Shuehu's heart stirred as she looked at this dish. It was indeed one of her favorites when she was young. Mai also had it, but being inland it was never quite as good. He pointed to a steaming bowl of soup nearby. And this seabird's nest soup, sweetened with honey from our land of whirlpools. It's perfect for warming the stomach after being out in the sea breeze. The selection was not extensive, but every item was authentic land of whirlpools cuisine, and all were dishes Xuanhua Shuehu had loved best in her youth. This manager had clearly gone to great lengths to gather information in the short time since their arrival. Uzumaki Mito lifted the bowl of sea nest soup and took a sip. It was sweet just like before. She nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You put thought into it. The shopkeeper nodded. Lady Mito, it is my duty. Then he withdrew. In the afternoon, Limu, Uzumaki Mito, and Kushina sat in the finest cabin of the merchant ship. This cabin, usually sealed off, was opened only for distinguished guests. Thus they journeyed smoothly to Yuzu no Kuni. As they disembarked, a red-haired elder accompanied by several Uzumaki clan members awaited them. The elder wore a loose white robe. His beard had grayed, but he appeared spirited. He bowed slightly to Uzumaki Mito. Lady Mito, upon receiving word from the merchant guild, I have been waiting here with my people. It has been years. How is your health? Uzumaki Mito looked at the elder, a flicker of nostalgia in her eye. Masanari, did Ashina send you? Uzumaki Mito said. The red-haired elder was Uzumaki Masanari, the current elder in charge of daily clan affairs of Yuzushio Hidden Village. He was also a trusted confidant of Uzumaki Ashina, the clan leader. Hearing Mito call his name, Uzumaki Masanari's wrinkles softened with delight. Nothing escapes you, Lady Mito. The clan leader wished to come personally, but these past 2 days the barrier around the village has shown unusual fluctuations. He had to oversee the situation himself, so he sent me to receive you. Uzumaki Masanari hastened to explain on behalf of his leader. Uzumaki Mito's brows furrowed at the mention of barrier anomalies, but soon relaxed. An unstable village barrier was hardly unusual. Still, it was nothing major. Besides, with her presence in the Uzumaki clan, no mishap would occur. Uzumaki Mito introduced Limu and Kushina to Uzumaki Masanari. Masanari, this is Kushina, and this is Limu, an exceptional junior of mine. Uzumaki Masanari looked at them. He naturally recognized Kushina, but Limu was a stranger. However, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he could sense the formidable chakra reserves within Limu. Uzumaki Masanari smiled. Good children, both of you. Lady Mito, the clan's carriage is ready at the pier. Let us return to the village. The welcoming feast is... Uzumaki Mito nodded and walked at the forefront. Limu and Kushina followed behind her. Uzumaki Masanari trailed at a tactful half-step to the side. He was ascertaining Limu's status. When he first saw Limu, he had assumed him a mere attendant. But when they reached the pier, Uzumaki Mito entered the luxurious carriage prepared for her. Limu and Kushina followed with natural ease. Uzumaki Masanari then understood that Limu was indeed a junior held in high regard by Uzumaki Mito. Yuzushio Ninja Village. As the carriage halted, Limu, Uzumaki Mito, and Kushina alighted. Upon descending, Limu spotted a man of similar age to Uzumaki Masanari, perhaps even older. He surmised that this person was likely the Uzumaki clan leader, Uzumaki Ashina. The elderly man also had curly white hair. He strode forward with large steps, smiling. Mito, you finally decided to come back and visit. The man was indeed Uzumaki Ashina. He was the current leader of the Uzumaki clan and a supreme expert who had pioneered countless sealing techniques. Uzumaki Mito looked at him, a gentle smile emerging in her eyes. Clan leader Ashina, it has been decades since we last met. Huh. Uzumaki Ashina let out a hearty laugh. Mito, don't stand here. Come. Uzumaki Mito, seeing Kushina's restless nature, said gently, Kushina, since you can't sit still, don't... Uzumaki Mito nodded. He'll follow your arrangements, clan leader Ashina. Meanwhile, Kushina looked around curiously. It had been so long since she left that she could barely recall the appearance of Yuzushio Ninja Village. Uzumaki Mito, seeing Kushina's restless nature, said gently, Kushina, since you can't sit still, don't keep us old folks company. Take Limu around the village and act as his guide. Kushina's eyes lit up at Mito's words, and she nodded. Great. I'm off, Grandma. With that, she grabbed Limu's arm and eagerly dragged him away. She kept muttering, brother, come on. They'll take you to eat the seafood noodles of Yuzushio and see the red leaves. Limu helplessly followed Kushina away. Uzumaki Ashina, seeing how readily Uzumaki Mito allowed Kushina and Limu to be together, felt a curiosity. He looked at Uzumaki Mito with a puzzled expression. Mito, this Limu? His tone carried an inquiry about Limu's identity. Uzumaki Mito replied, he is Tsunade's man. Hearing this, Ashina finally understood why Mito valued Limu so highly. So he was the grandson-in-law. Then Uzumaki Mito's next words shocked Ashina entirely. Li Mu also knows the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, adamantine sealing chains. Adamantine sealing chains. Uzumaki Ashina repeated in disbelief. He recalled carefully, Li Mu's black hair bore not the slightest trace of Uzumaki lineage. So Mito you intend? Uzumaki Ashina asked. Uzumaki Mito nodded. Yes. When the opportunity arises, let's see if this child carries the Uzumaki bloodline. Uzumaki Ashina lowered his voice. You mean to use that thing? Uzumaki Mito replied exactly. They were referring to the blood resonance platform, an artifact that had existed since the Uzumaki clan's emergence. It was used to measure the density of Uzumaki clan members' bloodlines. Kushina's bloodline concentration was second only to Uzumaki Mito's, which was why she was chosen to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This had caused the Uzumaki clan's higher-ups deep anguish. She was a candidate for clan leader. Along the coastline of the Land of Whirlpools, the Kurisuki clan of Kumogakure and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had already led their elites in a silent approach to this location. The recent tremor of the barrier was naturally also because of them. Fuguki Suikazan carried Samahata on his back, followed by Juzo Biwa and Jinin Akabino. Behind the three was the infamous pursuit squad of Kirigakure, specialized in dealing with rogue ninjas. This time, they had also been dispatched to suppress Yuzushio. Fuguki Suikazan looked at the two and asked, "Where is Raiga Kurisuki?" Juzo Biwa shook his head. "Not sure. He disappeared right after we disembarked." Fuguki Suikazan spat on the ground in anger. "That bastard better not ruin this mission or else." He let out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with Raiga's unauthorized actions. Just then an arrogant voice rang out. "Hey Fatso, don't be so irritable. I just went to electrocute a couple of fish in the sea. What, you don't want to bite?" With that he pulled a fish from behind. "Care to try some sashimi?" Fuguki Suikazan stared at his obviously unhinged companion, suppressing his rage for the moment, deciding to settle the score after the mission was completed. Raiga Kurisuki, seeing that Fuguki ignored him, turned his attention to the other two companions. "How about you two? Want a taste?" Juzo Biwa said flatly, "Enough fooling around. Get ready for the mission." "Boring," Raiga muttered, casually tossing the fish aside. Fuguki Suikazan shot him a glance, but said nothing, though the atmosphere eased slightly. He then asked, "Where are the Kumogakure people?" Jinin Akabino shook his head. "No idea where they are. Should we just proceed with the original plan and rendezvous?" "Fine," Fuguki nodded. "Rest for half an hour, then move." Meanwhile, the Kurisuki clan of Kumogakure had also come ashore. At their head was the founder of the Kurisuki clan's lightning armor, a formidable contender for the position of the third Raikage. His most distinguishing feature was his black upper lip, a symbol of his Kurisuki heritage. He led an elite force of the Kurisuki clan and the hawkish families of Kumogakure. They intended to seize the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, and then improve upon their own Kumogakure. At the same time, the second Raikage, examining intelligence reports, asked his trusted aide, "Are you certain that the Kurisuki elites and the hawkish faction have all left, leaving only a few young men behind?" The man from the Yatsuki clan nodded. "Yes, Lord Raikage. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike." The second Raikage rose to his feet, knowing full well that this choice would cripple Kumogakure, but he saw no other option. After all, when the Kurisuki clan and those hawkish families acted on their own, they never once considered his position. With that thought, the Raikage swiftly retrieved a long-prepared action order and stamped it with his seal. He handed the order to his trusted aide. "This is no mere unauthorized action. It calls for a heavy hand. Notify the Yatsuki clan and all the ANBU divisions under our control. The Kurisuki clan has colluded with foreign enemies, dispatched village elites without authorization, and attempted to provoke an all-out war between Kumogakure and Konoha. This constitutes treason, an unforgivable crime. All compounds of the Kurisuki clan and every hawkish family involved, from the elders down to the underage reserves, every core member recorded in the registry, not one shall be spared. Move immediately. Execute those who resist on the spot. Those who surrender shall have their chakra sealed and be thrown into prison." Even the ANBU agent was taken aback, never having expected the usually amiable second Raikage to be so resolute. He struck without warning, and when he did, it was lethal. The agent hesitated. "What about the civilians?" "Kill them," the second Raikage replied with an emotionless tone. "I have signed this directive. I bear full responsibility for the consequences." Hearing this, the ANBU agent did not hesitate, further bowed, and withdrew. As for the two Jinchuriki, the sealing corps would naturally handle their suppression. The second Raikage and the Yatsuki clan would rather see Kumogakure gravely wounded than allow any instability to persist in the village. At that moment, Kushina was leading Li Mu through the bustling market of Yuzushio. Since the village was predominantly composed of the Uzumaki clan, with no other ninja clans, Li Mu's black hair stood out conspicuously in the crowd. Many people looked at him with curious eyes, their gazes filled with an innocent lack of guile. Li Mu could sense that the pace here was much slower than in Konoha. Suddenly Kushina stopped and pointed at a shop with a large swirling emblem and a wooden sign carved with a fresh fish. This is the place. Kushina pulled Li Mu into the shop. The noodle house was not large, but it was packed. Kushina called out skillfully, "Boss, 2 extra-large bowls of signature seafood ramen, with double portions of Naruto and fresh prawns." "Coming right up," the red-haired owner replied. About 5 minutes later, 2 hefty bowls of ramen were served. Even Li Mu, who considered himself well-traveled, was taken aback. The ramen was piled high with prawns and scallops larger than a palm, and in the middle sat Naruto. To be honest, Li Mu had never seen such large prawns and scallops in Konoha. Just then Kushina skillfully peeled a prawn and brought it to Li Mu's mouth. Li Mu took a bite. The meat was firm and carried a hint of sweetness, far superior to what he had in Konoha. Kushina looked at him with pride. "How is it?" Li Mu praised, "It's really good." After finishing their seafood ramen, Kushina dragged Li Mu to the hills to see the autumn leaves. Everything seemed joyful, but then an accident occurred. Yuzushio's barrier suddenly shuddered violently. This tremor was sensed by Uzumaki, Ashina, Uzumaki Mito, and several Uzumaki elders who were conversing in the living room. Uzumaki Mito frowned at the barrier's anomaly. She asked, "Head Ashina, what is wrong with the barrier?" Uzumaki Ashina stood up. "He'll go check what's happened." Meanwhile, Li Mu, who was admiring the autumn leaves with Kushina on the hill, sensed a dense malice nearby through his Kagura's mind's eye, which had been integrated with his completed Uzumaki sage body. He opened his eyes and said, "Kushina, something's wrong. Let's go back." Kushina nodded obediently, seeing the rare serious expression on Li Mu's face. Li Mu scooped her up and with practice skill vanished in a flash using the body flicker technique. 5 minutes later, Li Mu brought Joshinai to their temporary abode. Joshinai praised him sincerely. "Big brother, you are so fast." Li Mu heard Joshinai's innocent words and was covered in black lines. He set her down and extended his mischievous hands to knead her collagen-rich little face. "Don't ever say that again, understand?" Joshinai mumbled, "Yuendi." "Understood." Only then did Li Mu release her. Having escaped Li Mu's clutches, Joshinai glared at him like a pufferfish, her cheeks puffed up. Li Mu chuckled and poked her cheek with a playful pop. Seeing the mockery in Li Mu's eyes, Joshinai, already thin-skinned, was instantly both shy and vexed, her face turning crimson. She stamped her feet, a flustered gesture. "When I said you were fast, I meant your body flicker technique. You brought me back in the blink of an eye. How could you twist it into something weird and pinch my face?" By the time she finished, her voice had trailed off. Though she was still young in Mai, she had overheard the mature older sisters whispering about strange topics in private. Realizing it now, she felt as though she would blush into steam. Joshinai turned her back on Li Mu outright. She huffed, "Fine, I'm not talking to you anymore." Li Mu watched her standing still as if to say, "Come coax me," and found it utterly amusing. He refrained from teasing the bashful girl further and reached out to ruffle her red hair, smoothing down her bristling locks as if petting a cat. As Li Mu was soothing Joshinai, Xuanhua Shuehu and Xuanhua Looming approached one after another. Xuanhua Shuehu smiled at Li Mu and asked, "What, have you had enough fun?" "Through my sensory ability, I've detected something amiss," Li Mu said gravely. "A multitude of malicious chakra has surrounded Wuchao village." "Are you certain?" Xuanhua Looming asked. Li Mu nodded. "I am absolutely certain." The moment his words fell, the surroundings trembled violently once more. This time the entire courtyard shook. Li Mu could feel the tremor causing Joshinai's body to quiver lightly. While comforting Joshinai, he said to Xuanhua Looming, "Clan leader Looming, time is of the essence. Make your decision quickly." Just then Xuanhua Zhengqing came running over, panting heavily. "Clan leader Lady Shuehu, there are suddenly many ninja from Yunin village and Wuyin village outside the village, and they are attacking the barrier." Xuanhua Looming made an immediate decision. "Zhengqing, take the elderly women and children to the shrine at once. Tell Elder Mingqing and the other elders to activate the shrine's defensive formation. I will muster all able-bodied men and go to face those scum. Also send for aid from Mai and the daimyo of Wa country. The village's outer barrier won't hold much longer." When Li Mu heard that Yunin village ninja were also involved, his mind went blank. Hadn't Yunin village already formed an alliance with Mai? Why would they suddenly attack Wuchao village, Mui's long-standing ally? At this moment Xuanhua Shuehu said calmly, "I will go as well." Xuanhua Looming hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. After a mental storm, Li Mu could only temporarily attribute this to a rogue action by the Hawk faction of Yunin village. Yet his inner conspiratorial mind always felt this was the work of the second Reikage. He then lifted his head and said, "I'll go too." Xuanhua Looming did not refuse, as every additional person meant extra strength now. Li Mu looked at Joshinai, whose eyes held a trace of fear. He crouched down, placed his hands on her shoulders, and said, "Go to the shrine with the elders. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall." Joshinai nodded firmly. Li Mu stood up and turned to Xuanhua Zhengqing. "I'm counting on you." Xuanhua Zhengxiong inclined his head. Outside the barrier of Wuchao village, the groups from Yunin and Wuyin villages gathered together. They kept attacking the barrier before them. Ziguoshin Heaton Gue asked with a hint of worry, "Sir, are you certain we should do this?" The young man of the Lia clan replied indifferently, "With the joint elite forces of 2 major hidden villages, I refuse to believe that this tiny Wuchao village can withstand us." Ziguoshin Heaton Gue did not argue, tacitly accepting his statement. The young Lia clansman stepped back 2 paces, raised his hand, and eyed the crumbling barrier. Several dozen Yunin ninja simultaneously stepped forward. Lightning release induction wave. Seeing this, Ziguoshin Heaton Gue also ordered water release squad, lend a hand. Over a dozen Wuyin ninja, including Pipa Shizong, began forming hand seals rapidly. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Over a dozen water dragons rose behind them, but being somewhat far from the coast, their power was not immense. Nevertheless, the combined momentum was not to be underestimated. The torrent of water crashed forward. The entire barrier of Wuchao village was engulfed in blue lightning and splashing water. By this time, Li Mu had already arrived ahead of schedule. But the moment he got there, the barrier exploded with a boom, leaving a massive hole. Ziguoshin Heaton Gue drew the Samahata from behind and pointed it toward Wuchao village. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The young Lia clansman commanded the Yunin ninja to charge. The advance of several hundred ninja was a spectacular sight. Li Mu unrolled a scroll, and a giant shuriken appeared in his hand. Seeing Li Mu standing alone and the crowd rushing behind him, the Yunin and Wuyin ninja dismissed him as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Li Mu hooked his right hand into the central ring of the giant shuriken. He swung his right arm forward with force. The giant shuriken flew through the air with a piercing sound. Wind release shuriken shadow clone technique. The high-speed spinning giant shuriken transformed in an instant. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of giant shurikens spinning at high speed and infused with wind release chakra appeared before the temporary coalition of Yunin and Wuyin. Those in the front ranks who failed to react met a grim fate. Each of them was surrounded by multiple shuriken and ground into a bloody pulp. Over a dozen men were lost in an instant. Yet the ninja assaulting Wuchao village were all elites among elites. Even the enhanced wind release shuriken shadow clone technique did not throw them into disarray. The ninja from both villages who were farther back reacted swiftly. Several dozen Wuyin ninja stopped at once. They formed hand seals rapidly. Water release water formation wall. Over a dozen water walls rose from the ground and connected together. These walls merged to form a solid line of defense. At the same time, several elite jonin from Yunin village stepped forward. Lightning release lightning wall technique. They integrated walls formed of lightning into the water wall ahead, reinforcing the defense. Lightning bolts merged into the water formation wall, and Li Mu's shurikens dissipated into white smoke one after another. Only a single physical shuriken pierced through the wall, but it eventually fell feebly to the ground. The allied forces of the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud pressed forward en masse. At this moment, Uzumaki Ashina and Uzumaki Mito arrived with the core warriors of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Ashina gazed at the multitude of enemies before him without any hesitation. He raised his hand and commanded, "Form the formation." The Uzumaki clansmen behind him immediately clasped their hands in seals, unleashing their secret techniques. 4 purple flame array. At the broken barrier, several stones emitted a blinding radiance, instantly forming the 4 purple flame array that trapped dozens of ninjas from the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud villages. Those who had rushed ahead met a grim fate. Unable to break in time, they crashed into the wall of fire and were reduced to ashes in an agonizing instant. Uzumaki Ashina manipulated the array's core, clenching his hand in the void. The 4 purple flame array promptly shrank, incinerating the dozens of ninjas trapped within into ash. However, as the energy within the stones was depleted, the 4 purple flame array vanished. The Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud ninjas continued their reckless charge. Li Mu's right hand reached into his pouch. He abruptly unfurled a black scroll. With a puff of white smoke, the banana leaf fan materialized in Li Mu's grasp. Li Mu gripped the fan's handle with one hand and gave a forceful swing. Instantly, a sea of fire erupted across the sky. This was not the end. Li Mu formed a single-handed seal, unleashing wine-style great breakthrough. Empowered by his terrifying Sage Body Chakra reserves, the crank jutsu's might rivaled that of an Arank technique. The wind fed the flames, and the flames rode the wind. The two techniques complemented each other instantly, becoming a cataclysmic inferno. Waves of fire rose dozens of meters high. The once moist ground had been parched dry. Behind Li Mu, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Ashina felt the searing heat. Uzumaki Ashina glanced at Mito and asked with some curiosity, "The 6 Paths tools, how did this child obtain them?" Uzumaki Mito replied calmly, "A modest gift to a junior, nothing worth mentioning." Uzumaki Ashina was rendered speechless, finally managing to say, "Mito, you are truly generous." Uzumaki Mito added, "Oh, and I also gifted him the other 4 Six Paths tools. The tools of the Gold and Silver brothers from the Hidden Cloud Village." Uzumaki Ashina, observing Uzumaki Mito's nonchalant demeanor, suspected she was subtly hinting at him. When faced with such an exceptional junior, how could one refrain from offering something valuable? The water-style unit of the Hidden Mist immediately formed Seal's water-style water formation wall. However, Li Mu had foreseen this to prevent them from using water-style. Li Mu swung the banana leaf fan once more, this time unleashing lightning style. Lightning surged into the wind and firestorm ahead. Thunderclaps roared within the inferno, crackling and popping. The once crimson fire waves turned an eerie purplered after merging with lightning. Chakra of 3 natures coalesced into a terrifying composite jutsu. Dozens of ninjas from the Hidden Mist's water-style unit completed their seals simultaneously. They expelled water in unison, forming a formidable water wall. By common knowledge, such a wall should have been sufficient to block the sea of fire. But Li Mu had deliberately infused lightning style into this inferno. The moment the purplered flames touched the water wall, massive arcs of violet electricity surged wildly along the water formation wall. Water conducts electricity. The elites of the Hidden Mist's water-style unit were caught off guard, sustaining the water style. They had no time to react. Screams of agony rose and fell. Lightning coursed through their bodies from head to toe. Dozens of water-style ninjas convulsed violently from the electric shock. Their hair stood on end, and black smoke billowed from their bodies. If nothing unexpected happened, they were cooked through. With the water-style unit vanquished, the water formation wall vanished instantly. Then the purplered inferno surged toward Hashigate Kisantaku Watermelon Mountain River Pufferfish. Holding the Samahata, he stared at the sea of fire with a grim expression. He roared in fury and swung Samahata, cleaving the terrifying composite jutsu in two. However, the cost was that Samahata showed obvious displeasure. Samahata pierced Hashigate Kisantaku's hand and vanished into thin air. Fortunately, after the loss of dozens of ninjas, Li Mu's fearsome technique was finally repelled. At this moment, Kirigakure no Juzo Bibara Juzo scowled. He pointed the decapitating blade at Li Mu and asked, "How did you come up with using lightning style to counter water style? Water is supposedly weak against earth." Li Mu flicked the banana leaf fan and said nonchalantly, "Truly a rabble with minds full of nothing but hand signs. Isn't it common sense that water conducts electricity?" At this point, Kirigakure no Juzo, who had not received a complete education, was completely baffled. "What is rabble?" Li Mu patiently explained. "It means that if all of you are as empty-headed as him, no matter how many there are." Just then Uzumaki Mito spoke calmly. "Enough, Li Mu. Stop playing and finish them off in one go." Adamantine ceiling chains. Dark red chains instantly materialized behind Uzumaki Mito, shooting straight toward the young man of the Raiga clan with the most chakra. The two became entangled. At that moment, Kirigakure no Juzo bellowed, "Take out the brat with the fan first." Murashige Shinpachi, Kirigakure no Juzo, and Kuroshige Raiga all charged at Li Mu. Murashige Shinpachi swung the explosive sword spume, triggering explosions at Li Mu's previous position repeatedly. Facing their fierce assault, Li Mu feigned retreat, steadily backing into an isolated corner. "Don't think you can run." Murashige Shinpachi was fully enraged. "No more running. This spot has perfect feng shui for your graves." Li Mu halted, reached into his robe, and produced a summoning scroll. Boom. With a thick puff of white smoke, a massive ancient vase appeared on the ground. The very amber purification vase, one of the Six Paths tools he had seized. Li Mu's luck was indeed remarkable. Last time the Gold and Silver brothers had staked everything to assassinate the second Reikage. Fortunately, it all ended up in Li Mu's hands. The three halted warily, staring at the amber purification vase. Murashige Shinpachi cursed, "Another blasted thing I've never seen before." Li Mu lifted the lid and shouted, "Murashige Shinpachi Kirigakure no Juzo Kuroshige Raiga." Murashige Shinpachi and Kirigakure no Juzo instinctively responded. In that instant, the vase's formation activated, unleashing a terrifying suction force. "Nanny!" A flicker of horror crossed their eyes, but it was too late. They were sucked directly into the amber purification vase. Only Haishulia remained, his face filled with terror. He had also wanted to answer, but was simply a step slower in reaction. He never expected this. After sealing Biwa Juzo and Muri Shibachi Li Mu, he first closed the lid, then locked his gaze onto Haishulia. Haishulia stared at the unbelievable scene before him, his mind momentarily frozen. He wondered how this young brat from Konoha could pull out so many bizarre things. And in the instant his mind went blank, Li Mu stamped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to crack apart. In the blink of an eye, Li Mu appeared before Haishulia. Before Haishulia could react, Li Mu's fist slammed into his chest. He felt an immense force crush into him, sending him flying backward until he crashed through an old tree that required 2 people to wrap their arms around, finally stopping. Haishu Lia struggled to stand, but the excruciating pain in his chest prevented him from exerting any strength. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the agony so severe he couldn't even lower his head. Yet his years of combat experience told him that his broken ribs had likely pierced his heart. Now Haishu Lia was in a pitiful state. His chest had collapsed largely from Li Mu's monstrous punch. He was barely breathing, with more breaths going out than coming in. Li Mu casually threw a kunai, ending his life. He picked up the 3 ninja swords from the ground, skillfully overriding the sealing formulas on them with the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, then stored them in the summoning scroll, just like the amber pot. Only then did he return to the main battlefield. But by then the main battlefield had changed drastically. The most arrogant young man of the Rhea clan was caught by Uzumaki Mito's chains. His proud lightning release armor was no match for the adamantine sealing chains imbued with Nine-Tails chakra. Seeing his familiar appearance, Li Mu recalled, wasn't this the 3rd Reikage from the original story? However, this time he would probably have no chance. Uzumaki Mito activated the adamantine sealing chains, tightening them instantly, slicing him into several pieces. Seeing this, Li Mu continued to wave the banana palm fan, unleashing jutsu. This time he fanned directly 5 times in a row, releasing composite ninjutsu of fire, wind, and lightning natures. Due to his sage body, Li Mu possessed an immense amount of chakra. Even after using the 6 paths tools multiple times, his body bore no significant burden. Samahata no Hoshigaki sensed trouble and prepared to escape, but Uzumaki Ashina blocked his path. Uzumaki Ashina formed hand seals and said calmly, since you're here, don't leave. Li Mu then pulled out the 3 ninja swords and thrust them into the ground. Seeing this, Samahata no Hoshigaki's eyes widened. He stared fixedly at the 3 swords embedded in the soil, the decapitating blade, the exploding blade splash, and the lightning blade fong. Their owners just 2 minutes ago had boasted about taking the brat's head. But now the swords lay on the ground while the men. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he naturally understood what the sword's presence meant. Shibachi Juzo Rhea. Samahata no Hoshigaki's voice came out hoarse and trembling slightly. He knew that this time both the Kirigakure and Kumogakure's Rhea clan had fallen. The remaining Kirigakure pursuit squad, upon seeing the 3 swords, had their already low morale plummet to rock bottom. And while Samahata no Hoshigaki was distracted, Uzumaki Ashina said softly, dare to be distracted while crossing hands with me. He snapped back to reality, but by then Uzumaki Ashina's twin blades were already slashing toward him. Samahata no Hoshigaki instinctively wanted to block with his Samahata, but suddenly remembered that Samahata had long since stabbed itself and fled after he rashly countered Li Mu's composite ninjutsu. Now Samahata no Hoshigaki only had an ordinary ninja sword in his hand. Against Uzumaki Ashina's sword skills honed over decades, this ordinary blade proved utterly inadequate and was sliced cleanly in half. Samahata no Hoshigaki was no pushover, and just as Uzumaki Ashina was about to cleave him in 2, he used the substitution technique to narrowly evade the lethal strike. But before he could catch his breath, Li Mu, wielding the decapitating blade, appeared behind him like a phantom and sliced. With Samahata no Hoshigaki's death, the morale of the Kirigakure and Kumogakure coalition completely collapsed. Someone shouted, run. The coalition of Kirigakure and Kumogakure retreated like a receding tide. They were at least special jonin. With their leader dead, there was no reason to throw their lives away here. Even the execution squad at the rear couldn't stop them. Anyone who dared to block would be torn apart by the desperate ninjas craving survival. At this moment, the Uzumaki clan's prowess in attacking a retreating enemy was fully displayed. They engaged the Kirigakure and Kumogakure ninjas in combat. When the pursuit reached the sea, they bit their fingers and formed hand seals simultaneously. Summoning jutsu. Boom, 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 boom. Several enormous sea beasts appeared along the coastline. At the front were giant crabs clad in thick armor. They swung their massive pincers, each casual swipe causing casualties among several ninjas. At the same time, Uzumaki Ashina stood on the sea surface and used the summoning jutsu as well. Seeing what he summoned, Li Mu finally understood that these old veterans who had survived since the Warring States period all had their own trump cards. The entire sea surface erupted into towering waves dozens of meters high in an instant. The Kirigakure and Kumogakure ninjas about to escape on boats found that the sea beneath them had mysteriously sunk, forming a massive whirlpool. Then an overwhelming chakra pressure, suffocating in its intensity, surged from the deepest part of the ocean. The sea split open and an octopus the size of a small island emerged before everyone. Seeing this octopus, Li Mu's first reaction was shock. How in the world did the Uzumaki clan fall? And that wasn't all, as some other Uzumaki clan members summoned giant eagles several meters wide that circled in the sky. Were they about to deliver a lethal strike against the Kirigakure and Kumogakure ninjas on the ground? Uzumaki Ashina said to the octopus, "Old friend, do me a favor. Crush these scum." Ugh. Unfortunately, though the octopus eyes gleamed with human-like intelligence, it could not speak human language. Hearing Uzumaki Ashina's words, it let out a roar and smashed the boats used for escape with its 8 massive tentacles. The Kirigakure and Kumogakure ninjas fought back reluctantly. Water-style Great Waterfall technique. Lightning-style lightning binding. But their attacks only inflicted minor wounds on the octopus. And the wounds healed rapidly. The octopus casually crushed a few more escaping boats with its tentacles. By then the Konoha ANBU and the guardian ninjas of the Land of Whirlpools daimyo had arrived belatedly, turning what was already a one-sided massacre into a sheer slaughter. Finally the coastline was dyed completely red with blood. Uzumaki Ashina looked at the giant octopus beside him, patted its tentacle, and said, "Thank you, old friend." The giant octopus let out an ugh and slowly sank into the sea. After the battle, Uzumaki Ashina first exchanged a few words with the guardian shinobi of the Land of Whirlpools. Since both parties were of the same clan, after a brief expression of gratitude, the guardian shinobi took leave, citing their duties. At this point, Uzumaki Ashina approached the ENBU of Konoha. Unlike his casual demeanor with the guardian shinobi earlier, his tone carried a note of solemnity. Uzumaki Ashina asked with confusion, "Do you have a mission?" The support arrived so quickly. "That's right," said the leading ENBU member, softly stepping forward. "We received exercise orders some time ago. It's by chance that we were able to assist this quickly. Lord Ashina, this is a personal letter from the second Hokage. He specifically instructed us to deliver it." After handing over the letter, the ANBU also departed under the pretext of training exercises. Uzumaki Ashina, being an old fox, naturally sensed something suspicious. The Konoha reinforcements had arrived far too conveniently. He did not open it immediately, but first tucked the letter into his robe and signaled for the members of the Uzumaki clan to clean up the battlefield. Uzumaki Ashina then led several elders to repair the damaged barrier. Upon learning that the enemy had been dealt with, Kushina dashed all the way to the village entrance. Seeing Limu chatting with Mito Uzumaki at the gate, she excitedly jumped onto his back. Limu felt a weight on his back. Kushina wrapped her arms around his neck, rubbing her face against his back, and said, "Big brother." Because of her run, Limu could even feel her rapid breaths and heartbeat. Kushina rested her chin on Limu's shoulder, her hair brushing against the side of his face intentionally or not. Limu felt a tingling sensation. He supported her with one hand and ruffled her hair with the other. "It's okay, it's all over now. But didn't someone just say she would ignore me and break off her friendship?" Kushina retorted matter-of-factly, "None of your business." Mito Uzumaki watched the two with a look of relief. However, she couldn't help teasing, "Little Kushina, you worry about your brother, but not about your grandmother." Kushina then slid down from Limu and threw herself at Mito. "Grandma, you're not hurt either, are you?" Mito patted her head kindly and said, "Don't worry, of course not." At this moment, seeing that the barrier was largely repaired, Uzumaki Ashina left the finishing work to the elders and finally had time to look at the letter sent by Tobarama Senju. He sat in an open area and opened the letter. It mainly mentioned 2 matters. First, the reinforcements the second Raikage had written to him with a warning which prompted him to send support. Second, regarding Limu's bloodline, Tobarama Senju requested his assistance in testing it. Uzumaki Ashina folded the letter and put it away, then turned his gaze to Limu. Limu, who was chatting, seemed to notice Uzumaki Ashina's gaze. He turned and nodded at him. Uzumaki Ashina slowly walked toward the group of 3. Second, regarding Limu's bloodline, Tobarama Senju requested his assistance in testing it. Uzumaki Ashina smiled warmly, then fixed his eyes on Limu and praised sincerely, "Limu, we owe you a lot just now." Limu smiled. "You flatter me, Chief Ashina. I am also a member of Konoha, protecting allies is my duty." The two then exchanged a round of mutual compliments. Uzumaki Ashina then got to the point. He smiled and said, "Well, Limu, as an elder just arriving, I have nothing to give you. Coincidentally, because we need to repair the barrier, our Uzumaki clan will activate the Imperial Array bloodline testing platform deep within the shrine. It can heal hidden injuries and unblock meridians. At the same time, it can detect your affinity bloodline density with the Uzumaki clan. Would you like to give it a try? Consider it a welcome gift." Upon hearing the invitation, Limu nodded readily. Then he'll gladly accept. The Uzumaki clan's shrine. This was Limu's first time here. The Uzumaki clan's shrine was located at the very center of the village. Limu could see unique barrier markings on the stone walls of the shrine. The doors were carved with the Uzumaki clan crest. Limu followed Uzumaki Ashina up the stone steps while Mito Uzumaki led Kushina by the hand behind them. The doors were now fully open on both sides. Limu entered the shrine, passed through a corridor, and arrived at the main hall. In the center of the hall stood a stone table. On the stone table were rows of wooden memorial tablets behind which hung a huge scroll. The scroll depicted a grim-faced Shinigami death god with a short blade in its mouth. Uzumaki Ashina stopped beside the stone table. He reached out and pressed a stone beneath the death god, painting with force. Clack, clack, clack. The heavy sound of mechanisms grinding echoed through the hall. A stone wall slowly slid to both sides, revealing a wide passageway. Uzumaki Ashina turned to look at Limu. He pointed at the dark passage leading underground. It's down there. Follow me. The two entered one after another. Mito, Uzumaki, and Kushina waited outside. When they reached the end of the passage, Limu finally saw everything. At the end was a huge stone chamber, in the center of which lay a conspicuous stone slab. Uzumaki Ashina pointed and said, Limu, just place your hand on that slab. Limu nodded, walked over, and placed his hand on the slab. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki walked to a stone pillar at the edge. There was a groove on the pillar. She inserted her hand and channeled her chakra. Soon thick mist filled the chamber, and even Limu's sharp eyes could not see half a meter ahead. As the mist enveloped him, a warm current surged into Limu's body. This sensation was somewhat similar to fusing with the Uzumaki clan's sage body. As for the effect, Limu could only say that there was some, but not much. Because during the process of fusing with the sage body, he had already healed his internal injuries. As the mist dissipated the stone slab, before Limu began to emit a dazzling golden light. When Uzumaki Ashina saw the golden light emanating from the slab, his gaze became dazed. He had never seen such a high bloodline concentration. It was even purer than his own Mito's and Kushina's. Limu withdrew his hand and turned his gaze to Uzumaki Ashina. Chief Ashina, is this normal? Uzumaki Ashina, as if waking from a dream, nodded. Perfectly normal. Despite saying so, a storm was raging in Uzumaki Ashina's heart. He looked at Limu's black hair and finally arrived at a logically consistent conclusion. That was that Limu was very likely a bloodline descendant of the Uzumaki clan who had been wandering outside. Definitely not a distant relative, because he could use adamantine sealing chains. Even the Senju clan, which was a distant relative of the Uzumaki, had no one who could use adamantine sealing chains. As for the matter of Limu's hair color, Uzumaki Ashina had also drawn his own conclusion. The reason for Limu's high bloodline concentration was atavism. That's right, he had atavism. He had directly bypassed the characteristics of the Schwanwa clan and traced back to the source. That was why Limu's hair appeared black. Thinking of this, Schwanwa looming told Limu his theory of atavism. As for whether it was correct, he wasn't sure. After all, he had never seen the ancestors of the Chinsho clan and the Schwanwa clan. However, normal people all had black hair, right? If Limu hadn't received professional training and could not laugh at all, he would probably have lost his composure. Sure enough, after entering the past, there were great scholars chanting scriptures for me. After Schwanwa looming finished speaking, Limu barely suppressed his laughter and said, So you mean I have the bloodline of the Schwanwa clan? Schwanwa looming nodded. That's right. Your grandfather or grandmother was most likely a member of the Schwanwa clan who got separated during the war. By the time of your parents' generation, the bloodline had thinned, so they didn't exhibit the characteristics of the Schwanwa clan. And when you were born, some coincidence triggered the atavism. Limu could barely maintain his composure and agreed, the logic is indeed quite self-consistent. Schwanwa looming then said, Since you have the bloodline of our Schwanwa clan, I will not hold anything back. After speaking, he took out several scrolls and handed them to Limu, saying, These are the secret sealing techniques of our Schwanwa clan. Keep them for yourself. If you don't understand, just ask Schwanwa Shuehu directly. Her mastery of sealing techniques is no less. Limu took the scrolls hesitantly and said, Clan leader looming, if I take these scrolls away, your Schwanwa clan. Before he could finish, Schwanwa looming interrupted him, Don't worry, this is a copy. Just take it. Think of it as a gift from an elder to a junior. Only then did Limu stow away the scrolls, and while doing so he deliberately looked at the names. Among them there were three he didn't know: Meishin Gate, Suawe Dharma Seal, and Contract Seal. It was probably because Joshinai hadn't had time to learn them yet. Seeing him put them away, the smile on Schwanwa looming's old face was irrepressible. He patted Limu on the shoulder and said, Let's go. At the same time, in Yunin village, after the Great Purge, countless ninjas had been killed, and some were crippled carrying 100-gene chains while mining in the back mountains. In just half a day, only two voices remained in Yunin village. They were the Yue clan, the former masters of this land, of Yunin village, and the second Reikage. At dawn, the second Reikage stood on the Reikage building watching the sun rise as usual. He somewhat regretted his reckless decision, as if he had been placed under a curse. To avoid being purged in the future, he once again made a decision that seemed both crazy and reasonable. That was to marry into the clan. At noon, the second Reikage announced that he would marry into the Yue clan. A week later, far from the main gate of Muyi, Limu, Schwanwa Shuehu, and Joshinai had finished their family visit and returned to Muyi. This trip was very fruitful for Limu. The only pity was that the sword Samahata had gone missing. But it didn't matter much, because at this stage the enhancement Samahata could bring him was almost negligible. At this time Gang Shou and Mei Qin were already at the village entrance, eagerly waiting. Li Mu saw two graceful figures waiting for him in the shade from afar. Upon arriving at the Muyi village entrance, Li Mu got off the carriage and saw their attire clearly. Gang Shou wore a dark green long-sleeved robe with a high collar. Yuzebo Mei Qin stood beside her, wearing a light purple kimono that highlighted her gentle temperament. Li Mu had just stepped down from the carriage. Gang Shou stepped forward and gave Li Mu a slam dunk with the ball, a tight embrace. Li Mu felt her warmth and softness, cupped her pretty face, and kissed her on the forehead. At this moment Tsunade also got off the carriage. Seeing Gang Shou and Mei Qin, she said excitedly, "Sister Gang Shou, Sister Mei Qin." Only then did Gang Shou reluctantly release Li Mu and pick Tsunade up. Meanwhile, Li Mu gently squeezed Mei Qin's hand in Zhou Zinai's blind spot. His little move couldn't escape Xuanhua Shui's eyes, of course. However, after living for so many years, Xuanhua Shui naturally had her own ways of handling matters. That was to mind her own business. Since Gang Shou tacitly allowed Mei Qin to be by her side, it proved that she agreed. It was not Xuanhua Shui's place to play the villain. Gang Shou put Tsunade down and hugged Xuanhua Shui. "Grandma." Tsunade, on the other hand, ran off to pester Yuzebo Mei Qin. Tsunade also brought many special accessories from Wajigua for the two women. Then they moved forward and parted ways in front of Xuanhua Shui's courtyard. Tsunade wanted to go play with Gang Shou, Li Mu, and Mei Qin, but Xuanhua Shui grabbed her. "If you want to see them, go tomorrow afternoon." Tsunade didn't catch on at first, paused, and asked Grandma why. Xuanhua Shui gave her a meaningful look. "You'll know when you grow up." Tsunade instantly remembered the dirty jokes those mature older sisters told. Her face flushed, and she softly replied, before running back to her room. Seeing that Tsunade wouldn't cause trouble, Xuanhua Shui turned and left. She still needed to inform Qinshou Feijian about Li Mu's background. Originally, Xuanhua Shui thought a letter would suffice. But in the end, she decided to come in person. Li Mu, Mei Qin, and Gang Shou also returned home. At first, Li Mu thought Mei Qin was just visiting, but when he saw her naturally walk into a guest room, he was instantly dumbfounded. He looked at Gang Shou with confusion. As if reading the question in his eyes, Gang Shou explained, "I asked Mei Qin." Then with a hint of tsundere she added, "I was too bored, so I asked Mei Qin to keep me company." Li Mu chuckled and naturally pulled Gang Shou into an embrace. But Gang Shou pushed him away with a disgusted look. Go, you stink. Take a shower before touching me." Li Mu smiled at her tsundere act. He turned and walked into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Li Mu came out with only a white towel around his waist. The sight of Gang Shou sitting on the edge of the bed made him freeze in place. Gang Shou had already changed out of her conservative daytime clothes. She now wore a black translucent silk nightgown that could barely conceal her stunning figure. The hem was very short, just covering the tops of her thighs, revealing two fair legs. What caught Li Mu's attention most was naturally that view. The low-cut design of the night dress exposed large swathes of fair skin to the air. Li Mu sat beside Tsunade, reaching out to pull her slender waist and draw her into his arms. Tsunade let out a surprised gasp. Li Mu lowered his head and caught her sensitive earlobe between his lips. A tremor ran through Tsunade's body, and she went completely limp in his embrace. Li Mu's other hand rested on her rounded thigh. Tsunade, feeling the sweetness of reunion after a separation, made no move to stop him. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Li Mu's neck and leaned into him willingly. In the Hokage's office, Tobarama Sunja's eyes widened as he listened to Mito Uzumaki's account. "Sister-in-law, are you saying that Li Mu's bloodline concentration is even higher than yours and Kushina's?" he asked incredulously. Mito Uzumaki nodded. "I was equally astonished at first, but when clan leader Ashina insisted on his theory of atavism, I found myself able to believe it." As one of the few highly educated figures in Konoha, Tobarama Senju found the conclusion utterly absurd, yet he had no choice but to accept the reality. At Tsunade's house, when the two woke, it was already dusk. The sky outside had darkened completely. Tsunade curled up in Li Mu's arms, nuzzling lazily against him. "Thirsty," she said, her voice husky from dehydration. Li Mu picked up a glass of water and brought it to her. Tsunade tilted her head back and drank deeply. Some water escaped from the corner of her mouth and trickled down her chin and neck. The stream coalesced into a fine line that disappeared into the deep valley between her breasts. Since her nightgown had vanished during the earlier fierce battle, both of them were completely bare. To avoid wasting precious fresh water, Li Mu kindly caught the trail of water with his mouth and returned. Tsunade shot him a coquettish glare, but there was no anger in her eyes as she allowed him his conquest. Li Mu lifted her by the waist once more and carried her into the bathroom. Back in the bedroom, Li Mu helped the weary Tsunade dress, unable to resist collecting some interest along the way. Tsunade just rolled her eyes at him, but didn't stop his hands. Once she was fully clothed, the two left the bedroom. Before going out, Limu remembered to open the curtains and the window to let in fresh air. At that moment, Mikoto was sitting on the sofa, her face flushed as she looked at them. Although the bedroom was well soundproofed, she had still heard some noises, especially the creaking of the bed frame and Tsunade's pleas for mercy, which made Mikoto, still an unmarried maiden, feel her cheeks burn. Tsunade sat beside her and asked casually, "Mikoto, what are we having for dinner?" Mikoto snapped back to attention, trying to compose herself. "It's ready. He'll get it now." When Tsunade tied up her hair for easier movement, Mikoto noticed several red marks on her neck and collarbone. In the kitchen, she asked tentatively, "Tsunade sister, what does it feel like?" Tsunade gave her a knowing smirk. What feeling?" Mikoto, her face burning, whispered the question into Tsunade's ear. Limu sat bored at the dining table until he heard footsteps from the kitchen and saw Mikoto emerge with dinner, her face still red. Tsunade followed behind, beaming. Limu was confused. After dinner, Tsunade and Mikoto each took seats on either side of him. Tsunade spoke with a hint of jealousy. "At least Kushina remembered to bring me a souvenir, unlike some people." Limu replied calmly, "Who said I didn't get you anything? I just forgot to give it to you." He went to the bedroom and retrieved a long box from the clothes he had worn when he returned. Then, hiding it behind his back, he walked to Tsunade and said, "Close your eyes." Tsunade, not wanting to spoil the surprise, obediently closed her eyes. Limu took a pearl necklace out of the box. Each pearl was round and lustrous, glowing faintly under the light. It was a gift he had specially chosen in the Whirlpool country. Limu stepped behind Tsunade, parted her golden hair at the nape of her neck, and skillfully fastened the clasp. He said calmly, "There. Are you satisfied?" Tsunade opened her eyes, lifted the pearls with one hand, and examined them. She nodded in satisfaction and said haughtily, "Not bad. You do have some conscience." But the curve of her lips betrayed her delight. Mikoto chimed in, "Yes, Tsunade sister, it's really beautiful." Limu then pulled out a wooden box and took out a bracelet. "Mikoto, you have one too." "Uchiha," Mikoto exclaimed in surprise. "I get one too, teacher." Limu nodded. "Of course." The bracelet was carved from a specialty coral of the Whirlpool country, blood red in color and polished to an extraordinary smoothness. Limu took Mikoto's hand and put the bracelet on her himself. Mikoto admired it happily, obviously reluctant to take it off. Limu enjoyed the pleasure of having a woman on each arm. His left hand stroked Tsunade's golden hair, while his right hand rested on Mikoto's slender waist. Evening came. Limu prepared to return to the room with Tsunade, but she shoved him out. "I'm nearly dead from your torment this afternoon." Limu looked at Tsunade's closed bedroom door, then at Uchiha Mikoto's room. He turned the knob of Mikoto's door. It opened easily. Mikoto was reading a notebook. Limu looked closer and saw it was the notes he had given her on the 2 forms of chakra nature transformation. But why was the notebook upside down? Mikoto, seeing Limu enter her room, became flustered. Her face reddening, she lowered her head and stammered, "Teacher." Then she pretended to read the notes, but her gaze was unfocused. Limu looked at her flushed face, utterly puzzled. "Why are you blushing?" "I haven't done anything." "Where was my lively Mikoto from before?" Thinking this, Limu decided to tease her. He sat beside her, and she earnestly stared at the notes. But the blush that had spread to her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Limu reached out and grabbed her notebook. The sudden movement startled Mikoto. No, funny business, teacher," she stammered. Hearing this, Limu deliberately leaned closer, bringing his face almost to hers. Just as Mikoto closed her eyes, preparing to surrender, Limu's voice whispered in her ear, "Your notebook is upside down." With that, Limu kindly turned the notebook around in her hands. Mikoto finally realized, and her face burned even brighter. She put down the notebook and buried her face in her arms. Limu propped up her face, poking it gently. Mikoto still showed no response, as timid as a shy mushroom. At that moment, Mikoto felt as if she were on the verge of death. She muttered, "Teacher, stop fooling around." Limu then forcibly pulled her out of that timid state. Mikoto lifted her head and glared at him with a mixture of shame and annoyance. Seeing this, Limu gently cupped her face and kissed her. Though initially resistant due to her embarrassment, under Limu's skillful guidance, she soon succumbed completely. "Teacher, don't." Mikoto exclaimed in surprise. "I just won't." "Liar, teacher." Mikoto bit Limu's shoulder hard, leaving a shallow imprint of teeth. Limu was not angered, for what Mikoto said was true. He embraced her, planted a light kiss on her forehead, and said, "Sleep, Mikoto." Mikoto made a token struggle before resting her head on Limu's chest. The sun was high in the sky. Tsunade stepped out refreshed, having enjoyed a good night's sleep. Yet glancing at Mikoto's closed door, a bitterness surged within her. Was she a failed wife? She shook her head, casting aside that terrifying thought. How could I be a failed wife? Impossible, impossible. After a simple self-hypnosis, Tsunade decided to prepare a simple breakfast. In Mikoto's room, Uchiha Mikoto opened her eyes, finding herself in Limu's arms. One of Limu's hands rested on her waist. Mikoto tentatively stirred, and the resulting pain made her hiss. She felt as if her entire body had fallen apart as if struck by a tailed beast. The pain was most acute in a certain area. Remembering the one-sided battle of the previous day, she gazed at the culprit before her with resentment and murmured, "Liar teacher." As if hearing her insult, Li Mu's hand slid down and lightly tapped her rear armor. Makoto sensed something. She studied Li Mu closely, finally noticing a faint, barely perceptible smile on his lips. Adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, she bit Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu, who had been feigning sleep, could no longer hold back. He opened his eyes and quipped, "Rebellious disciple, are you descended from a dog?" Makoto playfully stuck out her pink tongue. Li Mu released Makoto and stood up. Hearing in awe, he turned to see Makoto covering her face with both hands in a shy gesture. Yet between her fingers a wide gap remained. Li Mu said flatly, "Why the awe? It's not like I haven't seen it before." With that, he walked over, lifted her princess style, and carried her into the bathroom. After washing Uchiha, Makoto made an excuse to send Li Mu out first. Once he left, she blushed, and Tsunade had already prepared breakfast. She watched Li Mu emerge from Makoto's room. Though she said nothing verbally, she gave him a meaningful bump with her shoulder. Li Mu retaliated by slapping her rear armor. After the meal, the atmosphere was noticeably awkward. Even Makoto, who had previously obtained Tsunade's permission, bowed her head guiltily, avoiding Tsunade's gaze. Tsunade pinched Makoto's cheek and pulled her into her own room. She smiled at Makoto with the air of an experienced woman. "How did that wicked man outside seduce you?" Makoto lowered her head and said awkwardly, "He said, not." Upon hearing Makoto's words, Tsunade was unsurprised. She nodded with deep understanding. "Exactly, that man also tricked me the same way." Makoto looked at Tsunade in astonishment. Tsunade then grinned mischievously and asked, "But how did it feel yesterday?" Makoto, seeing Tsunade's gossipy expression, shyly lowered her head, remaining silent. Seeing her like this, Tsunade stopped teasing her. She patted Makoto's shoulder and asked a question, "From now on, what should you call me?" Makoto tentatively replied, "Sister." Tsunade beamed with delight and responded, then said meaningfully, "I remember someone wasn't like this before." Makoto recalled her earlier confrontations with Tsunade and muttered softly in defense, "I was young and ignorant back then." Tsunade stopped teasing her, whispered a couple of remarks that made Makoto blush, then stood up and left. Makoto followed closely behind. Li Mu, sitting in the living room, drank the spiritual energy enhancement potion. After drinking, he felt only a cool sensation in his brain with no other effects. At that moment, the bedroom door opened. Tsunade and Makoto walked out one after the other. After drinking, he felt only a cool sensation in his brain with no other effects. At that moment, the bedroom door opened. Tsunade and Makoto walked out one after the other. After the sudden attack, Tsunade first pinched Li Mu in annoyance, but didn't break free. Perhaps due to the intimate exchanges of the previous day, Makoto appeared more natural with such closeness. She leaned comfortably into Li Mu's arms. In the Mist Village, Mizukage's office. The third Mizukage, upon reading the latest news from the Umbu, flew into such a rage that he overturned his desk. He cursed, "Worthless. A bunch of worthless scum. Even hundreds of pigs running wild couldn't all be caught in a single day. An elite unit completely wiped out." The third Mizukage trembled with fury. For members of the 7 ninja swordsmen leading the pursuit unit that had earned fame for the Mist Village in the First Shinobi World War had been annihilated by a single clan. To the third Mizukage, this was a colossal disgrace. According to their investigation, the Uzumaki clan had no more than 10 members who could match the Jonin of the 5 great nations. The entire clan's ninja strength, even counting all, was less than 200. Factoring in the elderly, the weak, the sick, and support personnel, fielding 70 or 80 combatants was already the absolute limit. With such a sure-win situation, they still managed to lose. The third Mizukage now dared not face the inquiries from the marshal and the various bloodline clans. Meanwhile, the second Raikage's purge in the Cloud Village had spread throughout the ninja world. At the same time, within the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama received an urgent letter from the Cloud Village delivered by the Cloud's unique summoned beast. He initially thought the second Raikage had some important matter to discuss, but upon opening the letter, he found it was from the Yuyue clan of the Cloud Village. The letter's content was simple: that the Yuyue clan and the Cloud Village were forever the most steadfast allies of Konoha, that both sides would always stand on the same front, and so on. Furthermore, the families responsible for the unauthorized attack on the Uzumaki village had been dealt with as missing men. Though it was unclear what the Cloud Village would do next, their words were certainly well said. Were it not for the note indicating it came from the Cloud Village, Senju Tobarama would hardly believe it. Those muscle-brained lot in the Cloud Village could actually produce such elegant words. Chinsho Feijian, after replying to the letter, began to contemplate how to deal with the Wuin village. The attitude from the Yunin village was very sincere, and their actions were extremely decisive. As for the Wuin village, they were playing dead all along. Chinsho Feijian was now pondering how to squeeze a hefty compensation from the Wuin village, because the cost-benefit ratio of attacking the water country was far too low. Even if they temporarily occupied a portion of the territory, it would be to no avail. The governance cost for Mai and the Fire Country would far outweigh any potential gains. This was the reason for Qianshu Fijian's dilemma. Meanwhile, in the Wuyin village, the third-generation Water Shadow was also thinking about how to deal with the Mai village. He was tempted to back down, but considering the consequences, the third-generation Water Shadow gave up that idea. As he was agonizing, the Umbu brought the latest intelligence. Water Shadow-sama, this is the latest intelligence from the intelligence squad. After seeing this intelligence, the third-generation Water Shadow breathed a sigh of relief. At least he could shift most of the blame. As for how to deal with Mai, he could only play dead. After all, it wasn't his suggestion alone to attack the Wuchao village. This was the outcome jointly deliberated by the marshal and the major clans. Everyone voted in favor. You can't pin it all on me. Why didn't you think of that earlier? With that thought, the third-generation Water Shadow decided to strike first. He said to the Umbu beside him, who dared not even breathe loudly, "Go inform the marshal and the clan heads to convene a meeting in the large conference room of the Wuyin village." The rectangular conference table was fully occupied on both sides. The marshal sat at the head of the table. The heads of the major clans sat below with gloomy expressions. The third-generation Water Shadow was the last to enter the conference room, pulled out a chair, and took his seat. As soon as he sat down, the head of the Guidang clan slammed the table. Third generation, the news of the annihilation of the pursuit force has spread. Those were 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen and elite troops. You must give us an explanation. As the Guidang clan head's words fell, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly became oppressive. Several other clan heads began to murmur in agreement. Exactly. The third generation must give us an explanation. The third generation Water Shadow showed no panic in the face of everyone's accusations. Instead, he gestured for them to calm down. The third generation Water Shadow stood up and tapped the table. Explanation? What explanation do you want? He looked around at everyone present and questioned. The plan to attack the Wuchao village. Was it not passed by everyone sitting around this same table Did not every clan head and village high-ranking official sign and approve it? The marshal also supported this. When his name was mentioned, the marshal, who had been sitting confidently, visibly darkened his expression, but he did not retort. The third-generation Water Shadow sat down again, his tone softening. You provided the intelligence, you formulated the attack plan. You cast the votes. So why in the end is it all? At that moment, the head of the Hui clan stood up to retort. Ziguoshin Hashengui and his team were personally chosen by you. They died on the battlefield, they failed. As the Water Shadow, do you not bear the responsibility of misjudging people? Hearing the Hui clan head's words, the third-generation Water Shadow smiled and said, Your Excellency, don't be agitated. The Hui clan head widened his eyes and asked, Am I agitated? The third-generation Water Shadow's smile remained unchanged. All right, not agitated, not agitated. Seeing this, the Hui clan head met with a polite rebuff. He could only sit down angrily. At this point, the third-generation Water Shadow continued, Everyone, I have been saying all along, how is it that in the end it is all my fault? I have never shirked responsibility. Just now that clan head spoke well. I truly do bear the responsibility of misjudging people. However, the third-generation Water Shadow deliberately paused. The actual situation on the battlefield is far more complex than we anticipated. According to the latest intelligence, Xuanhua Shuihu of my village is suspected to have gone to the Wuchao village to visit relatives. Moreover, the on-site intelligence shows traces of large-scale composite ninjutsu. At the same time, 2 Umbu squads from my happen to be conducting drills near the Wuchao village. This completely contradicts our previous intelligence department's assessment of Wuchao village's combat capability. The third-generation Water Shadow leaned back. His gaze swept across the faces of the clan heads. If Ziguoshin Hashengui and his team faced such an unexpected situation, and if any of you here had been in their place, I won't ask you to win. Could you have managed to retreat unscathed? The conference room fell silent for a while. Several clan heads exchanged glances and swallowed the words they had intended to say. Seeing no one spoke, the third-generation Water Shadow's smile became more confident. Of course, if you have any doubts about this intelligence result, you may ask the head of the intelligence department. He turned his head toward the direction of the conference room door. Bring in the intelligence department chief. The conference room door was pushed open by 2 Umbu. A middle-aged man was escorted in. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his legs were trembling constantly from fear. Water Shadow-sama. The intelligence chief fell to his knees with a thud, pressing his forehead to the floor. The third-generation Water Shadow said indifferently, Report the truth to the esteemed lords. Yes. The middle-aged man tried to stand up, but was barked down by the third-generation Water Shadow, kneel and read. Why did Mui's reinforcements appear at the Wuchao village? Why were our men completely annihilated? After saying this, the third-generation Water Shadow, still not satisfied, kicked him over. The middle-aged man immediately scrambled back up and knelt obediently. However, the clan heads and high-ranking officials present did not look at the culprit who had caused the Wuyin village such heavy losses. Instead, they turned their gazes to the sullen-faced head of the Guiding clan. This intelligence chief was precisely the one recommended by the Guiding clan. By doing this, the third generation was openly rubbing the Guiding clan's face into the ground. Yet the Guiding clan head could not say anything. He even had to choke out a grudging, "Well done." The trembling head of the intelligence division stammered. Just as Lord Watershadow said, the two Umbu squads from Muyi happened to be conducting exercises near our Wuchao ninja village when we launched our attack. So they immediately came to provide support. Moreover, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki of Muyi was also visiting his relatives at Wuchao ninja village. At the same time, they employed a combined ninjutsu that required several elite jonin working together to execute. Hearing almost identical explanations, the clan leaders reluctantly set aside their suspicions. At that moment, the third water shadow kicked him again and bellowed, "Get lost. Considering you've rendered some service over the years, I'll spare your life. But while you may escape death, you cannot escape punishment. Go to prison yourself." The head of the intelligence division departed with profuse gratitude. The marshal, however, remained as steady as a rock, taking no action except when the third water shadow mentioned his name. Only after the third water shadow had dealt with the primary culprit did he clear his throat. "Everyone, since this incident falls under the intelligence division's responsibility, let's set it aside for now. Our current issue is how to face Muyi's wrath. That is what we must consider, for Qinsho Feijin is a ravenous hyena." At the marshal's reminder, the crowd snapped to attention and turned their gazes toward the third water shadow. The water shadow cursed the marshal inwardly as a crafty old fox. "He's pushing this troublesome matter onto me again." However, the third water shadow had already formulated a plan in his mind. He cleared his throat and said, "Actually, I suggest we simply seal off our coastline and play dead. Refuse all communication with the outside world." The attendees fell into a heavy silence at the third water shadow's rather absurd proposal. The entire conference room became so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard. The most hot-tempered of them all, the chieftain of the Hui clan, stood up first and pointed at the third water shadow, rebuking, "Third generation, what are you thinking? Sealing off the coastline? Have you lost your mind?" The chieftain of the Guiding clan quickly added, "Since when has our Wuyin village stooped to being a turtle hiding in its shell? What will the other major ninja villages think of us if this gets out?" Another bloodline clan leader also pointed out the drawbacks. "The daimyo of the water country will surely slash our funding." The leaders of several smaller clans shook their heads in succession. Clearly, everyone was deeply dissatisfied with the third water shadow's decision. Only the water shadow himself remained silent, not hastily revealing his stance. The third water shadow looked at the agitated crowd and said, "Since you all disagree with this proposal, I have two alternative plans. Would you care to listen?" Hearing the third water shadow's words, the crowd nodded for him to continue. The third water shadow raised one finger. "First, I will apologize to Muyi in the name of Wuyin village and open negotiations, and provide compensation to Wuchao ninja village." "Compensation?" The chieftain of the Hui clan stood up and raged. "No way. Our losses are the greatest. Why should we compensate?" Hearing this, the third water shadow glanced at him. Inwardly, he mused that the Hui clan truly was all brawn and no brains. He sneered, "Don't want to compensate? No problem. Let's move to the second plan." The third water shadow raised a second finger. "Take a firm stance. Declare war directly on Muyi. There. You two can choose one." At the mention of war, even the brawn-over-brains chieftain of the Hui clan fell silent. The others also busied themselves with trifles. What a unique water cup. The Hui clan was indeed warlike, but they were not fools. War brings death. Did they think only Wayne's ninja could kill those of Muyi and not the other way around? War is a bottomless pit. Without help from other ninja villages, Wuyin was far outmatched by Muyi. Since there was still room for de-escalation, who would willingly confront a Muyi at its peak? The third water shadow sneered at the silent assembly. What all struck dumb? As the atmosphere grew tense, the marshal cleared his throat and said, "I think this proposal is quite good. It is indeed a viable plan. The water country is isolated overseas. As long as we recall all ships and ninja to the main island. Muyi's ninja, no matter how skilled, cannot cross the sea to attack us." The marshal's words provided a face-saving way out for the assembled clan leaders. Though it was a blow to pride and substance, Wuyin village and the water country would not suffer much. The water country had always been semi-isolated and was not heavily invested in external trade. Even under blockade for a while, the losses would be minimal. At that moment, the third water shadow said, "Let's vote by a show of hands. If anyone disagrees, we'll continue discussing." I'm quite democratic. In the end, weighing the pros and cons, everyone raised their hands in favor of the third water shadow's decision. Seeing all hands raised, the third water shadow said with a smile, Very well, since you've unanimously agreed, well, proceed with the necessary documents. Meeting adjourned. At Li Mu's home. In the living room. Li Mu leaned back on the sofa, his arms spread out naturally. Gang's-ho was leaning against his left side, flipping through a medical ninjutsu scroll. Feeling Li Mu's mischievous hand, she shot him a glare. She did not push his hand away as she usually did. Li Mu boldly placed it there. Gang's-ho brushed it off. In the end, Gang's-ho gave in with reluctant acquiescence. Meanwhile, Mei-chin, seated to Li Mu's left, had just cut an apple into small pieces with a fruit knife. She picked up a chunk with a toothpick and brought it to Li Mu's lips. Li Mu, without moving his head, opened his eyes and mouth, taking the fruit into his mouth. He deliberately gave Mei-cin's fingertip a gentle bite. Mei-chin asked, "Is it sweet?" Li Mu leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Sweet, but not as sweet as your lips." Perhaps due to their profound intimacy the previous night, Mei-chin seemed to have awakened her true self. She gritted her teeth and bit off a piece of the apple with her lips. Then, bracing her hands on the sofa cushion, she slowly leaned her body toward Li Mu. As Mei-chin drew nearer, the smile on Li Mu's lips became unstoppable. Mei-chin closed her eyes slightly and brought her red lips, still holding the piece of apple, slowly toward Li Mu. Li Mu opened his mouth, capturing not only the sweet, juicy apple, but also Mei-cin's soft lips. The apple in their mouths was soon shared and devoured between them. Only Mei-cin's rapid breathing remained. But Li Mu did not let her go. One of his hands cupped the back of her. He engaged her in another minutes-long French kiss before finally releasing Mei-chin. The spared Mikoto leaned against Li Mu's embrace, panting heavily. She muttered softly, "Bad teacher." As a result, her rear armor suffered a sudden assault. She glanced at Tsunade, who was intently studying a medical scroll, and a strange feeling crept over her. Tsunade, having already sensed their movements, squeezed the scroll in her hand. Then, with dissatisfaction, she lightly bit Li Mu's hand. "You bastard, pretending I don't exist, huh?" Li Mu looked at Tsunade's displeased face and exerted a slight force with his arm. He pulled Tsunade closer, and then applied the same method he had used on Mikoto to Tsunade. At first, Tsunade symbolically pounded Li Mu's chest a few times, but she soon gave up resistance and cooperated. After a long while, their lips parted. Tsunade leaned against Li Mu's chest. With her rapid breathing, her astonishing front armor continuously deformed and pressed against Li Mu's chest. The heavy sensation instantly ignited Li Mu's desire. Tsunade seemed to feel Li Mu's change and cursed in a low voice, "Pervert." Mikoto, seeing this scene, tactfully crawled out of Li Mu's arms. She kissed Li Mu on the cheek and said with a hint of coyness, "Teacher liar, I'm going back to my room to rest." With that, she walked away barefoot on the sofa. Li Mu watched Mikoto, who had fully regained her previous liveliness, and shook his head helplessly. Tsunade seemed dissatisfied with Li Mu's shift in attention. She pinched Li Mu's waist. Only then did Li Mu redirect his focus to Tsunade, who was both shy and annoyed. Tsunade's clothes had become somewhat disheveled from their earlier intimacy. The originally high-collared neckline had somehow had 2 buttons undone. The garment slid to one side, revealing her smooth shoulder. Li Mu made no move to button it back up. She pinched Li Mu's waist. Only then did Li Mu redirect his focus to Tsunade, who was both shy and annoyed. Tsunade's clothes had become somewhat disheveled from their earlier intimacy. This adjustment had an unexpected effect. Tsunade's surging waves directly dazzled Li Mu. Tsunade also noticed Li Mu's gaze, and with its tsundere air lightly pushed him away. "What are you looking at?" Li Mu chuckled at Tsunade's duplicity. He kissed her snowy shoulder. "Can't I even look at my own wife?" Tsunade seemed surprised by Li Mu's words. Her eyes darted away as she began to look around evasively. Finally, she murmured, "Let go of me. I need to study medical techniques." In the bedroom. In the end, Tsunade never got to study medical techniques. She lay weakly in Li Mu's arms. However, Tsunade and Li Mu had studied something else instead. Tsunade was now too exhausted to move even a finger. She lay limply on Li Mu's chest. Li Mu slid his hand behind her head and stroked her blonde hair. Tsunade let out an extremely faint hum. She closed her big eyes, enjoying Li Mu's soothing touch, even rubbing against his palm in contentment. Li Mu looked at the languid Tsunade and teased, "Not studying medical texts anymore." Hearing his banter, Tsunade lightly bit him to express her displeasure. In retaliation, Li Mu gave her rear armor a firm squeeze. Tsunade looked at Li Mu with watery eyes full of dissatisfaction. Li Mu leaned down and sealed her crimson lips. The two fooled around for a while longer before taking a bath, changing into new clothes, and also changing the bedsheets. When Li Mu stepped into the courtyard to bask in the sun, a knock came from the gate. He opened it, and a red figure immediately leaped onto him. "Big brother." Kushina jumped into Li Mu's arms and rubbed against his cheek affectionately. Li Mu patted her back. "All right, get down now. Didn't we just meet yesterday?" Kushina said matter-of-factly, "Isn't that different?" Fine, it's different." Li Mu set Kushina down. To ensure the existence of this world, Li Mu and Kushina would remain nothing more than pure sibling and teacher-student relationship until she came of age. Limu reached out and ruffled her hair. Did you come to play with Sister Tsunade and Sister Makoto today? Kushina nodded. Limu pointed inside the house. They're inside. Go ahead. Kushina skipped inside to play with the two women. Limu had just taken out a lounge chair and sat down to sunbathe. Unexpectedly, another knock came. He opened the door with some impatience and found an ANBU wearing a mask. The ANBU spoke respectfully. Lord Limu, the Hokage requests your presence. Limu nodded. I understand. You may go back first. The ANBU did not ask when Limu would go. He simply bowed slightly and disappeared with a body flicker technique. Limu returned inside and casually said while changing clothes, the second Hokage needs to see me. Tsunade nodded absent-mindedly and muttered, what does second grandfather want from a freelancer like you? Makoto waved at Limu. Goodbye, teacher. Kushina chimed in cheerfully, goodbye, big brother. Limu casually pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and plopped himself down. Tobirama was not surprised by this. He tossed Limu a scroll. If it were you, what would you do? Limu took the scroll and skimmed through it. He found two important matters. One was that Tsunade and Iwagakure had openly formed an alliance. The other was how Konoha should demand an explanation from Kirigakure. Limu first looked at the first item, crossed his legs, and said indifferently, such a simple matter, and you need me. Tobirama looked at Limu's attitude with a few dark lines on his forehead. He said bluntly, spit it out if you have something to say. Limu at this point rubbed his hands together and began to negotiate terms. He said, second grandfather, I'd like to study the flying thunder god technique recently. The second Hokage looked at this grandson-in-law, who called him second grandfather when he needed something, and second Hokage when he didn't, and laughed in spite of himself. Nevertheless, he tossed Limu a notebook containing his own notes on practicing the flying thunder god technique. Take it. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. No sharing. Limu's eyes lit up as he tucked the flying thunder god notes into his shirt. Don't worry, second grandfather, I know the rules. Tobirama saw that Limu had taken the benefit, but still hadn't spoken. He tapped the table impatiently. You've got what you wanted. Now, aren't you going to share your thoughts? Limu, adhering to the principle of giving value for payment, straightened up. Of course. I've already figured out how to handle the first issue. That is to openly invite Tsunade to form an alliance. Hearing Limu's words, Tobirama was about to refute, but quickly caught on. Still, he needed to confirm how many layers deep they both were in their thinking. Senju, Tobirama snorted and said, you bastard, Tsunade just allied with Iwagakure. If Konoha invites them, would they agree? Limu heard Tobirama's words, but did not rush to refute. He knew all too well the fickle nature of Tsunade. If Konoha offered even a small benefit, they would betray Iwagakure like dogs. Of course, the reverse also held true. He shrugged and said calmly, we don't need them to actually agree to it. We only need to spread this news using Konoha's name to publicly invite the Kazekage to a high-level meeting at the Land of Fire's border. Moreover, write in the invitation that Konoha is willing to provide food and medical supplies to Tsunade. Given how poor Tsunade is, to the point where the Kazekage personally minds, they will probably agree. Even if they refuse, it's still good to annoy that old man far away in Iwagakure. Upon hearing the words, old man, Tobirama glanced casually at Limu. This kid, didn't he know who was older? Limu noticed Tobirama's gaze and silently closed his mouth. Tobirama waved his hand and said, all right, go now. There's nothing for you here. If you have any questions about Flying Thunder God, come to my office or residence after work. Limu immediately stood up and hurried away. Watching his hurried back, Tobirama shook his head helplessly. Afterwards, following Limu's suggestion, he invited the Kazekage to the Land of Fire's border through official and public channels for negotiations. Using the same method, he also initiated negotiations with Kirigakure. However, he probably could not have imagined that those peculiar men of Kirigakure located on an island nation would make the outrageous decision to seal off their coastline. Limu returned home sad in the small courtyard and sneezed. He muttered to himself, lately I feel like something. However, he didn't take it seriously. After all, how important could something he forgot be? Just then Tsunade, Makoto, and Kushina came out. Tsunade shouted, Mu, perfect timing. Let's go eat grilled meat. Limu nodded in agreement. Inside the Konoha barbecue restaurant, the room was filled with the sizzling sound of grilling meat and rich aroma of oil. Limu held tongs and flipped several pieces of fatty and lean beef on the grill. Tsunade was drinking sake at the table while placing grilled meat next to Kushina. Meanwhile, Makoto dipped the grilled meat in sauce blue on it, and then brought it to Limu's mouth. Kushina simply wrapped a large piece of grilled meat in lettuce and stuffed it into her mouth, eating greedily. At the same time, far away on the island nation, Orochimaru and Nawaki were eating grilled fish on the coast. They were on a mission in the land of hot springs. Nawaki was sitting on the beach, his hands and face cracked from the... He was holding a sharpened wooden stick with a half-cooked grilled fish skewered on it. Without any seasoning, Nawaki could clearly tell this fish would taste terrible. Orochimaru glanced at the hundreds of corpses he had cultivated. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to toss the fish aside. He said in a hoarse voice, "Don't force yourself, Nawaki. If it's too bad, just eat a soldier pill." Having said that, Orochimaru took a soldier pill from his bosom and popped it into his mouth. This distrustful act only further ignited Nawaki's stubborn and competitive nature. He gritted his teeth and took a bite, but the moment it entered his mouth, a strange taste assaulted his taste buds. He grimaced, spat out the fish bones, and complained, "Oro Kimura Sensei, when will those fellows from Kirigakure show up?" The mission he and Orochimaru had received was to sabotage the alliance between Kirigakure and the land of hot springs. However, they had been waiting here for 3 days, and apart from some fishermen, there wasn't a soul in sight. Orochimaru handed Nawaki a soldier pill and said, "It's chicken-flavored, a new flavor from the Akimichi clan. Want to try?" Upon hearing that, Nawaki immediately threw the grilled fish aside, took the soldier pill Orochimaru gave him, and swallowed it in one bite. There was indeed a faint chicken flavor. At least it was a much better choice compared to the terribly awful grilled fish he had made himself. Nawaki leaned against a coconut tree and said, "Oro Kimura Sensei, how much longer do we have to wait?" Orochimaru said calmly, "Hold on for 2 more days. Perhaps something has happened." What they didn't know was that Kirigakure had already sealed off its coastline, and even recalled all ninjas who were the key figures of this mission. They would probably never wait for them. 1 day later, Tsunade. The third Kazekage hesitated for a long time after receiving Konoha's letter. To be honest, if what Konoha said was true, the conditions in the letter were extremely tempting. But the third Kazekage was no fool. He had just allied with the Wagakure, and he couldn't bring himself to turn around and cooperate with Konoha. After a fierce mental struggle, the third Kazekage still wrote a reply with sincere wording. He did not openly oppose. At the same time, Inoki also received a letter from Senju Tobarama. The letter also contained an alliance proposal with considerable sincerity. However, this time it was delivered to Inoki directly via a secret letter. Just as Inoki's expression was wavering and he was about to refuse, an Umbu suddenly appeared and told him some not so good news. Lord Tsuchikage, according to reports from the spy in Tsunagakure, Senju Tobarama publicly sent an alliance letter to Tsunagakure. However, the third Kazekage did not immediately refuse. Instead, he wrote a letter and had a trusted subordinate deliver it. Hearing his confidence words, Inoki's heart sank. This was not good news for him and Iwagakure. At the same time, Konoha activated a sleeper agent planted in Iwagakure. This agent had been buried in Iwagakure for over a decade, and now finally served its purpose. In a public setting, the agent casually said, "I heard that the Tsuchikage-sama received a letter from Konoha." Naturally, those interested in gossip would continue to press. At that moment, the agent mysteriously shook his head, implying that it was all rumors. However, the rumors grew increasingly absurd. Some people even said outright that Iwagakure was preparing to ally with Konoha, and these messages naturally were also heard by the Tsunagakure spy lurking in Iwagakure. The spy swiftly conveyed this intelligence to the Sha-Rin village via a spirit beast. By the time Dayemu attempted to control the epidemic, it was already too late. The news of the impending alliance between the Tuin village and Muyi had spread like wildfire. Dayemu abandoned any attempts at explanation or control, instead penning a confidential letter to the third Kazekage. The letter was filled with placating rhetoric, reaffirming that the Tuin village and the Sha-In village would forever remain each other's most steadfast allies. Muyi. After finishing their grilled meat, Li Mu and his 3 companions strolled through the streets of Muyi for a long time. Perhaps exhausted, Joshinai directly leaped onto Li Mu's back in front of Gangsho and Mei-chin. "Tired brother, carry me," Joshinai murmured, resting her chin on Li Mu's shoulder. Her crimson hair, stirred by the breeze, gently brushed against Li Mu's cheek. The tickling sensation made Li Mu instinctively turn his face away. Seeing his evasive movement, Joshinai did not relent. Instead, she pressed closer, breathing warm air against his ear. "Brother, what are you dodging?" she teased, then rubbed her cheek against his again. Her actions caused Gangsho, who was holding a box of takoyaki nearby, to darken her expression. She said irritably, "Joshinai, get down. How old are you to be so clingy?" Hearing this, Joshinai turned and stuck out her pink tongue. "No, I'm tired." Gangsho's face now looked as dark as the bottom of a pot. She walked over to Li Mu and flicked Joshinai's forehead. Joshinai cried out in pain, clutching her forehead, and climbed down from Li Mu's back. Holding her forehead, she hid behind Mei-chin and whispered, "Sister, Gangsho's jealousy is so strong, she even guards against her own sister." Mei-chin shook her head helplessly at Joshinai's muttering. Gangsho's hearing was naturally sharp. She stared at Joshinai, who was still behind Mei-chin, and said, "What did you just say? Dare you say it again?" Joshinai's face changed color. She grabbed Mei-chin's clothes and dared not speak. Seeing this, Li Mu could only snatch the takoyaki from Gangsho's hands. Li Mu took one and stuffed it into Gangsho's mouth. Then he walked to Joshinai and fed her one. You say less, don't stoke the fire. As he prepared to feed one to Mei-chin, she unexpectedly leaned forward and directly bit the takoyaki from Mei-chin, even mischievously licked Li Mu's finger. Li Mu pinched her cheek in response. Then everyone returned home. Of course, Kushina had originally wanted to go back with Li Mu and the others. But Gangsho grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and escorted her to Xuanhuashuiu. The boat of their friendship capsized in an instant. However, Jiu Zenai's temper came and went quickly. When Gangsho handed her a pile of snacks, she beamed with joy. Thank you, Sister Gangsho. We're best friends. Gangsho found Jiu Zenai's mercenary attitude both amusing and exasperating. She ruffled Jiu Zenai's hair. So I'm not the possessive bad sister anymore. Jiu Shinai shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. No, of course not. Gangsho kneaded Jiu Zenai's cheeks before leaving satisfied. Upon returning home, Gangsho saw Li Mu lying blissfully on Mei-chin's lap. Mei-chin had already changed into a white spaghetti-strap nightgown she had bought during the day. She sat on the sofa, her long, slender legs exposed to the air. The straps of her nightgown were astonishingly thin, as if a mere touch would make them slide off. The neckline was also low-cut, and Mei-chin's slight forward lean made the expanse of snowy skin even more striking. Li Mu rested his head on her soft, smooth legs. If he lifted his head, he could enjoy the splendid view before him. Mei-chin was feeding Li Mu grapes at that moment. Seeing the two of them like this, Gangsho couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had just driven away one little vixen, and now her own home had been invaded. And the invader seemed to be someone she had tacitly allowed. Thinking this, Gangsho plopped down beside Mei-chin and said, Hey, pay attention. It's still daytime. But remembering her own reckless behavior at noon, Gangsho lowered her head with a pang of guilt. She was no better. Li Mu, with eyes half closed, enjoyed Mei-chin's service. He even drifted into a half-asleep state. When he woke again, Mei-chin was still in the same position. Li Mu sat up, took a sip of water, and asked, How long was I asleep? Mei-chin gently massaged her slightly numb thigh as she replied, Half an hour. Seeing her rubbing her leg, Li Mu walked over and said, Leg numb. Let me help. With that, Li Mu motioned for Mei-chin to place her leg over his own. Then he began to gently massage her thigh. Feeling the warmth of Li Mu's palm, Mei-chin bit her lower lip. With a mixture of reluctance and yielding, she said, Sensei. Li Mu's hands kneaded the inside of her thigh softly. His touch seemed magical. Mei-chin's originally tense leg relaxed under his massage. But in its place, an unbearable tingling sensation arose. Mei-chin leaned back against the sofa, letting out a soft moan. Her watery, beautiful eyes were now slightly dazed. At that moment, the door to Gangsho's bedroom opened. She had changed into a winered spaghetti-strap nightie. Li Mu knew when to stop. He withdrew his hands and asked, How do you feel? Mei-chin nodded with a red face and whispered, Much better. She breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, yet felt a trace of disappointment. Then Gangsho stepped out of the bedroom. The winered spaghetti-strap nightie perfectly hugged her stunning figure. The fabric was extremely thin silk. Gangsho's proud bosom pushed the neckline high. Her long, shapely legs moved in delicate steps, and the hem of her dress barely covered the tops of her thighs. With each movement, Li Mu could clearly see the ripples. Mei-chin couldn't help but compare, and feeling inferior tightened her own neckline. The difference was immense. Mei-chin's could be held in one hand, while Gangsho was a woman impossible to grasp with both. Gangsho sat beside Li Mu, her unique scent wafting into his nose. She tossed her golden hair and looked at Li Mu with a half-smile. What, no longer in the mood to help with a massage, Li Mu picked up a grape and brought it to Gangsho's lips naturally. Mei-chin's leg has recovered. Why would I massage it then? Hearing Li Mu's words, Gangsho did not expose him. Instead, she draped her delicate feet and calves over Li Mu's body and said, Then rub mine. I've been walking all day, and my calves and feet are sore. Li Mu looked down at the pair of jade-like feet resting on his lap. Gangsho's feet were flawlessly perfect. The fair insteps even clearly showed the blue capillaries underneath. Gangsho noticed Li Mu staring at her feet in a daze. She playfully wiggled her toes and seemingly unintentionally rubbed them against Li Mu's waist twice. What are you looking at? Li Mu naturally grasped Gangsho's ankle and began to massage her foot. From the arch to the sole, he was meticulous without any hint of impatience. A faint pink blush appeared on Gangsho's pretty face. She found it hard to endure Li Mu's attentive massage, and with Mei-chin nearby, she felt embarrassed and tried to pull her foot back. But as soon as she moved to withdraw one foot, the other was firmly caught by Li Mu. Let go, Gangsho said. Li Mu leisurely rubbed her arch and said, This foot isn't finished yet. No rush. Gangsho could only blush and let Li Mu have his way. During what felt like an eternity of waiting, Li Mu finally released her jade-like feet. Gangsho quickly curled them up. However, as the saying goes, when one problem is solved, another arises. Because her pajama neckline was already low, this change of posture exposed a large expanse of her fair skin. Li Mu couldn't help but take a few more glances. Although they had been intimately close countless times, the allure of partial concealment made him look all the more. Mei-chin, watching Gang's Ho like this, uncharacteristically spoke in a teasing tone. "Oh, Sister Gansho, just a moment ago, you were solemnly lecturing me and teacher, saying it's daytime, and we should be careful. But your outfit is much more generous than mine," Mei-chin said. Teacher's eyes are already glued. Only then did Gang's Ho notice Li Mu's gaze. But as longtime lovers this time she wasn't shy. Instead, she thrust upward. As she did, Gang's Ho's pride trembled temptingly before Li Mu's eyes. This fully displayed the terror of her extraordinary figure and vividly illustrated the saying, "When you stare into the abyss stares back at you." Gang's Ho crossed her arms and provocatively looked at Mei-chin. "Let him look. What's wrong with showing off to my man?" She added with a hint of pride, giving Mei-chin a meaningful glance. "Little sister, Mei-chin jealous." "Jealous? That's because I'm naturally gifted. Some people, even if they pull their collarbone lower, are only a hand." Hearing Gang's Ho's taunt, she looked down at her own chest, which wasn't small, but was rather unremarkable compared to Gang's Ho. She pouted and completely lost her composure. "Sister Gang's Ho, you're bullying me." Mei-chin gritted her teeth, then sat straddling Li Mu's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said teasingly, "Teacher isn't that shallow, is he?" The next morning, Li Mu woke up in a feeling of suffocation. What met his eyes was an expanse of whiteness and an abyss that buried half of his face. Li Mu then realized he was on Gang's Ho's natural pillow. Last night the three of them had been too wild. Gang's Ho's burgundy pajamas had long since disappeared. Li Mu didn't know how long he had been in this position. His neck was aching. He tried to get up, but the sleeping Gang's Ho didn't seem pleased with his movement. She instinctively grabbed the back of Li Mu's head and mumbled drowsily, "Don't move, sleep a little more." Li Mu helplessly shifted his head and bit Gang's Ho lightly on the side. Gang's Ho finally woke up and released Li Mu. He took a breath of fresh air. Gang's Ho smacked him impatiently and said with morning grumpiness, "Why aren't you sleeping well in the morning?" Li Mu grinned mischievously and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Who told you to nearly suffocate me this morning?" After a brief wrestle, Gang's Ho realized something. That was that Mei-chin, who had been with them last night, was nowhere to be seen. Li Mu got up and said, "I'll go check. She's probably in the kitchen." He quickly washed up and left through the door. Meanwhile, Gansho, exhausted from yesterday's fight, continued to catch up on sleep in the bedroom. As Li Mu stepped out of the room, he smelled the aroma drifting from the kitchen. He followed it and saw Mei-chin busy at the stove. She had changed out of last night's provocative loungewear into a conservative outfit. Her hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head with a few loose strands clinging to her slightly sweaty neck. Li Mu quietly approached Mei-chin, reached out, and wrapped his arms around her soft waist. He rested his chin on her shoulder and took a deep breath. At first, Mei-chin tensed from the sudden assault, but then sensing the familiar presence behind her, she leaned back into his arms. "Awake, liar teacher." Hearing this address, even Li Mu, who prided himself on being thick-skinned, felt a bit off. He changed the subject. "What delicious food are you making? It smells so good. Seafood porridge and fried eggs." "Teacher, don't mess around." Li Mu tightened his arms around Mei-chin's waist, pulling her closer. Feeling Li Mu's movement, Mei-chin helplessly put down the spatula. She turned to face him, leaned in, and kissed the corner of his mouth, saying, "Teacher, stop messing around." Li Mu, however, was not satisfied with Mei-chin's brief kiss. He sealed her red lips and claimed her fiercely. Only then did he let her go. In the hurrying office, Chinsho Feijian looked at the letters sent to Wuyin Village that had yielded no response, as well as the 2 letters from Tuyin Village and Shine Village. He opened the letter from Shine Village and glanced at its contents. The wording was very polite. The third Fengying tactfully declined cooperation with my. Chinsho Feijian then opened the letter from Tuyin Village. Compared to the third Fengying's somewhat euphemistic words, the Yima's reply was also intriguing. He first affirmed Mui's prosperity and strength, then indicated that the harvests in Tuyin Village and the Land of Earth would not be particularly good recently. If Mai was willing to provide a batch of low-priced grain, he would personally come to Mai for negotiations. Chinsho Feijian sneered as he looked at the Yima's letter. This Diemu is indeed someone who never acts without benefit. He pondered how to respond to Diemu. Meanwhile, in Shine Village, the third Fengying received a placating letter from Diemu. The third Fengying stared at the letter for a long time. In the end, the intrinsic nature of Shine Village to waver repeatedly prevailed over reason. He quickly wrote a second reply to Mai expressing that Shine Village was very interested in cooperating with Mai. The 2 sides could hold negotiations and exchanges. At the same time, he aimed to appease Diemu, indicating that the 2 sides had always been each other's most loyal allies and would never let such rumors create a rift. Inside Li Mu's home, he was flipping through the notes of Senju Tobarama regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. To be precise, it should be referred to as a journal. This journal recorded many failures and reasons related to the development of the Flying Thunder God technique. This was immensely beneficial for Li Mu. The first step was to draw a unique Flying Thunder God formula. He walked to the courtyard gate and began to follow the notes of Senju Tobarama for this initial step. Senju Tobarama made a clear warning on the first page. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in perceiving coordinates. Those without spatial talent who forcefully cultivate it may find themselves lost in the fabric of time and space. On the second page, Senju Tobarama stated that one must possess both strong physical strength and a considerable amount of chakra to cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Li Mu matched the latter criterion, but he was uncertain about his spatial abilities. Senju Tobarama also provided a method to test if one had the talent for spatial perception. This involved simply drawing a Flying Thunder God formula. He closed his eyes and emptied his mind, attempting to sense the position of the drawn pattern. Li Mu raised his right hand and began to gather chakra at his fingertips. Senju Tobarama's notes detailed how to transform one's chakra into a special Flying Thunder God formula. This formula acted like a fixed lighthouse. No matter how far away a gifted practitioner could sense the position of the lighthouse. Senju Tobarama illustrated dozens of failed formulas in his notes. Li Mu ignored them all. He only needed to understand how to properly draw the correct Flying Thunder God formula. The notes also contained several formulas that, while not suitable for combat, could be used to test one's talent. The reason these seals could not be used in battle was simple. The structure was unstable and prone to dissipate on its own or collapse in practical situations. Li Mu selected a simple formula and began to draw the Flying Thunder God formula. He drew a square Flying Thunder God formula in the palm of his hand. He then picked up a stone from the courtyard and pressed it onto the formula. He tossed the stone aside. It rolled twice before leaning against a tree. Li Mu took a deep breath and walked to the other end of the courtyard. He closed his eyes and completely emptied his mind. His breathing became steady. The sounds of birds chirping and leaves rustling in the wind surrounded him. Li Mu found himself in a very strange state. His sensory perception had expanded infinitely. For instance, he could hear the sound of ants crawling on a tree on the other side of the courtyard. However, he did not perceive the so-called lighthouse mentioned in Senju Tobarama's notes. Li Mu furrowed his brows, wondering if he truly lacked talent. He did not rush. Instead, he continued to sense the lighthouse. In his mind, he began to draw the pattern, and at the moment he finished the drawing, Li Mu saw the lighthouse in the darkness. He lifted his leg and walked slowly towards it, finally opening his eyes upon reaching his destination. He discovered he was indeed standing near the stone. Li Mu looked down and picked up the stone. The square imprint on it had already started to fade. The stability of the test formula was indeed poor. Just after a brief moment, nearly half of the chakra, Senju Tobarama also mentioned in his notes, a stable Flying Thunder God formula cannot be removed by any means. However, it is evident that this square Flying Thunder God formula is clearly unstable. Li Mu casually tossed the stone aside. Now that he had spatial talent, although he was unsure of its strength, it should suffice. However, to be safe, Li Mu decided to ask Senju Tobarama for clarification when he had the time. Upon returning indoors, Tsunade had also woken up. She had not donned the winered pajamas from the previous night, but had changed into a modest home outfit. Yawning, she flushed as she assisted Mikoto in bringing breakfast to the dining table. Li Mu glanced at the seafood porridge, fried eggs, and fried bacon. He casually asked, "Why is there bacon too?" Mikoto, who was serving the porridge, responded to Li Mu's question, "It felt too monotonous, so I made some more." Li Mu did not dwell on it further and began to eat the seafood porridge that Mikoto handed him. Li Mu took a spoonful of the steaming seafood porridge. The rice porridge was mixed with fresh shrimp and scallops. It was delicious. Li Mu picked up a piece of bacon fried to a golden crisp on both sides, and as it entered his mouth, the aroma of the grease exploded in his palate. Tsunade was clearly quite hungry, having eaten a lot. She had even served the seafood porridge several times. However, in the end, half a bowl of seafood porridge remained uneaten. Tsunade naturally handed the remaining half bowl of seafood porridge to Li Mu, stating, "I can't eat anymore." After finishing the not very yearly breakfast, Li Mu put on his clothes and set him heading out for a bit. The two women nodded. When Li Mu pushed the door to the Hokage office and walked in, Senju Tobarama knew who it was without looking up. "Li Mu, what do you need from me?" Li Mu got straight to the point, saying, "I want to ask you about the Flying Thunder God." Senju Tobarama had no important documents to handle at the moment. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, he set down the documents in his hand and said, "Go ahead, I happen to not be very busy." Li Mu inquired, "I sensed the so-called lighthouse in less than an hour. Does this efficiency count as having spatial talent?" Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Senju Tobarama's heart stirred greatly. This kid could actually grasp spatial coordinates in under an hour. Back then, it took him an entire month to go from groping to perceiving. However, unyielding, Senju Tobarama reassured himself that it was all right. Li Mu was standing on his shoulders. The difficulties were not comparable. Most importantly, this talented Li Mu was not from the Uchiha clan. This left Senju Tobarama devoid of jealousy or suspicion. However, to prevent Li Mu from getting too arrogant, Senju Tobarama maintained a calm demeanor and said, "1 hour, huh? That's fairly good, but far from outstanding. Although the threshold for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is high, as long as one possesses a bit of spirit and mental strength, they can achieve this step. It does not signify remarkable talent. Senju Tobarama's tone shifted. However, since you can sense the lighthouse, it proves you can proceed to the next step. Build a channel between you and the lighthouse. A channel? Li Mu queried. Senju Tobarama nodded, gesturing for Li Mu to hand him the notebook. He took it, flipped through a few pages, and then handed it back, saying, exactly, a channel. Your current stage is about sensing the beacon. The Flying Thunder God enables you to transcend space and appear directly at that location. Senju Tobarama continued, the so-called channel is the link between your chakra and the Flying Thunder God technique pattern. By forcibly folding the space between the 2 points, it achieves rapid movement. Li Mu pondered, so sensing the beacon is the static part, while establishing the channel is the dynamic part. Senju Tobarama nodded with satisfaction. Correct. Imagine your chakra as a chain, you hurl it toward the beacon, and then pull yourself along it. Sensing the beacon isn't difficult, the hard part comes later. Senju Tobarama folded his arms and said, alright, try again now. Don't rush to hook onto the beacon, just touch it first. With that, Tobarama pulled out a specially made Flying Thunder God kunai. Beginners should use this, it's much simpler for both conducting chakra to inscribe the technique pattern and sensing the beacon. Li Mu nodded and took the special kunai from Senju Tobarama. After drawing the Flying Thunder God mark, Senju Tobarama placed the kunai on the sofa and instructed Li Mu to lock onto the technique pattern. The Flying Thunder God pattern drawn on the special metal kunai was indeed much clearer than one on a stone. Li Mu gradually made contact with the pattern. About 20 minutes later, Senju Tobarama's voice reached his ears. Have you made contact? Li Mu nodded with his eyes closed. Don't rush, continue to establish the connection and hold on to it. Li Mu followed Tobarama's instructions, continuing to lock on and build the link. Roughly another half hour passed. Suddenly, Li Mu felt as though he had broken through something. Seeing Li Mu enter the right state, Senju Tobarama continued, good, now try to move yourself over. Li Mu heard Tobarama's words and began to compress the space. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Mu felt a channel had been established between him and the Flying Thunder God pattern. He had the illusion that just one step forward would bring him directly to the pattern. Li Mu held his breath, focused, and took that step. Swish. Li Mu felt the world spin and twist, but the sensation lasted less than a second. His feet landed solidly on the wooden floor. However, due to inertia, Li Mu nearly stumbled onto the sofa. Because it was his first space jump, his mind felt dizzy, and he experienced an inexplicable nausea. Li Mu simply opened his eyes, sat on the sofa, poured a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp. The kunai bearing his exclusive Flying Thunder God mark lay on the wooden floor, just centimeters from where he landed. Thanks to his immortal physique, his strong constitution quickly alleviated the discomfort. Senju Tobarama beside him was already staring at him as if seeing a ghost. Li Mu set down his teacup, looked at Senju Tobarama, and asked, did I succeed? Senju Tobarama finally dropped the incredulous expression and said in a deliberately calm voice, as a beginner you've done quite well, but strictly speaking it's not a success. Any discomfort physically? Li Mu rubbed his neck and replied, just a bit dizzy, nothing else. Hearing this, Senju Tobarama felt his blood pressure rise. Yet he maintained his composure and said, not bad. Your physical talent is indeed impressive. That's enough for today. Li Mu was puzzled by his words. Senju Tobarama, growing increasingly irritated by the sight of Li Mu, rubbed his temples and said, beginners shouldn't study space leaping too frequently. He'll instruct you again at this time tomorrow. Li Mu suddenly understood. He nodded, picked up the notebook, and rose to leave. But Senju Tobarama called him back. Wait a moment. Li Mu stopped, turned to face Senju Tobarama, his eyes filled with confusion. Senju Tobarama took out a dozen special kunai and said, take these as a gift. If you need more, you can buy them at the weapon shop to the east. Li Mu accepted them without hesitation, then grinned. Second grandpa, do you have any more? Could you give me a few more? Senju Tobarama shot him a glance and said flatly, should I give you the position of Hokage as well? Li Mu quickly waved his hands. No, that's not necessary. Senju Tobarama, feeling exasperated, gestured dismissively. If you have nothing else, leave. Li Mu then exited the room. Soon after he left, an urgent secret letter from Tsunade village arrived in Senju Tobarama's hands. Senju Tobarama opened the letter and found that the third Kazekage stance had done a complete 180-degree turn. The content was very clear. Tsunade village was willing to secretly negotiate an alliance with Konoha. Seeing the third Kazekage's typical attitude of wanting everything, Senju Tobarama sneered and wrote a reply. The letter clearly stated that Konoha welcomed the third Kazekage's visit at any time. Meanwhile, upon receiving Konoha's letter, Inoki hesitated again. The letter flatly rejected Iwa Village's demands, but also invited Inoki to Konoha for negotiations. After reading the letter, Inoki's suspicious nature flared up. He knew Suna Village's habits all too well. If Iwa Village firmly rejected Konoha's alliance plan, what if Suna played the backstabbing game? After weighing the pros and cons, Inoki sent a reply stating his willingness to conduct friendly negotiations with Konoha. Back in his office, Senju Tobarama received another astonishing piece of news. You're saying that Kiri Village and the Land of Water have sealed off their coastline? Senju Tobarama squinted, asking the Umbu before him in disbelief. The reason for his surprise was simple. Although Kiri Village and the Land of Water were semi-isolated, completely sealing the coastline would still incur significant losses. Among the several possible responses Senju Tobarama had anticipated from Kiri Village, he never expected such an extreme measure as directly sealing the coastline. Senju Tobarama sat in his chair contemplating for a long time. Strictly speaking, Konoha and Yuzushio Village had not come out on the losing end this time. Rather, Kiri Village had lost 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a host of elites. Senju Tobarama tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound. He made a decision: a show of force was necessary, or else how would his allies view Konoha? Moreover, Konoha and Yuzushio Village were related by marriage. If Konoha showed no reaction at all, Senju Tobarama himself would not be able to stand for it. Shinsho Feijian said to the Umbu standing nearby, who had already returned to their positions, "Help me summon Yuanfei Risen Tuanzang and Shimu Shimao." "Yes, Hokagesama." The Umbu was about to rise and relay the message. Shinsho Feijian raised his hand again to stop him. "Wait." The Umbu paused mid-step. "Hokagesama. Also recall those ninjas near the Shueiji Gua, or those who are about to engage with the Shueiji Gua." "Yes." The Umbu pushed open the door and left, leaving the vast Hokage office in a profound silence. When Limu returned home and pushed open the courtyard gate, he heard the chirping of women's voices. The yard was bustling with activity. At the stone table under the tree, besides Gangsho and Meichin, there was now Juxinai as well. Juxinai was chatting merrily with Meichin about something amusing, the two women laughing and swaying. Gangsho rested her cheek on one hand, holding a bunch of grapes, nibbling, while watching their interaction. Hearing the creak of the courtyard gate, the 3 women simultaneously turned their gaze toward it. "Brother." Juxinai's eyes lit up. She took a few quick steps and leaped directly into Limu's arms. Limu had no choice but to open his arms and catch Juxinai instantly. Since returning to Mai from the Wuchao Rin village, Juxinai had become particularly clingy toward him. Gangsho watched the unbridled Juxinai, her eyelids twitching. She chose to look away, out of sight, out of mind. Limu patted Juxinai's back, set her down, and then gently stroked her head. Limu first greeted Gangsho and Meichin, then casually sat down on the recliner in the yard. He took out the sealing scroll given to him by Xuanhua Luming and began to study it. After being placed on the ground, Juxinai did not run back to the stone table, but instead became Limu's little shadow, following him step by step. When Limu lay down comfortably on the recliner, Juxinai had already climbed onto it using both hands and feet. She completely ignored the fact that the recliner was not particularly spacious, forcibly squeezing herself into Limu's arms. After adjusting to a comfortable position, she leaned limply against his chest. With Juxinai in his embrace, Limu felt as if he had acquired a large, fragrant, handcrafted figurine. He looked down at her, gently tapped her forehead, and said, "The recliner is only this big, and you still squeeze up here, huh?" Juxinai covered her forehead and playfully stuck out her tongue at him. "I don't care anyway, brother's side is the most comfortable." With that, she clung to Limu, stubbornly refusing to let go. Helpless, Limu adjusted their position to make Juxinai more comfortable, holding her waist. Juxinai, like a true figurine, allowed herself to be arranged by Limu. After adjusting Juxinai's position, Limu deliberately freed one hand to wrap around her shoulder, preventing her from falling. Juxinai rubbed against Limu's chest, a few strands of red hair brushing against his chin. It tickled him slightly. At the stone table, Gansho, upon seeing this, angrily placed her teacup down. She muttered under her breath, "That little vixen, she really has no sense of discretion." Meichin couldn't help but laugh at Gangsho's reaction. She covered her mouth, giggling, and comforted Gansho's sister. "Gansho, Juxinai is just a child, it's fine." Gangsho gritted her teeth and said, "She's a child now, but what about later?" She was still indignant. If it weren't for her status as the elder sister, Gangsho would have wanted to grab Juxinai by the scruff of the neck and throw her out. Juxinai, leaning against Limu's chest, idly played with her hair. As a member of the Xuanhua clan, her keen perception allowed her to hear Gangsho's words. Her eyes darted, and she suddenly leaned close to Limu. "Brother, are you looking at the sealing technique scroll?" As she spoke, Juxinai pressed her little face against Limu's cheek, rubbing it naturally against his side. Limu nodded and pinched her still somewhat chubby cheek. Juxinai turned her head and lightly bit Limu's hand. She didn't use force, it was more like playful roughhousing. Feeling the ticklish sensation, Limu shifted his hand. Limu gently stroked Juxinai's smooth red hair. Juxinai narrowed her eyes in enjoyment, then turned her head and glanced at Gangsho. Gangsho happened to meet her gaze. Juxinai deliberately blinked, her eyes brimming with provocation. Gangsho, seeing this, was so angry she laughed. Without uttering any further threats, she stood up and walked directly to Tsunade. She stood beside the recliner looking down at Tsunade and Limu's arms. Tsunade's eyes instantly became innocent, and she instinctively shrank back. Gangsho reached out with both hands, lifted Tsunade out of Limu's arms like a little chick. Tsunade looked at Limu with pleading eyes. Limu pretended not to see she had caused her own trouble, and she had to solve it herself. Gangsho mercilessly tousled Tsunade's face while pretending to be fierce. You've grown up, huh? Daring to provoke your elder sister. Finally, Tsunade could only plead inarticulately, Sister Gangsho, I was wrong. Hearing her apology, Gangsho finally let her go. Tsunade then found Meichin looking aggrieved and poured out her grievances. Meichin suppressed her laughter and comforted Tsunade. The farce in the courtyard finally came to an end. Gangsho stood beside the recliner, raising her chin smugly. Her pretty face was flushed with a rosy hue from the exertion, making her look irresistible, as if one could take a bite. Seeing this, Limu casually closed the sealing scroll in his hand and set it aside. Taking advantage of the moment before Gangsho could walk away, he raised his right hand and delivered a slap to the plump curve that was tantalizingly close outlined by her fitted lounging attire. A sound echoed. The astonishing sensation transmitted from his palm, and Limu could even see the slight tremor. This made him unconsciously let out a sigh. Seeing Gangsho's flustered anger, Limu grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Gangsho let out a surprised cry and fell into. Seeing Gangsho's flustered anger, Limu grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Gangsho let out a surprised cry and fell into Limu's embrace. The combined weight of the two made the recliner groan in protest. The feeling of Gangsho in his arms was completely different from Tsunade. The moment Gangsho entered his embrace, Limu sensed her stunning figure and curves. Especially when she felt Gangsho's chest collided with him. The astonishing softness and elasticity pressed against Limu's chest, nearly making him breathless. At the same time, Gangsho's round thighs and firm curves were pressed tightly against Limu's legs. The unique, mature, feminine fragrance of Gangsho enveloped him. Gangsho struggled symbolically and said, "What are you doing? It's broad daylight, and we're still in the yard." Limu planted a kiss on Tsunade's cheek, satisfying his earlier urge to take a bite. Tsunade weakly pounded his chest in protest. Limu then pinched her waist and said, "All right, stop moving or the chair will collapse." Hearing the chair might break, Tsunade stopped struggling but glared at him with her watery eyes. Her glare had no effect on Limu. He stood up and carried Tsunade in a princess hold, making her instinctively wrap her arms around his neck for balance. The two entered the room. Kushina, feeling her cheeks flush, turned to Mikoto and asked weakly, "Mikitoni, our big brother, and Tsunade always like this?" Mikoto recalled the past 2 days she had spent at home and nodded with conviction. "You'll get used to it. That's just how Tsunade and Sensei are." Now seated on a chair, Kushina swung her smooth legs and said, "Mikitoni, can you tell me how you and Sensei first met?" Hearing this, Mikoto propped her chin on her hand, as if recalling something amusing. A smile played on her lips as she replied, "Sure." Mikoto smiled and began telling Kushina about Limu's past, especially after he became the first squad leader and instructor of the Konoha military police force. She explained how the regulations and rules he established were still in use today. Kushina, intrigued, asked, "Mikitoni, what kind of regulations and rules?" Mikoto grinned and ruffled her hair. "Well, he remodeled the prison and called it the 24-hour Uchiha. It offers round-the-clock tender massages. The second is the Konoha education team. And the prisoners are provided labor reform services with wages paid on time, of course." Mikoto tried to gloss over Limu's actual deeds. Kushina looked puzzled. "Mikitoni, aren't these measures quite gentle? Why be so lenient toward those gentle?" Mikoto chuckled. She pinched Kushina's nose and continued, "Only the names are gentle. Let's start with the Uchiha Hotel." Mikoto raised one finger and explained with a smile, "The massage you imagine is a relaxing treat, but in reality criminals or spies are locked in a room with blinding lights on 247. Every time they close their eyes, the most primitive methods are used to stimulate their pain nerves. The service never stops, not granting them even a second of respite until their spirit is completely broken. After 3 days in the Uchiha Hotel, they'll cry and beg to be transferred to the interrogation department." Kushina shrank back and swallowed. "So if they confess during interrogation, they won't be beaten anymore?" Mikoto shook her head at Kushina's naive words. "It's not that simple. The Uchiha Hotel treats criminals and spies differently. For example, a criminal who admits guilt and signs a confession can be transferred to the Sanshin education team. But spies are usually beaten first regardless of whether they confess. After the beating, those who confess beforehand are made to write their statements backward. For each wrong character, they get beaten again until they can pass random inspections by the Konoha military police force. Then they are sent to the interrogation department for verification. Those who confess after the beating receive the same treatment. Hearing Mikoto describe such terror in her gentle voice, Kushina felt a chill run down her spine. She asked, "Why are they still beaten even after confessing?" Mikoto looked at Kushina's confused gaze. "Because a spy's first instinct when speaking is to lie or feed us a mix of truth and falsehood. If we believe them, it would mean the spy had fooled us. Then why make them write the confession backward?" Kushina asked weakly. "That's the brilliance of sensei," Mikoto said with an admiring look. "When people lie, their subconscious constructs a logically smooth chain of events. If questioned in normal order, they can answer fluently, even flawlessly. But if forced to write or recount backward, their fabricated lies become incoherent. One wrong character or inconsistency in time or place proves they're lying. They'll then be punished. The Uchiha Konoha military police force uses the most primitive methods for massage and memory recovery." Kushina continued, "What about the Konoha education team? Isn't labor reform with timely wages a good?" Mikoto explained sensei thought it was too wasteful to simply kill prisoners or keep them in jail, so he decided to make them useful. Thus all prisoners sent to the Konoha education team work 18 hours a day in grueling physical labor without rest day and night. If they slow down even a little, the whip descends. Euphemistically, it's called washing away sins through sweat and becoming a new person. And that's not all. They also undergo 2 hours of ideological reform, including but not limited to carrying a wooden stake weighing several hundred jin while chanting spirit cultivation repentance. And what about the wages? Kushina was still curious. The wages are paid, of course. Sensei always keeps his word, Mikoto said flatly. But the education coins can only be spent inside the education team, where sensei set up a small shop. The meager wages the prisoners earn through backbreaking labor are immediately used to buy food that costs 100 times more than outside. Hearing Mikoto's description, Kushina sighed, "Big brother is amazing. Don't worry, you don't need to be." Mikoto began to comfort her. But upon hearing Kushina's words, Mikoto looked at her in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Kushina tilted her head. "I think Big Brother is really impressive." Mikoto pressed her hand to her forehead. She had forgotten. Kushina was Lee Mew's diehard fangirl. Naturally, she would idealize his image. Mikoto looked at Kushina with a mix of amusement and exasperation, unsure whether the girl was simply naive or blindly worshipful. She wondered if that was a good thing or a bad thing. While they were discussing Lee Mew's deeds, Lee Mew was busy teasing Tsunade. Lee Mew carried Gang Shou in his arms and tossed her onto the bed. A muffled thud echoed as the mattress sank slightly beneath her weight. Perhaps it was the mattress resilience, or perhaps it was Gang Shou's voluptuous figure. Gang Shou's body bounced once more on the bed, causing the generous expanse of fair skin exposed by her disheveled collar, from their earlier play and struggle, to ripple with enticing waves. Thrown onto the bed, Gang Shou pouted coquettishly, "You're going to kill me acting so rough." Lee Mew simply admired the sight before him. Gang Shou's golden hair was already tousled across the bed, and her delicate, lovely face had flushed into a tempting shade of pink from the strenuous activity and her embarrassment. Ignoring her struggles and resistance, Lee Mew directly lowered his head to kiss her jade-like neck and the expanse of snow-white skin below her collarbone. With his kiss, Gang Shou's gaze grew misty. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him, allowing him to conquer her supple body. As Lee Mew kissed the snowy skin beneath her collarbone, Gang Shou couldn't help but clutch the fabric of his shirt on his back. She murmured in a low voice, "You wicked man, you scoundrel, don't bite." With Lee Mew's movements, she inadvertently found herself completely bare before him. Gang Shou could hear the faint laughter of Jiu Xianai and Mei Qin from outside. While enduring Lee Mew's demands, she bit her scarlet lip fiercely to stifle any strange sounds. A peculiar thrill surged through Gang Shou's heart. An hour later, Lee Mew kissed her sweat-drenched brow and asked, "How was it?" Having been thoroughly ravished for an entire hour, Gang Shou now looked as if she had been pulled from the water. She leaned limply against Lee Mew's chest, her voluptuous body still bearing a lingering flush, with several red marks on her jade-like neck and collarbone. A few strands of golden hair clung to her forehead and cheeks, showcasing the indolent charm and allure of afterglow. Hearing Lee Mew's teasing, she lifted her eyelids slightly to glance at him. "You bastard, how dare you ask?" Gang Shou raised her head in shame and anger, pounding his chest. Still unsatisfied, she bit his shoulder viciously and snarled, "I'll bite you to death." Hearing her words, Lee Mew brushed the strands of hair from her forehead and face, leaning close to her ear, and whispered, "Really?" Only then did Gang Shou realize her words had a double meaning. She cursed softly, "You're a pervert whose mind is full of filth." With that, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him. The pink that had barely faded spread across her body again from sheer embarrassment. As she turned to face the wall, her mind involuntarily recalled the past hour. How she had bitten the corner of the pillow to keep Mei Qin and Jiu Xianai from hearing anything unusual, while Lee Mew tormented her in every possible way. Gang Shou wished she could bury her face in the pillow. Seeing her like this, Lee Mew reached out to caress her cheek. Feeling the warmth of his palm, she rubbed against it coquettishly and said, "You've taken full advantage of me. Now I'm thirsty. Get me a glass of water." Hearing her request, Li Mu poured a glass of water from the bedside table, then turned the sulking Gang Shou toward him, making her lean against him. Gang Shou, too exhausted to lift a finger, said matter-of-factly, "Feed me." But what came was not the glass. Li Mu drank the water in one gulp, then lowered his head to press his lips against her slightly swollen ones, transferring the water into her mouth. Gang Shou's eyes widened in surprise, but instinct compelled her to swallow the water. Clearly Li Mu's intentions were not solely about water. After feeding her, he did not withdraw, but instead sucked on her slightly swollen lips. After the kiss, Gang Shou gasped for breath. She wiped the residual moisture from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and glared at Li Mu. "I asked you to feed me water, and this is how you do it. You're a complete scoundrel." Hearing her words, Li Mu pulled her back into his arms and kissed her forehead. He chuckled mischievously. "I wonder who was the one taking the initiative just now." At his teasing, Gang Shou lightly slapped him again. "All right, enough fooling around." She broke free from his embrace, her feet touching the ground as she tried to stand. She muttered, "It's all your fault. I'm sweaty again and need to take a bath." The moment she stood up, her legs suddenly gave way, and she nearly fell. The culprit behind her, Li Mu, reached out to steady her slender waist. "Come on, I'll help you." Li Mu was rather thorough in his bath, spending an entire hour. Perhaps it was the prolonged standing or something else. Li Mu carried Gang Shou out of the bathroom. He helped her dress neatly and said with a smile, "Let's go." Gang Shou, looking at his smug face, clenched her teeth. She placed her hand on his waist and said, "Bastard." But now weak all over, her pinch felt more like a massage. When the two of them walked out of the room, Mei Qin looked at them and deliberately said in a teasing, meaningful tone, "What happened between Sister Gang Shou and teacher? The two of you stayed in the room for so long." Hearing Mei Qin's sarcastic words, Gang Shou's already flushed face darkened noticeably. She was about to speak when Li Mu interrupted. He walked up to Mei Qin, reached out, and pinched her cheek. "Mei Qin, do you also need some tutoring?" Mei Qin's face blushed slightly, but she stood up and naturally hugged Li Mu, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, "Teacher, you wouldn't want to lose your status as a Jonin instructor, would you?" Hearing her teasing, Li Mu's face darkened. He pinched her nose and asked, "Where did you learn that?" Mei Qin said pitifully, "Didn't you say that yourself last night?" "Mei Qin, you wouldn't want to fail to graduate, would you?" At her words, Li Mu felt a bit awkward. It seemed he had indeed. He could only pinch her cheek again and let her off for now. Mei Qin playfully stuck out her tongue and gave him another kiss. Li Mu then smiled at Zhou Xian, who was munching on snacks. He reached out and patted her head. "Tomorrow the break ends, and we'll be going on missions." Hearing this, Zhou Xian, who had been enthusiastically eating snacks, immediately drooped her little face. She put down her snack, tugged at Li Mu's shirt, and whined, "Brother, can we rest for 2 more days?" Li Mu replied in a tone of exasperation, "This is your grandmother's request, so begging me is useless." With that, he pinched her little cheek again. Zhou Xian could only accept this cruel reality. Meanwhile, Da Shiwan and Sheng Shu also received a letter from Konoha delivered by a special messenger beast. Da Shiwan read the contents. He was to gather with Hataki Sakumo and others at a certain location. The message was concise, treating Da Shiwan as if he were a mere cog. Da Shiwan was silent for a long time after reading the message. Finally, he put away the letter. Sheng Shu, however, was undiminished in his enthusiasm. He exclaimed excitedly, Teacher, is there a mission over there?" Da Shiwan nodded, his voice devoid of emotion. "Yes, there's another mission. Let's go." The two sat in a small boat, with Sheng Shu steering the vessel. Orochimaru silently gazed at the sky. After an unknown period, Orochimaru slowly spoke. "Sheng Shu, what do you think the meaning of life is?" Because after becoming a Chunin, Orochimaru was nothing more than the workhorse of the production team, spending 360 out of 365 days on missions. While rowing the boat, Sheng Shu was momentarily taken aback by the contemplative Orochimaru. To avoid being left behind, Sheng Shu quickly added, "Finish the task, and let's go." His words were abruptly cut off as a massive wave struck, sending their boat flying. He could only mumble, "The meaning of life might be." Sheng Shu's words halted. Both Sheng Shu and Orochimaru condensed their chakra beneath their feet, standing steadily on the sea. Orochimaru, drenched from the wave, tossed the octopus that had clung to his head back into the ocean. He sighed and called out to Sheng Shu, "Let's go, Sheng Shu." The next afternoon, Li Mu took Kushina on 2 missions. Although labeled as missions, they were essentially Kushina using shadow clones to lazily carry out tedious drank tasks that wasted time and energy. Li Mu watched as Kushina skillfully employed her shadow clones to complete the missions. He clicked his tongue in amazement. If the veteran Chunin saw what Kushina was doing, they would certainly be astonished. This was because using shadow clones was an incredibly chakra-draining technique for those with average chakra. One use could consume nearly half of one's chakra. Using it twice meant one would be unable to fight at all. Yet Kushina used it without regard for the consumption. Limu looked at Kushina leaning against him and gently patted her head. Kushina squinted her eyes and rubbed her head against his large hand. The two enjoyed the afternoon sun. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Shang-Shu hurriedly arrived at the meeting point. Even the well-seasoned Kakashi was taken aback by their disheveled appearance. He cleared his throat and said, "You two, why don't you head to a nearby town for a bath and some rest?" Orochimaru wrinkled his brow at the smell of sweat emanating from himself. He nodded, saying, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." With that, he took the eager Shang-Shu and headed toward the nearby town. Kakashi watched Orochimaru's departing figure and sighed. The younger generation is indeed formidable. The reason for his sentiment was simple. Before him, Orochimaru had already completed more strength missions than he had. Kakashi, being a few years older, had only completed a dozen strength missions. That was already an impressive record. Yet the younger Orochimaru had completed 31 strength missions. Truly, the younger generation was formidable. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama had just received 2 letters. The third Kazekage inquired about the specific timing in one of the letters. He expressed a willingness to engage in secret discussions with Konoha soon. Senju Tobarama replied with a date and location, then reached for another letter from Awagakure. The contents were similar to those of the third Kazekage, expressing a willingness to discuss matters in detail with Konoha. Senju Tobarama mischievously set the time for the following week at the same hour. He was quite eager to see the expressions on the faces of both when they coincidentally met at the negotiation location with Konoha. Orochimaru and Shang-Shu, exhausted from their journey, arrived at a nearby bathhouse. The old wooden sign read Matsunoyu. Orochimaru and Shang-Shu reeked of seawater, and their clothes were in a pitiful state. Orochimaru led Shang-Shu through the entrance of the bathhouse, where a middle-aged man sat behind the counter. The man, awakened by the scent of foulness like that of dead fish, reluctantly opened his eyes. Once he moved the book off his face and glanced at the two in tattered clothes at the door, he waved his hand with a hint of irritation. "Where did these beggars come from? Get out." After saying that, he opened a drawer, pulled out a small stack of change, and prepared to shoo the 2 beggars away. "Get out, there's a noodle shop next door where you can buy something to eat." It was no wonder the front desk had misjudged, as Orochimaru and Shang-Shu's appearance was indeed quite pitiful. Orochimaru remained silent. He reached into his robe and pulled out a stack of bills. Holding it up, he said, "Arrange the best private room for us two. The rest of the money can buy each of us a piece of clothing, and the rest is yours." The front desk, seeing the thick stack of cash in Orochimaru's hand, gulped. He had just stood up when he naturally slid to his knees in front of Orochimaru, saying, "Esteemed guests, please follow me. I will prepare the best private room for you two." After leading them to a well-appointed room, he eagerly inquired about their clothing sizes. Once he received their answers, he went to buy 2 sets of clothing nearby. After bathing and putting on the new clothes, Orochimaru and Shang-Shu looked completely rejuvenated. As they prepared to leave, Orochimaru turned to the front desk. "How much did we spend?" The clerk behind the counter hurriedly bowed his head, calculating on an abacus. The beads of the abacus clicked and clacked. The clerk raised his head, wearing a fawning smile. "To report to you, the best private room with hot springs costs 2,000 ryo. Buying 2 sets of new clothing cost a total of 3,000 ryo. In total, that makes 5,000 ryo." Orochimaru nodded after hearing this. He extended his hand and precisely retrieved the amount he had just placed on the counter. He took out the money he owed, turned, and left, leaving the clerk dumbfounded. His mind was now filled with the question, "Where did my money go? Is that it?" The front desk gaped in surprise, even forgetting to chase after them. He didn't know what excuse to use. On the way back to the meeting point, Shang-Shu curiously asked, "Teacher, why did you do that?" Orochimaru looked at Shang-Shu and hoarsely explained, "The reason is simple. I am wealthy and not foolish." Shang-Shu continued to ask curiously, "Why did you give him so much money at the start?" "I was worried he wouldn't do his job well, so I gave him money to stabilize him first." Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, "Once he completes the task, he will have no more value to me. And since we won't meet again in the future, there's naturally no need to consider his feelings. Moreover, he called me a beggar, so I prepared a little surprise for him. I hope he won't be too shocked." At that moment, the dejected clerk was preparing cleaning tools to tidy up the private room. Unexpectedly, a multitude of white snakes suddenly appeared in the room. The sight of the white snakes startled him, causing him to sit down in fright. As he prepared to crawl away, he turned back to find the snakes had vanished. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, ultimately deciding to chalk it up to a hallucination. Still shaken, he locked the private room and hung up a daily maintenance sign. He was preparing to find 2 snake catchers to investigate what had happened. After Orochimaru brought Nawaki to the assembly point, Tsukumo Hatake began to announce the objective of this mission. They would infiltrate the Mist Village and carry out a targeted elimination of the high-ranking Mist officials who had instigated the attack on the Whirlpool Village. Having issued the mission, Tsukumo Hatake glanced at the eager Nawaki and said, "Nawaki." Hearing his name called, Nawaki immediately puffed out his chest and replied, "Senior Hatake, what is it?" Tsukumo Hitaki responded nothing much. This time you will mainly assist Yato in logistical matters. As he spoke, he pointed to a chunin with a kind and gentle appearance standing nearby. Nawaki felt a wave of disappointment, but he understood that a ninja must always obey the orders given by their superiors. He could only droop his head weakly and let out a dejected "oh." Tsukumo Hitaki did not coddle his emotions and continued to assign tasks. The target of their assassination was no ordinary foe, so Tobarama Senju had instructed them to succeed if possible, but to accept failure if not. Just then Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura also approached. Although Danzo's leg injury still had lingering effects, it no longer hindered his combat ability against other ninjas. After briefly devising tactics and contingency plans for various potential emergencies, the three of them led their respective teams through a pre-prepared passage and silently infiltrated the Mist Village. Their target this time was a high-ranking advisor of the Mist Village. The reason for choosing him was simple: he was weak enough. He was not from a bloodline clan, so an assassination plan would be almost certain to succeed. Konoha. Limu yawned. Kushina had just completed her final mission. She leaped directly onto Limu's back and said, "Let's go. We can rest after finishing the mission." Limu carried Kushina on his back, shifting her up a little. He asked casually, "Go home, or go find Tsunade and the others?" Kushina hesitated for only a moment before saying, "I'll go back and keep Grandma company." Hearing her words, Limu patted her head and said, "Mm." After sending Kushina home, Limu turned around and went to find Tobarama Senju to continue training in the Flying Thunder God technique. In the training ground, Tobarama Senju continued to guide Limu with his own experience. He looked at Limu, his eyes filled with gratification at having found a successor. In Tobarama's heart, Limu was the only one in Konoha who truly inherited his legacy. Tobarama Senju had 6 disciples in total. Unfortunately, none of them could truly inherit the essence of what he had learned. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado were relatively mediocre in talent, and Tobarama valued their intellect. He believed they could serve as civil officials to aid Konoha's development. As for Torafu Akimichi, he was naturally learning the secret techniques of the Akimichi clan. Although Tobarama trusted Kagami Uchiha, he still held back somewhat. Among the remaining 2 disciples, only Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were somewhat decent. Danzo in particular imitated Tobarama's mannerisms every day. He even styled his hair into a rigid hedgehog-like shape. In every meeting, Danzo would unconditionally agree with every opinion Tobarama expressed. Especially regarding the Uchiha clan, Danzo maintained a high degree of alignment with Tobarama. The more Danzo did this, the deeper Tobarama's concerns grew. Because Danzo's imitation was too deliberate. So deliberate that Tobarama, an old man who had weathered the storms from the Warring States period to the era of the 5 great nations, could see through it clearly. If Danzo were to become the leader, Konoha would likely be dragged into a quagmire of war and slowly drained to death. Some of Danzo's actions in the Yanbu also failed to win Tobarama's favor. Thus, Tobarama's evaluation of Danzo, this disciple who deliberately imitated him, was nothing, or rather outright disregard. Hiruzen Sarutobi, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of Danzo. Unfortunately, Hiruzen also lacked talent in the Flying Thunder God technique and could not fully inherit Tobarama's legacy. However, though his political tact was somewhat soft, he had become an excellent master of balance. At the very least, Konoha would not perish or decline directly within 20 years under his leadership. As for what would happen afterward, only heaven knew. Because Tobarama was well aware that Konoha harbored far too many hidden dangers, such as the Uchiha clan. During his own reign, he could suppress them with his authority. But what if he were no longer around? However, a solution to the Uchiha problem now existed to Limu before him. Tobarama suddenly shook his head to stop himself from overthinking. After all, he had already done enough. In Tobarama's view, when his elder brother was still alive, he should have simply annihilated the other 4 nations. At least that would have ensured a temporary peace. As for the future, that could be left to the wisdom of later generations. Tobarama thought of his elder brother's naive, idealistic policies. Hashirama always believed that peace could be achieved through mutual understanding among the ninja world. At the first 5 Kage summit, his brother even wanted to give away the tailed beasts captured by Konoha to the other 4 great nations for free. Infuriated, Tobarama had to make Hashirama shut up, fearing that if he continued, Konoha might end up having to subsidize them. Although the tailed beasts were eventually divided equally, the other 4 nations felt no gratitude toward Konoha. Instead, those nations that received the tailed beasts vigorously cultivated Jinchuriki, turning the tailed beasts into ultimate weapons of war. The peaceful situation that Hashirama had protected with his life completely dissipated in the very first year after his death. The first great ninja war erupted directly, and countless Konoha ninjas perished on the battlefield, thoroughly declaring the failure of Hashirama's naive balancing policy. However, Tobarama turned his gaze to Limu. He felt that if Limu could inherit his legacy, and with Hiruzen Sarutobi Danzo, Shimura Sakumo Hitaki, and the Uchiha clan as his aides, plus the explosive surge of geniuses in Konoha during the same period as Limu, it might indeed be possible to unify the ninja world and usher in a golden age for Konoha. At this moment, Limu once again succeeded in using the Flying Thunder God technique. He had already improved considerably compared to yesterday. He waved at Senju Tobarama. Second Grandmaster, how was that? Because of his performance yesterday, Senju Tobarama was almost numb to Limu's progress. He could only say not bad, but in actual combat the enemy won't give you that much time to counterattack. You still need to focus on training, not thinking about irrelevant things. Limu uttered an acknowledgement and continued his diligent practice. Senju Tobarama, on the other hand, began to ponder which ninjutsu to teach Limu next after he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. In Kirigakure, by now night had fallen. Hitaki, Sakumo, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Shimura, Danzo, and the others had silently infiltrated Kirigakure. Their target this time was the former head of the intelligence department of Kirigakure. Their aim was to solidify the possibility that the third Mizukage had silenced someone by murder. They sought to incite internal strife within Kirigakure while disguising themselves as Kirigakure's Umbu, attacking the Mizukage building. Following the original plan, they infiltrated the prison with ease. They eliminated several guards using the killing techniques of the Kirigakure Umbu. Then they opened the cell door of the former intelligence department head. When they opened the door, the poor scapegoat was still asleep. He was still waiting for his family to bail him out. Unfortunately, he never got that chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed the same method, causing the former intelligence department head to die from a Kirigakure Umbu kill technique. After finishing off the sleeping intelligence chief, the group was about to retreat. Shimura Danzo stopped them. He said in a low voice, "There are many dangerous criminals in this prison. Should we let them all out?" Hearing Danzo's words, Hitaki, Sakumo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged glances. They agreed to the decision. Since their goal was to throw Kirigakure into chaos, this move could only add fuel to the fire. It would be nice to further humiliate this turtle-like village. Danzo took out the map he had retrieved from the guard. He handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen asked curiously, "Aren't you coming with us?" Danzo said calmly, "I have my own mission. Let the others evacuate first." Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled the others to leave through the ventilation duct and added, "Detonate your explosive tags on the streets of Kirigakure to continue causing chaos." Understood. The two also found the control room. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and opened all the prison doors. With a thunderous roar, every cell door swung open. The sleeping prisoners stared at the scene in stunned disbelief. Some were at a loss, as such an absurd situation was unprecedented and they feared being made an example of. At that moment, Danzo used the transformation technique to disguise himself as a prisoner. Running, he shouted, "The prison doors are open, brothers. What are you waiting for? Charge with me." With that, he punched a patrolling guard flying. People follow the herd, especially in such a situation. Once one person takes the lead, the rest instinctively follow. Particularly after Danzo knocked out a guard with one punch, the others instinctively viewed him as a leader. They grabbed anything that could serve as a weapon and rushed out after him. Kill them all. Break out. At this moment, Danzo subtly moved the crowd in front of him. He reminded these comrades, "The guard's armory is in the right corridor. Don't forget to grab weapons." Hearing Danzo's words, these vicious criminals changed direction one after another, heading orderly to the armory to seize weapons. On the way, they killed several guards who came to investigate. Once Danzo saw his goal achieved, he silently slipped away. Meanwhile, the prisoners, now bloodthirsty, had no idea they had been completely betrayed. Hearing Danzo's words, these vicious criminals changed direction one after another, heading orderly to the armory to seize weapons. On the way, they killed several guards who came to Shimura. Danzo nodded. The three then vanished. Before leaving, they placed all their remaining explosive tags on key buildings, such as Kirigakure's hospital and school. They carried out precision strikes. Having done this, the three simultaneously made hand seals. Detonate. A thunderous series of explosions resounded across Kirigakure. The towering hospital building instantly collapsed at one corner. Countless rubble, mixed with scorching flames, shot into the sky. The school's iron gate was blasted into fragments. A fierce blaze erupted in an instant. At that time, other Konoha operatives on Kirigakure's streets also detonated their explosive tags. The streets were filled with the screams of villagers. Seeing their homeland suddenly engulfed in flames, large numbers of villagers panicked and ran towards safer areas. The prisoners who had just seized weapons also burst out of the prison. Witnessing the chaos on the streets, they began looting everywhere amid the flames. Faced with such devastation, Kirigakure's Umbu quickly intervened to suppress the riots. However, the bloodline clans only put in minimal effort. As long as the rioters didn't charge into their clan compounds, they turned a blind eye. After several companions paid with their lives, the rioters learned the order and stopped attacking the clan's territories. For a time, law and order in Kirigakure's civilian districts collapsed. The third Mizukage, watching the blazing village, gritted his teeth and said, "Notify all shinobi resting in Kirigakure to suppress this rebellion immediately." Understood. Thanks to Kirigakure's contraction plan, most shinobi were in the village. Even though the bloodline clans dragged their feet, most criminals were subdued by dawn. Only a few powerful fugitives still roamed the land of water. Only a handful of powerful criminals remained at large in the land of water. At this time, the third Mizukage, with bloodshot eyes after a sleepless night, said to the Umbu commander behind him, "Summon the village's high-ranking officials for an urgent meeting and try to ascertain the specific cause." Understood. Hearing the third Mizukage's order, the Umbu commander vanished. In the Mizukage building, the meeting room with a long table. Since the sun had not yet risen, the chandelier in the meeting room cast dim yellow light. The usual seating arrangement was observed. The marshal sat with eyes closed, listening. The third Mizukage sat at the head of the table, looking at the clan heads seated on both sides. Before he could speak, the Hozuki clan leader quickly launched an attack. He sneered at the third Mizukage in the main seat. "Mizukage-sama, such a major disturbance occurred in the village last night. The civilian district has nearly been burned to ruins. What the hell were your Umbu and prison guards doing? How could they let this happen in Kirigakure? As far as I know, since the village's founding, such a severe incident has never occurred before." The Hozuki clan leader, growing agitated, stood up. "Rumor has it that even the former head of the intelligence department died in the prison. That was a person personally ordered incarcerated by you, Mizukage-sama. He had only been captured a few days ago. How could he die so inexplicably inside?" The Hozuki clan leader's eyes were filled with sarcasm. "Mizukage-sama, is this crude method of yours the way to silence someone?" The other bloodline families looked at the third-generation water shadow with a teasing gaze. They had received news before the meeting. The former head of the intelligence department had died at the hands of the water shadow's direct dark forces. Although there were signs of imitation, who cared about the truth? They naturally knew that the third-generation water shadow would never resort to such crude methods if he wanted to silence someone. However, they did not care what the outcome would be. As long as the third-generation water shadow was questioned and his prestige was undermined, that was enough. At this moment, the third-generation water shadow's face turned ashen as he faced the almost table-flipping questions from the Akatsuki clan. The script he had prepared in advance suddenly escaped him. He had not expected these people to be so shameless. The marshal remained calm, but his gaze toward the third-generation water shadow was filled with coldness. This third-generation water shadow was getting old and spoke little. It was indeed time for a change. Moreover, his recent graduation policy had displeased the marshal greatly. If things continued like this, the Hidden Mist village would probably end up destroying itself. However, with no opportunity to intervene before, now was the time to thoroughly discuss the third-generation water shadow. After a long moment of contemplation, the third-generation water shadow stood up and said blandly, "Firstly, this turmoil was premeditated and prepared. Our schools and hospitals were destroyed by explosive tags. This was a coordinated attack and reprisal." Hearing the words of the third-generation water shadow, several clan heads of the bloodline limits scoffed repeatedly. They looked at him with mocking eyes. They were curious about how the third-generation water shadow planned to turn the situation around. Placing his hands on the table, the third-generation water shadow leaned forward and continued, "As for the follow-up events resulting from this mass prison break, both the dark forces and I have our responsibilities. Do you have no faults at all? Each of you kept your elite family members holed up in the base last night. While those ruthless criminals rampaged through the civilian district, where were you? Before the meeting, you all received intelligence and were so sharp. Yet where did you disappear to last night?" The urgency in the third-generation water shadow's tone grew, with veins bulging on his forehead, and his face turned red with extreme anger. Finally, he made a certain decision and directly smashed the teapot on the ground. "How can the village be well with you insects working together?" As the teapot shattered, a group of dark forces burst in, directly pressing several kunai against the vital points of these bloodline clan heads. As for the Mizukage clan, they were directly subdued by several ninjas with lightning chakra. The clan head of the Mizukage clan had just attempted to turn into water when he was knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, the clan head of the Kagaya clan had just intended to use bone arrows for a sneak attack when he was decisively beheaded by the dark forces. The blood that spurted out splattered onto the overhead chandelier, turning the light into an eerie blood-red color. The originally dim light transformed into an eerie blood-red hue. At this moment, the marshal stood up. "Third generation, have you gone mad?" Upon hearing the marshal's furious shout, the third-generation water shadow slipped 3 shurikens from his sleeve and hurled them at him. The shurikens finally slashed through his throat. As the marshal fell, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had not expected that the one he personally supported would end his own life. The marshal crashed heavily onto the wooden floor, still not completely lifeless. His gaze was fixed on the third-generation water shadow as his life continued to ebb away. Blood oozed from his throat, dripping onto the wooden floor and dyeing it red. Just as the marshal was about to speak, the blood that surged forth instantly choked him. The third-generation water shadow looked at him and said, "Farewell, Marshal." After saying this, he ended the marshal's life. At this point, most of the heads of the bloodline clans had already been slaughtered by the dark forces. Only a few heads of smaller clans remained. At this moment, the third-generation water shadow said to the dark forces beside him, "Bring the remaining ninjas of the Mizukage and Kagaya clans. Find an excuse to summon them. Just say the village has a mission." Those small bloodline clans looked at the third-generation water shadow with fear, but they breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that their clans were not named. While the Hidden Mist village was undergoing a brutal cleansing, Konoha village remained as usual. Mikoto fluttered her long eyelashes and opened her eyes. The curtains in the bedroom were drawn tightly, giving a feeling of complete darkness. The air still carried the scent lingering from last night's intimacy. Waking up, Mikoto felt her whole body ache and had no desire to get up. Last night, Limu, that bad teacher, had truly gone mad. Under the pretext of tutoring her, he had kept her up all night. As Mikoto gradually regained her senses, she also became aware of her current situation. At this moment, she was curled up in Limu's arms, and she could even hear the strong beating of his heart. Limu's large hand rested naturally on her waist while the other hand passed beneath her neck, holding her close. Looking at the culprit beside her peacefully sleeping, Mikoto felt increasingly annoyed. "Bad teacher, let's see how you gloat later." She puffed her cheeks and began to plot her revenge. Mikoto quietly shifted in the bedding, lowering her head to seek her target. Finally, directly. At this moment, Limu, who was sound asleep, suddenly woke up. As Mikoto prepared to escape, Limu said blandly, "Mikoto, you don't want to fail your graduation, do you?" Mikoto rushed into the bathroom to brush her teeth frantically, while the culprit Limu glanced at the time before getting up from bed, feeling refreshed. He walked naked to Mikoto, who was brushing her teeth. At this moment, Mikoto was wearing a silk backless nightgown. Two thin shoulder straps hung over her shoulders. A large expanse of her fair back was exposed to the air, and the hem of the nightgown barely covered her upper thighs. Limu suddenly hugged Mikoto tightly from behind. Mikoto was startled and glared at Limu through the mirror with an annoyed look. She mumbled indistinctly, "Bad teacher," with a mind full of lewd thoughts. Limu did not respond to Mikoto's mumbling. He simply buried his head in the crook of her neck, rubbing his chin against the side of her face. Since it was morning, Limu had not had time to shave yet. Therefore, when his stubble brushed against Mikoto's delicate skin, she couldn't help but shiver slightly. At this moment, Limu's hands naturally slipped into the two hollow sides of Mikoto's nightgown. As soon as his large hands touched her delicate skin, Mikoto almost swallowed the water in her mouth. She barely finished brushing her teeth under Limu's interference, and while wriggling her delicate body, she said softly, "Teacher, stop fooling around." Her voice was soft, and rather than a rejection, it felt more like a coaxing. Finally, after kissing Mikoto's back and leaving a red mark, Limu slowly withdrew his hand. Mikoto supported herself against the sink and finally sighed in relief. She lifted her head to glance at her blushing face in the mirror and softly spat, "Bad teacher." At breakfast, Meichin furrowed her brow at the glass of milk before her. She glanced at the plain kanji beside it, finding no appetite either. She shot a sharp glare at Limu, then ultimately poured herself a glass of water. Tsunade was puzzled. Was there something wrong with the milk? With this thought, she lifted the cup of water in front of her and drained it in one gulp. The milk trickled past her crimson lips and into her mouth. Only a few drops escaped, trailing down the corner of her lips and landing on her fair collarbone. Then it slid further down, vanishing at last into the valley of her cleavage. Tsunade extended her pink tongue, lightly licking the residual milk from her lips. Just as she was about to dab her collarbone with a tissue, Limu volunteered, "Let me do it." In the process, his hands naturally brushed against many places. Seeing Limu about to help her clean her cleavage as well, Tsunade finally lost her patience. She slapped away his roving hands and finished the cleanup herself. Meichin, observing Tsunade's impressive chest, glanced down at her own. She fell silent once more. In the Wuyin village, the third-generation water shadow watched the ninjas, soon to be purged, a gentle smile still on his face. He addressed the crowd below in a sincere tone, "I know you may all be confused about being summoned here at this moment. Our home has just suffered a devastating blow. The Umbu are severely understaffed, so I hope you can cooperate." The third-generation water shadow swept his gaze across the assembly, and seeing no objections, he continued, "This time, you are primarily required to assist us with two tasks. First, venture into the deep mountains and forests nearby to search for and eliminate bandits. Second, because the school and hospital were destroyed, I suspect other locations may have explosive tags left by the attackers. So I hope everyone will conduct a thorough sweep." Upon hearing the third-generation water shadow's words, some accepted the missions. Others turned and left directly for their clan compounds. Their reasoning was simple: the bandits had not yet been eradicated. Thus they needed to protect their clan territory. The third-generation Water Shadow nodded but inwardly sneered. It didn't matter. Splitting their forces would make it more than sufficient to defeat them one by one. After all 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were still alive, these few the third-generation Water Shadow could vouch for their loyalty. Soon the clans with bloodline limits destined for purging were divided. Over a dozen entered an underground sealed space that had been emptied. Others were split into multiple squads, each of 2 or 3 members tasked with clearing different zones. They would become the first targets of the purge. Under the command of the third-generation Water Shadow, a massacre against them began. Those from the Kagaya clan assigned to the underground space nominally responsible for detecting explosive tags and unknown personnel had just stepped into the passage. With a thunderous crash, the heavy iron door slammed shut in an instant, completely sealing off their only escape. Before these naturally battle-hungry warriors could react, green toxic mist began to spew violently from the ventilation shafts around them. It was poison gas prepared in advance. The Kagaya clan ninja roared ambush. They tried to hack at the iron door with bone blades from the Deadbone Pulse. But against the sturdy iron door, they could only leave white scratches. Some quickly stuffed antidote pills into their mouths and shared them with their comrades. Yet a sight of utter despair unfolded before them. The ventilation fan blades were slowly closing and the oxygen in the chamber was gradually depleting. Eventually, in the sealed, oxygen-starved chamber thick with deadly poison, their struggles weakened. Half an hour later, only an eerie silence remained. At the same time, the same tactic played out in other underground chambers of Wuyin Village. To facilitate the countermeasures, the third-generation Water Shadow, under the guise of cooperation, thoroughly split apart the ninjas of these bloodline clans, exploiting their weaknesses. For the Kagaya clan, whose offense was formidable, they made them unsure who to strike. Dealing with the Hozuki clan was even simpler. In the dense forests and barren mountains outside the village, those Hozuki clan ninjas broken into 2 or 3-person teams and assigned to eliminate fugitive criminals. Just as they passed through a copse, several blinding bolts of lightning erupted from the shadows of the trees. Lightning release, 4-pillar bind, 4 pillars of lightning rose from the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier. For the Hozuki clan, with their water-based abilities, lightning release was their nightmare. Without using the water body technique, their strength was no different from ordinary ninjas. At that moment, one Hozuki clan member was locked in combat with 2 Umbu. He had relied too heavily on the water body technique, and his close combat performance was even inferior to these Umbu. With a scream of agony, most of the Hozuki clan ninjas were eliminated. As for the Jonin, the third generation took action personally, accompanied by the 3 surviving members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The outcome was naturally a rout. The 7 ninja swordsmen only seemed like mascots when facing beings that defied common sense. But they were more than capable of handling these Jonin who had relied solely on their bloodline limits. Especially since the third-generation Water Shadow himself was a cage-level powerhouse. With overwhelming numerical advantage, strength superiority, and targeted deployment, these once haughty bloodline clan ninjas didn't even have a chance to transmit signals. In just a few hours, the wings of those powerful clans that once dared to challenge the Water Shadow's authority were clipped. Only those who were completely unaware and guarding the clan compounds remained. Their fate was sealed. On that day, the entire Wuyin village reeked of thick blood. The iron doors of the sealed chambers were opened. Umbu members wearing gas masks and holding antidote pills in their mouths carried away the Kagaya clan corpses for cremation. Because of the Great Purge, that day the crematoriums of Wuyin village proved insufficient. On the second day of the Great Purge, the morning of Wuyin village was shrouded in a blood-red mist. The Wuyin village once again witnessed the bloody mist. On the my side, everything remained unaffected. In the afternoon, as the sun set, the streets of my village were bathed in a layer of golden light. Meichin had already changed out of her casual home attire. Just as she was about to tidy up the living room, a knock came from the side door of the courtyard. Meichin knew exactly who it was without thinking. Xuanhua Shui's courtyard and Gang's house courtyard were adjacent to each other. To make it convenient for Jixinai to visit Xuanhua Shuihu, and Gang's Ho had specially installed a side door. Meichin walked over and opened the side door only to see Jixinai standing there vivaciously. She had clearly dressed up carefully today, wearing an exquisite red bubble sleeve, lace-trimmed dress. Beneath the hem, a pair of knee-high pure white stockings enveloped Jixinai's slightly fleshy legs, the edges just slipping into the skirt. Her iconic red hair was tied into twin tails, making her look like a little princess stepping out of a painting. As soon as she saw Meichin opening the door, Jixinai directly hugged her. "Sister Meichin." Meichin hugged Jixinai back, sparing no praise. "Jixinai, you look really beautiful today." Before Meichin could fully close the door, Jixinai was already impatiently running inside. Upon entering, Jixinai skillfully took off her shoes. Freed from the shoes, her delicate feet, tightly wrapped in knee-high white stockings, stepped lightly on the clean wooden floor. Feeling the slight chill from the floor, her toes curled almost imperceptibly. The white stockings also accentuated the perfect arch of Tsunade's feet. At this moment, Limu was leaning on the sofa in the living room, resting with his eyes closed. As soon as Tsunade saw him, she pounced straight over, squeezing into Limu's arms. Limu reached out to hold her. "Oh my," slowed down. To prevent Tsunade from slipping, Limu placed his hand on her slender waist and adjusted her position. As Tsunade settled into his embrace, Limu felt as if he were holding a large figurine or a doll, soft and fragrant, carrying a unique, youthful, girlish aura. Tsunade buried her head in Limu's chest, nuzzling against it. Limu kissed the top of her head and stroked her twin tails. "Tsunade is so beautiful today." Hearing Limu's compliment, Tsunade lifted her head proudly. Worried she might shock him, Limu quickly patted her back and said, "All right, you're old enough now. Let's talk this afternoon." Tsunade was about to cling to Limu a little longer when she heard Gang's house voice. "Tsunade, how old are you? Can't you understand the difference between men and women? Get off your brother now." Tsunade could only stick out her pink tongue at Gansho, who was frowning beside her. She then gave Limu a kiss on the cheek before finally getting off him. As she twisted to rise, the lace hem of her skirt inevitably lifted. For an instant, the top edge of the knee-high white stockings, which the skirt just barely covered, was now tightly pressing against Tsunade's fleshy thighs, indenting her fair skin. Tsunade's white stockinged feet naturally landed on the wooden floor. The skirt fell back into place, concealing the fleeting view. Tsunade walked over to Gansho, hugging her arm and acting spoiled. "Sister Gansho, do you think this outfit looks good on me?" Gangsho nodded. "Beautiful, beautiful. How could it not be beautiful when I styled it?" Then Gangsho started feeding Tsunade fruit, stuffing her little mouth. There was none of the former tension between them. Limu was happy to have some leisure time and began browsing through sealing techniques and various wind-release ninjutsu. A thought crossed his mind. Since he possessed the sage body, could he learn sage mode faster than others? Well, he could ask Gangsho about the sage mode of the Shikatsu forest when he had time. Having made up his mind, Limu continued flipping through books and scrolls, producing a rustling sound. Under the warm light of Limu's home, the laughter of Gansho, Meichin, and Tsunade filled the air, until Tsunade naively asked a question that made the atmosphere awkward. As the temperature inside the room rose, Meichin went to her room and changed from a high-collar top to one with a regular neckline. When she came out of the bedroom, Meichin deliberately checked that the collar just covered the hickey Limu had left on her. But that change turned out to be a mistake. Sharpie Tsunade instinctively turned her head and noticed the red mark deep in Maiken's neck. She asked in confusion, "Sister Meichin, were you bitten by a mosquito?" Meichin paused, then picked up a small mirror and looked. She realized that possibly because of her recent movements, half of the red mark was exposed at the base of her neck. Meichin forced a gentle smile and then shot a sharp glare at the culprit. "Yes, it was a super big mosquito, but I've already dealt with him." Hearing Maiken's admission, Tsunade muttered to herself, "Big brother's house has so many mosquitoes." Hearing Tsunade's remark, Limu, who had been drinking water on the sofa, burst out laughing and sprayed the water. He coughed and wiped his mouth. Before Meichin and Gangsho could react, Tsunade trotted over and patted Limu on the back, playing the role of a good little sister. Gangsho and Meichin exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. Limu waved his hand to show he was fine. Only then did Tsunade pat her own chest, which was just beginning to develop. Finally, as night fell, Tsunade opened the side door and returned home. Only 3 people remained in the house. Meichin quickly said, "I'm going to rest now." Blushing, she hurried off to her room like she was fleeing. For a moment, the entire living room was left with only Limu and Gangsho. As Meichin fled back to her room, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the living room took on a hint of ambiguity. Gangsho was wearing a well-tailored white home kimono today. Gangsho rested her cheek on one hand. Her long golden hair was tied into a single ponytail, shimmering brilliantly under the soft room lighting. Seeing Meichin close the door, Gangsho raised an eyebrow. Her beautiful eyes looked at Limu with a teasing smile as she joked, "A super big mosquito, huh?" Hearing Gang's house tease, Limu naturally walked over to her and whispered, "Aren't you also a super female mosquito?" Gang's house smug expression instantly stiffened at his words. She had wanted to win in their verbal spar for once, but then remembered that Tsunade had asked Limu the same thing last time. Having lost the verbal battle, Gang's Ho pinched the soft flesh at Limu's waist. She grumbled, "Can't you let me win just once?" Limu chuckled and whispered in her ear, "How about trying to win over me?" In bed, hearing Limu's words, Gang's Ho blushed, a rare sight, and threw a glare at him before muttering, "You're a pervert full of dirty thoughts." As Tsunade's words fell, Limu pressed his finger against her crimson lips to silence her. Then he leaned in. Easily parting her pearly teeth, he was met with her fervent response. She rose from the chair and wrapped her arms around Limu. His large hands roamed freely over her body. Her legs grew weak, and she hung limply upon him. With eyes heavy-lidded and seductive, she mustered her last shred of reason to the bedroom. Hearing this, Li Mu scooped her into his arms. One hand pressed against her formidable chest armor, deftly unfastening the buttons with practiced ease. Her once tight ponytail had come undone at some point. Li Mu kicked the bedroom door shut behind them. The room lay dark, lit only by faint moonlight and starlight filtering through the curtains. Gently, he laid Tsunade upon the bed. Li Mu kicked the bedroom door shut behind them. The room lay dark, lit only by faint moonlight and starlight filtering through the curtains. Li Mu reached behind her back and with one hand freed the final barrier. Tsunade lay on the sheets, her brilliant golden hair strewn messily across the pillow. She gasped for air after their passionate kiss. "You? How are you so quick-handed?" Li Mu pressed down on her with a mischievous grin. "Practice makes perfect." Tsunade was now utterly aroused beyond words. She tilted her neck back in surrender, meeting his descending kiss. Dawn arrived. Li Mu held Tsunade by the waist, burying his head in her suffocatingly soft, voluptuous bosom. Tsunade's golden hair lay scattered around her body. Li Mu instinctively shifted to find a comfortable position. As Li Mu nuzzled against her, Tsunade murmured and draped her leg over him, instinctively embracing him. After an unknown time, Tsunade awoke. Feeling the weight on her chest, she looked down and saw Li Mu nestled in her ample bosom. Tsunade murmured to herself, "This guy. It's a talent to fall asleep in this position every night." She felt his scorching breath and the damp heat against her chest. She gently patted his back, her eyes radiating maternal tenderness. Glancing at the time, she saw it was already 9 in the morning. She leaned down to his ear, her voice honey thick. "Bastard, so mighty last night. Why are you like an unweaned baby this morning?" Perhaps stirred by the warmth near his ear or disturbed from sleep, Li Mu mumbled and adjusted his sleep. His movement irritated Tsunade. She finally lost patience and pinched his ear. At last Li Mu woke up. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a field of white surrounded by Tsunade's unique scent. Li Mu smacked his lips, showing no intention of getting up. Instead, he shamelessly buried his face deeper and took a long breath. "If you're awake, lift that dog head of yours. You're crushing me." Her voice came from above. Only then did Li Mu reluctantly raise his head, meeting Tsunade's lovely face. Instead, she propped her cheek on one hand and watched him. Her loose golden hair cascaded onto his face and neck, tickling him. Tsunade extended a finger and provocatively lifted his chin. "Li Mu, aren't you quite capable every night? Why come morning do you always love to burrow into my arms? And this isn't the first time." Her beautiful eyes held a hint of cunning. She arched her impressive chest, leaned close to his ear, and with a voice full of maternal indulgence, yet seductive, she breathed softly. "Seeing you sleep so obediently, anyone would think you're seeking maternal love. How about calling me that now?" Hearing Tsunade's outrageous request, Li Mu froze. He looked at her face, still carrying last night's lingering allure, yet trying to appear the doting mother, and found himself both amused and exasperated. "So this is your game?" He buried himself again in her ample chest, declaring matter-of-factly, "Stop messing around. Let me sleep a while longer." Seeing that Li Mu ignored her, Tsunade's competitive spirit flared. Since the Ninja Academy, she had always been at a disadvantage with Li Mu. Whether he was strong or weak, he always had her under control. Today she refused to believe she couldn't win. "Sleep? The sun's already scorching your backside." Tsunade cupped his face in her hands and lifted it with slight force. Then using her legs, she adjusted their. Li Mu reluctantly raised his face. She shifted their postures, looking down at him from above. Both were now completely exposed. Her movement presented Li Mu with a powerful visual impact. Unaware, Tsunade spoke gently. "Come now, Li Mu, don't be shy." She reached out and stroked his short hair as if coaxing a child. She coaxed him while leaning down to lightly brush his nose. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Little bastard, let's see you surrender now. If you call me that, you'll never hold your head high in front of me again." Feeling her softness, Li Mu placed a hand on her waist and rubbed it mischievously. His gaze turned predatory, and he grinned. "Are you sure you want me to call you that?" "Absolutely. Go ahead." Her eyes brightened as his tones softened. "Fine, then I'll indulge you." With that, Li Mu's arm around her waist suddenly tightened. He shifted, flipping their positions in a swift reversal of offense and defense. He whispered, "Since you're so doting today, I'll have to show my filial piety to you, my elder." With that, he captured her crimson lips. The already charged atmosphere spiraled out of control. Tsunade's golden hair clung to her cheeks, and the culprit Li Mu smirked as he rolled to one side, pulling her into his arms again. Exhausted, Tsunade could only yield to his handling. Tsunade recalled everything that had happened this morning. What infuriated her most was that in her haze and indulgence, she seemed to have been coerced by that scoundrel into agreeing to a series of absurd terms. At this thought, Tsunade's already flushed face instantly deepened to a rosy pink. An overwhelming wave of shame surged through her heart. She gritted her teeth and spat out, "Li Mu." Li Mu responded naturally right here. He deliberately drew out his words, emphasizing the last two syllables right next to her ear as she burned with humiliation. He then gently kissed her cheek. Shut up. Don't you dare say that word. Overwhelmed with shame, Tsunade yanked the thin quilt over her face and mumbled, You absolute bastard, you scoundrel. It was I who first. I who first. She had intended to say, it was I who teased you first, but the words stuck in her throat and refused to leave her lips. Limu watched her break down and decided not to tease her further. He held her close, soothing her emotions. After a long while, Tsunade finally pushed the quilt aside and asked, Why were you so excited just now? Limu gazed at her as she finally emerged from under the covers. Her beautiful eyes were still misty and her cheeks, already tinged with red, had the blush spreading all the way to her earlobes from the sheer embarrassment of asking such a shameful question. Hearing her accusation, Limu reached out and pinched her cheek. Because of the sense of transgression. What? What sense of transgression? Don't try to confuse me with your weird words. Tsunade slapped his hand away in annoyance, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Limu took the opportunity to pull her closer, pressing their bare bodies together, and whispered in her ear with a low chuckle, Because in everyday life you are already the proud daughter of the Senju clan. But this morning, just to win a verbal spar against me, you voluntarily added another layer of identity. Limu paused, deliberately stroking her cheek. After hearing Limu's explanation, Tsunade's face flushed even deeper. She had thought she was gaining the upper hand verbally, never realizing she had instead delivered herself straight into his trap. You pervert. Tsunade finally understood, and an endless tide of shame engulfed her completely. She recalled how in her dazed state she had actually echoed his words and accepted those bizarre titles. Tsunade wished she could crawl into a hole. After a long pause, she lifted her head and glared at him fiercely. Don't you ever say those two words again. Limu nodded with amusement, leaning down to kiss her forehead. All right, whatever you say. In the Sand Village, the third Kazekage had finally received a reply. He noted the time and place, ready to discuss with Senju Tobarama the specifics of deeper cooperation between Konoha and the Sand Village. After all, the two nations were neighbors. Uniting, establishing trade, and exchanging the Sand Villages, or for Konoha's grain at a fair price, or even at a slight loss, was still advantageous. Because for a long time the Sand Village had waved banknotes in vain, unable to buy even at a premium. He replied, stating he would arrive as soon as possible. In the Rock Village, Inoki also received the details. He too looked forward to cooperating with Konoha. Inoki had always understood that the military alliance with the Sand Village was a weak nation's self-rescue. The two countries' soft power conflicted. Both relied solely on or for foreign exchange. But now word was that the second Raikage had just completed a major purge in the Cloud Village. The village was severely weakened, retracting its power entirely. They were abandoning the small ninja villages or minor nations under the Cloud Village's remote control and strengthening homeland defense. This stirred Inoki's scheming mind. If the Rock Village allied with Konoha, he could hardly imagine how terrifying the complementarity of their soft power and military alliance would be. With that thought, Inoki finally replied, confirming he would attend the negotiations on time. No sooner had he sent the reply than an ANBU appeared before him. Inoki frowned in puzzlement. What's wrong? This ANBU's duty was to deliver critical intelligence, so he would not enter the office without reason. The ANBU handed a letter to Inoki. Lord Tsuchikage, this is an urgent report from the Mist Village. Inoki took the letter, tore it open, and began to read. The letter contained two pieces of intelligence. The first stated that the Mist Village had been attacked by a mysterious force and a prison riot had broken out. Schools, hospitals, and key facilities had suffered severe damage with heavy losses. Rioters from the prison had stormed civilian areas, causing significant harm. Inoki felt no turmoil upon reading this. Such events would not significantly affect the Mist Village's immediate combat strength. They would only lead to a generational gap a decade later. Civilians formed the foundation. The more civilians, the more ninjas would emerge correspondingly. If the ninja village were a pyramid, civilians were its base. Without a sufficient civilian population to support it, the village's social production would grind to a halt. More critically, being a ninja was a high-risk profession. In each great ninja war, the casualties among low-ranking ninjas were horrifying. Without enough orphans or commoner children volunteering for the academy to replenish fresh blood, a single devastating war would doom the village to irrevocable decline. Moreover, even in peacetime, the first hurdle from civilian to genin already eliminated 60% of ordinary candidates. The conditions for advancing from genin to chunin were extremely harsh. The elimination rate was around 80 to 90%. As for jonin, aside from wartime, promotion was an exceedingly difficult endeavor. After confirming that the first letter brought good news, Inoki turned to the second. Following the attack, the third Mizukage seized the moment, assassinating the village's marshal during a meeting. He mobilized his direct ANBU and the remaining 7 swordsmen of the Mist to carry out a devastating blood purge against core bloodline-limited clans like the Hozuki and the Kagaya. The rock village Anbu had dubbed that day the Day of Blood Mist, for the bloodshed had stained the perennial fog of the Mist Village a deep crimson. However, this was hardly good news for the Mist Village. The third Mizukage's earlier swift capitulation had led him to misjudge the man as weak. Unexpectedly, he showed such iron while cleansing internal opposition with ruthless force. This boded ill for them. Inoki muttered to himself, "What is the third Mizukage up to with such a massive move?" At this moment he began to harbor deep wariness toward that mad village of the mist. The reason was simple: all power in Kirigakure had now been completely concentrated in the hands of the third Mizukage. The entire high-ranking echelons of the village had become a one-man show under his purge. If the third Mizukage suddenly lost his mind and launched a war at any cost, no one could stop him. Inoki looked up towards Kirigakure and said, "Third Mizukage, what will you do?" At the same time, Hatake Tsukumo, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others who had finally completed their mission returned to Konohagakure. As they stepped into the village, Nawaki raised his arm and shouted, "I'm back." Nawaki's voice also drew the attention of many Konoha villagers. Some of them began to whisper, "This guy." Most people were just watching the spectacle. He seems to be the grandson of the second Hokage. Upon hearing that Nawaki was the second Hokage's grandson, the Konoha villagers felt as if their mouths were no longer under their control. Isn't he just relying on the background of the Senju clan? Looking at him like this, I really don't know how he deserves the name Senju. Exactly, I heard he just slacked off in the back during this mission. Should keep it down. He's the only remaining heir of the Senju clan. Even though the clan was disbanded, a withered camel is still bigger than a horse. What if the Umbu sets their sights on us? True reincarnation is a skill. Too bad we don't have it. Although the villagers' whispers were not loud, Nawaki's keen perception caught every word clearly. Nawaki, who had been excited to have made it back to Konoha alive, suddenly froze, the smile on his face instantly stiffening. His outstretched arms fell awkwardly to his sides. In the distance, a squad from the Uchiha Konoha military police arrived. Hatake Tsukumo heard these remarks and felt displeased. As a ninja from a samurai family, he had the most basic moral principles. Just as Hatake Tsukumo was about to reprimand them, Orochimaru, standing behind him, patted his shoulder. "Sakumo-senpai, it's useless." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Hatake Tsukumo opened his mouth to retort, but didn't know how to begin. He could only wave his hand and turn away. Orochimaru looked at the dejected Nawaki, patted his shoulder, and said, "There's no need to feel dejected or saddened by the actions of a mob. Rest well. If you want to become Hokage, you'll have to endure far more doubt than this." Nawaki, naturally thick-skinned, nodded vigorously upon hearing Orochimaru's consolation. "You'll work hard, Orochimaru-sensei." As they dispersed, the group of Konoha villagers were still whispering, "Why did I just say that? I don't know, my body was completely out of control." At that moment, the Uchiha Konoha military police appeared. Among them, the leader, the already promoted Uchiha Ryodai, barked, "What are you people doing gathered here?" The Konoha villagers were startled. Most of the onlookers, driven by their natural fear of the Uchiha, scattered. However, those who had just spoken insolently upon seeing the Uchiha for some reason, their mouths began to act up again. One of the middle-aged men who had led the mockery of Nawaki pointed at Uchiha Ryodai and said, "Uchiha, so what? You bunch of arrogant bullies, do you think you're above everyone else? Let me tell you, this village is everyone's Konoha and not yours, the Uchihas. What right do you have to lord it over us while we have to grovel at your feet?" With someone leading the charge, the emotions of the others began to stir. They surrounded the Konoha military police members and started pointing fingers. But they seemed to have forgotten the fearsome reputation of the Konoha military police. They were not the pushovers of Konoha. One person beside Uchiha Ryodai said, "These are no longer ordinary villagers, we need to crack down hard." Uchiha Ryodai also drew his baton from his waist. Seeing their captain's action, the others uniformly pulled out their batons. Uchiha Ryodai swung his baton straight at the mouth of the leading middle-aged man. His movements were extremely practiced: first strike to the legs to prevent escape, second strike to the mouth to prevent begging, third strike to the head to make these ruffians stop thinking. For a moment the air was filled with screams, wails, and pleas for mercy. One ruffian, bleeding profusely from the head, tried to crawl away unnoticed. But then he saw those familiar boots again. The Konoha military police member who had come to support looked at him and smiled slightly. "Hello." Just as he was about to say, "I'm not fine," he was met with a rain of batons, beaten until he fled with his head in his hands. Half an hour later, Uchiha Ryodai wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed at the beaten, curled-up Konoha ruffians. "All right, take them away. Invite them to the Uchiha Grand Hotel for proper rehabilitation." "Yes." After several Konoha military police members took them away, Uchiha Ryodai wiped the blood clean from his baton. He waved his hand. "Fall back." The others left one after another, leaving only the bloodstains on the ground as proof that the earlier events were not an illusion. Meanwhile, far away in the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama soon heard the news. Upon hearing it, he said, "How could this be? How can this be allowed?" And Umbu added, "Hokagesima, it's like this. These ruffians who were suppressed by the military police also participated in insulting Orochimaru Hatake, Sakomo Nawaki, and others." Senju Tobarama, who had already stood up, sat back down. He nodded. "That is excusable after all. Let this be a one-time exception." The Umbu member suppressed a smile behind his mask, nodded, and left. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside. "Is the Hokage inside?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out. The departing Umbu nodded. "Yes, the Hokage is right here." Senju Tobarama heard him and called out directly, "Monkey, just come in." Having completed their mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen led the others into the Hokage's office. Senju Tobarama looked at them and said, "Good work. Go back and rest well." The cost to Kirigakure this time was very heavy. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others nodded and left. Just as Orochimaru and Nawaki were also about to head back to rest, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped them. "You two stay." Orochimaru, upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, paused and turned his head, asking in a hoarse voice, "Second Hokagesima." Senju Tobarama said calmly, "There are a few more missions here. Orochimaru, take Nawaki and do them." He handed several scrolls to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and took the scrolls. Senju Tobarama seemed to sense Orochimaru's mood. He chuckled lightly. "From now on, if there's anything you don't understand about forbidden techniques, you can ask me. You should know where it'll be after I finish my work." Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly. He asked incredulously, "Really? Can I?" Senju Tobarama smiled and nodded. "Of course." The dissatisfaction in Orochimaru's heart instantly vanished. Right in front of Senju Tobarama, he directly used the hidden shadow snake hands to bind Nawaki. Before Nawaki could react, the two vanished without a trace. Tobarama Senju glanced at the two, chuckling softly, and continued his work. At Li Mu's home, Li Mu and Tsunade finally managed to drag themselves out of bed by noon. Tsunade was tidying her clothes at the dressing table when Li Mu embraced her from behind. Her body stiffened slightly, and she pushed away his head as it drew close, saying in a coquettish tone, "All right, stop fooling around. Do you really want to stay in the room all day?" Li Mu kissed her cheek and asked, "No, I just want to ask something." Tsunade rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Then she swatted away his large hand that was moving up from her waist, saying, "If your hands behaved, I'd believe you." As her words fell, Li Mu's hands restlessly entwined again. Tsunade had to take the initiative and kiss this somewhat rogue man. "Don't mess up my clothes." Only then did Li Mu ask, "Tsunade, do you know what the sage art of Shikatsu Forest is?" Sage art. Tsunade pondered, resting her hand on her smooth chin. Li Mu, who had been bending over, simply squeezed in and let her sit on his lap. Tsunade adjusted her posture to get more comfortable, then half leaned in his arms and said, "Do you know my 100 healings mark?" Li Mu nodded. "Of course I do." Tsunade raised her head slightly and looked into his eyes. The usually languid gaze was now tinged with unusual solemnity. As she spoke, she lightly tapped on his chest with her finger. "The core of the 100 healings mark is actually the stepping stone to the Shikatsu Forest Sage mode, or rather its prerequisite foundation." Li Mu patted her full thigh, signaling her to continue. To master the Shikatsu Forest Sage mode, the core lies in assimilating natural energy. Tsunade shifted to a more comfortable position and unusually spoke in her cool, mature voice. "You should know that Sage mode requires maintaining 3 energies: chakra, mental energy, and natural energy. The Sage modes of the 3 holy lands differ according to their cultivation methods. And the Sage mode of our Shikatsu Forest is also the most expansive. Its essence is absolute healing and infinite tolerance. Therefore, the cultivation methods of the 3 holy lands are entirely different." Having said this, Tsunade took Li Mu's hand and guided it to the diamond-shaped mark at the center of her smooth forehead. But the rascal only touched it briefly before his hand wandered elsewhere. Tsunade lowered her head and bit Li Mu's palm to make him behave, then continued explaining, "Because the training method of Shikatsu Forest is relatively primitive, natural energy rushing into the body would directly burst it. Therefore, the 100 healings mark was created as a prerequisite. Now that the 100 healings mark is the prerequisite, and you have successfully condensed the mark." Li Mu wrapped his arms around her waist and asked curiously, "Why don't you just practice the Shikatsu Forest Sage art? With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult, should it?" Hearing Li Mu's question, Tsunade's expression changed slightly. Feeling guilty, she avoided his gaze, turned her head, and stammered, "It's because." But then, meeting his probing gaze, she said in a slightly disappointed tone, "Lady Katsu herself said I'm not suited for practicing sage art." Sensing Tsunade's low mood, Li Mu tightened his arms around her. However, Tsunade, who was naturally thick-skinned, soon forgot her disappointment. She looked up and asked directly, "Aren't you curious why?" Li Mu was indeed curious about why Tsunade, a member of the Senju clan, was unsuitable for learning sage mode. Tsunade poked Li Mu's cheek with her index finger, "Because the core of Shikatsu Forest Sage art is stillness. To cultivate the Shikatsu Forest Sage mode at the moment the 100 Healing Seal is released, the mental state must reach what is called the ethereal realm. To merge with that natural energy. Merge. Limu quickly caught the key point. Tsunade nodded slightly. Exactly, merge. More precisely, contain. Use the reservoir of the 100 Healings mark to absorb natural energy. Then through natural energy, gradually strengthen your body. Limu became increasingly confused. He asked in doubt, strengthen. Then the first Hokage's Sage mode. Tsunade shook her head. I don't know where grandfather's Sage mode comes from, but it's definitely not from Shikatsu Forest. Hearing this, Limu was puzzled. Seeing his expression, Tsunade suggested, regarding grandfather's matters, why don't you ask second grandfather? They are from the same era. Limu suddenly realized. He nodded. It seemed he had been overthinking. By the time the two emerged, breakfast had gone cold. Mikoto, dressed in a conservative home outfit, looked at them and said in a faint tone, out now. Limu responded, and then shamelessly sat down. After the meal, he headed to the Hokage's office to resolve his lingering doubts. In the Hokage's office, Limu sat on the sofa and posed the question to Tobarama Senju. Second grandfather, is it true that the first Hokage's Sage mode is not from the 3 Holy Lands? Tobarama's pen paused. He put it down. Clasping his hands together, he looked at Limu and said seriously, everyone, including some village higher-ups, believes that my elder brother's Sage mode came from the 3 Holy Lands. But I can tell you with full responsibility, it's not. My brother's Sage mode is innate. As he said this, Limu could see a hint of pride on Tobarama's face. He had seen this kind of pride before. It was the same pride that shone in the eyes of the Uchiha and Hyuga families when they spoke of their clans. He couldn't help repeating, innate. Tobarama nodded at the astonished Limu. Yes, innate. In battle, my brother only needs to clap his hands, and he can summon anything entering Sage mode anytime, anywhere. Limu drank a cup of tea and continued, what about would release? Tobarama glanced at Limu, then looked into the distance with a tone of emotion. Would release is also my brother's innate bloodline limit. Moreover, would release only displays its true power when my brother enters Sage mode. Tobarama patted Limu on the shoulder and said, if you want to learn Sage mode, my suggestion is to meet with, because with your physical strength you can skip the first step entirely. Practice Sage mode directly. Limu stood up upon hearing this. I understand, second grandfather. Tobarama returned to his seat. Good. If there's nothing else, you may go. When Limu returned home, he found a familiar figure inside. Standing in the center of the living room, Kushina twirled before Mikoto, and Tsunade, her crimson hair, tracing arcs through the air with the movement. Hearing the door open, Kushina instinctively turned her head, her eyes lighting up instantly. Her sleek, black-stockinged feet padded across the wooden floor with a soft tap, 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 and she directly linked her arm through his. Today, Kushina had changed into another carefully coordinated outfit. On her upper body was a modified pale pink, sleeveless blouse. What most captivated Limu's gaze was the high-waisted short skirt she paired below. The hem of the skirt swayed slightly with her movements. Beneath the skirt, rather than the thigh-high stockings from yesterday, Kushina had donned a pair of black calf-length socks. Kushina ran up to Limu, lifting her head and eagerly asking, brother, how do I look? Do you like it? Standing so close, Limu could catch the faint, unique fragrance emanating from her, and he could distinctly feel the soft touch of her against his arm. Just as Limu was about to speak, 3 choices materialized before him. Choice 1, compliment her, embodying the gentle tenderness of a perfect elder, and follow up with a head pat. Task reward, wind, release, pressure, harm. Kushina's affection. 5. Choice 2, pinch her baby-faced adorable cheeks and teasingly joke with her. Task reward, Shikatsu Forest affinity. 10, enabling gentler natural energy blessings when communicating with the slug sage in the future. Kushina's affection unchanged. Choice 3, maintain the aloof, imposing image of a powerhouse, remain unmoved, even flick her on the forehead, and urge her to hurry back to do homework. Task reward, slight increase in chakra, half a card. Kushina's affection unchanged. Limu's eyes swiftly scanned the options. First and third were discarded outright. A brank ninjutsu no longer offered much improvement to Limu. As for the third, such paltry rewards were hardly worth considering. Limu still wasn't certain of the exact amount of chakra within him. Thus he decisively chose the second option. The moment he made his choice, he felt an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the earth. Seated in a chair, he reached out and gently pinched Kushina's delightfully soft cheeks. He deliberately leaned and closed, gazing directly at her. Kushina instinctively closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering faintly, as if anticipating something. In the storybooks, this was how the male lead treated the female lead. Limu looked at her with a mischievous grin and said, Kushina truly looks beautiful today. But he deliberately drew out his words, releasing her cheeks and placing both hands on her slender waist. While gauging the circumference of Kushina's waist, Limu teased, still it feels like you've put on a little weight, haven't you? Have you been sneaking snacks? If you keep eating like that, you might not even fit into that skirt anymore. I have not. Hearing Li Mu's blatant fabrication about her gaining weight, and even accusing her of sneaking food, Kushina grew flustered. She slapped away his large hand with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Opening her eyes, she found Li Mu watching her with a mocking smile. At that moment, how could she not realize she had been fooled? She exclaimed, both shy and indignant, "You big villain. You were tricking me all along." Recalling how she had foolishly closed her eyes full of anticipation for the tender romance from those storybooks, her entire face flushed crimson. Shame, anger, and the awkwardness of having her little thoughts seen through made Kushina's temper flare instantly. She puffed up her cheeks and retorted, "I train diligently every day. My figure is perfectly fine. Sister Makoto and Sister Tsunade just complimented me. You liar of a big brother." Having said that, Kushina still felt it wasn't enough. The angrier she got, the more she thought about it. With a clever glint in her eyes, she lowered her gaze and targeted the top of Li Mu's foot. Slap. Raising her right foot still sheathed in the black calf-length sock, she stomped down onto Li Mu's instep. Though it seemed fierce deep down, Kushina couldn't bring herself to actually hurt him. The moment her foot made contact, she softened the force. Li Mu felt the peculiar smoothness and texture of the fabric. As she wobbled slightly due to unsteadiness, the foot in the black calf-length sock inadvertently ground against his foot. To Li Mu, this degree of punishment was nothing. He didn't dodge, instead he narrowed his eyes and savored. For him it felt more like a reward. Nevertheless, he verbally offered the little firecracker a graceful way out. "Ouch, ouch, that hurts." Li Mu gave a perfunctory cry. Only then did Kushina lift her chin and say, "Serves you right for slandering me." She then withdrew her delicate foot. Having teased her enough, Li Mu decided it was time to properly soothe her. He picked up a peeled grape and brought it. He smoothly changed the subject. "When did you get here?" Accepting his feeding, Kushina answered indistinctly, "Through the side door connecting your courtyard to Grandma's. Anyway, Sister Makoto already gave me the key." Li Mu continued feeding Kushina, filling her mouth until it bulged like a little squirrel's. With his continuous feeding, Kushina soon forgot the earlier incident. "Is it good?" Li Mu looked at her. Delicious." Seeing another peeled grape coming her way, Kushina unceremoniously leaned in again and snatched it with her mouth. In her eagerness, her lips accidentally brushed against Li Mu's fingertips. Watching her impatience, Li Mu casually grabbed a tissue and wiped the juice from the corner of her mouth. "Eat slowly, no one's fighting you for it." This series of gestures completely shattered Kushina's defenses. She lunged forward, burrowing herself directly into Li Mu's embrace. With a slight kick of her legs clad in black calf-length socks, she settled sideways on Li Mu's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. This time Kushina's hair was loose and flowing, not in her usual twin tails. A few strands of her crimson hair kept tickling Li Mu's nose. Afraid Kushina might fall, Li Mu loosely circled her waist and teased, "Just now who was it that called me a bad brother?" Kushina blushed faintly as she said, "I don't know, but it certainly won't be any less for me." Li Mu pinched her cheek and said, all right, come down now. You're a grown girl." Having said that, he instinctively patted her fair and supple thigh. After the pat, Li Mu froze, the astonishing sensation of her skin still lingering in his palm. He had grown accustomed to treating the person in his arms as Tsunade or Makoto, who always yielded to his every whim. Kushina, still in his embrace, stiffened instantly, her arms around his neck as she felt at a loss. Li Mu watched helplessly as a startling flush spread rapidly from Kushina's neck. Tsunade, who had been sitting nearby, had just nodded in satisfaction when she heard Li Mu telling Kushina to mind their distance. But upon witnessing Li Mu's action, she spat out the tea she had just sipped. She stared at Li Mu, contemplating whether or not a high-voltage shock was necessary. Just as Li Mu was about to explain, Kushina blushed, leaned in, and gave him a quick kiss, then fled from his arms like a startled deer. As if still unsatisfied, she stomped on Li Mu's foot with her black stocking-clad sole. The unique elasticity and smoothness of the stockings combined with the slightly forceful stomp were still far from a punishment for Li Mu. After the stomp, Kushina covered her face and ran behind Makoto. Makoto, like an older sister, gently patted her head. The room was enveloped in an atmosphere of ambiguous tension. Somewhat embarrassed, Li Mu cleared his throat to change the subject. He asked Tsunade, "Could you ask Lady Slug of Shigulin to come here?" Tsunade, uncrossing her legs, replied, "No problem." The two walked to the backyard. Makoto and Kushina, curious, followed behind. Tsunade bit her finger and skillfully formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A palm-sized slug appeared. A gentle female voice rang out, "Lady Tsunade, what's the matter?" Tsunade pointed at Li Mu and said, "Lady Slug, he wishes to learn the sage art of Shigulin." "Sage art?" The slug turned its antennae toward Li Mu, observing him. "So it's Li Mu," the slug said, its antennae waving as it carefully sensed his presence. "Oh." The slug showed signs of surprise. Tsunade asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, Lady Slug?" The slug's voice hesitated. "I feel that Li Mu is somewhat different from before. Previously, when Li Mu and Tsunade carried out missions together, there were times when his chakra was insufficient. The slug had come to their aid on several occasions, so it was quite familiar with Li Mu. The slug waved its tentacles and asked incredulously, Li Mu, why do I sense the aura of the Uzumaki clan within you? It then glanced at Li Mu's hair. Upon confirming it was black, it grew even more puzzled. Seeing the slug's confusion, Li Mu had no choice but to explain, it's like this, lady slug. According to Uzumaki Ashina, the clan leader, this is a case of atavism within me. Because my bloodline is so pure, purer than that of any existing Uzumaki. My hair is closer to the black of our ancestors. Li Mu rubbed his nose, finding the explanation quite absurd. The slug lowered its head in thought upon hearing Li Mu's words. As an ancient being, it knew far more than humans. For instance, the hair color of Azura, the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, was brown. Thus, the slug refuted Li Mu's claim. No, that's not it. It offered its own analysis. Not quite, Li Mu. The slug gently swayed its antennae and explained in a gentle female voice, Lord Azura, the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan, actually had hair that was more brownish than black. As for the bloodline atavism your clan leader mentioned, I find it inaccurate. Your current condition is actually a much rarer state, one that exists only in legends. Latent awakening. Hearing this new term, Li Mu felt a sense of profound mystery. He instinctively exchanged a glance with Tsunade, wondering if she, a member of the Senju clan, had heard the term before. To their surprise, Tsunade shook her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Makoto and Kushina also pricked up their ears. Tsunade was the first to ask, latent awakening. What does that mean, Lady Slug? The slug explained, it means that within Li Mu's body, not only has he perfectly inherited the yang release power of the Uzumaki clan, but he has also directly awakened the purest acquired sage body, without manifesting red hair. Acquired sage body. Li Mu couldn't help but repeat the term. He hadn't expected the sage body granted by the system to have so many interpretations. Although most explanations were like shooting an arrow and then painting the target, they still held a certain logic. The slug stared directly at Li Mu and said, ordinary ninjas refine chakra by combining physical energy and mental energy. But I can sense that just by standing here, Li Mu's body is automatically absorbing natural energy. This inexplicable affinity for natural energy is something only a sage body can possess. Because his physical foundation is too terrifying, the Uzumaki red hair that should have appeared has instead been dyed black by an even more dominant power. At this point, Li Mu asked in confusion, Lady Slug, then why can't I directly enter sage mode like Lord First Hokage? The slug moved its antennae closer to Li Mu and explained, because Lord Hashirama possessed the innate sage. At birth, his sage body was already in an activated state, allowing him to freely and actively control sage mode without any assistance from a sacred land. But you are different, Li Mu. Your sage body has not yet been activated. Natural energy within you is like an almost sealed chest. The natural energy that occasionally leaks from this chest continuously strengthens your body and mental power, increasing your chakra reserves. However, if you do not open this chest, you will never enter sage mode. Li Mu then asked, so how do I activate it? The slug said, it's simple, Li Mu. Sign a summoning contract with Shigulin. Then my main body will use reverse summoning technique to bring you over. Li Mu nodded upon hearing this. Tsunade took out the summoning scroll of Shigulin and placed it in his hands. Li Mu quickly bit his finger and signed his name. If not for his lightning-fast speed, the wound from the bite would have healed prematurely. Witnessing this, the slug fully confirmed its earlier speculation. After Li Mu completed the summoning scroll, it said, Lady Tsunade, Li Mu, I will go back first. Wait a moment, I will summon you both to Shigulin via reverse summoning technique. Both nodded. As the slug vanished in a puff of white smoke, Tsunade reminded Li Mu, be prepared. The first experience of reverse summoning technique won't be pleasant. Li Mu nodded. In an instant, Li Mu was seized by a dizzying spin. It felt much like his first use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Fortunately, had he not mastered that art, the sensation would have been far more unbearable. Yet now Li Mu endured it well. A mere hint of vertigo, no great discomfort. The swirling disorientation soon faded as his feet touched solid ground. Around him the air was thick with dense white mist. Feigning weakness, Li Mu wrapped his arms around Tsunade's waist and buried his face in her ample bosom, savoring the softness. Oh my head is so dizzy. But Tsunade, a medical ninja, was not fooled by his act. She shot him an exasperated look. Can you stop pretending? Remember what I do for a living. Li Mu reluctantly nuzzled against her before straightening up. Tsunade in turn raised a slender finger to gently pinch her own ear. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Li Mu. Lady Tsunade, Li Mu, you've arrived. Li Mu immediately became serious, turning to face the slug. The moment he laid eyes on it, Li Mu's mouth fell open in astonishment. Massive, beyond any measure he could use to describe the slug's sheer size. The slug's tone remained gentle. It split off a clone and said, follow my clone. The two of them proceeded behind the clone. Along the way, Li Mu observed the terrain of the Shirgu forest. It was a vast primeval woodland, perhaps due to the immense natural energy the trees soared into the clouds. There were also groves formed by the bones of unknown creatures. Li Mu could sense a dense life force emanating from them. Tsunade, clearly no stranger to this place, walked ahead with practiced ease. Li Mu then sidled up to her and asked, "How many times have you been here?" As he spoke, a warm breath brushed against Tsunade's sensitive ear. Tsunade felt a ticklish sensation and instinctively moved away. "Once or twice," she replied. Li Mu nodded. Just then the slug's voice rang out, "We have arrived." Hearing the slug, Li Mu looked ahead. It had led them to a hot spring. The spring was vast with thick white steam rising from the surface. The slug explained that steam is extremely concentrated natural energy. Even without the slug's words, standing at the edge of the spring made Li Mu feel his pores opening in comfort. The slug continued, "This is the active sage spring of Shirgu Forest, gathering the purest life force of the entire sacred land. An ordinary ninja who sat directly in it would instantly self-destruct, unable to withstand the natural energy. But your sage body can endure it. You must immerse yourself completely in this spring. The power within the spring will directly activate your sage body, truly strengthening your physical form." Li Mu nodded, removed his clothes, and revealed a set of finely toned muscles. He approached the sage spring first, splashing some water onto his arm. The temperature was high. When the spring water touched his skin, he felt a slight sting. But immediately after came a wave of comfort. The natural energy surged into his skin and body in a sensation Li Mu could hardly describe. He stepped into the spring, fully submerging himself. Instantly, he felt countless streams of natural energy crazily boring into his body. The slug was right. Any other person would have been torn apart. Yet Li Mu closed his eyes, reveling in it as his aura began to skyrocket. Li Mu could sense the natural energy constantly scouring his body, eliminating the few impurities that remained. At the same time, he felt as though some shackles had been unlocked. His blood flow accelerated, and each heartbeat resounded like a drum. Tsunade stood anxiously on the bank, watching Li Mu in the spring. Even though the slug had assured them there was no danger, Tsunade couldn't help clasping her hands to her chest in prayer. Time passed. How long she could not tell. The water level of the sage spring had visibly dropped by half. Li Mu now sat at the bottom, a terrifying whirlpool swirling around him. The slug too was taken aback. This sage spring was nearly 3,000 years of accumulated essence from Shirgu Forest. Li Mu had absorbed almost half of it in one go. At that moment, Li Mu suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils glowed a dark gold light. He found that with mere thought he could clearly perceive everything around him. For instance, Tsunade's current anxiousness, the slug's astonishment. He raised his palm. Without forming any hand seals, he merely stirred the external chakra slightly. A Rasengan infused with natural energy appeared in his palm. He rose, using the spring water to levitate himself out. Seeing him emerge, Tsunade first let out a sigh of relief, then eagerly embraced him. Tsunade threw herself fully into Li Mu's arms. Only when her skin touched his did the worry that had gripped her heart finally dissolve. Li Mu opened his arms, pulling Tsunade, the usually proud and aloof beauty, into his embrace. He was completely naked. Tsunade, still trembling with concern, pressed her heaving chest against him. Li Mu could feel its softness. Tsunade buried her face in his shoulder. "The commotion just now scared me to death," she murmured. Li Mu's hands roamed mischievously, pinching her smooth, slender waist. One large hand slid downward naturally, cupping her full curvature. His other hand moved up to pat her back. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't you trust your man?" "But holding me this tight, I'm starting to have trouble breathing." Tsunade then became aware of something amiss. She shifted her body slightly. That movement made Li Mu inhale sharply. Tsunade muttered sullenly, "It's my turn." Li Mu responded with a confused. At that, Tsunade suddenly realized something. A thunderclap went off in her mind. Her lovely face flushed crimson in an instant. The blush spread from her cheeks all the way down her neck. She finally understood. Li Mu was completely naked, and she, out of sheer worry, had pressed herself entirely against this man. She had even moved a few times unconsciously, as if deliberately rubbing against him. Overcome with shame, Tsunade wished she could crawl into a crack in the earth. She immediately pushed the rogue away. "You jerk! And I was so worried about you." But her flushed face to Li Mu only made her look more delectable. Yet Li Mu didn't press his advantage. He dressed himself again. Only then did the slug speak. "Li Mu, what does it feel like to unlock the sage body?" Li Mu stretched his body, eliciting a series of crackling sounds. "Lady Kuayu, I feel great." As he spoke, he extended his hand and condensed a wind-release Raisin Shuriken. The rapidly spinning wind-release Raisin Shuriken stirred up a wind that tousled Gang's house hair. Gang's Ho could clearly see that even Li Mu's feet had sunk half a foot into the ground. His clothes rustled loudly in the wind. Just as Gang's Ho and Kuayu thought Li Mu was about to hurl, what they hadn't expected happened next. Li Mu performed a body flicker technique to an open space, and with a single hand directly crushed the high-speed spiraling wind release Rasengan. Ferocious wind blades exploded directly in Li Mu's palm. Countless tiny wind blades left marks on the ground around him, while his clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his perfect muscle lines. Even Gangsho, standing far away, was forced by the terrifying shockwave to raise her arm to shield her face from flying debris. Li Mu stood at the very center of the raging wind blades. After a moment, the wind blades finally subsided. Gangsho immediately lowered her arm and looked at Li Mu, finding him still standing there motionless. A faint white smoke rose from his body as his wounds healed. Gangsho appeared directly beside Li Mu, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. She reached out and touched him. "Are you all right?" Li Mu looked at the worried Gangsho and gently embraced her. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." After confirming that Li Mu was completely unharmed, Gangsho breathed a sigh of relief. Gangsho patted her ample chest, causing it to heave. Kuayu watched their interaction with some bewilderment. It murmured to itself, "Human emotions are still too difficult to understand." Then it slithered over to Li Mu and asked, "Apart from physical enhancement, are there any other boosts?" Li Mu smiled mysteriously and suddenly stood still. Gangsho was about to ask what Li Mu was doing when she was astonished to find that he had vanished from right in front of her. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "I'm over here." Gangsho turned around and realized that Li Mu had appeared silently behind her. At this, Gangsho instantly, she could no longer sense Li Mu's presence, yet he was eerily right in front of her. Gangsho reached out and touched his face. After confirming he was there, she asked doubtfully, "Is this also a power of your sage body?" Li Mu nodded. "There are a few more abilities, but they are all standard for sage mode." Kuayu wiggled its antennae and said, "Not bad. Since you have awakened the sage body, you too should return now." Li Mu nodded. "Thank you, Lady Kuayu." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a dizzying whirl. He was back in Konoha. At that moment, Mei-chin and Tsunade, who had been waiting idly, were so shocked by Li Mu's appearance that they immediately stood up. The two of them, one tall and one small, rushed over to Li Mu. Mei-chin asked nervously, "Are you okay?" and then naturally embraced him. Li Mu patted her back reassuringly. "It's nothing. I just damaged my clothes when I unleashed a jutsu." After confirming he was fine, Mei-chin sighed in relief and released him. Li Mu then patted Tsunade's shoulder to comfort her. The two then began asking about Li Mu's gains this time. To avoid startling them, Li Mu decided to demonstrate a relatively ordinary jutsu. As he spoke, Li Mu extended one hand palm up and condensed a Rasengan infused with natural energy. Gangsho stood aside, arms crossed, watching his performance. Li Mu said to Tsunade, "You condense one too. Let's compare their power." Tsunade was puzzled, but she nodded in response. They both struck a huge boulder. Tsunade went first. As usual, the Rasengan left a mark on the boulder, and a large crater appeared behind the rock. After Tsunade stepped back, Li Mu walked forward. Holding the Sage Art Rasengan in one hand, he gently pressed it against another equally massive rock. Boom! A deafening explosion roared in the yard, and the entire boulder instantly shattered into pieces, leaving a deep crater several meters wide in the ground. Seeing this, Tsunade was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. She looked at Li Mu with her beautiful eyes and asked, "How is that possible? Why is the same jutsu so much bigger when you use it, big brother?" Mei-chin also covered her mouth in amazement, as she could clearly sense that Li Mu's strike had far exceeded the scope of ordinary jutsu. Li Mu looked at Tsunade and said, "How about that? This is what big brother gained this time." Tsunade immediately hugged Li Mu's arm. Though she was still young, she was already developing. As she swayed, the soft sensation pressed unreservedly against the inside of his arm through the thin fabric of her clothes. Li Mu calmly withdrew his arm, then reached out and ruffled Tsunade's hair. "You're still too young to use this technique. Wait until you're older." Tsunade shook his arm again, inadvertently letting her budding chest rub against his arm. Li Mu suppressed his rising desire and flicked her forehead lightly. All right, stop shaking. This technique isn't that easy. Even your sister Gangsho hasn't mastered it. Wait for another opportunity. For now, you need to get a solid grasp of the basics." With that, he gently kissed Tsunade's forehead. Tsunade finally nodded. At this moment, Gangsho pointed at Li Mu's clothes and said, "Maybe you should go change first." Li Mu then remembered that he was dressed like a beggar. He nodded and left, heading back to his room first. The three women exchanged glances and followed him inside. The three women sat on a spacious sofa. Based on past experience, Li Mu had specially bought a larger sofa, one that could even accommodate 3 people for exercise. Li Mu changed into simple clothes and came out. After he sat down on a single-seater sofa, Tsunade naturally clung to him, sitting sideways on his lap. To prevent her from falling, Li Mu had to support her shoulders. Tsunade leaned against his chest, listening to the others chat. Her little head nodded as she fell asleep against Li Mu. Li Mu looked helplessly at Xian in his arms. He could only adjust his posture to make her more comfortable. Tsunade and Mikoto tacitly lowered their voices. Jiao Xin Nai shifted restlessly on Li Mu's lap, causing him to suddenly stiffen up, afraid to. He could only gently stroke Jiao Xin Nai's red hair to divert his attention. He did not know how long it had been when Jiao Xin Nai opened her eyes and yawned. Only then did she realize that she had fallen asleep in Li Mu's arms. Seeing her yawn, Li Mu reached out and pinched her cheek, saying, "Finally awake." Jiao Xin Nai squinted her eyes and allowed Li Mu to pinch her pretty face. She nudged closer into Li Mu's embrace, saying, "Let me sleep a little longer." But Li Mu dared not let her move around. He said to Jiao Xin Nai, "Let's go back to the room to sleep." As he spoke, one of his arms slipped through the bend of Jiao Xin Nai's legs, lifting her delicate body. Jiao Xin Nai instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. As Li Mu placed her on the bed in the bedroom, she kissed his cheek before reluctantly releasing her hold on his neck. "Sleep well." Li Mu gently caressed her face. Jiao Xin Nai nodded her little head, and seeing her fall asleep, Li Mu finally left. Upon exiting the bedroom, he found Tsunade and Mikoto chatting. Li Mu shamelessly squeezed between the two. Leaning back, he casually draped his left arm over Mikoto's fragrant shoulder, while his right arm naturally wrapped around Tsunade's slender waist. This action made both women turn their heads and glare at him simultaneously. Tsunade, with a proud look, said, "What's this? Did you just send her in and are now so impatient?" Although Tsunade said that she did not push away Li Mu's wandering hand. Instead, she leaned closer to him. Mikoto, on the other hand, acted more naturally, grabbing a strawberry from the fruit plate on the coffee table and placing it in her mouth, then offering it to Li Mu. Seeing Mikoto's delicate, pretty face approaching him, Li Mu naturally did not hold back. He leaned slightly forward and bit into the strawberry. However, neither of them pulled away, and Mikoto closed her eyes, responding to Li Mu. He took the opportunity to capture her soft lips. Li Mu skillfully breached Mikoto's defenses, only releasing her when she was breathless. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, instantly became jealous and pinched Li Mu's side, saying, "You just know how to bully Mikoto." Li Mu looked into Tsunade's eyes and knew what she was thinking. He casually picked up a strawberry and offered it to her. Tsunade, acting very proud, replied, "Who told you to feed me?" Yet her body was quite honest. As Li Mu brought the strawberry to her lips, Tsunade opened her mouth and bit off a large portion. Due to the hasty movement, the strawberry juice flowed down her lips. Li Mu was quick to react, turning slightly to press his lips against the corner of Tsunade's mouth, capturing the juice. Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened instantly. With half a strawberry still in her mouth, she let out a muffled gasp. One of Li Mu's hands was already gripping the back of her head. He unceremoniously deepened the kiss. It was not until Tsunade's body grew weak from the kiss that he finally let her go, leaving her somewhat dazed. She leaned weakly against Li Mu's chest, her cheeks still flushed. Mikoto could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle at the scene. Seeing this, Tsunade, a bit embarrassed and annoyed, bumped her smooth forehead against Li Mu's chest. Li Mu exaggeratedly covered his chest, saying, "Tsunade, are you trying to murder your husband?" After speaking, he directly leaned back on the sofa and remained motionless. Watching Li Mu's shameless demeanor, Tsunade and Mikoto exchanged helpless glances. Looking at Li Mu playing dead, Tsunade said irritably, "Before you act dead, can you keep your hands to yourself?" Li Mu pretended not to hear her. Mikoto helpless leaned in and kissed Li Mu, saying, "All right, stop messing around." Only then did Li Mu open his eyes. However, due to the previous commotion, his temper was once again ignited. Mikoto looked at Li Mu, a hint of seduction flashing in her eyes. Li Mu decisively picked Mikoto up and strode into her bedroom. He pressed her down beneath him, their noses almost touching. With a wicked smile, he said, "Mikoto, you don't want to not graduate, do you?" Mikoto's face turned slightly red as she realized the kind of teasing this naughty guy liked. She wrapped her arms around Li Mu's neck and pretended to stutter, I want to graduate." Mikoto's eyes showed fatigue as she lay on the bed. Due to sweating, a few strands of black hair clung to her delicate, flushed face. One of her arms lay across Li Mu's chest. Li Mu pinched Mikoto's slender waist and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Mikoto, you did well." Mikoto weakly embraced Li Mu, saying, "You perverted teacher, no wonder Tsunade always says your mind is filled with dirty thoughts." Li Mu once again sealed Mikoto's red lips, only releasing her after she was slightly breathless. Mikoto's lips were a bit swollen. She shot Li Mu a reproachful glance and wiped her lips with her hand. In a flirtatious voice, she said, "Stop it, Jiao Xin Nai is probably awake by now. Do you want her to see the joke?" Li Mu thought of the unexpectedly candid Jiao Xin Nai and could only pinch Mikoto's cheek and let her go. The two got dressed and walked out of the bedroom. They then discovered that Jiao Xin Nai and Tsunade were watching television on the sofa. Jiao Xin Nai's cheeks were puffed up like a little hamster as she munched on snacks. Seeing this, Li Mu sat down beside the lounging Jiao Xin Nai and patted her shoulder, saying, "You eat so much and still say you're not chubby." Upon hearing the word chubby, Jiao Xin Nai acted as if her tail had been stepped on, instantly getting defensive. She turned around on the sofa, spreading her two white legs apart. She knelt down in a very standard duck-sitting posture, her feet turned outward. Nai placed her hands on her white thighs, looking at Li Mu with dissatisfaction. Her eyes were full of the expression, "Bad brother, I haven't gained weight at all. I just weighed myself earlier, I'm still growing." Li Mu looked at Nai's unguarded sitting posture and deliberately raised an eyebrow. He reached out a finger and poked her puffed cheek. Alright, Nai isn't chubby, she's just growing. But what was that little belly sticking out just now? His words instantly enraged Nai. She stood up from the sofa, hands on her hips, her silk-clad feet stepping directly on Li Mu's knee. The delicate touch of the stockings and the girl's warmth transmitted through his pants. From this angle, Li Mu could only awkwardly avert his gaze. "Don't say nonsense, that's not fat, it's just the imprint from my clothes earlier." Tsunade looked on helplessly at the two who had started bickering as soon as they met today. Li Mu raised his hands in mock surrender. Alright, it was this brother who misjudged. Kushina is still growing. Hearing this, Kushina's face instantly brightened into a smile. She withdrew her foot, picked up a strawberry, and offered it to Li Mu's lips. "I knew you were the best brother." As the two reconciled, Tsunade and Mikoto exchanged a knowing glance. They both agreed the girl was hopeless. A week later, Li Mu received an invitation from Tobarama Senju to accompany him as his shadow guard to negotiate. Joining him as fellow shadow guards were Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Worried Li Mu might misunderstand the situation, Tobarama specifically instructed, "This time, I have also invited the third Kazekage and that boy Inoki." Li Mu's eyes widened in astonishment, never expecting his mere suggestion to bear fruit. That old fox Tobarama had truly succeeded. Glancing at the barely suppressed smirk on Tobarama's lips, Li Mu muttered inwardly, "This inherently wicked Tobarama Senju really does have a twisted sense of humor." Noticing Li Mu's gaze, Tobarama turned his head and saw Li Mu staring straight ahead with an unwavering, solemn expression. Meanwhile, outside the negotiation venue, an immensely awkward encounter unfolded. The third Kazekage and Inoki, each accompanied by their shadow guards, crossed paths. The relatively young third Kazekage appeared more thin-skinned. Although Tsunade was known for its fickle nature, having their betrayal of an ally discovered in such a blatant manner was a first. As he prepared to pretend not to see and leave temporarily, Inoki called out, "Lord Kazekage, please wait." In comparison, Inoki's face was considerably thicker. He spoke with composure, "Lord Kazekage, how have you been lately?" The third Kazekage paused mid-step, turned awkwardly to Inoki, and forced a smile. "Ah, Lord Tsuchikage, thanks to your good fortune, I've been doing quite well." Inoki wore a hypocritical smile. "Glad to hear it, Lord Kazekage. Since you happen to be touring nearby, why don't—" With that, Inoki casually pointed in a direction. The third Kazekage, seeing the indicated path was completely opposite to the negotiation site, breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "I wouldn't want to impose on you, Lord Tsuchikage. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, the third Kazekage strode off in another direction, equally not heading toward the meeting point. Inoki stood there smiling benevolently as he watched their retreating figures. Once the third Kazekage vanished from sight, the smile on Inoki's face immediately faded. He remarked coldly to his guard, "As I expected, the Tsunade truly are a despicable and shameless lot." The guard echoed with indignation, "Indeed, it's tradition in Tsunade." After speaking, the guard's face was filled with righteous anger. Inoki, satisfied with his reaction, said, "Let's..." After distancing himself from Inoki, the third Kazekage promptly changed course and arrived at the negotiation site first. Seeing two chairs, he was momentarily taken aback, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Tobarama paid no heed to his unease, and simply said, "Lord Kazekage, please have a seat." With no other option, the third Kazekage reluctantly sat down. He spoke first, "Lord Hokage, shall we begin now?" "Begin." Tobarama looked at him quizzically. "Begin what?" The third Kazekage was taken aback, then replied, "Naturally, the negotiations, of course. Wasn't that the agreement?" Tobarama raised a hand to calm him. "Lord Kazekage, there's no need to rush." The third Kazekage could only wait anxiously. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside and a sense of dread seized him. He turned to follow the sound, and before even seeing the person, he heard a familiar voice. "Lord Hokage, my apologies for the delay. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he appears." Inoki's unmistakable face emerged. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room froze. Inoki, upon seeing the third Kazekage, was dumbfounded. He quickly realized he had been tricked into thinking Tsunade had gone back. He had anticipated that Tsunade would likely seek an alliance with Konoha, but he never imagined that Tobarama Senju would be so audacious. He had placed both of them in the same room. Inoki's face alternated between pale and red. The third Kazekage's expression was equally grim. Deciding to strike first, he said through gritted teeth, "Lord Tsuchikage, what a coincidence. When I met you earlier, you mentioned you were planning to tour the area, didn't you?" Inoki's expression had already returned to normal. He retorted, "Lord Kazekage, I recall you emphatically declared at the previous negotiation that you would stand with the Wagakure through thick and thin. And now you can't even find your way and end up directly at the negotiation site. The two exchanged barbs, tearing apart what was already a fragile alliance. Simultaneously, both cursed Tobarama's shamelessness in their hearts. Neither had anticipated he would put them in the same room to negotiate. Standing behind Tobarama, Limu watched the two village leaders bicker like schoolchildren, exposing each other's faults. Professional as he was, he managed to keep a straight face. However, from the side and behind, he could see the corners of Tobarama's mouth already twitching, barely containing a grin. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, they exchanged bewildered looks, as if seeing a ghost. At that moment, Tobarama tapped the table and said, "All right, if you two wish to argue, you can do so back home. Let's now discuss the negotiation matters." The two exchanged a glance, both snorted coldly. Inoki spoke first. "Lord Hokage, please proceed." Tobarama leaned back in his chair, arms folded, and said, "Konoha needs an ally. But not a strategic ally, a commercial one." "Commercial?" Inoki straightened up, intrigued. "Please elaborate, sir." The third Kazekage nodded, and Tobarama glanced at both of them and continued, "Konoha's surplus grain is typically purchased by the 5 great nations' grain merchants, who then resell it to a Wagakure and Tsunade. Is that correct?" Neither man refuted. Their hidden villages shared a similar predicament. They produced ores, but due to geography relied heavily on imported grain. The Wagakure, with its towering rocks and vast deserts and mountains, had chronically insufficient grain yields. Tsunade, perpetually surrounded by sand, and with scarce oases, faced an even more severe food crisis. Thus, numerous grain merchants traveled between Konoha, Tsunade, and a Wagakure, buying low and selling high to pocket the difference. It appeared that the second Hokage intended to resolve this matter. Inoki was about to speak when Tobarama Senju added a condition: "Each of you has only one chance to bid. Before making your bid, consider your stakes carefully, for Konoha would rather let the grains rot in storage than sell them at a low price." Limu, upon hearing Tobarama's words, gained a new respect for him. He had not expected Tobarama to utter such resolute words. Meanwhile, Inoki and the third Kazekage both began to ponder their own offers. Tobarama signaled Danzo to separate the two. With his usual impassive expression, Danzo walked between them, forming hand seals to create a barrier that isolated their perceptions. Thus they could not see what each other was writing, nor discern any subtle facial expressions or strokes. Countless times Inoki wanted to overturn the table and unleash dust release to send Tobarama to the Pure Land. Yet after much hesitation he abandoned that notion. Regardless of success or failure, a Wagakure could not bear the consequences. Inoki muttered under his breath, "Damn it." His mind raced, contemplating what stake he should offer. Tobarama had made it clear if their price was too low, he would rather let the grain spoil than sell it to the Land of Fire. Inoki knew this was something Tobarama would indeed do. His brow furrowed tightly. This blind box bidding by Tobarama struck at the very weakness of both villages. With only one chance, a low bid would lose both the grain and the trade route to Tsunade. A high bid, on the other hand, would be like cutting off one's own flesh to enrich Konoha. But Inoki was well aware that Iwagakure's recent military expansion had pushed its logistical pressure to the breaking point. If they lost this source from Konoha and were once again besieged by multinational grain merchants, Iwagakure's finances would collapse entirely this year. Inoki gritted his teeth and offered a stake he would never have dared to consider under normal circumstances. On the other side of the barrier, the third Kazekage's expression was equally grim. Compared to a Wagakure which still possessed some oases, Tsunade had no room for negotiation. Gazing at the blank paper before him, a flicker of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. Though impoverished, Tsunade held unique resources that a Wagakure lacked. The Kazekage took a deep breath and began to write down his own offer. 2 minutes later, both stopped writing and handed their folded papers to Tobarama. With his keen eyesight, Limu also caught a glimpse of the offers. Iwagakure's offer: willing to purchase Konoha's grain at a cash price 15 higher than the previous year's merchant rate. Open 3 main trade routes in the northern land of Earth, permanently exempting Konoha-registered caravans from 30 tariffs. Provide Konoha with mining rights to 2 high-quality iron mines located at the border for a term of 5 years. Seeing this, Limu clicked his tongue inwardly. That old fox Inoki had indeed spared no expense. Then Tobarama unfolded the third Kazekage. Upon reading its contents, even Tobarama, a second Hokage who had weathered countless storms, felt his eye. Limu also saw Tsunade's offer: willing to settle in full with gold or equivalent gold dust at 20 above market price. Under Tsunade's jurisdiction, Konoha-registered caravans would be permanently exempt from 30 tariffs. Willing to share Tsunade's unique puppet techniques involving chakra threads with Konoha in the form of scrolls. Seeing this, Tobarama and Limu fully grasped the third Kazekage's determination. The puppet arts were Tsunade's last trump card, which had caused Konoha immense trouble during the First Great Ninja War. Once the technology was handed over, Tsunade would lose half its combat effectiveness against Konoha. The authenticity could be easily verified, as Konoha had captured many Tsunade puppets. A simple test would reveal the truth. If it was fake, Konoha could take the payment and withhold the grain. Tobarama finished reading both papers. He placed the 2 sheets face down on the table, folded his hands, and rested his chin on them, gazing at the tense Inoki and 3rd Kazekage. Finally, Tobarama spoke slowly. Both of your offers are sincere. However, the opportunity for this cooperation goes to Tsunade. He extended his hand, saying, pleasure doing business. The 3rd Kazekage, instantly relieved, slumped back into his chair, his spine no longer rigid. Looking at Tobarama's outstretched hand, he gave a bitter smile. Pleasure doing business. Leaving only Inoki, his face ashen, his gaze darting between Tobarama and the 3rd Kazekage. Finally, he swept away in a huff. Tobarama paid him no heed, merely saying to the 3rd Kazekage, Konoha's grain is ready. I hope Tsunade has prepared what it needs to offer. The 3rd Kazekage forced a bitter smile and nodded. He knew that the alliance between Tsunade and Iwagakure was now effectively dead. After the earlier impulse, his intelligence had regained its footing. He and Inoki had both fallen into a trap. The intelligence he had planted in Iwagakure was likely a deliberate leak by Tobarama. Meanwhile, the departing Inoki cast a long glance toward the negotiation site. He left without turning back. The alliance between Tsunade and Iwagakure had completely collapsed. Iwagakure needed to reorganize its plans. Inoki felt a headache coming on. It seemed Iwagakure truly had no bargaining chips left for alliances. His guard asked in confusion, Tsuchikage-sama, are we returning like this? Inoki glanced at him. This trip has yielded something. At least I won't continue to be fooled by Tsunade like. Limu followed Tobarama back to Konoha. On the way, Tobarama said to him, Limu, I entrust the grain escort mission to you. Take Kushina along to broaden her horizons. The reason for his confidence was simple. After a week of training, Limu had nearly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Although still novice compared to Tobarama, he had acquired the basic ability to teleport others. Moreover, Limu had recently awakened the sage body similar to his elder brother. Tobarama had made up his mind to pass the title of Hokage to him.